The truth, once spoken aloud, could not be taken back. In the Yuan household, old wounds were laid bare one by one, a gunshot wound disguised as accident, a stolen womb, 2 marriages hollowed out of their futures. The brothers had each borne their grief in silence, too proud or too protective to speak, but silence had only let Zhang Hui's poison spread further. When the full shape of her scheming came into view, 3 families, 2 couples rendered childless, a swapped child, and years of meticulously hidden cruelty, the anguish that broke through was not merely personal. It was generational. A mother wept for sons without descendants. A wife swallowed the memory of an old injury that had taken more than it seemed. Lin Xiaoxue understood then that she, too, had been circled, only spared by circumstance, not mercy. Far from home, across an ocean, Quan Shengnan moved through a different world, one of boardrooms and old money and men who negotiated warmth like a contract. She had quietly resolved what others could not, and now she found herself the subject of competing claims: Arthur's grand hospitality, He Deming's watchful protectiveness, and Hua Xueding's careful, unhurried attention. A man who called home before she even remembered to, who never confirmed what everyone already suspected. The stakes were different here, but the instinct was the same: to be useful, to be loyal, and to keep moving forward. Chapter 451. The onlooker sees clearly. 1. He Deming glared at him. How do you know so clearly? It seemed as if he was the only one who understood Quan Shengnan. In fact, He Deming had noticed long ago that Quan Shengnan had a deep love for traditional culture. Whether it was the calligraphy she practiced after meals on the plain or her clothing and style, there was an ancient charm to them. The clothes she was wearing now had a flavor of the Republican era. A standing collar with diagonal fastening, paired with a long skirt below. His mother often dressed like this when she was young, and had once said that young girls and young wives wore long skirts, while old women paired them with black trousers. In her later years, apart from dresses, whenever his mother wore this top, she would always pair it with a pair of black trousers embroidered at the cuffs. The thin gold hairpin in Quan Shengnan's bun had an exquisitely crafted 5-tailed phoenix at its head, only the size of a thumb, vivid and lifelike, holding a string of delicate agate tassels in its beak. Based on He Deming's observation, this gold hairpin was also an antique. Quan Shengnan adjusted the hairpin on her head and said seriously, "Finding the contract isn't some earth-shattering, fate-altering event for me. The karmic burden isn't heavy, so the divination fee can be according to Arthur's wishes." She hoped to bring back her country's national treasures, and had even said she could demand a high price from Arthur, but when it came down to it, those thoughts quickly vanished. She wasn't that greedy, nor did she need these additional luxuries. Having her wish fulfilled was good enough. She wouldn't disdain other divination fees either. However, Quan Shengnan was genuinely surprised that Hua Xueding had seen through her intentions at a glance. She hadn't told anyone about this matter. Even Elder Lin didn't know. How did he figure out that she was targeting her country's national treasures among the Smith family's collection? Quan Shengnan was extremely puzzled and couldn't help but glance at Hua Xueding. This person, no matter the time or place, always maintained such composure and graceful demeanor. A true gentleman, nothing more than this. Arthur repeated the phrase and said, "Antiques from the East? Your country's ancient artifacts." Quan Shengnan quickly said, "Arthur, don't listen to turnants. I'll help you find the contract. You can thank me, and the gift can be according to your heart. Regardless of its value, I will accept it graciously." Arthur didn't respond directly. Instead, he asked He Deming, "Martin, I remember you said that Anne's elders are high-ranking government officials?" He Deming nodded. "That's right. Anne's grandfather and maternal grandfather are both founding fathers. Although her grandfather has retired, her maternal grandfather is still in the central government and hasn't stepped down despite several resignation requests. Anne's father is the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, a high-ranking official. Her uncles and maternal uncles are all in politics or the military, each with remarkable achievements. So, Anne is an aristocrat?" Quan Shengnan hurriedly said, "In our country, everyone is equal. There's no distinction between aristocrats and commoners. The working people are the masters of the country. At most, there are differences in job positions, with some higher and some lower. The achievements of my ancestors and parents only mean ours is a cadre family, not an aristocratic family. Which of my grandparents wasn't from a farming background? She was just an ordinary young woman, fortunate to be born into a high-ranking cadre family. How could she dare call herself an aristocrat? Red aristocracy? Don't joke. Most of the founding heroes came from humble backgrounds. If you trace back 3 generations, no one is nobler than anyone else. Do people really think that relying on the merits of their ancestors and parents, the 2nd or 3rd generation can ascend to aristocracy? Before even washing off the mud from their legs, they start thinking they're different from ordinary people, that they're superior. Such people are only looked down upon. It takes 3 generations to establish eating habits, 4 for clothing, 5 for scholarly pursuits. Only after 5 generations, 100 years, can a family... Chapter 452. The onlooker sees clearly too. He Deming and Hua Xiuedong looked at Quan Shengnan with approval in their eyes after hearing her words. People like her, who were so forthright about their origins and did not consider themselves superior, were exceedingly rare nowadays. Not to mention those in official positions, even wealthy individuals who had prospered through business or celebrities famous in the entertainment industry. They all desperately sought to find ancestors from distinguished families to show that their origins were extraordinary, different from ordinary people. Arthur listened, feeling a bit dazed and not entirely understanding. However, when he saw the expressions in He Deming and Hua Xiuedong's eyes, he realized that Quan Shengnan's words had greatly pleased both of them. He smiled and said, "Even if you say that, it doesn't hide your status. If your family is from an official background, money isn't an issue." Ternan's suggestion is very appropriate. Quan Shengnan was slightly taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You're listening to Ternance?" Arthur nodded. He and Ternance were good friends, and Ternance knew and very well. Since he had spoken up and must indeed like those antiques, and had helped him so much, and he was more than happy to give her something she liked. This was called catering to someone's preferences. Eastern idioms were truly profound and extensive. Just 4 words could perfectly describe a situation. And those antiques were brought back from the distant East by my ancestors. To me, they're just gathering dust at home. I don't know how to appreciate the essence of your Eastern culture. After lunch, let's go to the main house. You can pick out what you like and take it with you. How can that be? Quan Shengnan felt it was too smooth. She hadn't even brought it up herself. Yes, Arthur's offer fulfilled her wish. But she still felt somewhat reluctant to reach out and pick her country's national treasures, priceless artifacts, from someone else's treasure vault. Arthur grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, I'm the one benefiting. I didn't pay any price to recover that lost contract, a contract worth $1 billion. The combined value of all the Eastern antiques in my family's treasure vault can't compare to the importance of this contract, let alone the fact that recovering it saved me from facing a $2 billion loss. He Deming thought this idea was excellent, truly wonderful. Although he now lived in Hong Kong with his parents, he felt very close to the mainland in his heart. Half a century ago, his parents had donated countless family assets to support the war effort. After the war ended, they moved to Hong Kong to avoid getting involved in the internal conflicts on the mainland. Taking back their country's treasures without spending a single cent was praiseworthy. And, since Arthur has said so, you should agree. Coming from a cadre family, bringing these things back will be beneficial for you and your family. Upon hearing this, Quan Shengnan naturally didn't pretend to be reluctant. She beamed with joy and said, "Arthur, then I'll accept graciously." Originally, she had come for these very things. Although it felt a bit like taking advantage of the situation, once she had those items in hand, she would definitely not keep them for herself, so she brushed aside any guilt. At most, she could compensate Arthur later. With her mind preoccupied by the national treasures she was about to bring back to the country, Quan Shengnan asked Hua Xiuedong, "Ternance, is your matter urgent?" "Not for the moment. Let's focus on your matter first, and we can talk about mine afterward." Hua Xiuedong slowly shook his head, then added, "But it is very important." Chapter 453. The onlooker sees clearly 3. Arthur was quite decisive in his actions. After a sumptuous and exquisite lunch, he took them to the main residence. As the head of the Smith family, he was unmarried and lived alone in the main house. His Aunt Jessica, who had raised him, naturally lived in the main residence of her husband's family, the Wilsons. Although both were in the capital, the distance between them was considerable. Moreover, Jessica and her husband, Mr. Wilson, were traveling around the world and were not at home. Otherwise, upon arriving here, He Deming would not have failed to visit his eldest sister and brother-in-law. Arthur opened the treasure vault without any opposition. In the Smith family, he had the final say. The Smith family clearly had more than one treasure vault. He only opened the antique storeroom, which no one except the staff responsible for maintaining the antiques ever approached. Inside, all the items were antiques from the East. When the lights in the room were switched on, the storeroom instantly became as bright as day, leaving every displayed item nowhere to hide. While Quan Shengnan activated her earth pupils to authenticate their genuineness, she couldn't help but simultaneously activate her heavenly eye to trace their history related to humans. Only antique treasures with historical significance, research value, and irreplaceability could be called cultural relics. Out of over 100 antiques, 90% were cultural relics, including some of national treasure level. Quan Shengnan examined each one, and every piece filled her with such fondness that she couldn't bear to part with them. Heavens! These had all once belonged to her country. Now, they were scattered overseas, unable to return home. She wished she could take everything away, but she knew that was impossible. Given her character, she would at most select 3 items. Putting down a National Treasure-level ink painting, Quan Shengnan suddenly said, "Arthur, I think it would be more meaningful if your family took the initiative to donate these to our country." Her words startled all 3 of them. He Deming said, "And if you take them back, the credit will be yours. There's no need to give it to Arthur." Arthur also said, "That's right, and if I take the initiative, you won't get the credit." Hu Xuedong, however, remained silent, standing quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. He watched as Quan Shengnan's face shone like a bright pearl, glowing like fine jade, as she spoke eloquently before He Deming and Arthur. As long as they can return to their homeland, their hometown, it doesn't matter who facilitates their return. What matters is that they can go back. He Deming was stunned. He looked at Arthur and said, "If you take the initiative to donate, your business ventures in our country will proceed very smoothly in the future." Arthur, who had recently been considering investments as he believed the mainland economy was taking off with promising prospects, fell into thoughtful contemplation upon hearing He Deming's words. Arthur was a very shrewd businessman who understood how to calculate gains and losses. The loss of the contract was merely an accident and could not be attributed to his negligence. Indeed, if he took the initiative to donate the antiques to their country, the authorities would likely grant him considerable convenience to some extent. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his gaze to Quan Shengnan, who was examining each antique. Did these words, these meanings, truly come from this elf-like little girl? Did she really not understand the significance of these items? She could take these things back herself, earning considerable credit, and perhaps even her elders would receive praise from above. Yet, she didn't. Instead, she suggested he take the initiative. If he took the initiative, all the benefits would be his. With such advantages gained, parting with Chapter 454. The onlooker sees clearly 4. Moreover, he would be willing and content. What a clever little girl, what an astute little girl. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, could this idiom be used to describe it? Regardless, the little girl's handling of this matter took the interests of the Smith family into account. Arthur couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he sometimes found the little girl's demeanor familiar when he saw her. Thinking about it now, she was clearly a second Turnance. She resembled Turnance, calculating everything with an air of effortless ease, considering everyone's interests. He saw her carefully cradling a simple yet majestic bronze vessel, her face filled with fascination as she exclaimed in admiration, "This is a bronze vessel from the era of Yao, Shun, and Yu. This kind of craftsmanship is very difficult to replicate in modern times. All genuine bronze vessels are unique works, no 2 are exactly alike." Arthur laughed. "If you like it, you can take it. Bronze vessels are very cheap, you can easily buy many." It was normal for them to be cheap. Currently, bronze vessels in the market have always been lukewarm. It wasn't until later that they became hugely popular. Even in the domestic antique market, after heating up in the 1980s, it was just beginning to take shape. It would still take a few years for it to truly flourish. Hearing Arthur say he could buy a whole bunch, Quan Shengnan's eyes lit up. Her bright eyes were as clear as spring water, the light falling on Arthur's face as she smiled slyly. "Arthur, do you have a way to buy these antiques from our country?" Arthur didn't understand where the light in her eyes came from, but he nodded. "Excellent." Quan Shengnan put down the bronze vessel in her hands. She clapped her hands together, the crisp sound echoing in the storeroom, but her expression was serious as she looked earnestly at Arthur. "Arthur, could I entrust you to buy these antiques for me?" Before she finished speaking, she added dejectedly, "No, I'm afraid of buying fakes." Not everyone possessed her detong ability. Many master appraisers had been fooled before. Her money was hard-earned. It would be terrible if she bought many fakes. Arthur pointed at Hu Xuedong, "And you can have Turnance take you. He knows more about these things than I do." Quan Shengnan's clear gaze shifted from Arthur's face to Hu Xuedong's. "Turnance? Are you very familiar with this field?" Hu Xuedong smiled and nodded, then calmly said, "The reason I sought you out today is that there's a batch of antiques being traded privately on the black market. I wanted to ask for your help in seeing if there are any worth buying and bringing back." He had great confidence in Quan Shengnan. Having interacted for so many years, he himself had misjudged several times, but Quan Shengnan never had. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Quan Shengnan agreed cheerfully. She felt embarrassed about selecting antiques from Arthur's collection, but it should be fine if she spent her own money to buy them, right? Before going to the trading event, she should prepare some US dollars. She remembered she had a foreign account in US dollars, used when she was learning about investments. At that time, the investment lost 1/5 of its value, but after Bai Ruoxuan took over, it turned losses into profits. Now the amount had multiplied several times, but she had never used it. It would be perfect to use it this time. Having thought this, she asked, "Arthur, have you decided?" Arthur glanced at He Deming, then at Hua Xuedong, and finally looked at Quan Shengnan, nodding. I agree. I agree, and I have decided to donate 10 antiques to your country. How about you selecting these 10 antiques? He realized that Quan Shengnan genuinely loved antiques. When Hua Xuedong mentioned the privately traded antiques, the light in her eyes. Chapter 455, The Onlooker Sees Clearly 5. Quan Shengnan was first startled, then overjoyed. If it were her, she could only pick 3 items. Any more would feel excessive. Now, Arthur was actually offering to give her 10 items. That was equivalent to 1/10 of these antiques. She tilted her head and spoke honestly. Aren't you afraid I'll pick the most valuable things? Arthur shrugged and spread his hands. I don't mean to discourage you, nor am I criticizing your country's antiques. In the international market, these things aren't worth much. If they fetch high prices at auctions, it's mostly due to Chinese bidders or those from the East. Perhaps, given time, they might one day sell for astronomical prices, but to me, they hold little value now. You can pick whatever you like. He Deming also said, and, since Arthur doesn't mind, just pick whatever you want. Choose the items most worthy of national research. Quan Shengnan rubbed her hands together eagerly. Since you both say so, I won't stand on ceremony. The items fortunate enough to return to her country didn't necessarily have to be the most expensive, but they had to be meaningful, things that hadn't appeared in her country before and could be studied. Just as she was about to start picking, Arthur suddenly stopped her. Quan Shengnan was startled. Arthur, are you going back on your word? She asked. She had thought it was too good to be true. Darling, I'm not going back on my word. Arthur shook his head. If you're not going back on your word, why won't you let me pick? Or do you want to choose the antiques you're willing to give away yourself? Please don't. She had already set her eyes on several national treasure-level artifacts. Among these antiques, in terms of current market value, these few weren't particularly outstanding, but they held great significance. Arthur shook his head again. No. And you need to understand that if you pick these, you won't be able to receive the shares in our family business or the jewelry and mansion I wanted to give you. Compared to these antiques, he felt that shares, mansions, and jewelry were more suitable for Quan Shengnan. Once in her hands, they would be hers, and she could receive dividends continuously in the future. But these antiques? Once donated to her country, Quan Shengnan wouldn't get a single penny from them, no benefit at all. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. I understand perfectly, Arthur. I understand the significance between the two choices. Money can be earned later, but these items are rare opportunities. If you've decided, then pick what you like. Arthur took a few steps back and stood with He Deming, letting Quan Shengnan pick and choose on her own. Then, he saw Hua Sitong step forward slowly to discuss with her. After they walked farther away, Arthur turned to He Deming and whispered, Martin, I still think I should give Anne some gifts. She's too selfless, she worked so hard for me and got nothing in return. Her shrewdness is admirable, but in this regard, she's so foolish. A businessperson should prioritize profit. He Deming smiled faintly. On the contrary, I think Anne is the kindest and smartest child. Arthur scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. As he watched the two figures ahead, something suddenly stirred in his heart. One tall and imposing, the other petite. One upright and upright, the other graceful and graceful. They looked incredibly harmonious, like a beautiful painting. Martin, don't you think Anne sometimes resembles Turnance? They're not related by blood. How could they resemble each other? One was a 28-year-old man, the other a girl about to turn 15. There wasn't the slightest similarity. Arthur shook his head. I'm not talking about appearance. I mean their demeanor and manner. Chapter 456, The Onlooker Sees Clearly 6. He Deming thought it over carefully and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Listening to you say that, when I think about it, it really does seem similar. No wonder. Turnance holds a very important place in Anne's life. It should be said that some of Anne's methods were taught to her by Turnance. The more He Deming spoke, the more he felt a sudden realization. He had interacted with Quan Shengnan before, naturally through business dealings, and had felt something was a bit odd at the time. So, the oddness was here. Many of her methods in the business world clearly originated from Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong seemed to value her too much. The diamond company newly opened 7 years ago was named Tongxing, and the jewelry brand was named Moonlit Phoenix Tree. The jade company newly opened 7 years ago was similarly named, and so was the brand. Between them, there seemed to be an inseparable relationship unknown to outsiders. He Deming glanced at them attentively. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he suddenly realized something. That was, Hua Xuedong had changed his attitude towards Quan Shengnan at some point. Perhaps it had changed earlier, or perhaps it changed today. He leaned towards the change happening today. It wasn't that he hadn't seen them interact before. They had just met in Jinling last month. At that time, Hua Xuedong was like both an elder brother and a friend to Quan Shengnan. His actions were very open and aboveboard, without any ambiguity. Now it was different. While Quan Shengnan was selecting antiques, he would, at just the right moment, gently tuck the stray hairs at her temples behind her ear or adjust the hairpin in her bun, with the care and tenderness of a lover. Lover? Heavens! He Deming rubbed his eyes and looked hard. Was he seeing things? When did Hu Xuedong develop feelings for Quan Shengnan? Today? He developed feelings today and immediately acted on them? That was too fast, wasn't it? Although in just over a month, Quan Shengnan would turn 15, and she was already a stunningly beautiful young woman. But a young woman was still a minor. Yes, Hu Xuedong had always been clean living, never fooling around with women. He had a very good reputation in Hong Kong's high society, and countless socialites' daughters had tried to win his heart and become the mistress of the Hu family mansion. But he was already 28 years old. To the young and tender Quan Shengnan, he was an old man. By the time Quan Shengnan came of age, he would already be a man in his 30s. He Deming felt a sense of schadenfreude. Don't be fooled by Quan Shengnan seeming to have experienced many things, her behavior and manners no different from an adult's, even surpassing many adults. But she was still like a blank sheet of paper, especially emotionally, naive and unaware. Right now, in her attitude towards Hu Xuedong, there was no change, and she hadn't detected Hu Xuedong's feelings. Whether Hu Xuedong could successfully win the beauty's heart would require time to tell. Even if time proved it, he wouldn't have an easy time. Quan Shengnan's parents would surely become the biggest obstacle in Hu Xuedong's life. What parent would allow an old man to eye their young daughter covetously from a tender age? What parent would be willing for their daughter to marry an old man they considered a brother? The age gap, the generational gap, and society's gaze were all significant. He Deming stroked his chin and couldn't help but admire Hu Xuedong. Knowing full well the various problems he would encounter, he actually took action the moment his heart stirred, without the slightest hesitation. He used to think Hu Xuedong was rather slow and deliberate in his actions. It turned out he just hadn't shown the swiftness and dominance. Chapter 457, The Onlooker Sees Clearly 7. Quan Shengnan was completely unaware of the shift in Hu Xuedong's thoughts or what he Deming was thinking. In her previous life, she had lived to 36 without ever considering marriage, and in this life, it was even more out of the question. Her inherited legacy had exposed her to too many stories, countless tales of infatuated men and resentful women. They loved with a passion that etched itself into the bone, and hated with a ferocity that wished for mutual destruction. These stories had deeply affected her, leaving her with no hope or expectation for love and marriage. Unconsciously, she had already closed the door on love and marriage. In her life, benefiting the people was paramount, everything else was secondary, outside the realm of her consideration. So, she had carefully selected 8 antiques during this time. Among them were 3 calligraphy and painting pieces, 2 bronze vessels, 2 jade artifacts, and 1 painted pottery jar. These items were quite inconspicuous in Arthur's antique collection, and their market prices weren't particularly outrageous. Hu Xuedong was very knowledgeable about these things. He could estimate the approximate price of each antique. While expensive, they weren't astronomical. But Quan Shengnan knew that in 3 to 5 years, even astronomical sums wouldn't be enough to buy them. The calligraphy and paintings were by ancient masters, irreplaceable. The bronze vessels were one of a kind. The jade artifacts were exquisitely carved, items used in the imperial court before the Common Era. The painted pottery jar even dated back to the Neolithic age. No one could replicate it, and even if they did, it wouldn't be from that era. Quan Shengnan quietly asked Hu Xuedong, "Turnance, do you think Arthur will feel the pinch? But if I don't make a selection, I'll feel it's a great pity and be very unhappy." She was somewhat conflicted, her brows furrowed into a knot. She knew her mindset was very contradictory. On one hand, she hadn't paid any price to bring 10 cultural relics back to the country, but she couldn't feel at ease about it. On the other hand, she would rather feel she owed Arthur and still wanted to pick the best items to bring back. Hu Xuedong chuckled softly. Her conflicted expression was utterly adorable. This was normal, this was her. She really disliked taking advantage of others. If she gained too much, she felt compelled to give something in return. It's fine. Just pick what you think is suitable. I have a collection of Western oil paintings and antiques, many by famous artists, which are Arthur's favorites. Another day, I'll give him some as compensation, Hu Xuedong said. Really? I never lie to you. Quan Shengnan immediately smiled, her eyes curving like crescents, feeling much more at ease. Hu Xuedong, smiling, pointed to a set of Rue Kiln sky blue glazed, openwork lotus tripod brush washers ahead. And what do you think of this set of brush washers? I remember you said Little Lion broke one of yours. Brush washers? Quan Shengnan looked up and saw he was pointing at a set of brush washers, each with a lotus petal rim, 8 pieces in total, of varying sizes. The 8 brush washers were arranged from smallest to largest on red velvet. The The set was exceptionally well preserved, with pure glaze color, radiating a sky blue brilliance all over. The most beautiful aspect was the carved design of plucked lotus branches on the brush washers, fresh, elegant, simple, and natural. Exquisite porcelain, flawless. Rukiln. Turnants, it's actually Rukiln. Yes, Rukiln is the foremost of the 5 great kilns. When Rukiln appears, all other porcelain bows in submission. Quan Shengnan picked up the smallest brush washer, carefully examining it for a moment, and said, "Among Rukiln porcelain, sky blue is the most precious, powder blue is highly esteemed, and sky blue is exceptionally rare. This is a sky blue glazed brush washer with carved patterns. As far as I know, our country only has one piece, a sky blue." Chapter 458. The onlooker sees clearly 8. A fortune is not worth a single shard of Ruware. The exquisite beauty and immense value of Ruware are known throughout the world. If even a single fragment surpasses a family fortune, how much more so a complete piece? A set of 8 pieces, breathtakingly beautiful. Quan Shengnan activated her heavenly eye to observe the past of this Ruware set. Back then, the artisans of the official kiln were ordered by Emperor Huizong of Song to fire sky blue glazed porcelain. Not long after completion, they encountered the chaos of war. The Jin soldiers invaded, Emperors Huizong and Qinzong were captured, and the rare treasures from the imperial palace were scattered from that point on. Most were destroyed in the war, a smaller portion was looted by the Jin soldiers, and very few made their way into the hands of the common people. She stroked the brush washer in her hand. Lotus patterns, lotus shape, this is a Buddhist implement. It was fired by order of Emperor Huizong of Song and bestowed upon a temple at the time, which is how it was preserved. Unfortunately, while it survived then, it couldn't withstand the erosion of hundreds of years. Hua Xiuedong nodded and said, "I remember that currently only 4 or 5 pieces of sky blue glazed Ruware are known to exist." "That's right," Quan Shengnan nodded. "Indeed, there are only 4 or 5. As for whether it's 4 or 5, she couldn't quite remember as she hadn't paid much attention. She only recalled that the sky blue glazed carved swan vase is in a museum in Hunan, while the other pieces are in the Palace Museum and the National Palace Museum in Taipei. Turnants, let's help this gentle and beautiful porcelain set return to its homeland." The 8 brush washers formed a set. Quan Shengnan felt she was already getting a great deal and didn't continue selecting other treasures. After hearing this, Arthur's admiration for her grew another degree. He smiled and said, "And you don't need to be so polite. The 8 pieces are one set, but it's still just one set. Please choose one more item to make it perfect." Quan Shengnan asked curiously, "Arthur, don't you feel heartache seeing me pick things like this? These are all treasures." No. To me, they're far less valuable than my family shares. 1% is worth hundreds of millions of US dollars. You've saved me a lot of money. Now, by using my hands to help them return home, it will also greatly benefit my future investments in your country." Since he didn't mind, Quan Shengnan didn't hesitate and immediately selected the final item. A large jade G dagger axe. The large jade G is one of the finest examples of ceremonial jade. Having endured the passage of time, its brilliance remains undiminished. Clearly, foreigners didn't understand such things and had discarded it in a corner. Arthur said, "And you don't need to pick the least valuable items. You can take those that are pretty and beautiful." Quan Shengnan shook her head with a smile. "These hold more significance." Arthur thought for a moment and agreed. They were items from their country, so they must understand them better than he did. The antiques he found beautiful might not be considered valuable by them. He glanced around the storeroom of antiques, made a round, and came out holding a pearl the size of a longan. The pearl was crystal clear and shiny, with a hole in the middle, likely taken from something. He handed it to Quan Shengnan. "My grandfather received this as a gift when he was in Shanghai. It emits a faint glow at night, very beautiful. And take it as a toy." Quan Shengnan initially wanted to decline, but when she discovered it was one of the 9 night pearls from Empress Dowager Cixi's phoenix crown, she immediately swallowed her refusal and accepted it with a smile. Of the 9 night pearls from Empress Dowager Cixi's phoenix crown, 4 were initially discovered and donated to the country, followed by 2 more later. The whereabouts of the other 3 remained unknown. She never expected the Smith family to have collected one. As they walked out of the storeroom, evening was approaching. When Hua Xiuedong bid farewell, he said, Chapter 459, Traveling Together 1. He Deming and Arthur still did not agree. He Deming had previously stated that since he brought Quan Shengnan abroad, he must also bring her back to China, while Arthur wanted to fulfill his duties as a host. However, despite their intentions to refuse, they could not withstand the heavens' favor toward Hua Xiuedong. As soon as they voiced their refusal, they each received phone calls from their subordinates. A business of Tianxia Group in the United States had encountered a problem that required He Deming's immediate attention, and it was extremely urgent. The call Arthur received, on the other hand, was about the news of the lost contract somehow leaking out. The cooperating party had grown suspicious and demanded to review the contract between both parties to confirm the next steps of the project. Neither of these matters could be resolved overnight. Quan Shengnan had just arrived in the United States and was unfamiliar with the place and the people. They were not comfortable leaving her alone at Arthur's villa. After inquiring about Quan Shengnan's wishes, he Deming and Arthur had no choice but to agree to let Hu Xiuedong pick her up. Returning to his residence from the main house of the Smith family, Hu Xiuedong dealt with the backlog of work from the day. He had come to the United States to inspect the company's operations here and had not known beforehand that Quan Shengnan was coming to the United States. If he wanted to take Quan Shengnan out to explore tomorrow, he had to arrange his work in advance. By the time Hu Xiuedong finished handling some of the work and arrangements for the next day, it was already late at night. He instructed Secretary Chen, unless there is something particularly urgent, don't look for me tomorrow. I need a day off. If anything unexpected comes up, handle it as you see fit. If you can't manage it, then notify me. Understood. Secretary Chen, thinking of Quan Shengnan's arrival, nodded understandingly. He had worked for Hu Xiuedong for many years and was his capable assistant. He knew that Hu Xiuedong's decisions were never to be changed. Moreover, he handled some of Hu Xiuedong's work himself. He flipped through his notes and said, "By the way, sir, Sylvia also arrived in the United States today. Hearing that you are here, she specifically called to invite you to dinner and catch up. I told her you weren't at the residence, and she said she would wait for your reply tonight." There were 3 major groups in Hong Kong: Tianxia Group, Hu Group, and Zhongjin Group. Sylvia was the chairperson of Zhongjin Group, and her Chinese name was Liang Wenwan. Zhongjin Group was not an enterprise Liang Wenwan had built herself, but one she had inherited from her husband, Zhongjin, 3 years ago. When Zhongjin passed away from illness at the age of 50, Liang Wenwan, a young woman of 28, inherited her late husband's assets and immediately became Hong Kong's wealthiest woman, with a fortune of tens of billions, joining the ranks of Hong Kong's super-rich and enjoying immense prestige. Liang Wenwan was young, beautiful, visionary, decisive, and came from a prestigious family with an excellent education. Over the past 3 years, although her limited vision had prevented her from expanding Zhongjin Group as significantly as Tianxia and Hu Group, her outstanding abilities ensured that her assets did not shrink, and the group remained ranked third. A young, beautiful woman with a fortune of tens of billions naturally had hundreds of suitors vying for her attention. Hong Kong was relatively open and unabashed in such matters. Liang Wenwan showed no warmth or favor to any of her suitors, maintaining a cold and aloof demeanor, as if she intended to remain chaste in memory of her late husband. However, 3 years after Zhongjin's death, or more precisely, about 3 months ago, she publicly stated in an interview that she greatly admired Hu Xiuedong's character and conduct, believing he met her criteria for a partner. As soon as this interview was published, it caused an uproar in Hong Kong. Liang Wenwan, the chairperson of Zhongjin Group, had actually set her sights on Hu Xiuedong, the chairperson of Hu Group, who was 3 years young. Chapter 460, Traveling Together Too. That Liang Mankun, Hong Kong's richest woman, had set her sights on Fok Yet Tung, who possessed even greater wealth and talent than herself, came as no surprise to anyone. Wealthy women mostly choose men who are even wealthier and more powerful than themselves. Women who marry down are not unheard of, but they are relatively rare. For a woman as capable and asset-rich as Liang Mankun to want to marry Hong Kong's #1 diamond bachelor, no one would laugh at her. On the contrary, they would find it perfectly natural. Why? Because Liang Mankun has money and status. If a woman with no money and no status at 31 said she wanted to marry Fok Yet Tung, she would undoubtedly face public ridicule. That is reality. In reality, no woman was wealthier than Liang Mankun. If Fok Yet Tung did not marry Liang Mankun, it would absolutely be a great loss. Even if Fok Yet Tung married later, his wife would definitely not have Liang Mankun's fortune. Therefore, many people were quite pleased with this prospect. Age was not an issue. An older wife brings fortune. However, Fok Yet Tung had never been married and had always maintained a spotless reputation. Many people felt Liang Mankun was not good enough for him. It wasn't discrimination against a young widow, but compared to Fok Yet Tung, she was indeed lacking in many aspects. Fok Yet Tung was gentle, refined, and socially adept, with an excellent reputation in the business world. He was always amiable, and his tactful nature never left anyone feeling embarrassed. Surprisingly, in this matter, he responded very quickly. Just a few days after Liang Mankun's exclusive interview was published, a reporter asked Fok Yet Tung about this issue during an interview. Unlike before, when he would not answer questions about his private life, Fok Yet Tung politely stated immediately, "I feel unworthy of such praise. I currently have no plans to seek my other half, so I hope Ms. Liang can find her own happiness soon. These words were tantamount to a direct rejection of Liang Mankun. Decisive, without any delay. In this matter, Fok Yet-tung completely abandoned his usual mild-mannered approach to other issues and handled it with remarkable decisiveness. The reporter at the time had asked Fok Yet-tung about his ideal partner, but he did not answer. Normally, when someone is rejected, they should just smile and move on. But Liang Mankun was not like that. Instead, she admired Fok Yet-tung even more. Whenever there was cooperation between the Qingjun group and the Fok group, she would personally handle it. As two of Hong Kong's top 3 major conglomerates, their business dealings were intricately connected, with over 20 years of collaboration. Fok Yet-tung was a businessman. He would not sever cooperative projects between the two major groups over this. Liang Mankun seemed to have pinpointed this, and coupled with their previous friendship, she repeatedly requested meetings with him. Hearing Secretary Chan's words, Fok Yet-tung frowned. In front of subordinates and outsiders, he never showed his emotions, but his frown at this moment was quite revealing. Secretary Chan seized the opportunity and said, "I will call Sylvia immediately and say that you are quite busy during your time in the US and cannot spare the time. Please ask for her understanding." Secretary Chan admired Liang Mankun's courage, but at the same time, felt a slight disdain. Although gender equality is emphasized nowadays, and pursuing men or women is considered the same, the elder Mr. Fok and Mrs. Fok are quite traditional. They particularly dislike women who chase after men. Moreover, Liang Mankun had been married before, and was a widow who lost her husband after less than 8 years of marriage. From the very beginning, Liang Mankun had not met. Chapter 461, Traveling Together 3. The elderly couple had been hand in hand for half a century, as loving as ever, and they hoped that Hu Xuedong could also meet a partner worthy of growing old together with him. At the very least, she should come from a respectable background and have self-respect. Influenced by the elderly couple over the years, Secretary Chen also felt that a girl who was pursued appeared more dignified, while one who offered herself seemed too cheap. Of course, this was mainly because Hu Xuedong had no interest in Liang Wan. Since Hu Xuedong had no interest in her, Secretary Chen, as a subordinate, didn't need to be overly cautious. Seeing that after he said this, Hu Xuedong's brows relaxed and his expression softened, he knew his approach was very much to the gentleman's liking. He couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he secretly made a mental note. In the future, unless it involved business between the two groups, he would try to decline Liang Wenjuan's invitations whenever possible. Secretary Chen had nothing else to report and was about to take his leave when he suddenly heard Hu Xuedong ask, "How is the progress on the jade hairpin I commissioned?" Jade hairpin? Secretary Chen jolted, immediately recalling that Hu Xuedong had acquired a piece of top-quality mutton-fat jade from the Kunlun Mountains and had commissioned a master jade carver from his company to meticulously carve it. He replied, "Master Zhou is currently in seclusion, so the specific progress is unknown. If you'd like to know, I'll go back and inquire." Hu Xuedong nodded and said, "Other tasks can be set aside for now. Prioritize the jade hairpin. I want to see the finished product before February." "Understood. I will convey this to Master Zhou." After saying this, Secretary Chen suddenly had a thought and tentatively asked, "Sir, is this meant as a birthday gift for Miss Shengnan?" He asked this because the gift for Madame Qin had already been prepared. A set of ice-type Fulu-show jadeite jewelry. Only Quan Shengnan shared the same birthday as Madame Qin. Every year on her birthday, Hu Xuedong never forgot to prepare a gift for her. Last year, Tongxing Diamond Company made a pink diamond bracelet based on his design for Quan Shengnan, one of a kind. The year before that, it was 2 pieces of Ming Dynasty lamp-blacking sticks. This year, the design for the jade hairpin was also personally drawn by Hu Xuedong. Secretary Chen had seen the design draft. It was exceptionally beautiful. In response to Secretary Chen's question, Hu Xuedong nodded naturally. In ancient times, 15 was the age of the hairpinning ceremony, similar to how many people celebrate their 18th birthday today. It deserves a grand celebration. The pin in the hairpinning ceremony referred to the hairpin used to tie up the hair. Secretary Chen's insight was far inferior to He Deming's. He smiled and said, "Miss Shengnan will surely be delighted to receive your gift, sir." The gifts Hu Xuedong gave her always seemed to hit the mark. Just as the gifts Quan Shengnan gave Hu Xuedong were always things he liked. Secretary Chen always found this somewhat puzzling. He wasn't at all surprised that Hu Xuedong understood Quan Shengnan. Hu Xuedong made it a point to thoroughly understand everyone he knew, including their personalities and preferences. But how did Quan Shengnan understand Hu Xuedong so well? Was it truly due to her mystical foresight? Secretary Chen couldn't figure it out, so he didn't dwell on it further. This remark clearly pleased Hu Xuedong. He said cheerfully, "I'll be sightseeing with Nanan tomorrow. Pay attention to the arrangements for the entourage. Everything must be properly organized." Rest assured, sir. Secretary Chen certainly understood Quan Shengnan's importance. Prepare more cash. I might take Nanan to the nearby antique market, so it's best to be prepared. Hua Xuedong understood Quan Shengnan's hobbies all too well. The reason she hadn't opened an antique shop yet, claiming it was because Lin Xiaoxue had given birth to 2 children and couldn't manage it, was actually because she couldn't bear to part. Chapter 462, Traveling Together 4. The number of cultural relics from her own country that had ended up in the United States was the highest, an astonishingly large amount. It should be said that the number scattered overseas was no less than, if not more than, those remaining within the country. Many of the antiques collected by Hua Xuedong and his uncle and aunt actually came from the United States and other European and American countries, while relatively few were purchased from the mainland. Even when buying antiques on the mainland, they were generally kept there and not taken out of the country. Whenever he came to the United States, unless his schedule was particularly tight, he would visit antique markets and flea markets. Coming from a prominent family, he had a keen eye. Although he occasionally made mistakes, 7 or 8 out of 10 times, he would acquire genuine items. The losses were negligible compared to the gains. So, the next day when he picked up Quan Shengnan and mentioned going to the antique market, she was especially delighted. This time, I was able to quickly get my passport and come abroad without any hindrance, thanks largely to Grandpa's efforts. Several leaders turned a blind eye to his actions. I want to find more treasures to bring back and donate to the country for free. As for her own collection, she had grown attached to it and couldn't bear to part with it just yet. Hua Xuedong agreed, saying, when the time is right, it's very necessary to give back to the country and society. You think so too? Quan Shengnan beamed, feeling wonderful that someone understood her intentions. Buying things at the antique market involved cash transactions. Unlike the future when card payments would become popular, Quan Shengnan suggested withdrawing some US dollars first for backup. When she bought things, especially antiques, she didn't like using other people's money. She knew Hua Xuedong wouldn't mind. Even if he paid for something, he would eventually give it to her. But she felt it wasn't quite right and preferred to buy things with her own money. If you see something you like, I'll let you have it, really. Quan Shengnan glanced at Hua Xuedong's expression and said. Hua Xuedong's response was to reach out and ruffle her beautiful hair. While out and about in the bustling streets, Quan Shengnan wore no jewelry. Her waist-length hair cascaded over her chest and shoulders, glossy, dark, and smooth, like a piece of black satin. Not only was it beautiful, but it also felt wonderful to the touch. Her clothes were still the ones she wore the day before, a moon-white satin jacket and a white silk skirt with red plum blossoms. Because of the cold, she wore a white brocade round collar, front-buttoned coat over them, and a light red scarf. She looked fresh, elegant, pure, and charming. On the way there by car, Hua Xuedong asked, I remember you mentioned opening a shop selling traditional clothing? When do you plan to open? Be sure to send me an invitation so I can celebrate your opening. It's just a small shop. Won't it interfere with your work? You're a very busy man, making millions in a minute. No one can make millions in a minute. This is your first shop. It deserves attention. Quan Shengnan happily promised to send him an invitation and took the opportunity to ask Hua Xuedong for some business advice. Hua Xuedong thought for a moment and said, you already have embroiderers who also work as tailors, so you don't need to worry about manpower. Right, I plan to focus on pure handmade custom orders. I don't need to worry about fabrics either. My own factory produces traditional craft fabrics like brocade, silk, and kesai. Cotton cloth is actually great for clothes, comfortable and breathable. Once the business is on track, I'm thinking of adding cotton weaving to the silk factory. Chapter 463, Traveling Together 5. Quan Shengnan looked eagerly at Hua Xuedong, wanting to hear his opinion. This was her first time opening a shop, and she felt quite apprehensive. Hua Xuedong asked, are you only planning to do a women's clothing brand, or will you also do men's clothing? Women's clothing has more variety, while men's clothing is relatively simpler. Also, when it comes to traditional attire, men rarely wear it. Just the women's clothing brand, but I can also take orders for men's clothing. Some elderly people like tang suits and similar styles, and she didn't want to miss that opportunity. Of course, the main focus would be women's clothing. Pure handmade, custom traditional clothing has great prospects. What the upper class likes most is uniqueness, especially since gu embroidery can add a lot of value. At the beginning, you could start with cheongsams. There are quite a few people in high society who like cheongsams. They can be worn casually or on formal occasions. They are very striking. That's exactly what I plan to do. Once I've built up a reputation, I'll design clothing with Chinese style. Take it step by step, one thing at a time. A brand always needs a process of accumulation. Hua Xuedong suggested, before opening the shop, you could have the embroiderers rush to make some clothes and give them to the elders who often attend formal occasions. They are the best form of promotion. Quan Shengnan gave him an appreciative look and said with a smile, "I won't miss this opportunity." The celebrity effect is extraordinary. This was her first shop, relatively small in scale, not the kind of clothing mass-produced by machines. For now, there was no need for widespread advertising. It would be enough for word to spread within the circle. Pure handmade custom pieces are expensive, and the high price is enough to make up for the lack of sales volume. Everything else can be expanded gradually. Hua Xiuedong laughed. "If you really do this, it will take quite some time. Handmade sewing isn't something that can be done in a day or two. And Quan Shengnan's elders are quite numerous. It won't be that slow. Fabrics like brocade and keisai already have patterns that are three-dimensional and eye-catching. Even silk has certain patterns. Most don't need extra embellishment. After sewing the garment, just embroider some patterns on the borders like the collar, front placket, cuffs, and hem to add a touch of color." "That makes sense. When you open, I'll order a set for my mother and my aunt first." "No need. When the time comes, I'll give one set each to Grandma Qin and Madame Hua. Grandma Qin's birthday is coming up soon. It's the best time for promotion. I can estimate Grandma Qin's measurements by sight, but for Madame Hua's measurements, I'll trouble you to go back and ask clearly, then tell me." Hua Xiuedong thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Will you make them yourself? Or hand them over to the embroiderers?" "These clothes aren't fully embroidered, and the material is cloud brocade. I can complete them myself. There's no need to specifically give them to the embroiderers. If she focused, she could finish a set of clothes in 2 or 3 days. Then I'll leave it to you. If I take them back for my aunt, she'll definitely like them very much." Quan Shengnan stared at him for a long while before suddenly asking a question. "When does the private cultural relics transaction you mentioned roughly start? And when does it end?" "It starts in 3 days and lasts for 3 days in total. This is a private transaction on the black market. Without an acquaintance to lead the way, it's very difficult to know the location. The venue often changes and isn't notified to the clients until just before it starts." Hua Xiuedong explained. "There should be places selling things like silk and silk thread here, right?" "Of course there are. Not only are there some, but there are many. Our country's silk at Chapter 464, Traveling Together 6. There are countless foreigners who love silk and porcelain. Many Chinese people live abroad, and there are Chinatowns in various places. This situation has led to traditional items from their own country being very popular abroad. There are many shops locally that deal in such goods." After Hua Xiuedong finished speaking, he continued, "Under the Hua Group, there is a company specializing in exporting these traditional craft products, all produced by factories I invested in. Especially silk and tea, there are many shops in the United States. Not far from the antique market, there is a shop dealing in silk because many Chinese and people of Chinese descent go to the antique market to hunt for treasures." "That's right. Aren't the things from my factories exported overseas through your company?" With the connections of the Hua Group and the Tianxia Group, the factories she acquired finally turned losses into profits. Last year's income, after deducting various expenses, resulted in a personal net income of about 3 million. She exclaimed in amazement, "The Hua Group is involved in so many industries. Is there anything you haven't touched?" "There are jewelry companies, clothing companies, catering, real estate, electronics, daily chemicals, traditional crafts, and so on." She couldn't even count them all. Hua Xiuedong said indifferently, "Although the Hua Group is involved in many industries, most are subsidiaries, each with its own CEO in charge. They're small-scale and not worth mentioning. The parent company of the group mainly focuses on industries related to basic necessities like clothing, food, housing, and transportation." "Small-scale? Not worth mentioning?" Quan Shengnan frowned slightly when she heard this. She didn't know about the other subsidiaries of the Hua Group, but Tongxing Diamond Company alone earned her over 100 million in dividends last year. After reinvesting, the net dividend was over 40 million, definitely not something that could be described as small-scale or not worth mentioning. Hua Xiuedong's investments are extremely precise, and almost none of them fail to make a profit. Even industries that are not profitable, once in his hands, always turn losses into gains and make huge profits. He is a born businessman, naturally suited for this line of work. When they arrived at the antique market and got out of the car, Quan Shengnan suggested going to the silk shop first to select some fabrics. Hua Xiuedong accompanied her inside to choose. He had already guessed a bit, but still asked, "What are you buying these fabrics for?" "I can make 2 sets of clothes during my few days in the United States. After returning to China, you can take them directly back to Hong Kong. Isn't that great?" As Quan Shengnan spoke, she looked around the shop. The shop was spacious, with luxurious decor. Since it sold expensive items like silk and some exquisite embroidered goods, such as round fans, hanging screens, and small folding screens, the antique-style background walls were elegant and classic. The shop manager didn't recognize Hua Xiuedong, but she and the staff had undergone professional training and had seen photos of the big boss. At first, they didn't recognize him, but when Hua Xuedong and Quan Shengnan discussed in Chinese which fabric was better and which pattern was more suitable, the shop manager finally recognized Hua Xuedong. She hurried forward to greet him and personally attended to them. The female manager, named Julie, was a 30-year-old Chinese-American who had held this position for 3 years. She was fluent in both English and Chinese, enthusiastic but not overly so. Hua Xuedong waved his hand calmly. Go about your work. We'll choose on our own. Julie obediently stepped back and instructed the other staff to bring out the best silk products. Turnants, what color clothes does the old lady like? And what about Big Hua? Quan Shengnan looked and looked again, still feeling that the yun brocade produced in her Chapter 465, Traveling Together 7. Hua Xuedong walked over and examined for a moment, then pointed at a large red cloud pattern brocade with the 5 bats surrounding longevity motif and said, My aunt, as she's gotten older, has actually come to prefer bright colors. She says wearing them doesn't make her seem old and dreary. I think this one is quite nice. Some elderly people like bright reds and greens. Even if their clothes aren't entirely red or green, they might have red or green trims, carry a red or green handkerchief, or have bright, colorful patterns embroidered on their clothes. My grandmother was like that. It made her look very spirited. She said many elderly ladies of certain backgrounds like to do this. Quan Shengnan wasn't the least bit surprised that Madame Hua favored bright red. In her understanding, many elderly ladies were like this. After selecting the fabric for Madame Hua's clothes, Quan Shengnan remembered how deeply in love the old couple had been their whole lives. They were well suited for matching couple-style outfits, so she picked another piece of cloud pattern brocade also featuring the 5 bats surrounding longevity motif, but with a sapphire blue background. Like the large red brocade, the 5 bats surrounding longevity pattern on this one was also woven entirely with gold thread. The so-called 5 bats surrounding longevity depicts 5 bats encircling a longevity character in seal script, with the entire pattern forming a circle. Bats, in Chinese, are homophones for fortune. The symbolism of 5 bats surrounding longevity is beautiful and very suitable for the elderly. On her birthdays, Madame Hua always sent her gifts, probably out of gratitude for helping Hua Xuedong avert a disaster. Although Quan Shengnan had also sent gifts through Hua Xuedong on Mr. and Madame Hua's birthdays, she had never given them clothes made by her own hands. This silk shop had everything related to silk and embroidery. Perhaps because they sold embroidery supplies, Quan Shengnan carefully selected some assorted fabric scraps, needles, and threads next. She packed them into a bag. Hua Xuedong took it, handed it to a bodyguard to take back to the car, and then led Quan Shengnan out of the shop, heading towards the bustling antique market. The antique market was indeed very close to the silk shop, just a few steps away. From afar, they could already hear the clamor of the antique market, and their eyes were met with a sea of people. Stepping inside, Quan Shengnan saw many stalls and tents on both sides, filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful things, some from the east, some from the west, but mostly second-hand items previously used by Americans themselves. It had everything one could imagine. Hua Xuedong explained, actually, the antique market started as a flea market. Americans would sell their unwanted used items, which both helped supplement their income and freed up living space. American children are quite independent. Many of the people selling second-hand household goods are kids, though of course, adults do it too. Quan Shengnan had already noticed this point. Many boys and girls were enthusiastically receiving customers, trying hard to persuade them to buy their things. After watching for a while, Quan Shengnan sighed, in our country, children this age are still living under their parents' protection. Many don't have to worry about life's necessities. Here, children start becoming independent early, working and earning money. Completely different upbringing shape completely different characters. After the implementation of the family planning policy, parents doting on their only children has led to more and more young adults continuously relying on their parents. Hua Xuedong held her hand, carefully navigating through the brushing crowds, and said with a light laugh, Our country's traditions have been passed down for thousands of years. It's not something you can change. You're so young, at an age like a flower just blooming. You should properly enjoy life and not worry too much. Quan Shengnan didn't notice her hand being held by him, nor did she notice how closely she was leaning against Hua Xuedong. She only knew there were Chapter 466, Traveling Together 8. Quan Shengnan noticed that here, most people were from her own country, tourists, local Chinese residents, or ethnic Chinese, all conversing in Chinese, which felt very familiar. Hua Xuedong noticed her gaze and said, It's quite normal. Many people from our country come here to hunt for treasures. Do many tourists come too? I see some tourists browsing second-hand clothing stores of celebrities. Most of these tourists were women, and they looked delighted after buying the clothes they wanted. Hua Xuedong led her into a tent filled with artifacts from the east. Porcelain, wood carvings, paintings, calligraphy, jade artifacts, and more, everything was dazzlingly displayed. These items were neatly arranged on wooden boards by category, making them easy to see at a glance. The stall owner was an enthusiastic and cheerful American man, around 40 years old. He was already attending to some customers who had entered, but when he saw Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan, he immediately walked over. "Hey, Terrence, it's been a while since you last came. Did you bring a little fairy with you today?" Quan Shengnan was taken aback and turned to look at Hu Xuedong. "Terrence, you know the owner well? He actually recognizes you." Hu Xuedong nodded and smiled. "I often come to the antique market and have bought several porcelain pieces from Tom." Quan Shengnan was shocked. She couldn't imagine it. Hu Xuedong should be refined, reserved, and accustomed to the ambience of fine wine, not the hustle and bustle of an antique market. It was only then that she noticed Hu Xuedong's attire today was very casual, unlike the sharp suit he wore yesterday. 8 years ago, he had the handsomeness of a 20-year-old and the steadiness of a 30-year-old. Now, 8 years later, apart from his increasingly composed demeanor, his appearance hadn't changed at all. He didn't look like he was 28. Quan Shengnan couldn't help but recall her first encounter with Hu Xuedong in her past life. When she cured his leg, he was almost 50, but looked like he was in his 30s, showing no signs of aging. Unaware that she was thinking of her past life, Hu Xuedong smiled at Tom and said, "Tom, this is Annie, my best friend. If she takes a liking to any of your goods later, you should give her a good price." Upon hearing this, Tom enthusiastically spread his arms, attempting to give Quan Shengnan a hug. Unfortunately, Hu Xuedong avoided it by saying she was very shy. Tom often interacted with Eastern tourists and didn't mind. He lowered his arms and said, "You Easterners are just too shy." Quan Shengnan couldn't help but laugh. A customer showed interest in an item, and Tom looked apologetically at the two. Hu Xuedong said, "Go ahead and attend to them. We'll look around on our own." Tom immediately replied, "Take your time looking," and quickly walked away from them. Remembering her purpose for coming, Quan Shengnan pulled Hu Xuedong along to look at the items. Hu Xuedong whispered, "Tom mainly deals in handicrafts from the East, but among them, there are always some good pieces. However, truly good items are rare. Foreigners who purchase artifacts from domestic relic smugglers often buy them at high prices, so they naturally don't sell them cheaply. Many are sent to auction houses for bidding." Quan Shengnan sighed. Tomb raiders and relic smugglers are rampant precisely because most of the artifacts they steal are sold abroad. Whose fault is it, really, that the cultural relics and national treasures of our country are lost? First, our own country suffered humiliation and lost sovereignty, causing countless treasures of gold, silver, and jewels to flow into foreign hands. Then, the eight-nation alliance invaded the capital, and the Garden of Perfect Brightness was reduced to ashes. The rare treasures within were all lost overseas, leaving only ruins to remind people of the humiliation of those years. Finally, domestic tomb raiders and relic smugglers, finding it difficult to sell within the country, resorted to smuggling artifacts abroad, a practice that has persisted despite repeated prohibitions. "What do you think of this item?" Hu Xuedong picked up an artifact and asked her. Quan Shengnan's gaze fell upon Chapter 467, A Hint of Realization 1. It was a dark green jasper bracelet in the most traditional round bracelet style. Its texture was fine and smooth, like grease, with a transparent, almost glass-like luster. The color was pure and even, vibrant yet dignified. Hu Xuedong smiled as he placed the jade bracelet in her palm, then picked up another one himself. Tom's shop had a pile of bracelets, all laid out separately on a piece of black velvet. There were wooden ones, plastic ones, glass ones, ivory ones, jadeite ones, jade ones, lacquer-carved ones, cloisonné ones. They were piled together in a riot of colors, making it difficult to distinguish the good from the bad. 90% of them were made of wood, plastic, or glass. There were also quite a few cloisonné pieces, exquisitely crafted with a strong Eastern style. Bracelets made from the other materials were few and far between, and even when present, their quality wasn't particularly good. Moreover, the mere dozen or so jade and jadeite bracelets were all mixed in with the glass ones. At first glance, this pair of jasper bracelets looked quite similar to green glass products. Only those with a discerning eye could tell they were jasper, not glass. No wonder Hu Xuedong said Tom mainly dealt in handicrafts here. That was indeed the case. These bracelets couldn't be described as fakes because they weren't imitations of any antique-level bracelets. The palm was fair, the round bracelet dark green. One white, one green. The contrast was strikingly vivid. "Your eye is amazing, picking out the best so precisely from that huge pile of bracelets," Quan Shengnan giggled, holding the jade bracelet. She took a look. The jade and jadeite bracelets in that pile weren't made from particularly good material. Some had a few cracks, others had some black spots, all had flaws. The glass bracelets were rather plain. The most beautiful and eye-catching ones were actually the lacquer-carved, cloisonné, and plastic bracelets with their bright colors, novel styles, and intricate patterns. Some wooden bracelets had simple and elegant and unique carved patterns, which were also quite eye-catching. Hua Xiuedong whispered, "Tom hasn't studied our country's antiques and can't tell the difference between glass and good jade. He's not involved in cultural relic smuggling, he only deals in handicrafts. He doesn't even know if there are any good items mixed in with his stock." Without careful observation, many people would mistake jasper bracelets with a glassy luster for glass products. Quan Shengnan also lowered her voice, "Is that so? Did you used to find good stuff this way before?" "Exactly. Those with a good eye can easily hunt for and find good items in foreign antique markets." Hua Xiuedong placed the other bracelet in her hand as well. "Do you like them?" "I do." Quan Shengnan closed her fingers, grasping both jade bracelets. "I'll buy them for you." "No need. I'll buy my own things myself," Quan Shengnan quickly said. Sure enough, her temperament was just like before, never willing to take even the slightest advantage from others. Hua Xiuedong didn't insist and immediately relented. "All right, you hold on to them for now. Pay for them later along with the other things." "I think this pair of bracelets should be from the late Qing dynasty." Not only were they from the late Qing, but they were also jasper products that had flowed out from the imperial palace. After the later years of the Qianlong emperor's reign, jasper became a relatively commonly used type of jade in the imperial palace. Empress Dowager Cixi loved luxury and adored jadeite, but there were also quite a few nephrite, soft jade, items around her, many among her burial objects. Although this pair of jade bracelets wasn't used by Cixi herself, her niece, Empress Dowager Longyu, had worn them. Many people might not be familiar with Empress Dowager Longyu, but mentioning the Guangxu Emperor, who initiated the 100 Days reform that ultimately failed, should make things clearer. Empress Dowager Longyu was precisely the wife of the Guangxu Emperor. Chapter 468, A Sense of Awareness 2. She was a tragic figure in history. Older than Emperor Guangxu and with an unattractive appearance, despite being gentle, kind, and virtuous in character, she still failed to win Emperor Guangxu's affection. Men, especially an emperor, often judged by appearances. His greatest favor was reserved for Consort Jin, who entered the palace at 13, first appointed as a concubine and later promoted to consort. She was lively, beautiful, and well-versed in Western learning. Did Empress Longyu have no merits at all? No, she did. As the niece of Empress Dowager Cixi, she came from a noble background, handled interpersonal relations well, and was certainly literate and educated. Unfortunately, she lacked a beautiful appearance. Consort Jin was more favored than her elder sister, Consort Jean, precisely because Consort Jean was not as beautiful, talented, or cheerful as she was. Of course, another important reason Emperor Guangxu disliked Empress Longyu was that she was Empress Dowager Cixi's niece, not a queen he had willingly chosen to marry. In later generations, many unofficial histories, TV dramas, and novels have portrayed her as a villain jealous of Consort Jin, spying on Emperor Guangxu, opposing reforms, reporting to Empress Dowager Cixi, and being short-sighted. All to highlight Emperor Guangxu and Consort Jin's love and their courage in supporting reforms. In reality, true history is quite different from such portrayals. Consort Jin was deeply favored by Emperor Guangxu. Beautiful and intelligent, she often accompanied him and naturally understood him well. Because she understood him, she cared for him, supported his reforms, and backed him in his resistance against Empress Dowager Cixi. In the end, she was drowned in a deep well on Empress Dowager Cixi's orders. Thus, in the eyes of the world, Consort Jin became a righteous and noble figure. In reality, she was not an untainted white lotus flower. She came and went from Emperor Guangxu's hall of mental cultivation as if it were her own. She ran a photography studio, rode in an 8-person sedan chair, dressed in men's clothing, wore dragon robes, and donned a pearl garment. The pearl garment, a luxurious and beautiful shawl made from 1,000 pearls on Emperor Guangxu's orders, was eventually discovered by Empress Dowager Cixi. Consort Jin dismantled the garment and returned the pearls. Emperor Guangxu's favor and the flattery of those below her made her lose her sense of self. Due to her extravagant tastes, the allowances for consorts were insufficient for her spending, so she engaged in the buying and selling of official positions. These actions earned Empress Dowager Cixi's enmity, and coupled with Emperor Guangxu's neglect of Empress Longyu for her sake, she was ultimately killed by Empress Dowager Cixi. Compared to Empress Dowager Cixi's misdeeds and the loss of sovereignty and humiliation of the nation, Consort Jin's wrongdoings were far fewer and more innocent. But compared to Empress Longyu, it was Empress Longyu who was innocent. At the very least, many of the things Consort Jin did were never done by Empress Longyu. The style of this pair of jade bracelets was very ordinary, understated and restrained, perfectly matching Empress Longyu's temperament. Quan Shengnan toyed with the jade bracelets, feeling their smooth, creamy texture in her palm. Recalling the origins of the bracelets as seen through her heavenly eye and thinking of the tragedy of Empress Longyu's life, she silently sighed. Indeed, many antiques have their own stories. Handing the jade bracelets to her bodyguard to hold, Quan Shengnan strolled over to the porcelain section and examined them carefully. There were a great many porcelain items in Tom's tent, occupying half the space. They were dazzlingly colorful and of very high quality, with a large portion being antique imitations, making it even harder to distinguish between ancient and modern pieces. Foreigners indeed seemed to prefer silk, porcelain, and tea. Selecting ancient porcelain from such a vast collection was no easy task. Quan Shengnan wanted to continue exploring the antique market and lacked the patience to examine each piece one by one. Releasing her earth pupils, she immediately pointed to a white porcelain vase in a remote corner and said to Tom, who had just seen off a customer and walked over, "Tom, could you please bring—" Chapter 469, A Hint of Awareness 3. While Tom was fetching the white porcelain purification vase, Quan Shengnan subsequently took a liking to a pair of blue and white porcelain plates and a formidable rose celestial sphere vase. Tom beamed with joy as he brought her chosen items to the counter. The white porcelain purification vase was as white as jade, the blue and white porcelain plates were elegantly simple and fresh, and the formidable rose celestial sphere vase was brilliantly colorful and exceptionally magnificent. All of these pieces were top grade among porcelain wares. Tom knew what many visitors from the East were browsing for. They wanted to buy antiques from their own country. He believed that Quan Shengnan's act of selecting items at a glance wasn't about choosing antiques, but rather about buying beautiful handicrafts she liked, because those who bought antiques would always observe carefully, study meticulously, and then decide whether to buy or not. Quan Shengnan's original intention was not to waste time. She never expected that in Tom's mind, he thought she was buying not antiques, but ordinary handicrafts. He Xuedong rested his hand on the counter, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flashing in his eyes. Others might not be clear, but he understood Quan Shengnan's discerning eye very well. Counterfeits flooded the market, many of them deceptively realistic. When he selected antiques, he was always quite cautious and careful, requiring significant effort and a keen eye. Only Quan Shengnan could distinguish authenticity at a glance. He watched as Quan Shengnan turned and walked over to a pile of wood carvings. She picked through them and finally selected a deep purple statue of Maitreya. Then, from the cloisonné products, she chose a small snuff bottle, and from the jade items, she selected a simply carved bronze horse. Placing these items on the counter, Quan Shengnan declared grandly, "Tom, please calculate how much it all costs." He Xuedong reached out and picked up the wooden guanyin statue. It felt surprisingly heavy in his hand. He was startled. Ordinary wood carvings weren't this heavy. With that thought, He Xuedong lowered his head to carefully examine the guanyin statue in his hand. This guanyin statue was about 15 centimeters tall, its entire body a deep purple, exceptionally glossy and smooth. This glossy sheen seemed to emanate from within, deep, rich, dignified, and noble. He Xuedong gently moved his nose and caught an extremely faint, subtle fragrance coming from the Maitreya statue. This is... Before he could ponder further, he heard Tom say, "Annie, since you're with Terrence, I'll just charge you the cost price. That pair of glass bracelets and the cloisonné snuff bottle will be $15 for you. The wood carving is $20, the bronze horse is $30. The porcelain is the most expensive. I bought them as top-quality handicrafts. The white vase cost $120, the blue and white pieces $100, and the celestial sphere vase was the most expensive. I paid $200 for it." He calculated quickly and gave the total. That comes to $485 in total. Quan Shengnan promptly paid Tom $500, saying, "Tom, do you have something I can pack the porcelain in?" She didn't want to carry the porcelain out in the open. Perceptive people might recognize their value. The jadeite bracelets, snuff bottle, and wooden Maitreya statue were fine. They were small and easy to pack. But the bronze horse and porcelain were different, especially the celestial sphere vase and the white porcelain purification vase, which were quite large. Yes, there are special gift boxes for porcelain. I'll give them to you, no charge." After saying this and giving her the change, Tom brought over 3 gift boxes prepared according to the porcelain's dimensions. Inside the boxes were white foam inserts carved to fit the shape of the porcelain, allowing the pieces to be embedded securely to prevent damage from collisions. There weren't suitable gift boxes for the bronze horse, wood carving, bracelets, or snuff bottle. Tom gave her a small box for the bracelets and the wooden snuff bottle, and a large cardboard box for the bronze horse. Quan Shengnan was dumbfounded. Was she supposed to continue browsing? Chapter 470, A Sense of Something 4. She hadn't expected to find so many good things in the very first tent she entered. A miscalculation, a serious miscalculation. She glanced at He Xuedong. Should we take these things back to the car first before going further in? Hua Xiuedong shook his head, instructing the bodyguard beside him to take the items back to the car first. He and Quan Shengnan waited at Tom's place. When the bodyguard returned, they bid farewell to Tom and headed deeper inside. The variety of items in the antique market was overwhelming, dazzling Quan Shengnan's eyes. Without the good fortune she had at Tom's tent, she looked through over 10 tents and stalls in a row without finding anything worth buying. Hua Xiuedong remained as composed as ever, showing no trace of impatience. He asked, "That Guanyin statue is carved from rosewood, isn't it?" That Guanyin statue had a benevolent and dignified appearance, with finely detailed robe folds and a lifelike face. Gazing upon its face, one immediately felt its compassion. The carving technique and craftsmanship were first-rate, flowing as smoothly as floating clouds and running water, making it a superior work among wood carvings. Because the two elders of the Hua family were particularly fond of rosewood, they had collected a few rosewood pieces, but all were slightly inferior. While examining the Guanyin statue, he had noticed that its overall tone was deep and its style antique and elegant. It should be a rosewood carving with some age. Unfortunately, time didn't permit further observation, otherwise he could have determined whether it was made of Dalbergia lovelii or Dalbergia odorifera. "Oh, you noticed?" Quan Shengnan turned back in surprise, her eyes clear as a spring, bright as stars. Hua Xiuedong felt a slight stir in his heart, forcefully suppressing the depth in his gaze. "I just didn't have time to determine which type of rosewood it is." Quan Shengnan smiled. "It's Dalbergia odorifera. The grain patterns like stripes and ribbons on the cross-section of Dalbergia lovelii are slightly wider, and it often appears purplish-brown later on. But the surface of this Guanyin statue is a deep purple, almost black, with an oily sheen like lacquer. At first glance, the grain is almost invisible, but upon closer look, it shows the ox hair, grain, and golden flecks. Dalbergia odorifera is the true rosewood in the meaningful sense. The imperial wood refers precisely to this type. Although she relied on her earth pupil to appraise antiques and determine their authenticity, she had also put in considerable effort in the field of appraisal under the guidance of several elders. Hua Xiuedong praised, "Your discerning eye is indeed sharp. Among hundreds of wood carvings, you picked out a masterpiece at a glance. Among thousands of porcelain pieces, I also picked out several good items." Quan Shengnan was quite proud. Hua Xiuedong gave her an indulgent look and led her into the next shop. While Tom dealt in handicrafts, this shop was different, selling second-hand goods, Eastern, Western, you name it. Although they were second-hand items, they were arranged in a cluttered yet orderly manner. Quan Shengnan browsed through them and shook her head at Hua Xiuedong. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, Quan Shengnan suddenly stopped. "What is it?" Hua Xiuedong asked. Quan Shengnan walked to a corner of the tent and began sifting through a pile of vessels covered in green patina. The owner was an American-born Chinese. Seeing this, he eagerly approached and said, "These are bronze vessels, all genuine." Having operated here for several years, he had long trained an excellent eye. Seeing Hua Xiuedong and Quan Shengnan dressed expensively and carrying themselves with distinction, he immediately understood that a lucrative customer had arrived. Quan Shengnan stood up and said with a faint, ambiguous smile, "If they're all genuine, why are they piled in a corner gathering dust?" The owner was taken aback and laughed awkwardly. His eyes shifted, and he said, "These are just newly arrived goods. I haven't had time to display them yet." In reality, that pile of bronze vessels were all fakes. Genuine bronze vessels had little market, and besides, these were indistinguishable from fakes, shabby and worn. Chapter 471, A Hint of Suspicion 5. Quan Shengnan asked, "How much are these?" $100 each, the shopkeeper replied, overjoyed and immediately quoting an exorbitant price. Upon hearing this, Quan Shengnan said, "Can't it be cheaper? $100 each? That's way too expensive." $100 was a drop in the bucket for her, but she still didn't want to be taken for a fool. She couldn't feel sorry for the stall owner just because she had bought genuine items at the flea market. In fact, their cost price was extremely low, sometimes even obtained at no cost. The shopkeeper quickly added, "It's not expensive at all. These are all genuine artifacts, truly excavated bronzeware. If you don't believe me, look, they still have traces of soil on them." As he spoke, he picked up a bronze piece to show the two of them. It was covered in patina and thick grime, indeed looking as if it had just been dug out of the ground. If they're excavated, then they're cultural relics. How did they end up in your shop? Their origin is unclear, isn't it? Quan Shengnan eyed him suspiciously, her expression full of distrust. "Young lady, don't wrong me. I acquired these through legitimate channels," the shopkeeper exclaimed in alarm, hastily defending himself. "Legitimate channels?" A hint of mockery flickered at the corner of Quan Shengnan's lips. Anything that was excavated could never have come from legitimate channels. Before Panjiayuan became what it was today, it had a nickname, the Ghost Market. It was said that the stall owners were like ghosts, coming and going in a hurry, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, and you'd rarely see the same face twice. This was something she learned later. In the early days, many stall owners claimed their goods were either collected from the countryside or passed down from their ancestors. In reality, a significant portion were acquired from tomb raiders, or the sellers themselves were tomb raiders. Once they made enough money, they would transform into respectable shop owners, running legitimate businesses. There were quite a few people like that. Quan Shengnan rarely bought from such stalls in the past. Firstly, she didn't want to condone their practices, and secondly, the stall owners knew the origin of their goods. Since they were genuine, the prices were high, and they couldn't be easily fooled. You yourself said they were excavated, and now you claim they're from legitimate channels. Which is true and which is false? The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, naturally, they're from legitimate channels. Quan Shengnan tilted her head. How could genuine excavated bronzeware come from legitimate channels? They must be replicas, right? If they were genuine cultural relics, how could they allow you to sell them here? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Just tell me straight, are you buying or not? If you want me to buy, you have to be honest. Give me a fair price, and I'll consider whether to buy or not. $100 is $100. With $100, where else could you buy such fine bronzeware? After hearing the shopkeeper's words, Quan Shengnan took Hua Xuedong's hand and turned to leave. Hua Xuedong remained silent. It was his first time seeing Quan Shengnan bargaining with someone. Her face was as lovely as a flower, her words sharp and clever, utterly adorable. She hadn't bargained at Tom's shop, probably because Tom was an acquaintance and his prices were fair. Seeing them actually walk out the door, the shopkeeper hurriedly chased after them. Hey, young lady, I give up. Come back. Tell me, what price do you think is fair? With her back to the shopkeeper, Quan Shengnan flashed a sly smile. Pretending not to care, she walked back. $10 each, and I'll pick a few. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. She had slashed the price to 1/10 in one go. The shopkeeper widened his eyes. That's way too little. Can't you add a bit more? Even my cost price is more than $10. Every seller said the same thing. Quan Shengnan replied, then I won't buy. No one's money grows on trees. With Chapter 472, a hint of realization 6. I'll sell, alright. The shopkeeper let them in with a pained expression, but inside he was practically laughing his head off. $10 per piece, he was making a full 50% profit. They really were a couple of fat sheep. However, it was truly puzzling that between the two of them, the girl seemed to be the one calling the shots. The shopkeeper couldn't help but glance at Hua Xuedong, muttering to himself. No matter how you looked at it, this man seemed like the leader. Could it be he was just trying to please the girl? The shopkeeper felt he had hit upon the truth. Quan Shengnan always left room for others. She knew the wholesale price couldn't possibly be $10, half that would probably cover it. But she genuinely liked a few of the bronze pieces, so she walked over to the pile of bronzeware and crouched down. She picked out a dagger, a mirror, a small ding tripod, a bronze stew vessel, and a pair of bronze stew cups only 4 or 5 centimeters tall. Then, she handed the shopkeeper $50. The shopkeeper looked at it. That's not right, young lady. You picked 6 items. It should be $60. Quan Shengnan widened her big eyes, full of indignation. Everything I picked is small. The biggest is the bronze mirror, and these wine cups are only a few centimeters tall, not even as big as my palm. How can you have the nerve to charge me $10 each? Her aura radiated out, making the shopkeeper falter. The shopkeeper glanced at the bodyguards behind them and, feeling somewhat intimidated, reluctantly said, $50 it is then. Indeed, those were small items. He wasn't losing out. That's more like it. Goods delivered, payment settled, everyone's happy. Hua Xuedong smiled, asked the shopkeeper for a bag, packed all the bronzeware Quan Shengnan had chosen, handed it to a bodyguard to carry, and then left side by side with Quan Shengnan. After walking quite a distance from the shop, Quan Shengnan couldn't help but show a triumphant expression. Hua Xuedong asked with amusement, did you manage to pick up a bargain again, finding something particularly good? What treasures? Let me have a look when we get back. Picking up a bargain was antique trade jargon. It meant buying a very expensive antique for a very cheap price, with the buyer being completely unaware of its true value. Almost all the antiques in Quan Shengnan's collection, except for a very few pieces, were acquired this way. That dagger is a real find. Once the rust and grime are cleaned off, it will absolutely be a treasure that can slice through iron like mud. Hua Xuedong chuckled. You can tell that? Were all those bronzes genuine? You only bought a few pieces. Quan Shengnan shook her head. Those bronzes are indeed excavated items and were smuggled out of the country, but they're from late Qing dynasty tombs. Except for the few pieces I bought, all the others are high-quality replicas, imitations from the late Qing period. They don't have much research value. Mentioning smuggling, Quan Shengnan's expression noticeably dimmed. Seeing items from her own country end up overseas through tomb raiders and smugglers truly pained her heart. And to get them back home, she had to buy them herself with her own money. TSK. Before Hua Xuedong could offer comfort, Quan Shengnan perked up again. She had seen too many things in her life to be disheartened by such matters. The antique market is so vast, and I've only visited a few stalls. I want to keep browsing and buy back everything that catches my eye. Alright, then let's return today fully laden. With Hua Xuedong leading the way, they could always easily find stalls and shops selling Eastern antiques. Quan Shengnan noticed that he actually knew many of the stall owners and shopkeepers. They would always greet Hua Xuedong warmly, and when settling her bill, Chapter 473, A Hint of Realization 7. Treasure hunting and bargain hunting in the antique market is hard work. Quan Shengnan and Hua Xuedong hadn't even covered 20 to 30% of the market when it was almost noon. Although Quan Shengnan was still full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue, Hua Xuedong felt a pang of heartache and pulled her back. It's not too late to continue browsing after lunch. Quan Shengnan thought for a moment and nodded. That's right, the treasures in the antique market are endless. There's no need to delay meals and rest for them. She had already spent nearly $10,000. The items she bought had already been sent back by the bodyguards twice, and their hands were still full of things. Returning fully loaded. It could truly be called returning fully loaded. She stuck out her tongue and looked apologetically at the bodyguards. It seemed she had really bought a lot. Whenever she saw antiques from her country appearing here, she couldn't help but want to take action. As noon approached, the antique market became increasingly crowded. Quan Shengnan couldn't help but say, "Don't the sellers and buyers eat lunch? It's getting more and more crowded." "Hold my hand tightly. Don't get separated by the tourists," Hua Xuedong instructed seriously. It's easy to get separated from your companions while browsing here, and finding them again isn't easy. There are more Eastern faces here than locals. Quan Shengnan was slightly taken aback, staring at his hand holding hers, feeling somewhat dazed and uncertain. When had she ever been this close to a man? Hand in hand, skin touching skin. She had always disliked men touching her and rarely took the initiative to get close to boys. She had a severe case of misophobia. Aside from her family, she couldn't stand being touched by anyone unrelated. Quan Shengnan recalled that today, it seemed Hua Xuedong had been leading her all along, yet she hadn't felt the slightest bit of disgust. He probably still saw her as the little girl from 8 years ago, afraid she would get lost. Quan Shengnan comforted herself with this thought. Hua Xuedong was knowledgeable and experienced, and he was much older than her. Over the past 8 years, they had always been very close. Hua Xuedong didn't miss the momentary confusion on her face and unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. Just then, a crowd suddenly surged from ahead. He let go of her hand and half-embraced Quan Shengnan, narrowly avoiding the impact. As soon as they steadied themselves, his hand was pushed away by Quan Shengnan. She was greatly startled. The hand resting on her waist felt like a burning ember, intensely hot. Holding hands was one thing, but wrapping an arm around her waist was going too far. Quan Shengnan widened her eyes, her face flushed like a rosy cloud, and she felt as if her whole body had exploded. Seeing Hua Xuedong look at her with confusion, she immediately jumped away, standing at a distance. "Turnance. Did it scare you? I didn't expect some people to become increasingly rude. They know the antique market is crowded, yet they still charge through recklessly." Hua Xuedong's expression was extremely natural, though he felt a bit regretful inside. Quan Shengnan glanced at him suspiciously. Was she overthinking it? Although she hadn't experienced love or marriage, she wasn't an innocent, naive little girl. She wasn't without feelings. It was just that earlier, she had been foolishly focused on buying antiques and hadn't considered this point. In this life, she and Hua Xuedong had been friends for 8 years, almost as long as in her previous life. 15 years, she felt she knew Hua Xuedong well enough. She was still a minor. As the future richest man in Hong Kong, what kind of person hadn't he seen? He was extremely self-disciplined and had never been involved in any scandals. He probably wouldn't be so desperate. Quan Shengnan looked up at Hua Xuedong. He seemed no different from usual. After reassuring herself, she felt relieved. Turnance, I'm not a child anymore. Chapter 474, A Sense of Something 8. Let's go. Hua Xuedong neither agreed nor disagreed. Afraid that his actions might be too intense and scare her, he didn't press further. So, he said, "You really have grown up. You're not a little kid anymore." Why did that sentence sound a bit off? Quan Shengnan was no fool. Being sharp and perceptive, she felt his tone and attitude were somewhat different from before, more intimate and ambiguous. It couldn't be. Quan Shengnan knew she would turn 15 in just over a month. Perhaps because she had been cultivating since birth and persisted until now, her height was slightly taller than in her previous life. In her previous life, she was 1.6 meters tall as an adult. Now, at only 14, she had already reached 1.62 meters. 1.62 meters wasn't considered tall, it was average among women's heights. But her mental age was relatively mature, and her demeanor inevitably showed traces of it, appearing steady and poised. Many people who met her said that if not for her youthful appearance, they would have thought she was in her 20s. Most of the time, people didn't treat her like a child. Even though she was relatively mature, she was still an underage girl. "I'm hungry. What are we having for lunch?" "I don't like Western food." Quan Shengnan felt flustered and completely inexperienced in handling such situations. In a hurry, she came up with a clumsy excuse to change the subject. "All right, we won't have Western food. I know a very authentic Chinese restaurant nearby. Let's go there." Hu Xuedong took her to the restaurant he mentioned. The restaurant was very close, so they didn't need to take a car. Along the way, Hu Xuedong looked relaxed. Seeing Quan Shengnan like this actually put him at ease. He was a businessman and never did anything without expecting some return. In matters of emotion, he didn't like performing a solo act. This surge of affection came suddenly and intensely, as if it had been brewing for years, accumulating until it became unstoppable. It was strange. Hu Xuedong knew he wasn't a reckless young man, and his attitude toward Quan Shengnan had never been romantic before. He found it odd how suddenly his heart had stirred. In an instant, his heart pounded like thunder. Since his heart was moved, he shouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Hu Xuedong told himself that if he missed this chance, the increasingly radiant her in the future would belong to someone else. Entering the Chinese restaurant he mentioned, Hu Xuedong directly led her to a private room. Seeing the surprise on Quan Shengnan's face, Hu Xuedong explained, "The owner of this restaurant is a friend of mine, and I hold 20% of the restaurant's shares. That's why I have a private room and don't have to wait for a table downstairs like others." "Is there anything you're not involved in?" Truly, his social circle was vast, and his investments were extensive. "There are many things. What would you like to eat?" "Order anything you want." Hu Xuedong handed her the menu and instructed the waiter, who followed them in, to first prepare a bird's nest soup as an appetizer. Quan Shengnan ordered 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Seeing this, Hu Xuedong added a few more. The waiter noted the orders and left. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence. Quan Shengnan frowned, unsure of what to say. Just as Hu Xuedong was about to bring up a topic she might find interesting, he heard a knock on the door. Frowning, he said, "Come in." As the door opened, the scent of Chanel perfume wafted in first. Immediately after, a young woman walked in, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, and said cheerfully, "Turnance, it really is you. I thought I was mistaken, but seeing your bodyguards confirmed you were here." The newcomer was none other than Sylvia, Liang Luan, who had invited Hu Xuedong to dinner the day before. P.S. There will be 12 more updates at noon. Please continue to Chapter 475, Trading Gala 1. When someone entered, Quan Shengnan actually breathed a sigh of relief. Before she became aware of Hu Xuedong's feelings, she could face him with complete ease. She had always thought that she and Hu Xuedong would be like in her previous life, a pair of emotionally uninvolved confidants, understanding each other with a pure friendship. Who would have thought that such an unexpected change would occur, leaving her unprepared? Now that she had sensed it, even though she wasn't entirely certain, she trusted her intuition and truly didn't know what to do. She had never encountered such a situation before and didn't know how to handle it. Love? She had never expected it. Having helped so many spirits and experienced so many stories, many of which involved romantic relationships between men and women, as well as between husbands and wives, she had grown increasingly distrustful of love and marriage. She had never even considered it. Now, hearing the newcomer intimately call Hu Xuedong by his English name, Quan Shengnan felt a bit curious. When she clearly saw the newcomer's appearance, her heart gave a slight jolt. Liang Wenwan, how could she not recognize her? The chairwoman of the Zhongjin group, Sylvia. Wine-red short hair, wrapped in a white mink coat, wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Sharp, capable, and formidable. Yet, none of these external factors could conceal her beauty. While mink coats often obscure one's figure, hers was exceptionally form-fitting, clinging tightly to her body. Full and proud breasts, a slender waist like a bee's, and round, perky buttocks, her entire figure resembled a perfect S-curve, with an incredibly hot and alluring physique. Paired with her straight, long legs and fair neck, she was extremely eye-catching. However, what was with the joy flickering in her eyes? Was that admiration for Hu Xuedong? Quan Shengnan widened her eyes, finding it utterly unbelievable. In her previous life, Liang Wenwan hadn't initially been interested in Hu Xuedong. Before Hu Xuedong became disabled, Liang Wenwan, who was 3 years older than him, had already married Zhongjin. Although Liang Wenwan met Hu Xuedong after marrying Zhongjin and later, after inheriting the estate, managed the Zhongjin group and frequently interacted with the Hua group. By then Hua Xiuedong had been disabled for many years, and she had never developed any unusual feelings for him. 3 years after Zhongjin's death from illness, around this time in her previous life, Liang Wenwan publicly declared the man she admired. Speaking of which, Quan Shengnan was very familiar with this person. He Deming. That's right, it was He Deming. In an interview, Liang Wenwan had been very direct, stating that He Deming was the man she admired and that he perfectly matched her criteria for a spouse. She hoped to marry someone like He Deming. It was straightforward, without any affectation or the slightest hint of shyness. This decisiveness earned her the admiration of many. 2 major financial groups, 2 chairpersons, truly a match made in heaven, wasn't it? Many people were happy to see it happen. Of course, there were also many who vehemently criticized Liang Wenwan. He Deming was over 50, with a house full of children and grandchildren, especially since his wife, Geng Weihua, was still alive and their marriage intact. One might ask, which wife could tolerate another woman coveting her husband? As the original wife, many wealthy women in Hong Kong's upper society united with Geng Weihua in a common front. Yet, whether in terms of looks, talent, background, or assets, Geng Weihua couldn't compare to Liang Wenwan in any way. Those who supported Liang Wenwan's pursuit of love believed that Geng Weihua was unworthy of Hong Kong's richest man, He Deming, and that only Liang Wenwan was a suitable match. Among them, many were jealous of Geng Weihua. Geng Weihwa's appearance was plain and unremarkable, her talent was ordinary, and her background was equally undistinguished. Despite being so ordinary, she had managed to marry Hong Kong's top tycoon. Chapter 476, Trading Gala 2. However, there were also many people who were jealous of Liang Wenwan and disliked her. Liang Wenwan was beautiful, young, and possessed the vast fortune left by her late husband, making her exceptionally wealthy. She had the capital to be proud, the capital to look down on others, especially those vain and materialistic women in high society. With such a mindset, Liang Wenwan's sharp tongue had offended many people in the business world. Confident that the Zhongjin group ranked among the top 3 in Hong Kong, and that no one dared to offend her, she spoke bluntly, never sparing anyone's feelings, always striking at others' sore spots. Thus, the people of Hong Kong were divided into the Liang faction and the Geng faction. Those jealous of Geng Weihua strongly supported Liang Wenwan in pursuing He Deming, while those who disliked Liang Wenwan strongly supported Geng Weihua in defeating the third party. Amidst this chaos, He Deming and Geng Weihua never spoke out. Their marital affection remained as strong as ever, and they regarded the external turmoil as nothing more than a joke. Unfortunately, their peace did not lead to Liang Wenwan's retreat. Liang Wenwan became even more aggressive. Any business related to the Zhongjin group and the Tianxia group was personally handled by her, and she was sure to appear at any banquet attended by He Deming. She always found ways to insert herself into He Deming's life. She believed that Geng Weihua was a Cinderella who had married into a wealthy family and should never have entered high society, and that Geng Weihua could not assist He Deming in his career and should therefore step aside for someone more capable. She felt justified and spoke with conviction. This unbelievable mindset actually gained the support of many people. More and more people were moved by her persistence, and more people supported her. Faced with the pursuit of this richest woman, few men could remain completely unmoved. Even if they didn't divorce, they would still be somewhat affected. The richest woman, a young beauty, either aspect was enough to soften a man's heart. However, He Deming held firm. Geng Weihua had aged, her beauty faded. No matter how others viewed her as unworthy or mismatched for him, in He Deming's heart, she was a priceless pearl. This situation only ended when Hua Xiuedong stood up. For over 20 years, Liang Wenwan persisted until more than 2 decades later. Quan Shengnan remembered that at the time, He Deming, unable to bear the harassment, was planning to hand over the Tianxia group to his son and leave Hong Kong with his wife. Then, Liang Wenwan, in her 50s, suddenly changed the object of her pursuit. She publicly stated that her feelings for He Deming had faded after more than 20 years. Just as He Deming breathed a sigh of relief, he soon heard that Liang Wenwan had launched a fierce pursuit of Hong Kong's new richest man, Hua Xiuedong. As for the final outcome, Quan Shengnan did not know, because by then, she had already reversed fate and turned back time. However, she knew one thing, there was no trace of Liang Wenwan in Hua Xiuedong's future life. Hua Xiuedong did not know that at the moment she saw Liang Wenwan, Quan Shengnan had recalled so many past events. Yet, he did not miss the fleeting unusual expression on Quan Shengnan's face. He turned to her and asked, "And, what are you thinking about?" Quan Shengnan snapped back to reality. "Nothing. Turnance, is this lady your friend?" Before Hua Xiuedong could answer, a bodyguard following Liang Wenwan said helplessly to him, "Sir, miss, I'm sorry." He had failed in his duty by not having the chance to announce the identity of the visitor to Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan. As soon as Liang Wenwan saw him, her face lit up with joy. After knocking on the door and hearing Hu Xuedong's permission, she immediately pushed the door open without allowing him. Chapter 477, Trading Gala 3. Hu Xuedong waved his hand. You may step back now. Tell the restaurant to serve the dishes quickly. And is hungry. This bodyguard had been with Hu Xuedong for many years, and he was well aware of how highly Hu Xuedong regarded Quan Shengnan. He had always held her in high regard, even more so now. Regardless of Quan Shengnan's status, given Hu Xuedong's feelings for her, they, as subordinates, had to treat Quan Shengnan as a distinguished guest with the utmost respect. After he withdrew, Hu Xuedong said to Quan Shengnan, and, this is Ms. Liang Wenwan, chairwoman of the Zhongjin Group, ranked third in Hong Kong. She has business dealings with both Tianxia Group and the Hua Group. Then, he gave a slight nod to Liang Wenwan. Ms. Liang, what can I do for you? He did not want Quan Shengnan to have any interaction with Liang Wenwan, nor did he want Liang Wenwan to investigate Quan Shengnan after this incident. Therefore, while speaking in Chinese, he used Quan Shengnan's English name. Oh, Turnance, I've told you before, there's no need for such formality between us. Just call me by my name. Liang Wenwan glanced warily at Quan Shengnan. When she realized the other party was merely a 16 or 17-year-old girl, though exceptionally beautiful and poised, she was unfamiliar and thus seemingly insignificant. She confidently withdrew her gaze and fixed it on Hu Xuedong. Her gaze was fervent and intense, filled with charm and admiration. Turnance, I invited you out yesterday. Why did you have Secretary Chen reply that you were unavailable? If you were unavailable, how come you're leisurely dining here with a young girl? Who is she? She must have quite the influence to have you, Hong Kong's second richest man, accompanying her. Liang Wenjuan's voice was full of accusation. She didn't feel that her words were beneath her status in the slightest. Her position and wealth destined her not to have to consider others' feelings. She was undoubtedly Hong Kong's #1 woman. In the business world, she had the substantial inheritance and numerous connections left by her late husband, Zheng Jin. She could even disregard He Deming's standing, let alone some unknown young girl who wasn't even part of their high society. Ms. Liang, please show some self-respect. My affairs do not require commentary from others. Hu Xuedong's expression gradually turned cold and stern. Previously, he had maintained a polite demeanor toward Liang Wenwan out of respect, but that was before he realized his own feelings. Now, he would not allow Quan Shengnan to misunderstand under any circumstances. Having known Quan Shengnan for so many years, he was well aware of her personality and her standards. His face no longer held the gentle, refined warmth that usually made people feel at ease. Instead, it was filled with endless coldness and indifference. Hearing these words suddenly, Liang Wenwan was taken aback. She had counted on Hu Xuedong's mild-mannered, kind nature that allowed others to save face, boldly declaring her feelings publicly to prevent vain, gold-digging women from clinging to Hu Xuedong. After her declaration, hadn't the number of women pursuing Hu Xuedong significantly decreased? She truly hadn't expected Hu Xuedong to be so dismissive of her today. She looked at Hu Xuedong with grievance. Turnance, what did I say wrong? I was only speaking the truth. At that moment, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. The first course was the bird's nest soup Hu Xuedong had ordered earlier. Knowing that Quan Shengnan liked to have soup before her meal, Hu Xuedong personally served her a bowl. Drink it slowly, be careful, it's hot. He acted as if he hadn't heard Liang Wenjuan's questioning. Quan Shengnan felt a bit embarrassed. Honestly, she had never expected Hu Xuedong to develop feelings for her. She had always thought Hu Xuedong saw her as a little girl. Just like in her previous life, when Hu Xuedong often... Chapter 478, Charity Gala 4. In her heart, Hu Xuedong had always stood atop the clouds, like a deity. Seeing him now, fallen to the mortal realm, she found it utterly unbelievable. She knew her own limits and didn't believe she possessed such charm as to make the future richest man in Hong Kong fall at her feet. In his previous life, Hu Xuedong had reached the age of 50 without a single romantic rumor attached to his name. One could only imagine how high his standards were. But now, Quan Shengnan was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that just because she was reborn, she had won Hu Xuedong's heart? Was the law of rebirth really that powerful? Distractedly sipping her bird's nest soup, Quan Shengnan failed to notice Hu Xuedong's attentiveness. Their movements were smooth and natural, their intimacy obvious at a glance, but in Liang Wenjuan's eyes, it was an unforgivable act. Her eyes widened, her breathing grew rapid. It took a long while, only after all the dishes had been served in the private room, for Liang Wenwan to suppress the anger in her heart. Turnance, which family's young lady is this? Aren't you going to introduce her to me? Hu Xuedong looked up, raised an eyebrow, showing a trace of surprise. Ms. Liang, you're still here? Quan Shengnan, having just finished a small bowl of soup, nearly laughed out loud upon hearing this. This wasn't the first time she knew. When Hu Xuedong turned sly, his words packed a powerful punch. Sure enough, a hurt expression flashed across Liang Wenjuan's face. Turnance. Hu Xuedong said politely, Ms. Liang, we are about to dine. If you fancy today's dishes, I can have my bodyguard instruct the restaurant to send a set to your private room. The meaning in his words was very clear. He was asking her to leave. Liang Wenjuan stared fiercely at Quan Shengnan, as if wanting to etch her appearance deeply into her mind. Then, she lifted her head proudly and smiled. Turnance, since you're about to dine, I won't disturb you any further. Let's meet again another day when you return to Hong Kong. After saying this, she shot a challenging glance at Quan Shengnan and made a graceful exit. After all, Liang Wenjuan was the chairwoman presiding over the entire Zhongjin Group, a renowned female tycoon and powerful business figure in Hong Kong's commercial world. It wasn't that she couldn't read people's expressions, she simply disdained to do so. However, she couldn't disregard Hu Xuedong's feelings. As for the young girl by Hu Xuedong's side, she didn't take her seriously at all. She was confident that in all of Hong Kong, no one could compare to her, and only she was worthy of Hu Xuedong. A smart man, a shrewd businessman, would undoubtedly choose her. The merger of the Hu Group and the Zhongjin Group would instantly create the richest person in Hong Kong. With such a promising future ahead, who wouldn't be tempted? Watching the proud, retreating figure surrounded by bodyguards, Quan Shengnan said with amusement, This Liang Wenjuan, does she have delusions of grandeur? You know? Hu Xuedong placed the dishes Quan Shengnan liked closest to her, ruthlessly labeling Liang Wenjuan with the tag of having delusions of grandeur. Thinking of Liang Wenjuan's life in her previous existence, Quan Shengnan couldn't help but smile. Hu Xuedong's heart stirred. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about Martin and his wife. Encountering a persistent third party like Liang Wenjuan must be truly unfortunate for them. What does this have to do with Mr. and Mrs. Martin? Do you know something? Hu Xuedong asked in surprise. He clearly remembered that after Liang Wenjuan observed the 3-year mourning period for Zhongjin, she had never mentioned the Heedmings. Quan Shengnan said with a grin, if you had been injured in that car accident 7 years ago, then the one troubled by this wouldn't be you, but Martin and his wife. Understand. The always calm and composed mask on Hu Xuedong's face finally showed a crack. You're saying, according to the original course of fate, because I was disabled and didn't catch Liang Wenjuan's eye, she declared her pursuit of Heedming in Chapter 479, The Trading Gala 5. Right, exactly. Quan Shengnan nodded. Next time you meet Martin and he teases you about this, you can tease him right back. Hu Xuedong nodded in agreement, his expression returning to normal. He believed Quan Shengnan's words. If he had been disabled, then the course of his fate and the fates of many others would have taken a different direction. He was very fortunate, lucky to have kept his limbs intact and uninjured in the car accident. All of this was because of Quan Shengnan. Watching her bury her head in her food, a sudden tenderness appeared in Hu Xuedong's eyes. Quan Shengnan suddenly looked up and saw everything in his gaze. The tips of her ears grew slightly warm, then flushed pink. She was a normal girl after all. Being pursued by someone, how could she not feel anything at all? Hu Xuedong was extremely perceptive and even less willing to force Quan Shengnan to respond immediately. He naturally changed the subject. Nan, after we finish eating, let's continue browsing the antique market. If we come across any particularly fine prayer bead bracelets or items made from agarwood or sandalwood, could you let me have them? Of course. If you like anything, just tell me and you can take it. It was just a string of wooden prayer beads. If Hu Xuedong liked them, she could even give them to him. However, prayer beads carved from top-grade wood were rare finds. Quan Shengnan said, if we don't come across any, I actually have a few strings of prayer beads with some age and history collected at home. Oh? Really? Hu Xuedong sighed inwardly. Her collection truly was all-encompassing. Quan Shengnan smiled. The first time I went bargain hunting at the flea market with my grandfather, the stall owner threw in 2 small items. I picked a string of prayer beads and a stone. The stone was a Zhonghua chicken blood stone. After it was cut open, I gave it to my grandma. The remaining prayer beads are a string of top-grade green sandalwood beads, which I've kept at home ever since. After saying this, she asked, my grandpa also likes these fragrant woods. He said since I gave him a prayer bead bracelet made of Chinon agarwood, he didn't want this one. Do you like them too? If you don't like the green sandalwood ones, I also have a string of small-leaf sandalwood prayer beads. Hu Xuedong lifted his wrist. I already have suitable prayer beads, I don't need others. The reason I want to buy some is that my uncle likes them. Oh, Mr. Wa Sr. likes them too? Family tradition, Hu Xuedong said. Among all the top-grade fragrant woods, my uncle likes sandalwood the most. Sandalwood? That made it even simpler. Quan Shengnan said, if we can't find a satisfactory sandalwood prayer bead bracelet in the antique market, I'll give you the one I've collected later. The sandalwood guanyin statue I found bargain hunting today would work too. She liked antiques, but she didn't have a particular fondness for these items. What she loved most were jade artifacts, calligraphy, and paintings. Hua Xiuedong agreed without hesitation and asked, what is that string of prayer beads like? Quan Shengnan recalled the prayer beads she had acquired 3 years ago. The color is purplish black, glossy like lacquer. Including the main bead, there are 19 beads in total, each as large as a cherry. They were the personal belongings of an ancient eminent monk. Besides the main bead, which is micro-carved with a sutra text, every other bead is carved with an arhat. The craftsmanship is truly breathtaking. Exquisitely crafted, peerless in the world. Quan Shengnan had fallen in love with them at first sight, but she couldn't say this to Hua Xiuedong. If she did, Hua Xiuedong would certainly refuse to accept them for his uncle. Although she had never met old Mr. Hua and old Mrs. Hua, the elderly couple had given her shares, a mansion, and many gifts. She felt grateful in her heart and held great respect for these two elders. Such fine prayer beads? You're not keeping them for yourself. Chapter 480. The Charity Gala 6. Quan Shengnan waved her hand. Most of my antiques are gathering dust in storage, and I don't particularly like wearing prayer beads. Sending them to someone who appreciates them is the most wonderful thing. She always had her own principles when it came to handling such items. Hoarding treasures away is a sin. Giving them to someone who loves them and letting the items serve their intended purpose is the true way to make the most of them. Hua Xiuedong, familiar with her temperament, smiled and said, that may be so, but small-leaf sandalwood is extremely precious, let alone this being an antique. Quan Shengnan chuckled. Since when did you become so stingy? Whether it's jewelry or an antique, it's just an object. Objects have only one purpose, to be worn or used by people. It's not some ancestor to be enshrined and worshipped. Hua Xiuedong burst into hearty laughter. Aside from his aunt and mother, among all the women he had ever met in his life, only old Mrs. Lin, her daughter, and Quan Shengnan thought this way. Quan Shengnan pouted. She was just stating the truth. Was it really that funny? Hua Xiuedong looked back at her with affection. Quan Shengnan's face flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. We're eating here, but what about your drivers and bodyguards? After the meal, they planned to continue browsing the antique market. Would the drivers and bodyguards have to follow on empty stomachs? Don't worry. While I'm dining, they split into 2 groups. One group goes to eat first while the other stays. Once the first group returns, the second group goes for their meal. Quan Shengnan nodded. So that's how it was. Then, she deliberately slowed down her eating pace. Noticing this, a glint of appreciation flashed in Hua Xiuedong's eyes. By the time they left the private room, the drivers and bodyguards had already finished their meals and were standing dutifully outside. When they re-entered the antique market, Quan Shengnan focused her attention on prayer beads. Unfortunately, after browsing many stalls and shops and purchasing several pieces of porcelain, jade, and calligraphy/paintings, she found no suitable prayer beads. Finding prayer beads that were not only made of premium wood and carved, but also had some age and provenance was quite difficult. Having already decided to give the small-leaf sandalwood prayer beads carved with the 18 arhats to old Mr. Hua, Quan Shengnan wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she concentrated on searching for other antiques. Wherever her gaze fell, her special vision activated. That was. She seemed to have spotted a Ming Dynasty Changhua period Dotsai chicken cup. Quan Shengnan looked more carefully and found it under a tent specializing in high-quality porcelain. She casually walked over, pretending nonchalance, and asked curiously, do you only sell porcelain from our country here? Yes. All porcelain from the East, from Jingdezhen. The owner was a young, handsome American with brown hair and blue eyes. From Jingdezhen? Quan Shengnan asked with a smile, picking up a piece of porcelain to examine. The owner beamed. Genuine Jingdezhen products. The person who sold them to me said they are all the best. Quan Shengnan nodded and held up the porcelain in her hand. How much for this piece? The owner looked at the famille rose fruit plate she was holding and held up 2 fingers. Lovely little girl, this plate is $200. A real bargain. His speech had a strong local flavor, and ending with a real bargain was somewhat amusing. Quan Shengnan couldn't help but laugh, her smile like blossoms filling the world, bringing spring everywhere. Hua Xiuedong, standing beside her, carefully examined the famille rose fruit plate. It was a replica, and he wondered why she was interested. Such a porcelain plate could be bought back home. Chapter 481. Trading Evening 7. $200? That's so expensive? Quan Shengnan muttered, putting the fruit plate down gently with a hint of regret. She then inquired about the prices of other porcelain items. Not expensive at all. This plate really isn't expensive. The shopkeeper shook his head vigorously. This is top-quality craftsmanship. As he spoke, he pointed to the vases and similar porcelain items in his shop, saying, $500. Then, pointing to bowls and plates, he said, $300. Finally, indicating some teacups and porcelain boxes, he said, single pieces are $80, pairs are $100. Single pieces 80? Pairs 100? Pairs are much cheaper. Turnants, can we buy a pair? Not too big ones. Big ones are hard to take back and very heavy. Alright, let's buy a pair. Although Hu Xuedong didn't understand which piece she had her eye on, he knew she must have a target in mind. Hearing this, the shopkeeper beamed with joy. Quan Shengnan looked over the paired teacups and porcelain boxes, trying hard not to let her gaze linger on her target. Upon closer inspection, she could fully confirm it was a Ming Dynasty Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Changhua Doucai is among the finest in the ancient porcelain market. In her own country, such chicken cups are exceedingly rare, with only a few pieces, all housed in museums in 2 locations. Based on her knowledge, for years later in 1999, at a Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong, a well-preserved Changhua Doucai chicken cup fetched a sky-high price of nearly 30 million Hong Kong dollars, setting the highest auction record for ancient porcelain at the time. 15 years later, at another Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong, another Ming Dynasty Changhua Doucai chicken cup broke the record again, nearly 300 million Hong Kong dollars. After looking for a long time, Quan Shengnan picked up a Doucai chicken cup and asked, $100, right? The shopkeeper nodded. Can I choose freely? I might like one cup from a pair but not the other. Can I pair the one I like with a different chicken cup? Of course. All these cups are identical. I just randomly paired them up for display. She had over a dozen pairs of this type of Doucai chicken cup on her stall, and they sold particularly well. She planned to stock up on many more of these porcelain items in the future. Quan Shengnan looked down at the Doucai chicken cup in her hand, seemingly noticing a flaw. She put it down with slight dissatisfaction, then picked up the other cup from the pair, examined it carefully for a moment, and nodded with satisfaction. She handed the chicken cup in her hand to Hu Xuedong to hold and casually selected another chicken cup. This one was her true target. I'll take this pair. All the chicken cups looked identical, and the shopkeeper didn't notice any difference. He cheerfully accepted the $100 Hu Xuedong handed over and provided a box for the chicken cups. Quan Shengnan carefully placed the chicken cup in her hand into the box, sealed it, and handed it to a bodyguard. After leaving the stall, Quan Shengnan didn't continue browsing but headed back. Hu Xuedong asked in surprise, not browsing anymore? It's only a little past 3. I've had a great haul today, so I won't browse anymore. I'll come back another time if I have the chance. Quan Shengnan couldn't hide the faint smile at the corners of her eyes and brows. They got into the car and left the antique market. Only then did Quan Shengnan take out the Doucai chicken cup she had just bought, treating it like a treasure. Turnants, look. Hu Xuedong took it and examined it closely, suddenly startled. This is... Quan Shengnan smiled and continued, this is a genuine Ming Dynasty Changhua Doucai chicken cup, not one of those imitations. Among the many colorful chicken cups on display, Hu Xuedong had been dazzled. He never expected that among the imitations, there was actually a Chapter 482, The Trading Gala 8. This chicken cup stands about 4 centimeters tall, with an estimated rim diameter of approximately 8 centimeters and a foot diameter about half that. The cup's rim flares slightly outward, gradually tapering as it descends. It is a wine vessel, specifically a wine cup. Its shape resembles a jar, and its surface is painted with 2 sets of mother and chicken's motifs, hence the name chicken cup. On this chicken cup, one set of motifs depicts a rooster and a hen leading their chicks foraging in a field. The rooster stands guard with its head held high, while the hen pecks at insects with its head lowered. 3 chicks around them raise their heads and spread their wings, creating a warm scene that fully expresses the joys of family life. The other set also features 1 rooster, 1 hen, and 3 chicks. However, the motif shows the hen struggling with an insect, with 1 chick cheering it on, startling the rooster who turns its head back, revealing a concerned expression. The other 2 chicks are amusing themselves, carefree and content. The 2 sets of mother and chicken's motifs are separated by lake rocks, orchids, and peonies, arranged in a sparse yet orderly manner. The interior of the cup is pure white. The base bears a blue and white inscription in regular script reading, made in the Changhua reign of the Great Ming, with the mark enclosed within a double rectangular border. The body is pure white, fine and delicate, light, thin, and translucent. The white glaze is lustrous, soft, and smooth, consistent both inside and out. Red combs, bright flowers, green leaves, clear water, blue stones, yellow feathers, and other elements are interspersed with colors like black, brown, and red. Many traditional porcelain techniques are employed, such as light washes and deep outlines or overlapping of 2 colors. The color scheme is exquisite, with appropriate shades of light and dark, combining both brilliance and elegance. This is indeed a Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Your discerning eye is truly remarkable, was Xiuedong said after examining it, handing it to Quan Shengnan. All surviving Chenghua Dotsai pieces were exclusively for imperial use. This is because, during the firing of this batch of porcelain, all superior pieces were sent to the palace, while defective ones were entirely destroyed, resulting in an extremely scarce number of surviving pieces. The rarity of Chenghua Dotsai led to a proliferation of imitations in later periods, with many Qing dynasty Dotsai pieces passed down through generations. Similarly, due to the numerous surviving Qing dynasty Dotsai chicken cups and later counterfeit, imitation efforts, many craftsmen in the country possess exceptionally high imitation skills, often making fakes nearly indistinguishable from the originals. It is challenging to differentiate between ancient porcelain and imitations in the market, and many appraisal masters have been deceived as a result. Quan Shengnan handled it for a moment and said with a smile, the veritable records of the Shenzong Emperor from the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty records. During the Shenzong era, for imperial dining, there was a pair of Chenghua-colored chicken cups in front of the emperor, valued at 100,000 coins. Although this chicken cup was not used in front of Emperor Shenzong, its value is still extraordinary. Currently, it is worth at least tens of millions. You're not short of money. Are you planning to send it to auction? Hua Xiuedong replied with a smile. I am not lacking money at all, so there's no need to sell cultural relics. However, sometimes I think, selling one antique could yield immense profits, and who knows how many people in need could be helped with that money. That makes me waver a bit, Quan Shengnan sighed. To this day, she truly doesn't know how to handle the collection in her possession. Upon careful consideration, a chicken cup can only be kept for collection and appreciation. No one uses it for drinking wine. Selling it now could yield tens of millions in profit. In a few years, hundreds of millions, and in 20 years, billions. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions, how much good could be done with such sums? Compared to her previous life, her background and status have changed significantly, but the one thing that remains unchanged is her heart for doing good deeds. Hearing her thoughts, Hua Xiuedong comforted her, there will always be a way to achieve the best of both worlds. I hope so, Quan Shengnan said, placing the chicken cup back into its box, sealing it, and then setting it on an empty seat beside her. The items purchased today were left at Hua Xiuedong's residence. Hua Xiuedong then accompanied her back to Arthur's separate residence to collect her luggage, as their schedules for the next few days were already arranged, and Chapter 483, The Trading Gala 9. Unexpectedly, Hua Xiuedong ran into He Deming at Arthur's residence, who had returned to collect his luggage before flying elsewhere. He Deming glanced at the relaxed and content Hua Xiuedong, feeling immensely jealous that he was able to take care of the young lady he himself had invited, which perfectly suited his own wishes. He couldn't help but laugh and say, Turnance, I heard that Liang Wawan followed your footsteps to the United States. Have you seen her? Living in Hong Kong and being influential figures in high society, how could He Deming not know of Liang Wawan? Her outstanding looks, prominent family background, and bold personality made her widely admired. At this moment, Quan Shengnan was upstairs packing her luggage, while only Hua Xiuedong and a few bodyguards were downstairs. Upon hearing He Deming's words, Hua Xiuedong leaned back slightly, placing his hand on the armrest of the sofa, exuding an air of nobility. He raised an eyebrow and looked at He Deming, his face showing no trace of anger, and calmly retorted, Martin, you should be grateful to me, not gloating. Grateful to you? He Deming was puzzled, rarely showing a hint of curiosity. If it weren't for Nanan's intervention, which helped me avoid a car accident, I would likely be disabled now. A disabled me wouldn't attract any interest from Liang Wanwan. Her target would be you, not me. You can imagine how Mrs. Gung would feel. He Deming was shocked. What? He put down his luggage and sat opposite Hua Xiuedong. Turnance, do you have any basis for saying this? Liang Wanwan had always professed her feelings for Hua Xiuedong, not for him. Yet, judging by Hua Xiuedong's tone, it didn't seem like a lie. A hint of tenderness appeared on Hua Xiuedong's face. Nanan said it. Don't you believe her? If I had been disabled 7 years ago, what I'm describing would be the current course of fate. With someone like that clinging to you, you can imagine how chaotic your life and Mrs. Gung's life would become. But since I wasn't disabled, I became the target of her relentless pursuit. He smiled at He Deming. So, shouldn't you thank me? He Deming was dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected such a turn of events. He believed Quan Shengnan's words and understood that different changes could lead to entirely different destinies. Before Hua Xiuedong revealed his feelings for Quan Shengnan, He Deming, as an observer, thought Liang Wanwan was quite courageous. After all, the man was unmarried, and the woman was single. There was nothing to criticize. Hong Kong was relatively open-minded. Divorced or widowed women were sometimes viewed less favorably than unmarried women, but such situations were rare. Most people treated them with tolerance, especially since Liang Wenwan was ranked as Hong Kong's wealthiest woman. No one cared about her past, they only saw the benefits before them. But he never imagined that he had almost become Liang Wenjuan's target. Although the situation hadn't occurred because Hu Xuedong remained unharmed, he Deming still felt uneasy. Not for any other reason, but because he was a married man. If Liang Wenwan pursued Hu Xuedong, one could say she was straightforward and courageous. But if her target were him, it would be a matter of character. It would mean she wasn't interested in the person, but in the massive conglomerate behind them. He was Hong Kong's wealthiest person, and Hu Xuedong was the second wealthiest. Her pursuit of Hu Xuedong now was simply because he was unmarried. If Hu Xuedong were disabled, and she didn't pursue other single wealthy men, but chose him instead, it would show she had no regard for his wife. A cold glint flashed in He Deming's eyes. Just because it hadn't. Chapter 484. The Charity Gala 10. He Deming and Geng Weihua had an exceptionally good relationship. How good was it? So good that every year, he would set aside a month, hand over his work to his son, and take his wife away for a private world of their own, a honeymoon. They had lost count of how many honeymoons they had taken. He Deming often didn't bother with the negative things people said about him behind his back, but he absolutely could not tolerate anyone looking down on his wife. He could imagine the immense pressure it would put on his wife if Hu Xuedong were to become disabled, making him the target of Liang Wenwan. His wife did not possess stunning beauty, a prominent family background, outstanding talent, or a lofty social status. Faced with the aggressive Liang Wenwan, his wife would definitely be no match for her. It was even likely that many people would join in, urging his wife to step aside for someone more suitable. His wife was very sensitive. Subjected to such treatment, she would surely be filled with anxiety and unease. He Deming secretly decided to increase the value of the gift he planned to give Quan Shengnan several times over. By saving Hu Xuedong, she had essentially saved him and his wife. Looking up and seeing Quan Shengnan coming downstairs, He Deming asked, Nan, according to the original fate, how did Weihua and I resolve this? Quan Shengnan's eyes sparkled as a smile played on her lips. It probably entangled you for over 20 years, until Turnance stood up again. Compared to you in your 70s, Turnance, just in his 50s, was clearly more suitable. Moreover, by that time, Hu Xuedong had replaced He Deming as Hong Kong's richest man, while the Zhongzhen group had fallen to 8th place. She didn't voice these last thoughts. Mainly because she was afraid that if He Deming knew Hu Xuedong would become Hong Kong's richest man in the future, he might become antagonistic towards him. He Deming's expression turned very grim. After a long moment, he said with relief, Thank goodness Turnance is all right. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Quan Shengnan giggled. Hu Xuedong shot an annoyed glance at He Deming and said, Are you flying to California? Why are you still here? This is Arthur's home. You are also a guest, while I am Arthur's uncle. He Deming laughed heartily, but upon seeing the luggage Quan Shengnan was carrying down, he couldn't help but be startled. Nan, this is... Oh, this? Turnance and I have quite a few plans coming up, so I'm moving to his place first. It'll be more convenient coming and going. He Deming said apologetically, Nan, I'm sorry. There's been a bit of a problem with the business below, so I can't keep my earlier promise to accompany you on a tour of the US and see you back to Beijing. Quan Shengnan, understanding as always, replied, It's all right. Turnance and I have many things to do. I can just go back with him. He Deming was deeply moved. He asked the servants at Arthur's house and learned that Arthur hadn't been back since yesterday. He sighed, Arthur is also busy with business. It seems I can only entrust you to Turnance. Hu Xuedong interjected, Don't worry. I will send Nan home safely and soundly. He Deming nodded. He believed Hu Xuedong would definitely take very good care of Quan Shengnan. Turning to Quan Shengnan, he said, Nan, I'll be going ahead. Enjoy your time in the US. Buy whatever you like and put it on my account. If you run into Liang Wenwan, just ignore her. If she bullies you, remember to tell me later. Once I'm back in Hong Kong, I'll get back at her for you. Don't worry, I'm not the type to let people bully me. If anyone dared bully her, she'd gift them a free nightmare talisman on the spot. He Deming left feeling reassured. Before moving out, Quan Shengnan asked the butler to inform Arthur. Arthur was mingling at a banquet. Upon receiving the news, he called Hu Xuedong and, after repeatedly entrusting Quan Shengnan to his care, Chapter 485, Charity Gala 11. Hu Xuedong's residence was not far from Arthur's home, and Quan Shengnan stayed in a guest room. After unpacking her luggage and the antiques she had bought, she called home before going to bed, and the day passed. The next day, she didn't feel like going shopping, and Hu Xuedong also needed to handle documents sent by the company. So, while Hu Xuedong attended to business matters, she practiced calligraphy and painting. The two of them were together in the study. Only the study had a large table suitable for practicing calligraphy. Hua Xuedong said it wouldn't disturb his work, so Quan Shengnan moved her brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, painting brushes, pigments, and other painting supplies there. One of them was as gentle and refined as jade, the other as breathtakingly beautiful as an immortal. The morning light streamed in through the window, casting a golden glow over both of them. Tranquil, peaceful, and infinitely beautiful. Secretary Chen caught sight of the scene through the open door, a flash of admiration in his eyes. So warm, so beautiful. The scene was beautiful, but the people in it were even more remarkable. Secretary Chen had never seen such a perfectly matched couple, though Miss Shengnan was a bit young. It would be even better if she were a few years older. Even at 15, it wouldn't sound quite right if word got out. Having been by Hua Xuedong's side for so many years, he understood him very well. He almost immediately noticed that the atmosphere between the two had changed significantly compared to before. Although Quan Shengnan hadn't responded out of shyness, it was clear she wasn't indifferent. Hua Xuedong looked up and glanced at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen smiled apologetically and quietly retreated. Since the documents in his hand weren't urgent, it was better not to disturb them. Hua Xuedong didn't continue with his work. He rubbed his neck, stood up, and walked over to her side. Looking at the inkwash lotus painting she had just finished and was waiting to dry, he said with a smile, "This is even better than the paintings I saw last time. Your progress can be described as leaps and bounds." "It's not that good. My painting skills still need practice." Li Feng had said her painting skills were good, but still required practice. After washing the inkstone, brushes, and painting brushes, Quan Shengnan took out the prepared fabric. "Turnants, did you ask for the measurements of the elderly lady and gentleman? I want to finish the clothes before the private cultural relics exchange, so I don't run out of time later." Hua Xuedong had already called to ask the day before and quickly took out a piece of paper with the elderly couple's measurements written on it. Quan Shengnan memorized them and carefully began cutting the fabric. This time, she was making tang suits. The brocade fabric already had intricate and exquisite patterns, so embroidery wasn't needed and would have been excessive. However, the cuffs and the hem of the top were trimmed with a wide border embroidered with unique patterns. Hua Xuedong mentioned that Madame Hua loved the lotus for its purity, rising unstained from the mud. So, the white border on the women's clothing was embroidered with inkwash lotus flowers. Mr. Hua, in his lifetime, had been particularly fond of dragon motifs. Thus, the black border on the men's clothing was embroidered with 2 dragons vying for a pearl. If it were just cutting and sewing, 2 sets of clothing could be finished in a day. But with these more intricate patterns added, 3 days felt a bit tight. Fortunately, there were still a few days left in the US and the return could be delayed a bit. So, it wasn't until the 4th day that Quan Shengnan finished embroidering the patterns on Madame Hua's clothing. Hua Xuedong noticed that the inkwash lotus flowers on the clothing were exactly the same as those in her inkwash lotus painting. If one didn't look closely, they might think the patterns were painted on. Gu embroidery truly lives up to its reputation. The embroidery is exquisite. My aunt will surely love it when she sees it. Many renowned Gu embroidery masters embroidered famous landscape paintings from the Song and Yuan dynasties, but Quan Shengnan was different. She wasn't imitating embroidery, she was creating. She embroidered her own calligraphy and paintings onto Chapter 486, Trading Gala 12. Quan Shengnan picked up the black trim for the men's clothing. At this moment, the black trim was not yet attached to the garment, but was stretched on an embroidery hoop, with the pattern of 2 dragons contending for a pearl faintly outlined in gold thread. The double dragon contending for a pearl pattern on the sleeve and trouser cuffs was much smaller than the one on the hem of the jacket, but they were identical. By evening, Quan Shengnan had embroidered 1 dragon, leaving only the eyes unfinished. Hua Xuedong suddenly received a call from the organizers of the Cultural Relics Trading Fair. Over the phone, they informed him of the venue and time. It would start at 8 o'clock tonight and end at 12. As time was running short, Hua Xuedong hung up the phone and told Quan Shengnan. Quan Shengnan immediately put down her work, went back to her room, and quickly changed into the clothes she had prepared earlier. By the time she came downstairs, Hua Xuedong was also ready, with a bodyguard carrying a silver-white briefcase containing cash. The Cultural Relics Trading Fair operated entirely on cash transactions, with immediate payment upon delivery. Once the transaction was completed, neither party was allowed to back out. What was particularly trustworthy was that all the cultural relics appearing at this trading fair were genuine. If any were found to be counterfeit, the seller would compensate tenfold. Hua Xuedong had prepared $5 million, while Quan Shengnan had only prepared $1 million. The main reason was that there were items at this trading fair that Hua Xuedong fancied and hoped to purchase. Quan Shengnan felt that since she was going, she should at least pick out a few good pieces to make the trip worthwhile. "Let's go. If we leave now, we can arrive around 7:40. Hua Xuedong was very familiar with these arrangements. After getting into the car, he smiled and said, Nan, I'll have to trouble you this time. Quan Shengnan shot him a glance. What a pointless thing to say. Wasn't she staying precisely to help him? Hua Xuedong smiled and explained the rules of the cultural relics trading fair to her. Unlike the ghost market, where goods were displayed for sale in a clandestine manner, this cultural relics trading fair was private and relatively formal. Sellers and buyers conducted transactions on the spot, without paying taxes and without fear of being investigated. Quan Shengnan asked, I remember you said that without a regular customer to vouch for you, it's impossible to get in? Is that true? Yes, this kind of cultural relics trading fair only recognizes regular customers. You need a regular customer's guarantee to enter. Is Liang Wenwan also a regular at the cultural relics trading fair? Why do you ask? Hua Xuedong was surprised. Liang Wenwan has only been in charge of Zhongjin Group for 3 years and hasn't had the opportunity to get involved in such places. But I see her. Quan Shengnan pointed ahead. Their car drove quickly and smoothly, arriving at the destination and stopping in front of a very ordinary main residence. By now, more than 20 world-class luxury cars were already parked at the entrance. Each car was no less impressive than theirs, and some were even more so. Following the direction Quan Shengnan pointed, Hua Xuedong saw Liang Wenwan stepping out of a luxury car just ahead of them. Wrapped in a sable coat, she carried an extraordinary presence. Behind her followed over a dozen bodyguards, each carrying a cash-filled briefcase. Liang Wenwan adjusted the scarf around her neck, glanced at Hua Xuedong as he got out of the car, nodded with a smile, and said, Turnance, you'll have to go easy on me at today's trading fair. Hua Xuedong responded indifferently, then turned to help Quan Shengnan out of the car. Seeing this, Liang Wenjuan's eyes narrowed. She had gone to great lengths to find a regular customer of the trading fair to vouch for her, and had brought $10 million, intending to snatch the items Hua Xuedong wanted and then make him beg her. She never expected Hua Xuedong to bring that little girl named Anne along. For several days, she had been unable to uncover any background information about this little girl. P.S. Regular updates during National Day. Starting from the release date, there will be 12 updates daily without fail. Please give your support. Chapter 487, Reaching the Limit 1. Zhongjin had many connections in mainland China, Hong Kong, and the United States. Even after Zhongjin passed away, those people still gave Liang Wenwan face. Relying on this, Liang Wenwan stood shoulder to shoulder with He Deming and Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong had 2 homes, one in Beijing, mainland China, and one in Hong Kong. Liang Wenwan had asked many friends in both places to investigate, but none could find a young girl named and around Hua Xuedong. As for the United States, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. She found nothing at all. She had even asked someone to check the immigration records, but unfortunately, there was no young girl named Anne. She didn't know that Quan Shengnan had never mentioned her English name in mainland China, had never been to Hong Kong, and had used the name Quan Shengnan when entering the United States. Naturally, no information could be found. Moreover, Quan Shengnan had lived in Jinling for many years, rarely appearing at school and only being active in the compound during holidays. Friends of Liang Wenwan had neither a photo of Quan Shengnan nor knowledge of her Chinese name. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to extend their reach into the red-walled compound. Like headless flies, relying solely on an English name made investigation difficult, and they could only apologize to Liang Wenwan. Thus, Liang Wenwan had no information about Quan Shengnan. Generally speaking, if her background couldn't be uncovered, there were only 2 reasons. Either she came from a noble family, so noble that she was tightly protected, making it impossible to investigate. Or she came from an extremely ordinary background, so ordinary that her origins couldn't be traced. Liang Wenwan was no fool, as evidenced by her ability to preserve Zhang Zhen's group. Quan Shengnan was exceptionally beautiful, with a composed demeanor and exquisitely expensive attire, all of which revealed her noble family background. This kind of noble grace was something Liang Wenwan had only seen in Hua Xuedong. Although He Deming was the richest man in Hong Kong, his grace was slightly inferior to Hua Xuedong's. However, no matter how noble her background, she was just another mediocre and incapable young lady relying on her family's influence, no different from the spoiled heiresses in Hong Kong's high society. Without the protection of her elders, she would be nothing, like stripping away a gorgeous outer garment, leaving only a pile of straw, with no assets or abilities of her own. Therefore, in her attitude toward Quan Shengnan, Liang Wenwan only reduced her contempt by 3 parts, while everything else remained the same as usual. Quan Shengnan saw through Liang Wenjuan's thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but find it amusing. So self-righteous. Yes, children of high-ranking officials were indeed born as the darlings of heaven, with a much higher starting point compared to ordinary people. A high starting point meant they had more to learn and greater responsibilities to bear. 90% of cadre families were very strict in educating their children. The reason was simple. Being strict now meant fewer troubles in the future. Everyone's official position was coveted by those below. One shouldn't think that reaching a high position meant they could rest easy. Sorry, but there were plenty of officials eager to climb higher and replace them. While their contributions to the country might pale in comparison to their parents and elders, they were certainly not idle good-for-nothings who relied solely on their family's influence to throw their weight around. Those who called themselves crown princes or young masters were only a minority. The higher one's family background, the more self-disciplined they were. Whether in studies or work, their schedules were tight, leaving little idle time to roam around Beijing, indulging in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Nor would they appear in public to give others leverage. Turnance, let's go in. I think I saw Arthur's car. Has he arrived too? Arthur? Huoxiuedong walked side by side with her into the mansion, and indeed saw Arthur waving his... Chapter 488, reaching the limit of endurance 2. Turnance, I have finally witnessed your cunning. Walking up to them, Arthur's first words were a rather severe reprimand. Quan Shengnan was extremely curious. Arthur, were you tricked? What did Turnance do that you call him cunning? Arthur said angrily, it's the excuse to take you away. He deceived me. Turnance said he needed my help, and isn't that why I came to help him? He didn't lie. How could he have deceived you? And does he need your help? Does Turnance really need your help? He pointed towards the mansion where quite a few people had already gathered, all heading into the hall. And, beautiful little Eastern fairy, you were deceived too. Every item at this exchange can be guaranteed for its authenticity. If it's fake, they pay tenfold. There's no risk involved. What help could he possibly need from you? To ask for your expert eye? It's completely unnecessary. That's true. Quan Shengnan's clear, bright eyes turned to Huoxiuedong, waiting for him to explain to Arthur. Who would have thought Huoxiuedong didn't care about Arthur's anger at all? He smiled gently and softly, saying, as long as the goal is achieved, that's what matters. It's been several days now, what's the point in dwelling on this? Arthur's eyes widened, and he was left speechless, not knowing what to say. A middle-aged man who had walked over with Arthur chuckled. Arthur, aren't you going to introduce me to your new friends? Arthur let out a heavy sigh. Turnance, a friend from Hong Kong. And this beautiful little girl beside him, also from the East, is named Anne. She has helped me a great deal and is my most honored guest. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through the middle-aged man's eyes. He said, hello, I'm Antony. Hello, Antony, Huoxiuedong and Quan Shengnan responded politely. Antony glanced at his watch. It's almost time. Let's all go inside to talk. They moved into the hall. Upon entry, there were specialized personnel carefully observing the guests. Arthur and Antony were clearly regulars, and Quan Shengnan, accompanying Huoxiuedong, was quickly allowed through. Liang Wenwan, however, waited a long time for her guarantor to arrive. A middle-aged man with slightly graying temples and handsome features, also from Hong Kong, named Shui Zhihui. Shui Zhihui was Hong Kong's sixth richest super tycoon, his status in Hong Kong only slightly lower than Liang Wenjuan's. In fact, the gap between their assets had been steadily narrowing. The weather was cold, but sweat beaded on Shui Zhihui's forehead as he arrived, panting slightly. Sorry, Sylvia, I was delayed a bit. Liang Wenjuan's face was taut. Chairman Shui, do you also show up late for business dealings? That girl named and actually knows the head of the Smith family? Liang Wenwan felt she couldn't see through her anymore and naturally vented this anger onto Shui Zhihui. Shui Zhihui cursed inwardly but smiled apologetically. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhongjin group ranked ahead of his company, he wouldn't bother with this woman who couldn't even lower her pride when asking for a favor. After the inspection, they entered the main hall. But then they heard Quan Shengnan, who was about to take her seat ahead of them, suddenly say to Antony, Antony, don't walk to your seat from the left side. Why not, my beautiful, lovely little Anne? Antony found it very strange. Because if you walk on the left, your clothes will catch on a chair and you'll trip, making a spectacle of yourself. Upon hearing her words, Arthur quickly added, Antony, listen to Anne. Come with me on the right side. Anne is amazing. She's proficient in Eastern physiognomy and fortune-telling. Yes, fortune-telling. She can divine the past and the future. Chapter 489, Reaching the Limit 3. Upon hearing this, Anthony not only didn't mind, but instead burst into laughter. My friends, I don't believe in such things. What is fortune-telling? I don't understand it, but I am very careful. I won't trip and fall. If he didn't believe, then so be it. Originally, the reminder was given out of respect for his friendship with Arthur. Since he didn't believe, one's own conscience was clear. Quan Shengnan shook her head with a smile and, along with Huoxiuedong, took their seats on the left side. The hall was spacious. Apart from a raised platform at the front, the area below was filled with matching tables and chairs for guests to sit. The arrangement of tables and chairs wasn't particularly neat, nor was there any strict order. There was ample space between each set of tables and chairs, with a circle of chairs around them, likely to accommodate guests who brought bodyguards. Each table had 2 chairs at the main seats. Hu Xuedong led Quan Shengnan to sit together, while the bodyguards took their seats around them. The safe containing the money was placed on the table, very conspicuous. The more conspicuous it was, with everyone watching, the less likely anything would go wrong. As soon as Quan Shengnan sat down and was about to turn to speak to Hu Xuedong, she heard a loud thud. Anthony had fallen flat on his back. At the same time, his tall and burly frame knocked over the nearby tables and chairs, sending them crashing to the ground in a clatter. His bodyguards, unable to reach out in time to stop him, could only watch helplessly as the disaster unfolded. "Oh, my goodness. Anthony, you are truly unfortunate." Arthur widened his eyes exaggeratedly, then walked over to help him up, saying with schadenfreude, "Well, Anthony? Wasn't right?" Her prediction came true. Anthony, though embarrassed by his fall, maintained his composure upon getting up, unaffected by the ridicule from others. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and quickly walked over to Quan Shengnan. "Dear little Eastern fairy, you are truly amazing. How did you predict that I would trip and fall?" "That's a secret," Quan Shengnan replied with a smile. "Oh, so it's a secret." Since it was a secret, Anthony didn't press further. Instead, he gave a thumbs up and praised her before returning to his seat. Liang Wenwan, who was sitting not too far from them, was stunned. Could something so miraculous truly exist in the world? She had personally heard Quan Shengnan's warning to Anthony and believed it wasn't an act. "It's Mr. Hu, Sylvia. Shouldn't we go over to greet him?" Shui Zhihui, noticing Hu Xuedong's presence, immediately lit up with excitement and spoke urgently. Liang Wenwan said stubbornly, "I'm not going. You go by yourself." She wanted to wait for Hu Xuedong to come begging for her. Shui Zhihui was inwardly puzzled. Ever since this woman confessed her admiration for Hu Xuedong to the media, hadn't she always been like a bee drawn to flowers? What was wrong with her today? If she wouldn't go, he couldn't afford not to. His business still relied on the Hu group. Shui Zhihui walked over with a smile and said respectfully, "Mr. Hu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you in the U.S. Hu Xuedong stood up and nodded slightly. "Mr. Shui, you're here too." Seeing Hu Xuedong's movement, Quan Shengnan also stood up. Only then did Shui Zhihui notice the exceptionally beautiful young woman accompanying Hu Xuedong. Her hair was as dark as ink, her skin as fair as snow. Though young and still bearing a hint of childishness, her elegance was already evident in her eyes and brows, like a celestial being. "Mr. Hu, who is this beautiful young lady?" Shui Zhihui asked. Hu Xuedong replied calmly, "She is N. And this is Shui Zhihui, one of Hong Kong's top 10 super wealthy individuals." Quan Shengnan's mind buzzed as if it had exploded. Chapter 490, Reaching the Limit 4. Shui Zhihui? Wasn't that the husband Wu Chunyan had been desperately waiting for? Was it the same person, or just someone with the same name? Having spent 7 years with Wu Chunyan, their bond was extraordinary. Quan Shengnan always remembered her waiting in Jinling for the return of her husband and child. Hu Xuedong was startled and reached out to place his hand on her forehead. "And are you feeling unwell?" Could it be that Quan Shengnan had heard the name Shui Zhihui before? Hu Xuedong had never forgotten about Quan Shengnan's certain extraordinary abilities. Quan Shengnan quickly returned to normal, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "I'm fine. I just found the name Shuixing somewhat familiar, so I was a bit rude." After saying this, she glanced apologetically at Shui Zhihui. "I'm sorry, Shuixing. It's fine, it's fine." Shui Zhihui waved his hands repeatedly. How could he dare to let someone by Hu Xuedong's side apologize to him? But why was she so shocked upon hearing his name? Shui Zhihui had built his fortune from scratch and become one of Hong Kong's top 10 super rich, which was no simple feat. Yet he couldn't ask, and he didn't dare to ask. In the end, suppressing this strange feeling, Shui Zhihui exchanged a few pleasantries with Hu Xuedong and returned to his seat. Hu Xuedong pulled Quan Shengnan to sit down. "What happened to you just now?" Quan Shengnan moved closer to him and asked softly, "That Mr. Shui Zhihui just now, does he have a son named Shui Anren and a daughter named Shui Qingran?" "You've never been to Hong Kong. How do you know? Did you see it on his face?" Hu Xuedong asked. Quan Shengnan slowly shook her head and didn't speak. So, Shui Zhihui had already achieved fame and success. As a Hong Kong businessman, he could have easily returned to his hometown to visit his family. But he hadn't. And Wu Chunyan was still in Jinling, waiting obsessively, preferring to become a vengeful ghost rather than enter the cycle of reincarnation. Hu Xuedong was extremely worried. "And what's really wrong with you?" He secretly noted Shui Zhihui in his mind. If not for his appearance, Quan Shengnan should have been chatting and laughing with him right now. Quan Shengnan suddenly asked, "That Shui Zhihui, Shuixing, does he only have the 2 children, Shui Anren and Shui Qingran?" "Of course not. Besides those 2, he has 7 more children." 7? Did he marry a new wife? A new wife? What did she mean? Could it be that Quan Shengnan knew Shui Zhouhui's first wife? Suppressing his curiosity, Xue Dong said softly, yes, 7. The first wife gave birth to 2, the second wife gave birth to 3, and the third wife also gave birth to 2, making a total of 7. First wife? Second wife? Third wife? You mean, Shui Zhouhui has 3 wives in total? Married before concubinage was prohibited. Hong Kong abolished the concubinage system in 1971, but concubines taken before that were legal. Even now, many wealthy people openly have multiple partners, but they cleverly exploit legal loopholes, referring to women other than their legal wives as girlfriends, without granting the status of second or third wives. Xue Dong shook his head and said, Shui Zhouhui went to Hong Kong about 30-some years ago. The specific year was probably 1960. He successively married his first wife, Hu Qian, and his second wife, and Jia Hui, there, with whom he has marital relationships. As for the third wife, Yu Huan, she was brought into the household about 7 or 8 years ago. Although she is called the third madam, there is no marital relationship. 1960? That was 35 years ago. Wu Chunan had been dead for almost 30 years. While she was still alive, Shui Zhouhui had already changed his heart. He must have been too content to think of returning, right? He had the means to marry wives and take concubines, but not the means to bring his parents and wife. Chapter 491, Reaching the Limit 5. Love? Marriage? Utterly fragile. Quan Shengnan suddenly felt a bit unsettled. Wu Chunyan didn't want her to calculate Shui Zhouhui's exact location because she hoped he would return sincerely of his own accord. And the result? This was the result. A top 10 super-rich tycoon in Hong Kong, powerful and influential, capable of flying to the US, yet unable to fly back to the mainland? Couldn't he investigate, search, or inquire whether his parents and wife were still alive? And have you heard of Shui Zhouhui before? Xue Dong guessed. Quan Shengnan nodded. She glanced back at Shui Zhouhui, who was chatting and laughing with Liang Wan, and when she turned back, a flicker of disgust passed through her eyes. I used to live in Nanjing, didn't I? I once heard about something. Shui Zhouhui's parents and his wife, Wu Chunyan, waited desperately for news of him, but unfortunately, they passed away one after another without ever receiving any. Xue Dong pondered thoughtfully. According to the information I've gathered since entering business, Shui Zhouhui married his first wife, Hu Qian, within a few months of arriving in Hong Kong. The following year, while Hu Qian was in confinement after childbirth, he took a second wife, and Jia Hui. Could it be that his original wife was still alive when he married and took concubines? Only this could explain Quan Shengnan's disgust toward him. Quan Shengnan had always been clear about her likes and dislikes, but she was also fair-minded. Those she despised were certainly not good people. Pretty much. Calculating the timeline, Wu Chunyan was indeed still alive when Shui Zhouhui married and took concubines in Hong Kong. They say women are fickle, but in reality, aren't men the ones whose hearts change most easily? Although there are couples in the world who support each other through thick and thin, there are also many who part ways. Especially after men achieve success and fame, the number of original wives who are abandoned is very high. Even if not abandoned, they often take on lovers. On the other hand, ordinary people lead simple lives, busy with daily necessities, and lack the means to engage in such messy affairs. Seeing her like this, Xue Dong immediately guessed a few things. No wonder she always held an uncertain attitude toward marriage and love. So that was why. Although families like the Lins, the Qins, and couples like Yuan Jitu and his wife were deeply affectionate, there were also many women like Zhao Yuzhen, Bai Yun, and Qi Hui. Coincidentally, Quan Shengnan knew every single one of these cases in detail. Nan, I'm different from those people. After figuring it out, Xue Dong said seriously. Quan Shengnan stared blankly at his earnest gaze, unsure how to respond. Could she believe him? She didn't dare. She was afraid that one day she might meet the same fate as Bai Yun and Qi Hui. Xue Dong sighed silently. It seemed he still needed to work hard to make Quan Shengnan believe in him. At that moment, a middle-aged, wrinkled, chubby American man walked onto the stage. He raised his hand, and the noisy hall below fell silent. Dear guests, I am today's host, Bieber, and I am in charge of today's auction feast. First, I must apologize to everyone. The trade fair originally scheduled for 2 days ago was only held today, and the venue was changed several times, wasting your precious time. I am truly very sorry. The audience seemed to understand the situation well, as several people chimed in, saying it was no problem. A smile appeared on Bieber's face and his expression relaxed considerably. In that case, let our feast begin. He clapped his hands, and his assistant distributed booklets to the attendees. Then, over a dozen bodyguards carried heavy boxes in, placing the first one at Bieber's feet. Bieber took out Chapter 492, Reaching the Limit 6. Quan Shengnan looked curiously at the booklet in front of her. When she opened it, she found that it contained close-up photos of all the items to be auctioned today. Each photo was taken very clearly, with one picture for every angle of the same item. Very meticulous. Hua Xiuedong said, Bieber isn't the real boss behind the scenes, he's just the person in charge of the exchange. It's an unwritten rule that there will always be a booklet at the exchange for guests to look through, so they have a clear idea of today's auction items. Quan Shengnan nodded and flipped through the booklet in her hand. You said you wanted to buy something. What items were you thinking of? Did you already know which items were included before seeing the booklet? Hua Xiuedong smiled slightly. Those with well-informed sources usually get a bit of insider information. Right? Quan Shengnan understood. Hua Xiuedong took a pen from his pocket and marked his targets one by one. A jade hairpin once used by Empress Dowager Cixi, a jade flute, and a string of court beads made of jadeite. Huh, only 3 items? And they're all jewelry, not exactly top tier. Your goals are actually this simple. The number seemed too small. He had prepared a full $5 million. Quan Shengnan glanced at Hua Xiuedong, a bit incredulous. Hua Xiuedong saw her expression. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled without speaking. The Hua family was wealthy. What hadn't he seen? What hadn't he used? Although these items might be precious in others' eyes, he didn't pay them much mind. There was nothing worth his collection. Given the time, he might as well take a trip to the antique market and enjoy the thrill of finding hidden treasures. If not for using this as an excuse, how could he have smoothly picked up Quan Shengnan and kept her in the US for a few more days? At first, he just wanted to take Quan Shengnan out for fun. Later, when he realized his own feelings, he became even more determined to stick to the original excuse. No matter how well Quan Shengnan understood Hua Xiuedong, she would never have thought of this. She lowered her head to examine the items Hua Xiuedong had selected and said seriously, the quality of this jadeite hairpin is very good old mine glass type apple green. What's most rare is that the head of the pin is carved into the shape of a flying phoenix with auspicious clouds swirling around it, taking up about half the length of the entire pin. However, if the price exceeds $50,000, there's no need to continue bidding. Hua Xiuedong tilted his head, listening to her soft voice as she explained in detail, and nodded in agreement. Quan Shengnan pointed at the second item and shook her head. Although a jade flute is a musical instrument, flutes made of jade actually don't have good sound quality. They can only be treated as collectibles. $10,000 is enough for its value. You're right. What about the last item? You mean the last one? This is actually a good piece, used by Emperor Yongzheng. If it doesn't exceed $50,000, you can buy it. Hua Xiuedong smiled and said, all right, I'll listen to you. If you see any other good items, you can remind me to bid for them. Quan Shengnan had brought $1 million, while he had $5 million. Quan Shengnan looked at him quietly and exclaimed softly, you're not really making excuses on purpose, like Arthur said, are you? You actually don't need my help at all. At this point, Quan Shengnan felt a bit unhappy. After all, she had stayed in the US for many days because of this matter, enough time for her to go home for the new year. Tomorrow would be New Year's Eve. She had genuinely thought Hua Xiuedong needed her help and had spent a long time explaining to her elders why she was staying in the US. She had also spent a long time on the phone coaxing Little Lion, promising to buy him lots of delicious food and fun toys before he reluctantly and grudgingly agreed not to cry or make a fuss. Hua Xiuedong quickly said, I really do need your help. There are many items at the exchange that I haven't received information about. I can Chapter 493, Reaching the Limit 7. If she were truly angered, the situation would become difficult to handle. Hua Xiuedong was now immensely grateful for the secrecy of the private cultural relics auction, as many of the items being auctioned were not publicly known. Quan Shengnan reluctantly accepted his explanation and looked up toward the stage. The first item Bieber took out of the box was not some top-tier artifact, but a jadeite bracelet with a tourmaline as the main bead. This is a jadeite bead bracelet from the East. Apart from the tourmaline main bead, the 18 jadeite beads are identical. It was once used by Empress Dowager Cixi and later gifted to a palace made by her side. Under the lighting, the 18 jadeite beads appeared exceptionally vibrant and full of luster. Since those in the audience were allowed to whisper among themselves, Quan Shengnan muttered, doesn't he understand the principle of not judging color under artificial light? When authenticating jade, one should not rely on artificial lighting. Under such lighting, even jade of mediocre quality can emit a beautiful and captivating glow, deceiving the eyes of observers. Hua Xiuedong smiled and said, foreigners don't understand the intricacies of jadeite. Bieber walked down from the stage, presenting the 18 jadeite beads to each guest before returning to the stage. He smiled and announced, the starting bid for this jadeite bracelet is $1,000. You may now place your bids, with each increment no less than $100. The hall fell into complete silence, as no one stepped forward to make the first bid. Liang Wawan suddenly spoke up, $1,200. She confidently and haughtily glanced around at the others, having made the first bid. Oh, beautiful lady from the East, you have excellent taste. The bid is now $1,200. Does anyone wish to continue? With Liang Wanwan having started the bidding, other offers soon followed in succession. $1,300, $1,500, $2,000. I bid $2,000. The final winning bid was $32,000, secured by Liang Wanwan. The cash was counted on the spot, and the transaction was completed immediately. The US dollars ended up in Bieber's hands, while the 18 jadeite beads went to Liang Wanwan. She slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, examined it carefully for a moment, and felt very satisfied. She had heard that He Xuedong's biological mother had a deep fondness for jadeite. Liang Wanwan had taken this piece of information to heart. Additionally, since He Xuedong owned a jadeite company, as a successful career woman, it was only natural for her to cater to his interests. Jadeite was crystalline and beautiful. While Liang Wanwan had initially intended to use it to win He Xuedong's favor, she had now grown to love jadeite itself. She was very fond of this bracelet, as it reflected her noble status. In the future, gifting it to He Xuedong's biological mother would also be a very appropriate present, and she believed the mother would certainly like it. Liang Wanwan had already made plans to purchase more jadeite jewelry and learn more about jadeite. By wearing jadeite jewelry and giving jadeite gifts, He Xuedong's mother would surely find her amiable and satisfactory. Sharing a common interest and having topics to discuss would make for a wonderful mother-daughter-in-law relationship. She didn't know what items He Xuedong had his eye on at this auction. Remembering her purpose for attending, she decided that she would also bid on anything He Xuedong bid for. The next item up for auction was Empress Dowager Cixi's jadeite hairpin. After Bieber introduced and presented it, the bidding began with a starting price of $1,000, and each increment was not to exceed $200. He Xuedong did not speak directly. Instead, his bodyguard raised the bidding paddle and said, $1,500. So, did he want to acquire this piece of jadeite jewelry? Liang Wanwan perked up and, without hesitation, Chapter 494, Reaching the Limit 8. He Xuedong's brows furrowed slightly as he signaled his bodyguard to continue bidding. Although this jade hairpin wasn't his target, he thought it would look absolutely stunning in Quan Shengnan's hair. Quan Shengnan's skin was extremely fair, luminous, and smooth like jade. Jade couldn't outshine her, but it complemented her perfectly. A flawless, translucent green hairpin against her crystal-clear, fair skin. The thought alone was beautiful. After the bodyguard raised the price, Liang Wanwan immediately followed, $3,000. $5,000. Although Quan Shengnan and He Xuedong spoke softly, the surrounding bodyguards heard them clearly. Knowing the final limit for the jade hairpin, they could bid without hesitation. $10,000. Those originally interested in the jade hairpin, hearing this and seeing the situation, gave up on bidding. 90% of the attendees at this private cultural relics auction were wealthy merchants from mainland China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. None were unfamiliar with He Xuedong, who would dare compete for something he fancied. As for Liang Wanwan, business people were well informed and understood the situation perfectly. They wondered, could it be that Liang Wanwan was upset seeing He Xuedong accompanied by a beautiful, noble-looking young woman? In the past, Liang Wanwan would have yielded to He Xuedong, not confronted him head-on. Although this jade hairpin was fine, it wasn't valuable enough to warrant a bidding war between the chairs of two major conglomerates. The bodyguard continued bidding expressionlessly, $11,000. $15,000. Liang Wenjuan's boldness drew admiration from many. $16,000. The bodyguard learned to raise the bid by $1,000 each time. $20,000. Until the bodyguard raised the bid to $46,000, Liang Wanwan continued to $50,000. Quan Shengnan chuckled softly, "Turnance, she wants you to beg her." She had long seen through Liang Wenjuan's intentions. Liang Wanwan assumed that if He Xuedong was bidding, he must truly desire the item, never imagining it wasn't the case at all. His previously furrowed brows suddenly drew together tightly. He Xuedong asked, "Do you like this hairpin? Are you going to buy it for me?" "I don't think it's necessary. If I liked it, I would have bought it myself long ago." Although it was a jade hairpin with historical significance, Quan Shengnan certainly didn't lack jade items. She had the means herself and didn't need He Xuedong to buy it for her. He Xuedong sighed softly and suddenly spoke up, $55,000. Quan Shengnan was taken aback and whispered, "Are you crazy? I said this hairpin isn't worth bidding for over $50,000. I have my reasons." He Xuedong grasped her hand in return. There were some things he didn't bother with, but that didn't mean he was a soft persimmon to be squeezed and molded at will. Hearing Liang Wanwan quickly raise the bid by another $5,000, Quan Shengnan couldn't help but say, "There's no need for you to stoop to her level. It's beneath your dignity." He Xuedong thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." His brows relaxed, A smile spread across his face, and his expression grew even gentler. He signaled his bodyguard to stop bidding and lowered his head with Quan Shengnan to look at the other auction items. Bieber watched the bidding war between the two parties with great interest. Seeing Hu Xuedong yield, he felt slightly disappointed. If the competition had continued, the price might have kept climbing. $60,000 first call. $60,000 second call. $60,000 third call. All right, no further bids. The final winning bid is $60,000, belonging to Ms. Liang Wenwan. Liang Wenwan beamed with joy, thoroughly satisfied. Hu Xuedong had raised the bid so many times, he must have really liked this hairpin. She would definitely wait for him to come begging. P.S. There are still 4 on Chapter 495, Beyond Endurance 9. Quan Shengnan had initially thought Liang Wenwan was a smart person who would know when to stop to avoid escalating tensions between both sides. Who would have thought that not only did Liang Wenwan not stop, but she even intensified her actions. She believed that with her status as Hong Kong's richest woman, no one could afford to look down on her. Although Tianxia Group and Hua Group indeed ranked first and second, her Zhongzhen Group was not to be underestimated either. Hua Group would definitely not sever ties with Zhongzhen Group over such a trivial matter. There was no other reason, it was simply because Hua Group was not number one. If they severed ties with Zhongzhen Group, they would inevitably be suppressed by Tianxia Group, causing them to fall out of the top 3. Thus, for the next few items, whenever the bodyguards on their side made a bid, Liang Wenwan would invariably follow closely behind, competing with them. She didn't care at all that the prices she offered far exceeded the actual value of the auction items, continuing until they fell into her hands. It seemed all the jade items were placed in the first box. The jade flute Hu Xuedong had casually selected was among them, as were the jadeite court beads. Quan Shengnan had taken a liking to a jadeite carved bracelet, which Liang Wenwan also bought at a high price. As for that bracelet, Quan Shengnan didn't necessarily have to have it. Generally speaking, jadeite bracelets are usually plain, and only those with flaws are carved into patterns to remove the imperfections. Their true value is actually lower than that of plain bracelets. What Quan Shengnan admired was the bracelet's carving craftsmanship. This bracelet was carved into a peony wreath, with green leaves and red flowers. On the green leaves was a naturally color-graded peony, and on its petals was an insect, crawling and wriggling while nibbling on the petals, leaving mottled bite marks. The clever use of color was just right, showcasing unique ingenuity. Without the insect and bite marks, the peony on the bracelet would simply be a lifelike peony. But with the insect and bite marks, the entire peony flower, along with its leaves, instantly came to life. Liang Wenwan liked it very much and, after winning it, immediately put it on her wrist, replacing the jadeite bead bracelet she had worn earlier. She examined it for a long time, a smile on her face. Although Hu Xuedong's expression remained as gentle and refined as usual, his eyes were as cold as ice in the depths of winter. Quan Shengnan was also annoyed. Even she understood how childish these actions were and how they compromised one's dignity. She didn't want Hu Xuedong to stoop to Liang Wenwan's level. Didn't Liang Wenwan understand? For the sake of a businessman, abandoning one's principles, no wonder Zhongzhen Group's assets, though not shrinking, quickly fell out of the top 3. Having such an emotionally driven person in charge was truly a misfortune for Zhongzhen Group. Fortunately, these items were dispensable to them. Quan Shengnan lowered her head to look at the catalog for a while before turning to ask Hu Xuedong, "Does the catalog only list the jade items, porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings that have already been auctioned? The trade fair lasts 3 days in total. These are today's auction items. A new catalog will be issued tomorrow." So that was it. The organizers behind the trade fair were indeed cautious. As Hu Xuedong had said, this box of auction items was just the appetizer for the auction. Soon, the second box was opened. Porcelain, the second box turned out to be filled with various porcelain items. Bibbo took out a large blue and white plate from the box. This is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, salvaged from the sea. It has lain at the bottom of the ocean for hundreds of years, yet it remains as bright, elegant, and pristine as new. As he held up the blue and white plate to show everyone, Hu Xuedong called over the bodyguard responsible for bidding and whispered a few instructions. The bodyguard nodded repeatedly, silently mourning for Liang Wenwan. Competing with Mr. Hua for auction items was one thing, but to snatch away the only carved jadeite bracelet that Miss Xing'an had taken a liking to, this was Chapter 496, Reaching the Limit of Endurance 10. In business, one often needs to maintain good relations with others. Relying solely on ruthless competition is harmful and yields no benefits. Showing a little leniency can lead to unimaginable gains in the future. Hu Xuedong had always adhered to this principle. In the business world, his reputation was excellent, not to mention those he had mentored. More than a dozen of them had become among the top 100 wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong, with one even ranking 7th among the top 10. This spoke volumes about Hu Xuedong's character and conduct. Liang Wenjuan's persistent pestering and unreasonable behavior had truly pushed Hu Xuedong to the limit of his endurance. Quan Shengnan heard Hu Xuedong's instructions to the bodyguard but did not intervene. They had come to auction a few items, not to engage in confrontations with others. If it weren't for Liang Wenjuan going too far, she couldn't be bothered with her. Especially since Quan Shengnan had spotted a calligraphy and painting piece in the catalog and had paused, not turning the page for a long time. Hu Xuedong leaned over to look and raised an eyebrow. A work from the late Ming to early Qing period. Quite skilled, not inferior to ancient masters. Let me see the signature. Lu Shi de friend Xia Huiqing. Who are Lu Shi and Xia Huiqing? Never heard of them. What a pity. Quan Shengnan knew who Xia Huiqing was. As for who Lu Shi was, she was even clearer in her heart. Li Fang, courtesy name Lu Shi. To leave a lasting legacy for generations. Li Fang had taught her for 7 years. Using the writing brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, pigments, and painting tools she provided, Li Fang had often wielded his brush to create. His calligraphy and paintings were all too familiar to Quan Shengnan. She never expected to encounter one of Li Fang's calligraphy and painting pieces at a private cultural relics exchange in the United States. This piece held a different significance for her. Turnance, I want this painting at any cost. Quan Shengnan spoke, her gaze resolute. A flicker of doubt crossed Hu Xuedong's mind, but he nodded with a smile. All right. Don't worry, this piece is scheduled later. By then, Liang Wenjuan likely won't have the financial means to compete with us. Thinking of his instructions to the bodyguard, Quan Shengnan couldn't help but smile. Then she added, but Liang Wenjuan brought $10 million. She had only spent $1 million so far. $9 million was more than the combined funds of the two of them. Hu Xuedong said confidently, don't worry. Do you think others aren't displeased with Liang Wenjuan? Her behavior has violated some unspoken rules of the auction. People just aren't saying anything, and since these are jadeite jewelry and jade items, not their main targets, they aren't competing with her. But it'll be different later. One must always remember not to provoke public anger. Hu Xuedong's bidding was clearly selective. Out of a case of jade items, he only bid on 4 or 5 pieces. But what about Liang Wenjuan? Apart from the initial 18 jadeite beads, she didn't choose items she liked, but instead snatched what Hu Xuedong had his eye on. Others, especially the Hong Kong merchants, had no chance to bid, not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare. They didn't want to face suppression and attacks from the Zhongzheng group upon returning to Hong Kong. Bidding against Hu Xuedong, however, carried no pressure or burden for them. Liang Wenjuan was different. This woman held grudges over the smallest matters. Once, a wealthy businessman ranked within the top 100 pursued her. She found him repulsive with his fat face and big ears, so she orchestrated his financial ruin. They exchanged glances, each forming their own plans. Liang Wenjuan thought too highly of herself, offending many without realizing it. They were waiting to see Hu Xuedong's next move, and adding fuel to the fire wouldn't hurt. As seasoned veterans in the business world, none of them believed Hu Xuedong was truly a pushover. After all, Liang Wenjuan was just a woman in her 30s. Chapter 497, Reaching the Limit 11. The blue and white porcelain plate, the bidding began. Hu Xuedong had no interest in it, but his bodyguard still opened the bidding. There were many people interested in the blue and white porcelain plate. They did not dare not to bid just because Hu Xuedong was Hong Kong's richest man. Back and forth, the price was slowly driven up. As expected, when the price passed $400,000, Liang Wenjuan suddenly raised the price to $500,000. Hu Xuedong didn't even look up. Seeing Quan Shengnan still staring at the calligraphy and painting by Lu Shi, he asked, who are this Lu Shi and Xia Huiqing? Do you know them? Quan Shengnan snapped back to attention and nodded. The calligraphy and painting is from the hand of the great Confucian scholar, Mr. Li from Yangzhou in the late Ming dynasty. Lu Shi is Mr. Li's courtesy name. Mr. Li's given name is a single character, which is Feng from the phrase Lu Feng by Shi, to leave a lasting fragrance for 100 generations. Li Feng was her master. When mentioning Li Feng's name, she naturally avoided the correct pinyin for Lu Shi and Feng. For Feng, she pronounced it as Fan. For Lu Shi, she pronounced it as Li Shi. It took Hu Xuedong a while to react. The surname is Li, given name Feng, courtesy name Lu Shi? Why would Quan Shengnan show such respect to a great Confucian scholar who passed away centuries ago? Hu Xuedong silently tucked this question away in his heart. Unaware, Quan Shengnan answered naturally yes. When the Qing troops entered the pass, the 10 days of Yangzhou saw rivers of blood. After sending off all his students and his entire clan family, this Mr. Li slit his own throat and set fire to his home, refusing to suffer the humiliation of the Qing soldiers. Hearing this, Hu Shiwedong couldn't help but feel solemn respect. When the Qing troops entered the pass, they massacred people everywhere. Subsequently, many heroic figures of integrity emerged in various places. Li Fang may not have Lu Fang by shirt left a lasting fragrance for 100 generations, as his name suggested, nor did he appear in history books, but this integrity earned Hu Shiwedong's deep respect, a feeling of admiration flowing like an endless stream. Then Xia Huiqing, who received the gifted painting, was his friend? Xia Huiqing. Quan Shengnan glanced at the booklet and said, Xia Huiqing was an old friend of Mr. Li, and also his relative by marriage. He was a general guarding the city. His son was the fiancé of Mr. Li's yet unmarried daughter. However, after Shirkufa's defeat, both father and son perished beneath the city walls, and Mr. Li's daughter hanged herself for love. It's unknown how this calligraphy and painting survived. Hu Shiwedong said, when the Qing troops entered the pass, they not only killed people but also plundered wealth. Perhaps it avoided destruction because of that. Avoided the fate of destruction because the Qing soldiers looted homes and seized property? Quan Shengnan sighed. By now, the bidding for the blue and white porcelain plate had concluded, falling into Liang Wenjuan's hands at the high price of $800,000. Some Hong Kong businessmen's dissatisfaction with Liang Wenjuan grew even stronger. After that, for everything they fancied, if Hu Shiwedong bid, Liang Wenjuan was determined to get it without exception. Soon, Liang Wenjuan had spent nearly $8 million. The bodyguard, following Hu Shiwedong's instructions, would pick one or two items he had no real interest in and open the bidding. As expected, Liang Wenjuan would inevitably follow closely behind, utterly unconcerned about the huge sums of money spent. Only a little over 2 million left. The bodyguard psyched himself up. If he could use up all the cash she brought, his mission would be accomplished. Even he, a mere bodyguard, looked down on Liang Wenjuan's behavior, let alone others. Fortunately, few of the items so far had caught the eye of Hu Shiwedong and Quan Shengnan. Next was the highlight among the porcelain, a pale bluish-green Ru Kiln porcelain box, starting price $500,000. Ru Kiln, the Ru Kiln praised as the foremost of the 5 great kilns. This was the target of many wealthy businessmen present. They secretly groaned. Please don't let Hu Shiwedong participate in the bidding again. Once he does, Liang. Chapter 498, Reaching the Limit 12. What one fears often comes to pass. After waiting for several wealthy merchants to place their bids, Hu Shiwedong's bodyguard raised the bid in one go to $800,000. Many of the wealthy merchants immediately showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. Many items were indeed their targets, but they had a bottom line in mind for the valuation of these items. They would stop bidding once it exceeded that line, for no other reason than that they were businessmen. Businessmen prioritize profit. In the end, only Hu's bodyguard and Liang Wenjuan were bidding on this porcelain box. The bodyguard became generous this time, as if determined to win. He raised the bid by $100,000, while Liang Wenjuan raised it by $10,000. There was no other way. Others didn't know, but Liang Wenjuan herself was well aware that the cash she had brought was running low. She kicked Shui Zhihui, who was sitting at the same table with her, and after one bid, whispered, when I bid later, if I run short of cash, lend me some first. I'll pay you back later. Shui Zhihui happily agreed on the surface, but inside, he was cursing Liang Wenjuan to death. He had his own eye on items too, didn't he? Just then, Hu Shiwedong's bodyguard suddenly raised the bid from $1.5 million to $2,100,000. Liang Wenjuan, caught off guard, immediately responded, $2,110,000. $2,110,000. The bodyguard showed a disappointed expression and did not continue bidding. But Liang Wenjuan was stunned. She knew very well that $2,110,000 was exactly the cash she had left. Once, twice, 3 times, no one raised the bid. Bieber loudly announced that the Ru Kiln porcelain box belonged to Liang Wenjuan. Unlike the joy of winning previous auction items, Liang Wenjuan's expression was rather unpleasant. Her money was all spent. How was she going to compete for the items Hu Shiwedong wanted next? There was still a case of calligraphy and paintings. Hu Shiwedong was called a scholar merchant precisely because he came from a family of scholars and had a particular fondness for calligraphy and paintings. Today, he definitely wouldn't pass up the calligraphy and paintings. Reluctantly, she handed over the $2,110,000 to Bieber and shot a sharp glance at Shui Zhihui. Shui Zhihui cursed her a few more times in his heart, then nodded with a smile, indicating he would definitely lend a helping hand. How much cash do you have on hand? Over 3 million. I brought 4 million in total and have already spent about 1 million. Most of the items Hu Shiwedong hadn't bid on were still available, and Shui Zhihui had taken the opportunity to win his target. Lend me all 3 million. There's a piece of land you really want, right? I have connections with the person in charge. I'll put in a good word for you. Liang Wawan was extremely shrewd and knew how to make Shui Zhihui willingly lend her money. Shui Zhihui had been coveting that piece of land for a long time. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Lending it was fine. After all, she would pay him back, and he could also get the land he wanted. Shui Zhihui immediately stopped feeling heartache. Quan Shengnan overheard this and was very unhappy. Next up was the auction of calligraphy and paintings. As before, the values ranged from low to high. The second item was Li Fang's calligraphy and painting. The first calligraphy and painting was worth at most 100,000 US. Didn't this mean Liang Wawan still had money to compete with them? She lowered her head, wrote a note, and asked a bodyguard to give it to Shui Zhihui. The bodyguard glanced at it, not understanding its meaning, but still obediently delivered it to Shui Zhihui. When Shui Zhihui received the note, he found it very strange. But when he lowered his head and clearly saw the content, his face immediately turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably like a sieve. Shui Zhihui, Wu Chunyan is waiting for you in Jinling. P.S. Happy National Day. Seeking recommendations, seeking monthly votes, seeking all kinds of support. For the next month, there will be 12 updates daily. If the rankings for monthly votes and recommendations are relatively high, Chapter 499, Victory Without Bloodshed 1. Wu Chunyan. 3 elegant and beautiful characters combined in Shui Zhihui's eyes to form a sharp, murderous aura, fiercely lunging towards him. Shui Zhihui's eyes were filled with terror, and he felt his underclothes soaked through. Wu Chunyan. How long had it been since he last thought of this name? Probably ever since he settled in Hong Kong and married Hu Qian. The peaceful and affluent life in Hong Kong was far better than the precarious existence he had on the mainland. He had long sealed away the memories of his life before Hong Kong, drawing a clear boundary, never to be disturbed again. He never expected that today he would see this name again. Wu Chunyan is waiting for you in Nanjing. Wu Chunyan is waiting for you in Nanjing. Wu Chunyan is waiting for you in Nanjing. Shui Zhihui felt dizzy, his vision swimming as if he could see Wu Chunyan's earnest expectation for her husband to return home early with their child. No, it's been over 30 years. No one could know about this past. Then, who sent this note? Shui Zhihui suddenly turned his head, looking in the direction his bodyguard had returned from, directly meeting the gaze of Quan Shengnan, who was looking his way. The corners of her mouth were curved in a smile, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Quan Shengnan's cherry lips parted slightly, silently forming the 3 words, Wu Chunyan. Shui Zhihui shuddered all over, almost unable to stay seated. Despite having navigated the business world for over 30 years, honing an exceptionally steady temperament, he nearly lost his composure and stood up. Who is she? Who on earth is she? How does she know about Wu Chunyan? How does she know he was once from Nanjing? Shui Zhihui couldn't spare a thought to wipe the sweat pouring like rain from his forehead, nor could he care that the note clenched in his palm was already damp with sweat. He sat rigidly in his seat, staring fixedly at Quan Shengnan and at Hua Xuedong, who was looking over with a calm gaze. Noticing Hua Xuedong's evident protective stance towards the young girl, Shui Zhihui suddenly snapped back to reality. Hua Xuedong. She is Hua Xuedong's person. Even though his son-in-law is a trusted aide of Hua Xuedong, he is still a subordinate. Thinking of this, Shui Zhihui dared not act rashly, not even daring to ask. Liang Wawan asked suspiciously, Shui Zhihui, what's wrong with you? What did that Annie give you? And nothing. Shui Zhihui clenched his hand tighter. If it's nothing, why are you sweating so much? Liang Wawan pressed relentlessly, staring at Shui Zhihui, whose face and neck were practically drenched, as if smeared with mud. Shui Zhihui used his free hand to pull out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. Antony, it's really nothing. Liang Wawan didn't believe a single word of this. Really nothing? After saying this, Liang Wawan suddenly perked up. Did she threaten you with something? Shui Zhihui, tell me the truth. I'll put in a good word for you in front of Turnance, so he can see her true colors. The young girl by Hua Xuedong's side isn't naive, is she? She's relying on power and influence to threaten Shui Zhihui. Such behavior is too excessive, too despicable. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. Liang Wawan was exactly that kind of person. She herself could bully others by relying on her status, yet she thought it was a grave mistake when others did the same. No need, really no need. There's absolutely nothing. Shui Zhihui found it ironic, but he couldn't stop Liang Wenjuan's aggressive questioning. A thought suddenly struck him. Miss Annie just asked me if I'm from the mainland, nothing else. Liang Wawan didn't believe him, but since Shui Zhihui wouldn't say more, and she couldn't get anything else out of him, she didn't press further. However, a trace of dissatisfaction lingered at the corners of her eyes and brows. Shui Zhihui breathed a sigh of relief, then secretly smiled bitterly. This Liang Wenjuan was indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder 80% of Hong Kong's high society disliked her. Shui Zhihui stole another glance in Quan Shengnan's direction. seeing her gaze sharp as a knife. Chapter 500. Victory Without Bloodshed 2. Now is not the time to pursue the matter of Wu Chunen. Under Shui Zhihui's gaze, Quan Shengnan suddenly shifted her eyes to the third box that had just been opened on the stage, then looked at Liang Wenwan and the items she had bid on, and finally met Shui Zhihui's gaze directly, settling on the safe in front of him. The threat in her eyes was unmistakable. A smart person doesn't need to hear anything to guess the other's meaning. Shui Zhihui was clearly a smart man. He recalled that Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan had been here for a long time without winning a single item, and suddenly it dawned on him. So, was he being implicated by Liang Wenwan? They didn't want him to lend money to Liang Wenwan so she could continue competing with them. When it came to offending Liang Wenwan versus offending Hu Xuedong, which was more serious, required no thought at all. Although offending Hu Xuedong might not necessarily bring retribution, while offending Liang Wenwan would surely invite fierce retaliation, Hu Xuedong was, after all, the second richest man in Hong Kong and came from a family of high-ranking officials on the mainland. With just one word, he could shake Shui Zhihui's business on the mainland. Shui Zhihui felt he had uncovered the truth and decisively stood up. Under Liang Wenjuan's surprised and displeased gaze, Shui Zhihui pushed back his chair, a polite smile spreading across his face. I'm sorry, Antony, I just remembered something important I need to attend to. The auction is already 1/3 over. Will you come back with me, or would you like to stay? As he spoke, he picked up the safe and handed it to the bodyguard beside him, signaling them to leave first, while he would follow shortly. Watching the bodyguard carrying the cash leave the hall in an instant, Liang Wenwan frowned and whispered angrily, Shui Zhihui, didn't we agree? Shui Zhihui patted his forehead. Oh, I forgot. I'll go call them back. With that, Shui Zhihui quickly walked out. There were indeed items he wanted to bid on next, but compared to having his background exposed, they were not worth mentioning. Especially since the money would be forcibly borrowed by Liang Wenwan. Even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to buy what he wanted. Once he left, he never returned. Liang Wenwan sat in her seat and waited for a long time. She waited and waited, but Shui Zhihui never reappeared. Shui Zhihui's absence meant the over $3 million in his hands had vanished into thin air. At this point, Liang Wenwan knew she had been played by Shui Zhihui. Anger blazed in her eyes, and she was almost driven mad. The calligraphy and painting auction had already begun. Without money in hand, how could she proceed with her plans? Most importantly, it was the calligraphy and paintings. Liang Wenwan was frantic. Why had Shui Zhihui suddenly left? When he agreed to lend her the money, he hadn't mentioned anything important. The change began when he received the note delivered by Hu Xuedong's bodyguard. Furious, Liang Wenwan stormed over to Hu Xuedong's table and demanded, Turnance, did Annie threaten Shui Zhihui? Hu Xuedong's expression was as cold as ice and snow. His chilly gaze fell on Liang Wenjuan's face, and she couldn't help but feel a sudden chill run down her spine. Ms. Liang, may I ask in what capacity you're approaching me? Hu Xuedong spoke calmly, devoid of his former gentleness. Liang Wenwan was left speechless. How could she say she wanted to borrow money from Shui Zhihui? If word got out, everyone would laugh at her. At that moment, the auction began. Bieber requested that everyone could speak but must return to their seats. Not wanting to become a laughingstock, Liang Wenwan had no choice but to swallow her anger. Chapter 501. Victory Without Bloodshed 3. The first calligraphy and painting piece was an antique painting passed down from a Qing dynasty Hanlin academician. However, since the Hanlin scholar was not famous, it started at $1,000 with increments of $100, and the final transaction price was $2,000. The second calligraphy and painting piece was Li Feng's work. Bieber briefly introduced the era the piece belonged to. As for who passed it down through the generations, he didn't know either. However, the imposing manner, style, composition, and painting technique of this piece far surpassed the previous one. Unfortunately, while the previous piece was painted by a Qing dynasty Hanlin scholar, no one knew or had heard of the author of this piece. When many collectors acquire antique calligraphy and paintings, what they value most is actually the fame of the piece itself. Works without fame, no matter how well painted, are considered worthless in their eyes and basically fail to spark their interest. Hearing the transaction price of the first piece, Quan Shengnan felt relieved. Her master's painting should also be easily acquired. The starting price was $1,000. She instructed her bodyguard to bid up to $1,200. When others heard this, firstly because she was with Hu Xuedong, and secondly because they had no interest in this piece, they did not continue bidding. Thus, Quan Shengnan successfully acquired her master's original calligraphy and painting for $1,200. Without Liang Wenjuan's malicious competition from within, the piece was safely delivered into her hands. So far, this piece was the cheapest auction item at the trade fair. Quan Shengnan beamed with joy, paying no mind to others' surprised expressions. Instead, she carefully opened the silk scroll to appreciate it with Huashiwedong. They had no interest in the following pieces by famous artists and would leave them for others. Poor things, they had lost several target items due to the bidding by the Hua family's bodyguards. Go blame Liang Wenwan. She was the mastermind behind the whole incident. Everyone is equal. No one is obligated to tolerate everything about others. Seeing her increasingly exquisite brows and clearer, brighter eyes filled with joy, Huashiwedong felt a stir in his heart and said with amusement, "Are you this happy to obtain this Mr. Li's work?" "Of course. This piece holds extraordinary significance for me." Huashiwedong shook his head with a smile, not understanding the significance. But he quickly recalled Quan Shengnan's avoidance of Li Fang's name, sensing there might be a connection between them. Since Quan Shengnan didn't elaborate, he didn't ask. Everyone has their own private space. There's no need to dig to the bottom of everything. Watching her meticulously roll up the scroll, Huashiwedong suddenly said, "Aren't you afraid Shuai Zhihui will come ask you about that note you passed him? Wu Chunan should be Shuai Zhihui's original wife, right?" Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. "It would be best if he comes." "I'm afraid he won't." She ultimately needed to seek an explanation for Wu Chunan. 7 years of companionship was not a short time. Her bond with those spirits was extraordinary. The following auction proceeded very smoothly. Quan Shengnan won a Song Dynasty meticulous-style flower and bird painting, as she had recently been practicing meticulous painting. Huashiwedong acquired an authentic work by Yan Jinqing from the Tang Dynasty and a piece by Emperor Qianlong. Emperor Qianlong was fond of luxury and was arrogant. His painting skills weren't particularly outstanding, yet his works were quite popular in the antique calligraphy and painting market. Quan Shengnan spent $300,000 on her meticulous painting, while Huashiwedong spent $1.5 million on his 2 pieces. It could be considered a worthwhile trip. At 12 o'clock, all auction items were sold. None went unsold. It ended on time. Bieber performed an elegant bow to every. Chapter 502, Victory Without Bloodshed 4. After the organizers left, the remaining people gathered their money and belongings in small groups and gradually exited the hall. Arthur and Anthony caught up with Huashiwedong and Quan Shengnan. "Dear Anne, after the trade fair concludes, I'll host a grand party for you to introduce you to my friends." "How does that sound?" Arthur asked directly. Anthony looked at Arthur in surprise. What kind of magic did this little girl possess to earn such high regard from Arthur? He and Arthur had been friends for many years, and their families had business dealings. He had never heard Arthur mention this little friend of his. Upon hearing this, Quan Shengnan shook her head and politely declined. "Why?" Arthur found it very strange. "You helped me such a great deal. If I introduce you to my friends, it will be much more convenient and free for you whenever you visit our country in the future." It was almost common knowledge that their country was quite discriminatory towards Easterners. He genuinely had Quan Shengnan's best interests in mind. He planned to help her obtain permanent residency in the United States. Of course, if she wanted American citizenship, he could lend a hand with that too. However, he thought that as such a patriotic little girl with elders who were high-ranking officials, she probably wouldn't be overly enamored with American citizenship. Quan Shengnan smiled and explained, "Arthur, I'm still young and don't wish to mingle with your circle of friends too early." She wasn't prepared to enter American high society yet. At her current stage, interacting with American high society figures would only lead to humiliation. Arthur frowned. "With your remarkable abilities, why not let others know? I've already confessed my mistake to my business partners, although I didn't specify who helped me." Huashiwedong smiled slightly. "Arthur, don't force someone into something they don't want. If and isn't willing, then let it be." Arthur truly wasn't one to force others. Since Quan Shengnan disagreed, Arthur immediately cancelled his original plan in his mind. Feeling very grateful, Quan Shengnan asked, "Was the lost blue diamond found? Do you need my help?" "It was found," Arthur replied. "I've already retrieved all the lost jewelry. It's a pity about that blue diamond, though. My people arrived a step too late. It had already been cut into 4 pieces." Arthur wore a look of regret. The value of a large diamond far exceeds that of smaller diamonds cut from it. Each piece, roughly 20 carats, had lost nearly half its value. "Oh, right." The owners of the recovered jewelry got back some of their lost items and were very grateful. "They gave me several pieces of jewelry as thanks. I feel that's what you deserve, not me. I'll have someone send them to you once I return." Arthur remembered something quite important and spoke up immediately. Those people had recovered their jewelry and reduced their losses significantly. Quan Shengnan did not refuse this gesture of gratitude. Anthony listened, utterly confused. "Arthur, what are you talking about?" Arthur turned back with a smile. "Didn't you witness Anne's abilities? She understands Eastern physiognomy. She can divine mysteries. I lost a batch of jewelry, and it was Anne who helped me recover it." Upon hearing this, Anthony's eyes gleamed with interest. beautiful and adorable little girl, was it through your prophecy art? Quan Shengnan smiled and nodded. Not just prophecy. I can deduce both the past and the future. Is that really true? Seeing Arthur nod, Anthony was greatly amazed. In the future, if I have matters, can I consult you? Like Arthur did when searching for his jewelry. Within reasonable bounds, you can seek me out, but payment is required, of course. Naturally. Anthony asked for Quan Shengnan's contact information while offering his own. Just then, Liang Huan, Chapter 503, Victory Without Bloodshed 5. During the final third of the auction, which focused on calligraphy and paintings, Liang Huan, having no money at her disposal, was unable to purchase a single item. Not only could she not compete with Hu Xuedong, but she couldn't even acquire a painting she herself fancied, titled Full Hall of Wealth and Honor. All her pent-up fury was vented on Shui Zhouhui. Shui Zhouhui. It was all Shui Zhouhui's doing. Perhaps it was mainly because of that young girl named Annie. Clacking in her high heels, Liang Huan, flanked by her bodyguards, appeared before Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan. Having managed a large conglomerate, Liang Huan possessed some brains after all. She wasn't entirely without guile. By the time she came to a halt, the anger on her face had mostly dissipated, though her expression remained somewhat unnatural. Turnance, can I know exactly why Shui Zhouhui left? Since inheriting her late husband's substantial fortune, Liang Huan had never felt so wronged. Hu Xuedong replied indifferently, I'm sorry, Ms. Liang, but I don't think I need to explain this matter. He certainly wouldn't mention that the note was written by Quan Shengnan to Shui Zhouhui. Liang Wenjuan's already unnatural expression grew even more awkward upon hearing his words. Quite a few Hong Kong businessmen were walking out of the hall, and they all recognized these two super-wealthy individuals, Hu Xuedong and Liang Huan. They had been particularly curious about the young girl beside Hu Xuedong. Now, seeing Liang Huan standing before them with a seemingly aggressive demeanor, as if seeking justice for Shui Zhouhui, their curiosity piqued. They couldn't help but slow their pace and prick up their ears. Consequently, Liang Huan felt awkward, fearing they might gossip irresponsibly later. A slight curve touched Quan Shengnan's lips as she lowered her gaze with a faint smile. After Hu Xuedong finished speaking, Quan Shengnan raised her eyes. Her clear, bright gaze swept past Liang Huan like a spring breeze, brushing the banks of the Jiang'an waterways full of spring vitality and captivating beauty. Those who saw it couldn't help but feel dazzled and captivated. So incredibly beautiful. At such a young age, she already possessed such grace. One could only imagine how stunningly beautiful she would be when she grew up. Yet, Quan Shengnan acted as if unaware. She spoke up, Ms. Liang, may I ask in what capacity you're inquiring about Shui Zhouhui's private affairs? Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she said, could it be that Ms. Liang wants to know about how Shui Zhouhui left his parents and wife behind in the mainland, came to Hong Kong decades ago, and never thought of returning to visit them? Before she even finished, she covered her mouth, looking panicked as she turned to Hu Xuedong. Turnance, I think I said something I shouldn't have. A flicker of amusement flashed swiftly in Hu Xuedong's eyes. He gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind Quan Shengnan's ear. It's all right. It's the truth. You were just stating facts. Seeing their intimate gesture, Liang Wenjuan's eyes turned red with jealousy. But her heated emotions didn't impair her hearing. Wait, what did Annie just say? She said Shui Zhouhui had parents and a living wife before coming to Hong Kong? Then why did he tell the people of Hong Kong that his parents and wife had long since died in the mainland, and that he came to Hong Kong to escape the place of sorrow? Compared to Quan Shengnan, Liang Huan hated Shui Zhouhui for breaking his promise to her and leaving without returning. Otherwise, she could have made Hu Xuedong bow to her, instead of watching him be intimate with someone else now. When she hated someone, she never showed mercy in her retaliation. In the business world, being soft-hearted was unacceptable. If she were soft-hearted, she wouldn't have been able to preserve everything of the Zhongjin group. Now, hearing Quan Shengnan's slip of the tongue, Liang Huan felt she had grasped Shui Zhouhui's weakness. She had been worrying about not having leverage to pressure him, and this was like someone offering a pillow just. Chapter 504. Victory Without Bloodshed 6. Watching Liang Wenjuan's retreating figure, some bodyguards who were close enough to hear the entire story were stunned. That's it? It's resolved? Is Liang Huan going to cause trouble for Shui Zhouhui now? Great. While she's busy fighting with Shui Zhouhui, she probably won't have the time or energy to bother Sir and Miss Shengnan, right? Naughty. Hu Xuedong bid farewell to Arthur and Anthony, got into the car with Quan Shengnan, and only spoke with a smile after the car had left the area. You want them to fight each other? Quan Shengnan withdrew the innocent expression she had worn outside the car, her demeanor becoming steady and composed. She said lightly, let them fight. It saves me the trouble of taking action. Although Liang Huan thought highly of herself and had a notorious record, all her misdeeds stemmed from her sharp tongue and flawed character. Her attempt to snatch Hu Xueding's target wasn't a major issue for them. It hadn't caused any loss of life, so there was no need for retaliation over this matter. Quan Shengnan knew that if Hu Xueding truly wanted revenge on someone, he would absolutely ruin them financially. Right now, she didn't want Hu Xueding to bear that karmic burden. And what about Shui Zhihui? He had abandoned his parents and wife, moved to Hong Kong, and was so content he forgot his roots. But he also didn't have blood on his hands. He was just faithless, fickle, and had poor character. Ruining him completely seemed a bit excessive. Wu Chunyan and his parents being abandoned couldn't be repaid with Shui Zhihui's life. In this life, one must always remember that in all worldly matters, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Better to let those two fight it out. Victory without bloodshed, each receiving their punishment, also counts as them deserving it. Moreover, it wouldn't cause them irreparable damage. Shui Zhihui's ranking in Hong Kong was indeed lower than Liang Wenjuan's, but he had built his own business, whereas Liang Wenjuan had inherited hers from her late husband. Even in terms of age, Shui Zhihui was a good 30 years older than Liang Wenjuan. In terms of temperament, methods, and experience, Liang Wenjuan was definitely inferior to Shui Zhihui. However, the Zhongjin group, ranked third, had its own means, and suppressing a smaller group would be easy. So, if these two fought, it would likely be an evenly matched battle, and it would also hinder the expansion of their own businesses. By then, Liang Wenjuan probably wouldn't have the spare time to pester Hu Xuedong. Hu Xuedong understood the deeper meaning. After some thought, the day after returning to their residence, he instructed Secretary Chen to monitor the movements of the Zhongjin group and Chunwei Company and to take precautions against the two joining forces. After hearing the whole story, Secretary Chen felt even more disdain for Liang Wenjuan's actions. Simultaneously, a trace of dissatisfaction arose in him towards Shui Zhihui. His wife was Shui Zhihui's eldest daughter, Shui Qingran. He glanced at Quan Shengnan, who was sitting in the study embroidering, and asked curiously, "Miss Shengnan, is my mother-in-law, Wu Chunyan, still alive? Is she really in Jilin waiting for her husband and children?" Quan Shengnan was taken aback. "Secretary Chen, your wife is Shui Qingran?" Considering their ages, Secretary Chen was in his late 40s, so it was quite possible he had married Shui Qingran, who was about 10 years younger. Secretary Chen, upon hearing this, was instead surprised. "Yes, my wife is Shui Xing's eldest daughter. She's a lawyer, one of the Hu Group's top lawyers now. Didn't Sir tell you?" Quan Shengnan shook her head and looked at Hu Xuedong. Hu Xuedong smiled and said, "You didn't ask, so I didn't mention it." "I didn't ask, but you couldn't have told me? Although I can deduce everything, I'm not interested in deducing all your affairs. At most, I might deduce if there's any imminent danger. Besides, even if she had seen Secretary Chen's wife in his past or future, she wouldn't have recognized her. She had no interest in eavesdropping on Secretary Chen's sweet..." Chapter 505, Bloodless Victory 7. "Alright, it's all my fault." Hu Xueding's lips curved into a smile, his expression filled with indulgence. Quan Shengnan shot him a glare and turned to Secretary Chen, who was waiting for her answer. "Secretary Chen, why are you asking about this?" Secretary Chen let out a soft sigh. "My brother-in-law and my wife, Qingran, have always wanted to go back to find my mother-in-law. My brother-in-law has always remembered her saying she would wait for them to return and bring her back. But when they settled in Hong Kong, Qingran was too young, and my brother-in-law didn't know much either. When they grew up and tried to recall their childhood, very little memory remained. By then, they had both been assimilated into Hong Kong society and could no longer detect even a hint of their hometown accent." Quan Shengnan frowned. Did Shui Zhihui never mention his hometown or origins? What about the settlement records from Hong Kong? Secretary Chen shook his head. The records from back then were incomplete. "I don't know the specifics, but I do know there was no information about Shui Xing's hometown or background. He told others that his parents and wife had all passed away. It seems he had someone help him handle things in the middle. Upon first arriving in Hong Kong, he told people his parents and wife were dead? Shui Zhihui is truly a scoundrel. How could anyone curse their own parents and wife like that? I remember hearing that Shui Zhihui originally intended to go abroad. How did he end up in Hong Kong?" Hearing her question, Wu Xueding explained, "I heard the country they were headed to was quite unstable at the time, so they had to stop in Hong Kong and ended up settling there. So that's what happened. People in Jinling thought they had gone abroad." Secretary Chen asked urgently, "Miss Shengnan, you haven't answered me yet. Is my mother-in-law doing all right?" A flicker of pity passed through Quan Shengnan's eyes, and she remained silent. Seeing this, Secretary Chen's heart sank. "Miss Shengnan, has my mother-in-law already passed away?" Quan Shengnan slowly nodded. "When I heard about this, Wu Chunyan had already been dead for over 20 years. Counting 7 years from now, she passed away roughly 5 or 6 years after Shui Zhihui left." Secretary Chen staggered, a look of sorrow instantly appearing on his face. Leaning on Hu Xuedong's desk to steady himself, he murmured, "My brother-in-law and Qing and have always wanted to find mother. Does this mean they will never be able to?" 30 years ago, although the turmoil in the mainland hadn't yet begun, it was still a time of great uncertainty and upheaval. Quan Shengnan sighed. "I heard that before Wu Chanan died, her thoughts were entirely consumed by her husband and children. Even if she had to become a vengeful spirit, refusing reincarnation, she would wait for them." At this point, Quan Shengnan recalled the expression on Wu Chuanyan's face when she spoke, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of sorrow in her eyes. Secretary Chen, his eyes reddening, said, "Miss Shengnan, where is my mother-in-law's grave? Is it in Jinling? I want to inform my brother-in-law and Qing and so they can return to Jinling to pay their respects." "There is no grave. There is no grave at all. There was no one left in the Shui family. After she died, she was long ago reduced to ashes." Secretary Chen was deeply grieved. Truthfully, it wasn't possible for him to have any profound feelings for Wu Chanan. However, Shui Anren had always remembered his mother's words. After searching for so many years, it was inevitable that some sentiment had grown. "By the way, do Shui Anren and Shui Qing and not have a good relationship with Shui Zhouhui?" Quan Shengnan asked. "If they did, they should have asked Shui Zhouhui about the past, right? No, how could it possibly be good? Shui Zhouhui married new wives, 3 in a row. These 3 women bore him 7 children. How could he possibly only dote on Shui Anren and Shui Qingran? Especially since the latter always wanted to inquire about her birth mother." Chapter 506. Victory Without Bloodshed 8. After listening to Secretary Chen's explanation, Quan Shengnan nodded, indicating that she understood. Just like her own father and uncle, their status in Yuan Chengda's eyes was far inferior to Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong. Shui Anren, however, was quite similar to her father. Both lost their mothers in childhood, always remembered, and then spent decades searching tirelessly. Quan Shengnan felt a strong affinity for him. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Secretary Chen, if Shui Anren and Shui Qing and want to know the specific details, let them come to see me in person." Secretary Chen agreed and immediately called Shui Anren and Shui Qingran, who were in Hong Kong. Upon hearing that there was news of their biological mother, Shui Anren and Shui Qing and immediately decided to book tickets and fly to the United States. After hanging up the phone, Secretary Chen informed them of their decision. Hu Xuedong said, "Since Nanan knows about this matter, let's wait until they arrive. Today is New Year's Eve in our country. Secretary Chen, please instruct the chef to prepare several tables of good dishes. Even though we are in a foreign land, we can still have a New Year's Eve dinner like family." Daytime in the U.S. capital was precisely nighttime in Beijing. At this moment, it was indeed the time when night fell in Beijing. New Year's Eve, the most important festival. Quan Shengnan looked at the needlework in her hands and said, "When New Year's Day arrives, I'll have to set this garment aside for a while." In ancient times, it was customary not to use needles during the first month of the lunar year. Nowadays, many customs have changed, and few people strictly adhere to ancient traditions. However, there are still many places where the custom of not using needles on the first day of the Lunar New Year persists. Hu Xuedong smiled. "No need to rush. The New Year has already passed. Staying in the U.S. for a few more days won't matter." Quan Shengnan glanced at him but said nothing. For some reason, a hint of sweetness surfaced in her heart. Perhaps her feelings for Hu Xuedong were not as pure as she had thought? Unfortunately, she did not understand. She did not know what love was. By evening, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year in their home country. This meal truly welcomed the new year. Hu Xuedong did not let Secretary Chen and the bodyguard stay by their side. In a world of 2, there should be no 3rd or 4th person. He took out an exquisitely wrapped gift box from his pocket. "Nan An, a New Year's gift for you." He was not Quan Shengnan's elder, so naturally, he would not give her a red envelope with lucky money. "For me? What is it?" Quan Shengnan casually handed Hu Xuedong the gift she had prepared for him, then took the gift box he offered and gently unwrapped it. On a red base lay a limited edition platinum closet emerald bracelet. Exquisite, delicate, yet undeniably elegant and luxurious. At the same time, Hu Xuedong opened the gift Quan Shengnan had given him. A pair of limited edition silver cufflinks. Solemn and noble. Although the bracelet and cufflinks belonged to different world-class luxury brands, they were part of the same group. Hu Xuedong smiled. Could this be considered a meeting of minds? A meeting of minds? Quan Shengnan's ears instantly flushed crimson, like jade brushed with rouge. Hu Xuedong removed the cufflinks from his gray shirt, replaced them with this pair, then picked up the bracelet and gently fastened it around Quan Shengnan's wrist. The fairness of her skin further accentuated the nobility and solemnity of the emerald. After fastening it, he lowered his head and, under Quan Shengnan's astonished gaze, placed a kiss on her forehead. The kiss was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. In Quan Shengnan's heart, it also rippled like a dragonfly touching the water, stirring countless waves. Her expression was both shy and annoyed. Although I have always believed that you never resembled a child, with a demeanor and behavior no different from an adult, you are, after all, not yet 15. So, I will wait for you to grow up and protect you as you do. Chapter 507. Victory Without Bloodshed 9. Quan Shengnan felt that she needed to properly sort out her feelings for Hu Xuedong. She was not indifferent to Hu Xuedong's kindness towards her. In just a few short days, she didn't seem to resist as much as she had imagined. Why was that? Was it because she knew him too well, or was it because of something else? 7 years in her past life, 8 years in this life, 15 years of knowing each other. Perhaps the initial admiration had long since transformed into something else, and she hadn't realized it. Quan Shengnan was startled. Was her admiration and trust for Hu Xuedong because she liked him? Did she like Hu Xuedong? Having experienced too much and knowing too many stories in her past life, it was due to the inferiority complex from her background. And in this life? Because she could see things clearly, she hesitated and didn't dare to pursue her own love? Was that the reason? She wasn't clear and couldn't quite figure it out, but she knew that having favorable feelings for Hu Xuedong was certain. Whether in her past life or this one, Hu Xuedong was the only friend she could truly talk to. Hu Xuedong could easily sense the change in Quan Shengnan's thoughts. A faint, yet joyful smile appeared in his eyes. He was already as handsome as a deity, and his smile could captivate the world. She was already thinking about the feelings between him and her, wasn't she? Although she was only 14 years old, Hu Xuedong had never treated her as a 14-year-old girl. The reason he was willing to wait, to care for her wholeheartedly without overstepping any boundaries, was because her physical age was still too young. He, Hu Xuedong, was not that impatient. The most beautiful flower should bloom in its own time, displaying its most beautiful form. He could almost imagine how stunningly beautiful she would be several years from now. Quan Shengnan was intelligent and clear-minded, never one to procrastinate or hesitate. She didn't like indecisiveness. She looked up into Hu Xuedong's deep eyes, her heartstrings trembling slightly like music, and said seriously, "Turnance, I don't know if my admiration and trust for you stem from liking you, but I'm willing to give it a try. I'm willing to try to accept it, to try to respond." Since Hu Xuedong didn't treat her as a child, she didn't need to hide her adult nature either. In fact, combining her past and present lives, she had already experienced 40 years. She wasn't purely a young girl, but she wasn't purely middle-aged either. She had 40 years of life experience. She wasn't purely a young girl. She hadn't lived through the life of a middle-aged person. She wasn't purely middle-aged either. However, her mental age was greater than her current physical age. She handled everything decisively and couldn't adopt the attitude of an ordinary young girl when it came to matters of the heart. "I'm very happy and looking forward to it," Hu Xuedong said, taking her hand, finally setting down his anxious heart. Steady and shrewd as he was, capable of calculating everything under the sun, only in this matter had he never felt secure. In the face of love, everyone is equal. Hu Xuedong cherished this hard-won affection deeply. Now that things were clear between him and her, the atmosphere changed accordingly, becoming tender and intimate. After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner prepared by the chef with a smile, the organizer of the trading evening suddenly contacted Hu Xuedong with a new location. This upcoming cultural relics trading evening would be held at the new location. When Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan walked out, Secretary Qin and the bodyguards waiting outside keenly noticed that they were different from before. Holding hands and gazing at each other, their eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. They couldn't help but feel happy for their boss and were deeply impressed. Truly worthy of Mr. Hua, winning over Quan Shengnan, that budding, world-class beauty. Chapter 508. Victory Without Bloodshed 10. No one would think Quan Shengnan was unworthy of Hu Xuedong. Setting aside her similar background to Hu Xuedong, her abilities alone were certainly no less than his. Her identity as the divine calculator, the assets and foundations under her name, placed her among the top echelon of women. The daughter of a high-ranking official and the daughter of a wealthy merchant were worlds apart in status. The former had power, while the latter merely had money. Liang Yuan could not compare to her. Everything Quan Shengnan had, she earned herself, without relying on her parents in the slightest. She used her divine calculations to acquire shares in several major conglomerates, receiving annual dividends. That was her skill. Following that, several of her investments, though some incurred losses, yielded far greater profits. And what about Liang Yuan, who had been persistently pestering Hu Xuedong? Without Zheng Jun's inheritance, what did she have? Like the society ladies and socialites she despised in high society, she could only enter those circles by relying on her husband. If they could all see this, Liang Yuan, whom they encountered at the auction, couldn't possibly have missed it. It infuriated her, making her see stars. If it weren't for considering Hu Xuedong's status, definitely not something a young girl without real ability could match, she would have lost her composure and confronted them on the spot. Earlier, she had entered the trading fair with Shui Zhouhui's guarantee and purchased auction items worth tens of millions of dollars, making her a major client of the fair. This time, the fair notified her directly, not through Shui Zhouhui. For this occasion, she had prepared a full $20 million and refused to believe she would encounter yesterday's situation again. The Zhongjin Group was hers, her husband's private inheritance was hers. With assets worth tens of billions, she spent money without any restraint. As for Shui Zhouhui, fearing Quan Shengnan who knew his past, he did not appear. It was said he had flown back to Hong Kong early this morning. Chen's wife was Shui Qingran, so Quan Shengnan and Hu Xuedong easily obtained specific information. Currently, Shui Anren and Shui Qing'an were on their way to the U.S., having called Chen before boarding their flight. As the auction began, Liang Wenwan continued her malicious bidding, immediately provoking public anger. However, Bieber didn't care. As long as the items sold, he didn't care who won them. Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan simply stopped bidding altogether. Being people who always sought harmony with others, they had to consider the merchants who had flown thousands of miles to attend the U.S. trading fair. Those merchants were immensely grateful and had their bodyguards pass notes to Hu Xuedong. The notes promised that among the items they purchased, if there was anything Hu Xuedong fancied, after the auction ended, they would select one or two to transfer to him at the original price. Subsequently, some also inquired what Hu Xuedong was interested in, offering to bid on it for him first. There was no other way. That madwoman Liang Wenwan was like a rabid dog. She would inevitably compete for anything Hu Xuedong's side bid on. After reading the notes, Quan Shengnan couldn't help but give a radiant smile. Liang Wenwan clearly hadn't anticipated this, had she? Even without bidding themselves, they still had a chance to obtain what they wanted. Flipping through the catalog, she had her eye on 2 items, and Hu Xuedong had his on 4. She replied by a note to the 3 merchants who had brought this up, stating their maximum bids and expressing sincere thanks. Receiving gratitude from Hong Kong's second richest person was sweeter than honey for those merchants. Given this situation, Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan left the venue early. The trading fair wouldn't end until midnight. Rather than staying, it was better to go home and rest to be fully energetic during the day. Quan Shengnan fell asleep peacefully as usual. Hu Xuedong, however, slept restlessly, waking up startled from a dream once again. He turned on the light, got up to pour himself a glass of water, and glanced at the clock. The hands were positioned. Chapter 509, Bloodless Victory 11. He had had this dream more than once. Ever since the first time he met Quan Shengnan, he would occasionally dream of some fragmented scenes. They were very fragmented, not coherent at all. He couldn't see clearly what appeared in the dream, but he remembered a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes exactly like Quan Shengnan's. 8 years later, today, he finally saw clearly in the dream the owner of those eyes. It was Quan Shengnan. No, it should be said, it was her grown-up self. Mature, elegant, indifferent and composed, her eyes still as clear as a young girl's. Not just her, he also saw himself sitting in a wheelchair, and the scene of receiving her acupuncture and massage. The dream was still not coherent, but at least he saw clearly the people in the dream. Hu Xuedong couldn't help but wonder, was everything in the dream another life of his after he became disabled? He remembered Quan Shengnan once said that Liang Wenwan pursued he Deming for over 20 years, until he stood up. Did that mean, in that life, his legs were cured by her? He knew that in these 7 years, Quan Shengnan had apprenticed under a highly respected old Chinese medicine doctor. That was why, when she first saw him in the department store, despite having no prior relationship, she still gave him an incredibly precious Agarwood protective amulet bracelet. He had not revealed this matter to anyone. In later dreams, he also heard his dream self say a sentence, intermittent and incomplete, only vaguely remembering it as, "In this life, we understood each other, but could not be together. I am willing to pay with the remaining half of my life, in exchange for." What the complete sentence was, he tried hard to listen, but never heard clearly. But he knew that sentence must be very important. Extremely important. So important that if he could hear that sentence clearly, he could understand everything in the dream, even if what he dreamed was only fragments. After drinking the water in his cup that had turned from boiling hot to warm, Hu Xuedong had no trace of sleepiness left. Rubbing the Buddhist beads on his wrist, Hu Xuedong sat until dawn. Secretary Qin went to pick them up at the airport early. Shui Anren and Shui Qingran arrived, covered in the dust of travel. When they arrived, Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan were having breakfast. Shui Anren and Shui Qingran forcibly suppressed their anxiety. Led by Secretary Qin, they went to freshen up. When they came out, Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan had already finished breakfast and were waiting for them in the living room. Shui Anren looked very similar to Shui Zhihui. Shui Zhihui possessed immense wealth, maintained himself well, appearing like a middle-aged man, not at all like someone over 60. Shui Anren was already over 40, handsome and mature, steady and reliable. But at this moment, he was like a child. After politely greeting them, he hurriedly spoke up. Miss Shengnan, do you really know news of my mother? Do you know who my mother is? Brother, don't be impatient. Let's first hear what Miss Shengnan has to say. Compared to her brother, Shui Qingran was much calmer. She left her mother at the age of 2 and had no memories. The reason she searched for her mother was because of her brother's memories and because she studied law, specializing in marriage law. She disliked her father's current family and wanted to find her biological mother. Quan Shengnan looked up at Shui Qingran and said, "You look very much like your biological mother. Shui Zhihui isn't very good to you, is he?" Hearing this, Shui Qingran was momentarily stunned. Shui Zhihui is unwilling to mention his past, never mentions his first wife. Facing you, a daughter who looks so much like his first wife, how could he possibly treasure you like a jewel? In my opinion, among his several children, you're the one he likes the least, right? Shui Qingran smiled bitterly. Chapter 510, Bloodless Victory 12. She was acknowledging the fact that Shui Zhihui had never been fond of her. Shui Anren and Secretary Chen immediately looked at her with heartache, their eyes filled with tenderness and pity. Big brother, Aleng, it's fine. I stopped expecting any paternal love long ago, Shui Qing, and instead urged them to let it go, then looked seriously at Quan Shengnan. Have you met my birth mother? Quan Shengnan smiled slightly and pointed to her own pair of eyes. These eyes of mine can see through the past and the future. From your facial features, I can see that your fate lacks parental bonds, but you will have harmonious sibling relationships, a loving marriage, and a house full of descendants. Moreover, I once lived in Jinling for 7 years. Occasionally, when listening to the elderly talk about past events, they mentioned your father and mother, and I have seen photos of your mother and those elders. This was indeed true. During those 7 years, whenever she grew tired from studying, she would always wander the streets and alleys, blending in among the common people. Following Wu Chuanyan's guidance, she found the former address of the Shui family. It had long been completely transformed, rebuilt into other structures. However, she did meet 2 or 3 former neighbors of the Shui family and inquired about their past. Did she really die 30 years ago? Shui Qing'an asked the question her brother was eager to know. Quan Shengnan nodded. Shui Anren's eyes immediately reddened. Miss Shengnan, please tell me the former address of the Shui family. I want to return to Jinling. Tears glistened in his eyes. I have always remembered that I promised my mother I would definitely go back with Dad to find her. I promised her I would take good care of my sister and asked her to wait for me. I never imagined that leaving would turn into 35 years. I don't even remember where my hometown is anymore, and the local accent has long since vanished with the passage of time. Secretary Chen explained to Quan Shengnan, my brother-in-law is a senior police officer. In his life, he values credibility above all. Quan Shengnan was surprised. Mr. Shui is a senior police officer and Mrs. Chen is a top lawyer? Neither of you inherited your father's profession. Or had Shui Zhihui, with a new wife or concubine and new children, forgotten the eldest son and daughter from his former wife? Shui Anren and Shui Qing'an shook their heads and said nothing. As it involved their family's privacy, Quan Shengnan did not inquire further. With that woman Liang Wawan maliciously bidding, neither Hu Xuedong nor Quan Shengnan wanted to attend the trading gala that evening. Seeing the brother and sister eager to go to Jinling, Quan Shengnan discussed with Hu Xuedong about returning to the country and making a trip to Jinling first. Others might not know, but she remembered that Wu Chunyan was still in Jinling. They were not ordinary people. Hu Xuedong needed to arrange work in the US and Quan Shengnan needed to bid farewell to Arthur. In the meantime, the two purchased the 6 items they had their eyes on from Hong Kong merchants who had attended the trading fair. Arthur also gave Quan Shengnan the jewelry sent by those owners, with a significant portion being his own gift. For the gifts from Arthur, Quan Shengnan could not refuse and had to accept them. By now, the Smith family had already issued a statement to the public about donating 10 pieces of Eastern cultural relics back to their homeland. Upon learning of this, the leaders in the distant capital and Elder Lin immediately understood it was Quan Shengnan's doing. The former instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, while the latter urgently contacted Quan Shengnan to get the full story. Upon hearing she had bought several more cultural relics in the US, Elder Lin immediately decided it was fine for her to return to the capital later. The Little Lion, likely a nickname or metaphor, was in their care. Arthur's donation of cultural relics held greater significance than the value of the relics themselves. Cultural relics returning to their homeland. Not our own people spending money to buy back our country's items, but a foreigner donating them free of charge. Elder Lin was extremely excited. This was his granddaughter's achievement. Therefore, Elder Lin granted Quan Shengnan great convenience. 3 days later, Hua Xuedong, Quan Shengnan, and the others flew back to Jinling. At the same time, they received news that Liang Wan, who had returned to Hong Kong, had officially begun. Chapter 511. Treasures Among the Remains 1. Upon arriving in Jinling, Hua Xuedong and the others first went to pay their respects to Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue. Although the couple had already received the news over the phone beforehand, they were still overwhelmed with joy upon seeing their daughter. After greeting her parents, Quan Shengnan began searching for the ghosts of Wu Chunyan and Zheng Chunlai. Since she was not at the Yuan residence, Wu Chunyan and Zheng Chunlai did not visit frequently, fearing they might frighten Yuan Ziyuan and his wife, who were aware of their existence. Quan Shengnan extended her divine sense, covering the entire city of Jinling. Soon, she found Wu Chunyan. Wu Chunyan was actually lingering around the former residence of the Shui family, repeatedly looking up at the sky, her longing palpable. "Aunt Wu, I'm back," Quan Shengnan transmitted her voice to Wu Chunyan. Since Wu Chunyan referred to Zhan Shi as elder sister and Li Yuxian as younger sister, Quan Shengnan had changed her address to aunt. Hearing the voice, Wu Chunyan suddenly turned her head, looking toward the direction of the provincial committee residential compound, and murmured, "Nan." Quan Shengnan's voice was filled with laughter. "Yes, Aunt Wu. I plan to go to your former home address in a little while. Wait for me there and don't wander off elsewhere. Also, I've brought 2 people with me. You'll be very happy to see them." "Who are they?" After speaking, Wu Chunyan suddenly remembered Quan Shengnan's character. These 2 people must be related to her. If they weren't related to her, Quan Shengnan definitely wouldn't have mentioned them specifically. She trembled with excitement, floating back and forth in place. "Nan, who is it? Who? Did you find my Anren? Did you find my Qingran? Is that it?" For over 30 years, she had missed her husband and children who were far away every single moment. Quan Shengnan felt a pang of sadness in her heart and said softly, "Yes, Sister Wu, I have met your son, Shui Anren, and your daughter, Shui Qingran." Tears streamed down Wu Chunyan's face as she heard the words. Are they well?" Wu Chunyan covered her mouth, her words somewhat unclear. "They are doing very well. Your son is a senior police officer in Hong Kong, and your daughter is a gold medal lawyer. You must recognize her husband. It's Secretary Chen, the one who works for Mr. Hua." "Secretary Chen? I remember. The Secretary Chen who had always been by Hua Xuedong's side? Wait for us properly. I'll bring them over right away." Wu Chunyan nodded repeatedly, letting tears flow down her ghostly face. Quan Shengnan gently withdrew her divine sense and explained to her parents the purpose of their visit to Jinling. Upon hearing that Shui Anren and Shui Qing'an had come to seek news of their birth mother, and knowing their daughter had the ability to see ghosts, including Wu Chunyan, Yuan Ziyuan, and Lin Xiaoxue, immediately urged them to attend to the important matter first. Quan Shengnan led the way for Shui Anren, Shui Qing'an, and their spouses, with Hua Xuedong naturally accompanying them. He only brought 2 bodyguards with him. The remaining bodyguards were ordered to take the luggage to a hotel under the Hua group. Although Zhao Zhengyang no longer lived at the Yuan residence, with so many of them arriving, the Yuan home still couldn't accommodate everyone. Walking through the city of Jinling, they experienced the cultural landscape different from that of Hong Kong. Shui Anren suddenly stopped in front of a ginkgo tree, his expression dazed. After hesitating for a while, he said, "I remember this ginkgo tree. It doesn't seem to have grown much thicker, but the canopy is larger." Quan Shengnan was taken aback. "Officer Shui, you remember?" "I don't remember many things, but when I see actual objects, some memories come back." Shui Anren showed a nostalgic expression. "I remember when I was little, I loved coming with my mother to collect ginkgo leaves." Ever since hearing the news that her children were coming, Wu Chunyan had been waiting anxiously at the spot, floating at the intersection. From afar, she gazed at her son, who resembled Shui Zhihui, and her daughter, who resembled herself. She could no longer hold back her sobs. Floating to her children, she heard these words. Chapter 512. Treasures Among the Relics 2. Hua Xuedong noticed that when Shui Anren said this, Quan Shengnan's gaze seemed to pause briefly in midair. He quietly took note of it, recalling that he had seen a similar situation before in Jinling. Quan Shengnan was unaware that her action had been observed by Hua Xuedong. She listened as Wu Chunyan choked up and said, "I made Anren a pillow using dried ginkgo leaves. He loved it so much and would use it every day." She reached out to stroke Shui Anren's face, then touched Shui Qingran's face, smiling through her tears. Shui Anren and Shui Qing'an felt nothing. Shui Qingran remained calm and composed, asking, "Brother, what else do you remember?" Shui Anren shook his head and looked at Quan Shengnan. "Miss Shengnan, could you take me to my family's former address? And to the neighbors who remember my mother, I'd like to visit them and see photos of my mother." He had prepared many gifts, having already given a set to Yuan Ziyuan and his wife, and brought some along specifically for this purpose. The Shui family used to be a prominent household, occupying a large area all to themselves. This is actually the Shui family's address. The ginkgo tree was planted outside their gate. But over the past 30 or 40 years, this area has been demolished and rebuilt repeatedly. A street now runs through it, lined with tile-roofed houses, single-story homes, and small buildings on both sides. It has become a residential area, completely unrecognizable from before. After saying this, Quan Shengnan knocked on the door of the household closest to the ginkgo tree. Who is it? The door was opened by an elderly woman, over 60 years old, full of energy, wearing a cotton-padded jacket with a black diagonal button gown over it. Granny Meow, it's me, Quan Shengnan said with a smile. Little girl, weren't you in Beijing with your little lion last year? When did you come back? Granny Meow quickly opened the gate and invited them in to sit. I just got back. I have something to ask you. Quan Shengnan generously handed over the gifts she had prepared, several boxes of biscuits and chocolates. Granny, I just returned from the US, not from Beijing. I brought some American biscuits for you to try. If you need something from me, there's no need to buy gifts. Granny Meow rubbed her hands on her clothes, her face breaking into a chrysanthemum-like smile. The feeling of being remembered was truly wonderful. Looking at the exquisitely packaged gifts, she politely declined. Oh, you've been abroad. Things from abroad? I've never seen them before. They must be expensive. Little girl, take them back for your little lion to eat. Quan Shengnan laughed. I bought some for little lion too. These are for you. Unable to refuse further, Granny Meow said, then I'll shamelessly accept them. Little girl, you said you needed something from me. What is it? Do you remember when I asked you about the Shui family? Their descendants have come looking. They want to ask you about their birth mother and see photos of Ms. Wu Chunen. As she spoke, Quan Shengnan pointed to Shui Anren and Shui Qingran. Descendants of the Shui family? Granny Meow examined Shui Anren and Shui Qing and carefully for a moment. They really do look alike. The man looks like the Shui family's son who took the children abroad, and the woman looks like the Shui family's daughter-in-law. Little girl, are they the two children the Shui family took abroad? By my reckoning, one should be in his 40s now, and the other around 36 or 37. Yes, that's them. Shui Anren and Shui Qing and greeted her politely and respectfully presented the gifts they had prepared. After some polite refusals, Granny Meow suddenly asked, You've come, but where is your father? I remember after you went abroad, your grandmother often told my mother-in-law that once your father settled down overseas, he would come back to fetch them and your mother to go abroad together. Who would have thought that before your father could come for them, they and your mother passed away, without. Chapter 5:13, The Relic Holds Treasure 3. That's right, where is Shui Zhihui? Wu Chunan, who had been fussing over her children, suddenly remembered her husband and turned to ask Quan Shengnan. Quan Shengnan remained unusually silent and did not answer. A slight chill ran through Wu Chuanyan's heart, and she asked in a trembling voice, Did something happen to him? No, he is living very well, successful and famous. He is now Hong Kong's 6th richest super tycoon, with assets of at least 20 billion. After a moment's consideration, Quan Shengnan answered truthfully. Successful and famous? A super tycoon with assets of at least 20 billion? Then why hasn't he come back? Wu Chuanyan asked. Mainland China warmly welcomes investment from Hong Kong businessmen. Hua Xuedong could travel between Hong Kong and the mainland, so he certainly could too. Wu Chuanyan vaguely guessed the answer, but still clung to a sliver of hope. Quan Shengnan sneered, Of course he won't come. He married and had children in Hong Kong as early as 1960. So far, he already has 3 wives and concubines and 7 new children. What? Wu Chuanyan's eyes widened as she stared at Quan Shengnan in disbelief. I'm not lying to you. Quan Shengnan sighed and briefly recounted her encounter with Shui Zhihui in the United States. After hearing this, Wu Chuanyan suddenly calmed down. She smiled bitterly and said, I had a feeling about this a long time ago. It was impossible for Shui Zhihui to remain faithful to me for decades, especially since he took away the vast majority of the Shui family's wealth. There are countless widowed women and countless widowers who remarry. Very few men can truly remain chaste for a lifetime after their wife passes away. Her premonition had come true, hadn't it? Reality had finally shattered the belief she had held for decades. After speaking, Wu Chuanyan's face was streaked with tears. So, it had been her own wishful thinking, imagining that her husband was an honest gentleman who would one day return for her. It's good that you understand. Quan Shengnan actually understood that Wu Chuanyan's waiting was more for the sake of her children. Gazing at her children, who were asking Granny Meow about the Shui family and holding the photographs in prolonged silence, Wu Chuanyan stopped her tears and forced a light tone. At least my children didn't forget to look for me. At least my Anren always remembered her promise to me, right? Being able to think this way was also a good thing. After obtaining the information they wanted, Shui Anren and Shui Qing expressed their sincere thanks, then stood up to take their leave, intending to continue looking around the area. Hu Xuedong held Quan Shengnan's hand as they strolled along slowly. Shui Anren and Shui Qing already knew about their relationship from their time in the United States and showed no surprise. Having already broken free from the pain of being abandoned by her husband, Wu Chun'an asked, Nan, I remember you can communicate with the spirit world, know ghosts and gods, and divine the past and future. Tell me, what will Shui Zhouhui's future be like? Infighting among wealthy families has existed since ancient times. Within the walls of great mansions, bloodshed is inevitable. With 3 wives and concubines and 7 children, how could they not fight fiercely over the wealth? Wu Chun'an was indeed different from others. After her anger subsided, this was the first thing she thought of. It seemed she still harbored resentment toward Shui Zhouhui in her heart. Quan Shengnan thought for a moment, recalling Shui Zhouhui's fate and end in her previous life. While Shui Zhouhui was still alive, not 2 years after his retirement, Chunui Company split into 4 or 5 companies, each worth nearly 10 billion. The 3 wives and concubines and their children, even full siblings, refused to yield to each other. In the end, each took control of one company. The children of the 3rd wife were young and couldn't compete with the first 2 families, but Yu Huan, the 3rd wife, managed to secure a company with assets worth several billion. Each company was essentially a first-tier group. Unfortunately, they relied on their father, were uneducated and incompetent, mediocre in talent, and narrow in vision, far inferior to Shui Zhouhui's abilities. Some daughters mistakenly trusted their husbands, and soon the wealth. Chapter 514, Legacy Treasures 4. Chunui Company's assets were worth tens of billions. Even if they shrank, their lives would still be very comfortable. During her time of looking back, the eldest son from the 2nd branch was scammed and went bankrupt, while the other 2 branches gloated over his misfortune. However, they soon followed in his footsteps. Only Yu Huan, relying on her youth and frequently seeking advice from Shui Zhouhui, managed to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, Quan Shengnan didn't get to see this. According to a future Quan Shengnan glimpsed once when she accidentally opened her heavenly eye, Shui Zhouhui's later years were very difficult. To seize the real estate, jewelry, and the company held by Yu Huan's branch that Shui Zhouhui controlled, the 3 branches continued to fight fiercely. Shui Zhouhui died a miserable death. After his death, none of the children from the 3 branches cared for him. In Hong Kong, where land is worth its weight in gold, even placing ashes requires a huge sum of money, and none of them were willing to bear the cost. In the end, it was Shui Anren and Shui Qing, the siblings who had always stayed out of the conflicts, who handled Shui Zhouhui's funeral arrangements. Thinking about it now, it was nothing less than retribution. And in this life? Based on the future I've deduced, Shui Zhouhui will soon become embroiled in a struggle with Liang Wenwan. Liang Wenwan is taking revenge on him, and he cannot possibly not fight back. As a result, Shui Zhouhui will have no time to expand his business, his assets will gradually shrink, and he will fall out of Hong Kong's top 10 rankings. By the time he retires, the 3 branches will continue their infighting and will split into 5 or 6 small companies worth a little over $1 billion each. The Zhongjin Group far surpassed Chunui Company. She had the spare capacity to attack Chunui Company, but Chunui Company could not match her. Of course, after this struggle, the Zhongjin Group was also bogged down and missed the opportunity to continue expanding on a large scale. Liang Wenwan felt completely justified in her revenge against Shui Zhouhui. That was just her character. She held grudges over the smallest matters and was ruthless and vicious. If Shui Zhouhui had let her vent her anger for a while, she wouldn't have pressed him step by step. But then again, Shui Zhouhui was no pushover either. He wouldn't just sit back and take it. The result of Shui Zhouhui not sitting idly by was opposing Liang Wenwan in the business world, competing for the market share of the Zhongjin Group. With Liang Wenjuan's personality, how could she tolerate others treating her like this? In her mind, she could attack others, but others could not retaliate. If they did, she would believe it was their fault. The more Shui Zhouhui fought back, the more Liang Wenwan hated him, and the harder she struck. The harder Liang Wenwan struck, the more Shui Zhouhui hated her, and the more determined he became to fight her to the end. Thus, it became a vicious cycle. What happened next was similar to the previous life, except the nearly $10 billion company became several small companies worth just over $1 billion each. Liang Wenwan pressed her advantage and attacked even more fiercely. Several companies first shrank and then went bankrupt, and even Yu Huan from the 3rd branch couldn't escape. After the bankruptcy, the wives, concubines, and children of the 3 branches intensified their struggle over the real estate and jewelry in Shui Zhouhui's possession. Wu Chun'an laughed heartily, tears streaming from her eyes. Retribution. It's retribution, right? Nan, this is Shui Zhouhui's retribution. His fickleness and ingratitude are just the nature of men. I don't hate him for that. What I hate is that after my in-laws and I exhausted our family's resources to send him abroad, and after he settled in Hong Kong, he actually denied our existence. Of all virtues, filial piety is the foremost. He not only denied his wife's existence, but also abandoned his parents. Describing such a person as heartless isn't even strong enough. Wu Chunyan let out a sigh, her expression one of complete relief. Knowing Shui Zhouhui's future, the stifling anger in her chest was released. He would get his retribution, and her own children would live well. Although they didn't inherit vast wealth, they gained peace. Staying out of the conflicts was the right choice. Money and possessions are external things. No matter how much wealth one has, the final resting place is just an urn. Shui Anren was a senior police officer. Shui Qingran and her husband followed Hu Xuedong. One could imagine. Chapter 5:15, Treasures Among the Belongings 5. Karma is a cycle and retribution never misses its mark. Some things are judged by the present, others by the future. Once she understood this, Wu Chuanyan's last trace of resentment quietly faded away. She said to Quan Shengnan, Nan, could you ask Anren for me? When he went abroad, I gave him a pair of cloth tigers I sewed myself. Could you ask him if he still has them? Why ask about that all of a sudden? Quan Shengnan was curious. She had thought Wu Chunyan would be like Zhangshi, unwilling to tell her son about becoming a vengeful ghost. Although Han Cheng didn't know his biological mother was Zhangshi, not little Zhangshi, Wu Chunyan sighed and said, if the cloth tigers are still there, tell him I sewed something inside them back then. Ask him to take it out and share it equally with his sister. Then she added, first, ask if they're still there. If not, forget it. No need to trouble him over it. Quan Shengnan said in surprise, you put something inside the cloth tigers? Yes. At the time, I thought going abroad might be good or bad, and who knew what might happen. So I deliberately sewed some small but valuable items into the cloth tigers, thinking they might come in handy. I told Anren that besides taking care of his sister, he must keep the cloth tigers safe and only open them if he was truly desperate. Back then, Shui Zhouhui had taken most of the family's wealth, so she didn't mention it to him and secretly instructed her son instead. Who would have thought she'd feel grateful for it now? He might have already opened them, Quan Shengnan said with a smile, admiring Wu Chuanyan's thoroughness. Cloth is light, so cloth tigers wouldn't be too heavy, but cloth tigers stuffed with jewelry would be different. The latter would definitely feel somewhat unusual in weight. Both Shui Anren and Shui Qingran were intelligent, elite individuals who might very well have discovered the secret. Hearing Quan Shengnan's speculation, Wu Chunyan was momentarily stunned, but a flicker of joy and satisfaction with her children flashed in her eyes. She said, I don't know. Please ask. If he has opened them and used the contents, that's naturally best, making full use of things. If Anren hasn't discovered the secret of the cloth tigers yet, remind him, so those things don't stay hidden inside forever. It was, after all, the last bit of care from her as a mother for her children. Quan Shengnan agreed. She turned to Shui Anren and asked, Officer Shui, based on my divination, your mother once gave you a pair of cloth tigers. Are they still around? Miss Shengnan, you can even divine such details? Shui Anren blurted out. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. She neither confirmed nor denied it. How could she explain that she possessed the heavenly eye? Besides, she had even used divination as an excuse to pinpoint the whereabouts of Yan Shuelian's daughter, Xiao Mingwei. 2 cloth tigers were nothing in comparison. Shui Anren clearly thought of this. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, Miss Shengnan. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that it feels too miraculous. It's fine, Quan Shengnan replied with a smile, showing no sign of blame. Shui Anren breathed a sigh of relief. He did work for the Hong Kong police force, but Hu Xuedong was far more influential than he was, and he didn't want to offend Quan Shengnan. Offending Quan Shengnan would mean offending Hu Xuedong. Moreover, Quan Shengnan came from a high-ranking official family on the mainland and was not to be underestimated. Shui Qingran asked curiously, Miss Shengnan, is there something wrong with my brother's cloth tigers? There's nothing wrong with the cloth tigers themselves, but there might be something inside them. Officer Shui, when your mother gave you the cloth tigers, did she say you could Chapter 5:16, The Legacy Holds Treasure 6. You can even calculate that? That's amazing. After saying this, Shui Anren shook his head. I don't remember anymore, but I remember my mother telling me to take good care of my sister and to keep the cloth tiger safe. Quan Shengnan sighed. That was true. Although Shui Anren was already 8 years old at the time, as the years passed, many people wouldn't remember many things from before they were 8. She chuckled softly. So that means Officer Shui still has the cloth tiger preserved to this day. Shui Anren nodded. Yes, it's still here. I feel it's the only item my mother left me, proof that my mother was once in our hometown, so I've always been very careful to preserve it. After answering, he asked, Miss Shengnan, is there something wrong with the cloth tiger? Yes. After Officer Shui and Lawyer Shui return to Hong Kong, you might want to take the cloth tiger apart and look inside. According to my deduction, when your mother gave you the cloth tiger, she must have left something inside it as a token of her heart for the two of you. Shui Qingran exclaimed in surprise, Miss Shengnan, are you saying there's something my mother left for my brother and me inside the cloth tiger? Quan Shengnan nodded with a smile, her fair face like a flower. Shui Anren suddenly said, we don't need to go back to Hong Kong, we can open it now. Quan Shengnan was taken aback. What did he mean? Could it be? Officer Shui, don't tell me you brought the cloth tiger with you when you went to the US and returned to Jinling? As expected, Shui Anren nodded very matter-of-factly. He smiled and said, I thought, since I was inquiring about my mother's whereabouts, I should bring the keepsake she left me. It's inside my suitcase now, and the suitcase is at the hotel. Their curiosity piqued, the group couldn't resist going to Shui Anren's room at the hotel. Without another word, Shui Anren indeed produced a pair of exquisitely sewn cloth tigers. Despite the decades that had passed, the cloth tigers were still lifelike, though the fabric had faded somewhat in color. Shui Qing picked up one of the cloth tigers and hefted it. It was quite heavy. She couldn't help but sigh. Brother said that when I was little, I often cried looking for Mom, so he would put the cloth tiger in my arms to sleep with me. I never imagined there was a secret hidden inside. The cloth tiger is clearly much heavier than ordinary cloth items. How come neither my brother nor I ever thought to take them apart and look? Secretary Chen said gently, didn't your elder brother say? Because it was something their mother left them, they couldn't bear to damage it. Precisely because of those words, couldn't bear to, you never discovered the cloth tiger held another secret, was Xu Weidong remarked. Hearing this, the brother and sister sighed one after the other. Wu Chunan, however, felt deeply moved and excited. Nan, my son and daughter were still filial to me, right? They preserved the cloth tiger so carefully, they had me in their hearts. Exactly. Although you met with misfortune in your marriage, you ended up with a pair of good children, much more fortunate than Master Zhan. Wu Chanian burst out laughing, thinking of Zhan Shi's fate, and heartily agreed. You're right. My children didn't forget me, while Sister Zhan was abandoned by her children while she was still alive. Compared to her, I am 10 times, 100 times happier. Under Wu Chuanyan's proud gaze, Shui Anren found a blade and picked open the stitches sewing the cloth tiger. He only opened a section at the cloth tiger's rear, creating a hole, from which a glimmer of pearl and jewel-like radiance peeked out. Shui Anren grabbed the cloth tiger by its ears with both hands, the hole at its rear facing down, and gave it a vigorous shake. With a clattering sound, a pile of jewelry poured out from inside. Chapter 517, Treasures Among the Relics 7. At the same moment, the plump belly of the cloth tiger instantly deflated by more than half. The part that didn't deflate completely was because it was stuffed with some cotton to wrap around these jewels, preventing anyone from feeling them. A pile of jewelry was now heaped on the table. Large rubies, large emeralds, cat's eye stones, jadeite, white jade, green jade. All were uncut and unpolished. They glittered and shone, dazzlingly brilliant. The quality of those jewels was exceptionally good, truly top-grade items. Shui Qing opened up the other cloth tiger and similarly poured out a pile of jewelry. Unlike the gemstones and jade from the previous cloth tiger, this pile consisted mostly of diamonds, pink diamonds, blue diamonds, white diamonds, and so on, along with some gold bars and small items made of gold. Secretary Chen was stunned for a moment, but quickly averted his gaze, saying, your mother was very thoughtful. These are all excellent items. Shui Anren's eyes reddened, tears glistening within them. Seeing these things made him ache even more for his mother's suffering. Shui Qingran let out a soft sigh. Mother must have been worried we might encounter difficulties in the future, so she secretly prepared these things. If the assets father carried with him ran into problems, we would still have this wealth to sustain our lives. She was clever and immediately guessed Wu Chuanyan's intention. Perhaps it's precisely because no accident happened back then, and I never thought to open the cloth tigers, that they've remained until now, Shui Anren said. At this point, he suddenly smiled. Secretary Chen was very curious about the meaning behind his smile and promptly asked. Shui Anren said, I'm glad I didn't open them back then. If I had, given my age and the stepmother-father immediately married, I likely wouldn't have been able to keep these things. That's right, it wasn't just likely, it was highly probable. A flash of anger passed through Shui Qingran's eyes. Father's actions were too excessive. At that time, Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother were clearly all on the mainland, still alive, yet he falsely claimed his parents and wife had passed away. Just then, Shui Anren suddenly received a call from his wife, Duguyu. After answering, his expression changed drastically. Shui Qingran took the cloth tiger from Shui Anren's hand and placed it on the table next to the one she held. Seeing his drastic change in expression, she asked, what happened? Shui Anren didn't answer, but he quickly ended the call. Before hanging up, he instructed his wife, Don't worry about this matter. Wait until I return to discuss it. Dugu on the other end agreed. Shui Anren looked up at Hu Shuetong and Quan Shengnan. After much hesitation, Shui Anren finally chose to speak up and ask, Mr. Hua, Miss Shengnan, besides you, were there others who knew that my mother was still alive when my father remarried? Before Quan Shengnan could answer, Hu Shuetong immediately said, when we first met your father in the U.S. and heard he had married and had children starting in 1960, with 3 wives in succession and 7 children, Nanan was too shocked. She's young and straightforward, and she accidentally let slip a little. Ms. Liang Wawan was present at the time and might have taken it to heart. Shui Qing turned to ask her brother, it was father's fault to begin with. Miss Xing'an lives in Nanjing and had heard about mother's situation, accidentally revealing it wasn't her fault. Shui Anren smiled bitterly. I didn't say I blame Miss Xing'an. I just want to know who else knew. The others immediately thought it might be related to Duguyu's call. What happened? Shui Anren said, the news that father's parents and wife were still alive when he settled in Hong Kong, married, and had children has now spread like Chapter 518. The relic holds treasure 8. Hong Kong's media is formidable. Journalists wield their pens like blades. Prompted by Liang Wawan, those media outlets sensationalized the matter more and more. Liang Wawan had excellent relationships with many media bosses. When she released this news, no one would dare contradict her. This matter was too shocking, absolutely front-page headline material. Liang Wawan utilized her mainland connections and finally uncovered some of Shui Zhouhui's background. Overjoyed, she leaked it to the media. Of course, she didn't know that all this information was deliberately fed to her by Hu Shuetong's people. Since he wanted the two of them to fight, he felt it would be a shame not to add fuel to the fire. Quan Shengnan's disgust towards Shui Zhouhui was obvious, and Hu Shuetong was naturally happy to indulge his little girlfriend. Moreover, this matter wouldn't cripple Shui Zhouhui, it would only tarnish his hard-earned reputation. Thus, many Hong Kong media outlets vied to report on this. Journalists flocked to Chunaway Company and the Shui family mansion, all hoping to get first-hand information and record Shui Zhouhui's initial reaction. Many Hong Kong citizens felt deceived by Shui Zhouhui, never expecting him to be so heartless and ungrateful. Being heartless and ungrateful to his first wife was one thing, but he actually claimed his parents and wife were dead. Society is often lenient towards men. If Shui Zhouhui abandoned his first wife, some might call him faithless and fickle, but it wouldn't necessarily be elevated to a character flaw. But his parents were clearly alive, yet he said they were dead. His character, needless to say, was simply too despicable. Shui Zhouhui returned to Hong Kong early, several days ahead of Liang Wawan. After returning, with no further developments regarding Wu Chunyan, he felt relieved. Perhaps Annie, who was around Hu Shuetong, had only heard fragments and didn't know the specifics. Unexpectedly, that morning, he woke up to see a report about himself in the entertainment section of the newspaper. His place of origin, background, the names of his parents and first wife, dates of death, etc., were all described in great detail. No matter how youthful Shui Zhouhui's appearance might be, inside he was a man in his 60s. Seeing this report, he felt dizzy and immediately called his assistants, instructing them to suppress the media coverage. It was too late. Compared to Liang Wanwan, Shui Zhouhui was utterly insignificant. The media outlets were cunning. Having benefited, they played innocent, putting on an act of helpless compliance, and promptly shifted all blame for publishing onto Liang Wanwan. It wasn't their fault. They couldn't ignore Liang Wanwan's wishes. Although Shui Zhouhui had previously felt some dissatisfaction towards Liang Wawan, he never considered opposing her, partly unwilling, partly afraid. In the business world, there's deception and constant change, but few deliberately target specific individuals over minor issues. It's not worth it. If they sought revenge over every little thing, they'd be fighting each other all day long. Sometimes, companies competing for a project are all adversaries. Who would have thought this woman Liang Wawan could be so ruthless? Just because he left the auction early and didn't lend her over $3 million as promised, the first thing she did upon returning to Hong Kong was to retaliate against him. The public's appetite for gossip should not be underestimated. The more Shui Zhouhui tried to suppress the matter, the more it was reported. Following the clues provided by Liang Wawan, some journalists even flew to Jinling to inquire with people like Granny Miao, who knew about the Shui family. They were clever. They didn't mention the events in Hong Kong, only saying they admired Shui Zhouhui's achievements and wanted to investigate and interview about his Chapter 519. The relic holds treasure 9. Granny Miao received the gifts from Shui Anren and her brother. Seeing the purpose of these people's visit, she found it strange. Actually, ever since Shui Anren and her brother avoided talking about Shui Zhouhui, only saying he was doing well, Granny Miao had already guessed part of the reason. Over 30 years had passed. Perhaps Shui Zhihui had long since abandoned his wife and remarried. Probably, this was also the reason Shui Zhihui had never returned. If Shui Zhihui wanted to know about the deaths of his parents and wife, he should have come back personally. He should at least pay respects to his parents, right? These people said they were conducting interviews. Why didn't they go interview Shui Zhihui? Why come all the way here to ask her? Granny Meow kept her lips sealed. Sensing something was off, she didn't utter a single word. However, the Shui family matter back then had caused a huge uproar, the deaths of Shui Zhihui's parents and Wu Chunyan. It was a major scandal. Even after 30 years, many middle-aged and elderly people still knew about it. Unlike Granny Meow, who had met Shui Anren and her brother and knew Shui Zhihui was still alive, they didn't have that information. Hearing the reporters' elaborate and enticing descriptions, they all chimed in, sharing everything they knew. Upon obtaining the detailed account, the reporters were thrilled. Some well-informed individuals learned that Shui Anren and her brother had appeared in Nanjing and had not yet returned to Hong Kong. Were they searching for information about their deceased mother? They immediately realized that Wu Chunyan was indeed Shui Zhihui's original wife. This wasn't fabricated. Just as they planned to seize the opportunity to interview Shui Anren and her brother, they heard that the siblings had already flown back to Hong Kong after receiving news from there. Hearing this, many were greatly disappointed. No matter, having the information was enough. After bringing the draft back to Hong Kong, their boss held the manuscript, extremely excited. Before achieving fame and success, Shui Zhihui had already forgotten the earnest waiting of his parents and wife. He never mentioned his parents or wife, happily marrying and having children instead. Even after achieving fame and success, Shui Zhihui never thought to inquire about the news of his parents and wife. 30 years. The two elders and Wu Chunyan had been dead for nearly 30 years, yet their graves remained desolate and unattended, with no one paying respects. This was even more dramatic than a TV drama. Once the news was published, everyone who saw it was astounded and expressed utter contempt for Shui Zhihui. How despicable. His original wife, on her deathbed, was still hoping he would bring their children back to find her, yet he was in Hong Kong, too content to think of returning. How could such a person be fit to be a son or a husband? Don't underestimate the power of the media. Often, the media can influence all aspects of life. More and more people condemned Shui Zhihui. More and more people sympathized with the plight of the Shui family elders and Wu Chunyan. It actually formed a massive storm. A storm concerning Shui Zhihui, one that was about to erupt soon. He holed up in his heavily guarded mansion, unable to step outside. He was helpless, and so were his 3 wives, concubines, and children. Even the servants going out to buy groceries were intercepted and surrounded by paparazzi. The entire Shui family was besieged, sealed tight. The stock of Chunui Company immediately plummeted. Within a few days, it had dropped by 13%. Without Shui Zhihui at the helm to command, Chunui Company was in a state of panic. Liang Wenwan took advantage of the situation to acquire a significant amount of Chunui Company's stock. Hearing that many had ceased cooperation with Chunui Company, she curled her lips in a smug smile. To compete with her was simply seeking death. However, thinking about how formidable she was yet Hua Xuedong remained unmoved, Liang Wenjuan's smile instantly vanished. She still couldn't find out the identity of that Annie. Most infuriatingly, on the 3rd day when she attended the trade fair, there was no sign of Hua Xuedong. Many Hong Kong businessmen who knew the whole story didn't say anything, but she understood in her heart, they must be laughing at her expense. This is intolerable. Once she dealt with Shui Zhihui, she would— Chapter 520, The Relic Holds Treasure 10. How could Shui Zhihui possibly sit back and wait for death? His experience, his wisdom, his methods, all surpassed Liang Wenjuan's. Gossip, after all, would soon fade with time, and no one would bring it up again. Solving this matter was very easy. Reporters were blocking and intercepting at the Shui family's doorstep, right? He had his own private jet. The Shui family mansion had enough space for the plane to land. He could simply travel by plane, land at the Chunui Company's grounds, and still command operations from there. At the same time, Shui Zhihui used the private jet to temporarily send his 3rd wife, concubines, and children away from Hong Kong for a vacation in Phuket. Diverting the attention of the Hong Kong public was even easier. He believed that Hua Xuedong's extended stay in the U.S. was to meet with a beautiful and noble young girl. This headline would surely attract more attention than his own past affairs. Tracing it to the root, the reason he had offended Liang Wenwan was because of Annie. Since it was her fault, she should compensate him. He acted very quickly. After making the decision, he immediately sent this news to the media outlets he was familiar with. Hua Xuedong meeting a young girl in the U.S.? Hua Xuedong. Not just anyone, but the upright and self-disciplined Hua Xuedong. The upright and self-disciplined Hua Xuedong had never married and never responded to Liang Wenjuan's affections. Was it because of that young girl? Who is this so-called beautiful and noble young girl? How did she capture Hu Xuedong's heart? The media outlets that received the news were going crazy with curiosity. They really wanted to publish it and stir up another storm in the media world. Unfortunately, they didn't dare. Among the media outlets that received the news, there were already people arranged by Hu Xuedong to prevent Liang Wenwan and Shui Zhihui from making irresponsible remarks about Quan Shengnan after returning to Hong Kong. Soon, someone notified Hu Xuedong. Hu Xuedong, far away in Beijing on the mainland, frowned and immediately instructed another assistant staying in Hong Kong to handle the matter. Quan Shengnan was still young. She absolutely could not be exposed. Although the newspapers would be published in Hong Kong, with the approaching date of Hong Kong's return, more and more mainland tourists were going to Hong Kong for shopping. If they got wind of the news, it would quickly spread back to the mainland. By then, it would be uncontrollable. Not to mention that Quan Shengnan wasn't prepared. Even he wouldn't dare take the risk. A girl under 15, a genuine case of puppy love, would have a very negative impact. Shui Zhihui. Hu Xuedong contacted Shui Zhihui and said coldly, Mr. Shui, the root of this matter is Ms. Liang Wenjuan's retaliation against you, followed by her investigation. It has nothing to do with my Annie. In your conflict with Ms. Liang, do not involve the innocent. This matter has already been suppressed by me. If even a hint of this news leaks out again, I won't mind stepping in. Unlike his usual gentleness, the threat in his words was very clear. Liang Wenwan alone was enough to give Shui Zhihui a headache. Adding Hu Xuedong to the mix would mean certain doom. Shui Zhihui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, meekly agreed, and secretly regretted his actions. How could he have forgotten how formidable Hu Xuedong was? Despite Hu Xuedong's usually gentle and polite demeanor in daily interactions, Shui Zhihui never believed he was a cat without claws. Having dominated the business world, matching the much older He Deming, who was over 20 years his senior, since before he was even 20, his cunning and methods were naturally first-rate. After hanging up the phone, Shui Zhihui quickly contacted his media friends to cancel his previous decision. Those media outlets had already received instructions from the Hu family. Even without Shui Zhihui's reminder, they knew the consequences. Chapter 521, Legacy Treasures 11. How could they divert the media's attention without revealing Annie's situation? Shui Anren and Shui Qingran, who had just returned to Hong Kong, snorted softly in their hearts. The latter said, that's easy. Liang Wenwan is investigating you, so you investigate her. Shui Zhihui was taken aback. Qingran, what did you say? At this moment, he could no longer dwell on how much Shui Qingran resembled his deceased first wife. Shui Qingran and Shui Anren had already learned the whole story from Quan Shengnan. Due to their late mother's affairs and Shui Zhihui's aversion to Shui Qingran, they held little respect for him in their hearts. They were quite happy to see him despised by others, considering it a way to avenge their mother. But lack of respect aside, Shui Zhihui hadn't committed murder or arson. He shouldn't be subjected to justice by a ruthless woman like Liang Wenwan. Both Shui Qingran and Secretary Chen had worked with Hu Xuedong and were all too familiar with Liang Wenjuan's crazy personality. They certainly didn't want Liang Wenwan to become their chairman's wife. Only the beautiful, noble, approachable, and kind-hearted Quan Shengnan was worthy of Hu Xuedong. Hearing Shui Zhihui's question, Shui Qingran replied nonchalantly, Liang Wenwan was only 20 when she married Zheng Jin. Moreover, she had once been Zheng Jin's secretary. At that time, Zheng Jin was in his 40s. Does one need to think hard about how they got together? Didn't Zheng Jin have a wife before? Did he have children? Previously, people were afraid of Zheng Jin and dared not speak out or investigate. Now that Zheng Jin is gone, what are you afraid of, Dad? The more Shui Zhihui listened, the brighter his eyes became. That's right. The process by which Liang Wenwan married Zheng Jin wasn't clean either. She, just like the upper-class socialites and ladies she looked down upon, was also a member of the gold-digging, vain crowd. What right did she have to look down on people like herself just because she inherited her late husband's fortune? Zheng Jin's marital life before Liang Wenwan was certainly eye-catching. Shui Zhihui clapped his hands with a smile. Qingran, your idea is excellent. The words he had intended to use to scold the siblings for going to Jinling to inquire about Wu Chunyan were instantly swallowed back. Shui Anren, adept at reading expressions, explained, Dad, sorry, we didn't expect our trip to Jinling to be interpreted this way. We originally went to see Mr. Hu. Later, Mr. Hu went to Jinling to visit family friends, so we followed. I work for the Hong Kong police force and wanted to get to know some mainland officials. Qingyan went because Alung was with Mr. Hu, and she couldn't bear to be apart from him. On the way back to Hong Kong, he and Shui Qingran had agreed not to admit they went to inquire about Wu Chunyan. That's right, Dad. We only learned from sister-in-law's phone call that our hometown is actually in Jinling. It's a pity we didn't have time to look around before returning to Hong Kong, Shui Qingran immediately added. Shui Zhihui thought carefully and believed them. If they had really found out something, they certainly wouldn't have such calm and unruffled expressions. So, he praised Shui Qingran for her good idea and gave her a check for 10 million. Go buy something you like. Why refuse what's offered for free? Shui Qingran accepted it with a clear conscience. Later, she transferred the money to her own account and then donated it to the charity foundation under the Hua Group. Secretary Chen found it both amusing and exasperating. He said to his wife, Qingqing, there's no need for that. What your father gave you is what you deserve. Shui Qingran snorted. I've lived perfectly well without him all these years. Now that my life is good, I need him even less. How ridiculous that his coldness towards me was actually— Chapter 522. The Relic Holds Treasure 12. Secretary Chen gently comforted her, and after a while, Shui Qingran finally turned her displeasure into delight. By the way, has Mr. Hua mentioned when he'll return to Hong Kong? Secretary Chen thought for a moment and said, he'll probably return after seeing Miss Shengnan back to Beijing. There's quite a bit of work piled up in Hong Kong that needs handling. By the end of the first lunar month, Mr. Hua will definitely go to Beijing again. The second day of the second lunar month is both Elder Madam Qin and Miss Shengnan's birthday. Having been married to Secretary Chen for many years and working at the Hua Group, Shui Qingran had participated in several agreements involving shares and knew all that Hua Xuedong had done for Quan Shengnan over the years. She said enviously, Mr. Hua is really good to Miss Shengnan. Am I not good to you? Secretary Chen deliberately feigned displeasure. Shui Qingran threw herself onto him, kissed his cheek, her face beaming with a bright smile. Husband, of course you're very good to me. I know how good you are to me. There's no need to compare with Mr. Hua. The couple laughed and played in the room until their precious daughter opened the door and peeked in to protest, at which point they stopped. The next day when they went to work, they indeed received news that Hua Xuedong would return to Hong Kong that day. Upon returning home, Hua Xuedong greeted his uncle and aunt, then took out the 2 sets of tang suits meticulously made by Quan Shengnan for the elderly couple. Uncle, aunt, how do you like these 2 sets of clothes? Old Mr. Hua glanced at him and said calmly, we have more clothes than we can wear. Why did you buy more? Madame Hua, however, took the clothes, looked at them, and felt them. Oh, this is genuine gu embroidery. And your eye is truly sharp. Hua Xuedong gave a thumbs up. Madame Hua shook out her own clothes, immediately took them into the bedroom to change into, and urged old Mr. Hua to change as well. These 2 tang suits were exceptionally well made, suitable for daily wear as well as for appearing at banquets. After Madame Hua came out, she couldn't stop praising them. The stitching is incredibly fine. The plum blossom frog closures are well made. The embroidery is beautiful with auspicious meanings. The colors are vibrant. There's not a single flaw. Autumn, who did you have make these? Next time, have 2 more sets custom made for me. Hua Xuedong took a few handkerchiefs from the bag. She's not a tailor. If you're not part of the inner circle, you can't get clothes made by her. Handkerchiefs to match the clothes? You're becoming more thoughtful, child. Oh, this is gu embroidery too. Madame Hua couldn't put them down. She turned to look at old Mr. Hua and was instantly stunned. She moved closer to old Mr. Hua and carefully observed the dragon embroidered on his clothes. This dragon is exquisitely embroidered. Especially the eyes. They truly bring it to life. Hua Xuedong smiled. The dragon's eyes are embroidered with hair, which is different from silk thread. Dragon eyes embroidered with silk thread appear somewhat stiff, not as lively and spirited as those embroidered with hair. Madame Hua nodded. It must be the work of a master in gu embroidery. Autumn, who exactly embroidered these? You're being so mysterious, making me have 17 or 18 questions swirling in my mind. Hua Xuedong smiled slightly. It was Nan An who made these clothes for you. Nan An? Old Mr. Hua and Madame Hua were stunned, blinking in disbelief. Nan An is only 14 or 15, right? A girl of 14 or 15 actually possesses such exquisite embroidery skills. Madame Hua suddenly remembered the small screen in Hua Xuedong's bedroom. Autumn, that embroidered screen in your room, was that also embroidered by Nan An? The embroidered screen Hua Xuedong had originally said he would get for Madame Hua was never actually given to her. Instead, it was displayed in his own room. P.S. That's all for today's updates. Asking for votes, recommendation. Chapter 523, Mutual Destruction 1. Upon hearing old Mrs. Hua mention past events, Hua Xuedong smiled faintly and did not deny it. Old Mr. and Mrs. Hua didn't pay it much mind and continued to heap praises. Quan Shengnan had saved Hua Xuedong from a crippling disaster, and over the years, the gifts she prepared for them were always very thoughtful. In their hearts, she was like their own child. It was a good thing that the 2 young ones were fond of each other. Especially since the 2 of them deeply believed in the studies of divination and physiognomy, they held Quan Shengnan in the highest regard. Being on good terms with her brought obvious benefits. Old Mrs. Hua couldn't help but lift the left sleeve of her garment, smoothing it with her right hand, and once again admired the inkwash lotus embroidery on the cuff. When I saw your embroidered screen that year, I already thought it was quite good, but I never expected this garment to be 10 times better. Look at this inkwash lotus. It truly looks as if it were painted, not embroidered. Not to mention the exquisite embroidery skill. Even the composition shows great mastery, likely from the hand of a master. Your uncle and I have practiced painting our whole lives, yet we might not be able to paint an inkwash lotus like this. Which painter's work did Nanan use as a reference for her embroidery? It was no wonder the old lady said this. The inkwash lotus painting was simply too well done. Moreover, most inheritors of the Gu embroidery tradition typically embroidered existing famous landscape paintings from the Song and Yuan dynasties. Therefore, the old lady assumed the inkwash lotus embroidered on the garment was also painted by someone else, and Quan Shengnan had merely embroidered it. Old Mr. Hua took out his reading glasses, put them on, and examined his wife's garment closely for a few moments, growing increasingly astonished. The conception is ingenious, the layout elegant and understated, the brushwork just right, the ink tones natural and seamless, and the calligraphy flows like clouds and water. Excellent, truly excellent, possessing the style and grace of a master painter and calligrapher. Adong, ask the little girl who painted this. Another day, we should request a painting to hang in your aunt's study. Old Mr. Hua did not stint on words of praise. The corner of Hua Xuedong's mouth lifted slightly. Without speaking, he took out the framed inkwash lotus painting. After Quan Shengnan finished this painting in the United States and returned to Beijing, he had sought a master craftsman to frame it and brought it back with him. Old Mr. Hua looked at the signature area, where vivid red seal script characters came into view. Yuxing Xiaoyin Moonborn Small Seal. Yushun? I don't seem to have heard of a master painter or calligrapher by this name in the art world. Old Mr. Hua thought for a moment and said hesitantly. Hua Xuedong smiled and said, Yuxing means Xing. This is the seal old Mrs. Lin carved for Nanan. Quan Shengnan disliked showing off and preferred not to use her real name for signatures, so she used Yusheng instead. What? You're saying this inkwash lotus painting was painted by Nanan? The couple exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. They had thought it was by some famous painter or calligrapher from the mainland, never imagining it was by a young girl not yet of age. Hua Xuedong nodded. The old gentleman said, incredible, simply incredible. The old lady, however, beamed with joy. Nanan is so talented. How old is she to already possess such skill? She and the old gentleman came from scholarly families and naturally held a fondness for children proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The economy was developing, but traditional national arts were gradually disappearing. The old gentleman and old lady had sighed over this many times. Old Mr. Hua also nodded and said, she is a good child. When she comes to Hong Kong, Adong, you must find an opportunity to bring her to see us. After all these years, we have long heard of her name, but have regrettably never met her in person. There will definitely be an opportunity, Hua Xuedong replied with a smile. Old Mrs. Hua suddenly stood up. Old Mr. Hua quickly asked, Old woman, Adong just returned. Where are you going? I'm going to look for something suitable to give Nanan as a return gift. That child is so thoughtful. Embroidering these 2 sets of clothes must have taken a lot of effort. Old Mrs. Chapter 524, Mutual Destruction 2. She had always conducted herself with the grace of a prominent family. Whenever she received a gift, she would invariably give one in return. This was especially true for gifts from younger generations. If the younger generation put thought into their gift, the elder naturally should bestow a reward. Hua Xuedong suddenly said, Aunt, why don't we give our family's pair of white jade bracelets with the 2 dragons snatching a pearl, designed to Nanan? White jade bracelets. The Hua family heirloom passed down only to daughters-in-law? White jade itself wasn't rare. What was rare was the supreme quality of the mutton fat jade and the carving technique from a renowned master. Both old Mr. Hua and old Mrs. Hua were taken aback for a moment. The Hua family possessed countless treasures, and there were quite a few items that could truly be called family heirlooms. Moreover, old Mrs. Hua was the only daughter in her natal family. After her parents passed away, they left her a vast fortune. The 2 elders had long decided to leave all these to Hua Xuedong. Throughout generations, this pair of white jade 2 dragons snatching a pearl bracelets had been the meeting gift presented by the Hua family matriarch upon first meeting her future daughter-in-law. The significance of its inheritance surpassed its intrinsic value. Back in the day, after old Mr. and Mrs. Hua were engaged and she first visited his home, her future mother-in-law gave them to her as a meeting gift. Of course, even in terms of intrinsic value, this pair of bracelets was a priceless treasure. Every future daughter-in-law who received the white jade bracelets ultimately married into the Hua family, becoming the genuine next-generation daughter-in-law. For Hua Xuedong to now suggest giving the white jade bracelets as a gift to Quan Shengnan, this implied. The old couple looked searchingly at their nephew, the heir to the Hua family line. Hua Xuedong met their gaze calmly. Thinking of Quan Shengnan's age, old Mrs. Hua suddenly raised her hand and pointed at him. Autumn, she's still just a little girl. Good heavens, she wouldn't even turn 15 for several dozen more days. Old Mrs. Hua said with profound distress, Autumn, how could you deceive such a young girl? Quan Shengnan was young, but Hua Xuedong was already 28, nearly 30. Old Mrs. Hua's first thought upon realizing this was that Hua Xuedong was utterly shameless, deceiving an innocent young girl. Since he mentioned giving the white jade bracelets, he must have already successfully wooed her. On this matter, old Mrs. Hua placed no blame whatsoever on the young girl. There was a 14-year age difference between Quan Shengnan and Hua Xuedong. The former led a simple life, while the latter had navigated the business world and was very cunning. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed Hua Xuedong had employed some scheme. Old Mr. Hua stood on the same side as his wife, actually nodding in agreement and joining in reprimanding Hua Xuedong. However, he soon changed sides. Autumn, you did well. A good girl should be secured early, lest someone else gets there first. By then, if you make a move, it won't be justified. Just like me, I waited for your aunt since she was 13. Recalling his own past, old Mr. Hua curled the corners of his mouth, looking quite pleased with himself, only to be abruptly smacked down by old Mrs. Hua. Old Mrs. Hua said irritably, childhood sweethearts. We were childhood sweethearts. What do you mean you waited for me since I was 13? When I was 13, I was still a budding flower. If you had truly revealed your impure intentions back then, my parents would have beaten you to the far ends of the earth with a stick. Even though I didn't reveal them, later when you turned 18 and my parents came to propose marriage, I still got a lesson from my father-in-law afterward. Ouch, my father-in-law, being a warlord commander, really knew how to hit hard. Recalling the blood and tears history of pursuing his wife, a look of nostalgia filled old Mr. Hua's eyes. The flower-like maiden, the youthful years. Time had passed, they were no longer young, and his wife was now wrinkled and gray-haired. But in his eyes, she remained as beautiful. Chapter 525, Mutual Destruction 3. Hearing her husband say this, the old madam also thought of this matter. Her eyes, still clear, shone with a light only a young girl would have. My father and mother passed away one after the other. On their deathbeds, they both said I hadn't married the wrong man. She hadn't left the Hua family a single trace of bloodline, yet her husband had never abandoned her and had shielded her from the pressure from her in-laws. Among the 3 forms of unfilial conduct, having no descendants is the greatest. He had gone to such lengths for her. When her own parents passed away, she and her husband were already over 50, yet their affection remained as strong as ever. That's why her parents had said that. Hua Xuedong smiled and said, I should tell Nan the love story of uncle and auntie, so she doesn't always view relationships with suspicion and disbelief. Old Madam Hua's face flushed slightly. She pushed away her husband's old face, leaning in and curiously asked for the reason, attempting to cover up her own embarrassment. Already an old woman, yet still acting like when she was young. Old Madam Hua herself felt a bit embarrassed and shot her husband a glare. Hua Xuedong briefly explained. Unexpectedly, after hearing it, old Madam Hua liked Quan Shengnan even more and praised, despite her young age, her temperament is steady and very rational. That's exactly right. A girl must first have self-respect and self-worth, and then she mustn't let emotions cloud her judgment. Once one's mind is filled with nothing but love, one's actions lose their usual order. She most looked down on those girls who, fully aware that a man doesn't have them in his heart, still cling desperately, always saying their love is heart-wrenching. If you belittle yourself, how can you expect a man's respect? Don't even dream of it. What you pursue yourself is a treasure. What is delivered to your door is grass. Even if they break up, a man who encounters the latter will feel justified. There's another type of girl that old Madam Hua finds most contemptible. Those who, knowing full well that the man they like already has someone in his heart, still engage in confessions and unrequited love. In the end, because the man's girlfriend acts viciously towards them and the man finds out, they successfully replace her. Puh. No matter how vicious she is, she's the official girlfriend. As an official girlfriend, what's wrong with taking action against a woman who is eyeing her boyfriend covetously? Should she just stand by and watch this woman constantly hovering around her boyfriend? Uncle, what's going on with Auntie? She actually has the leisure to pay attention to such matters and even comment on them. After listening to the old lady's venting, Hua Xuedong found it both funny and exasperating and asked the old gentleman. The old gentleman had never taken his eyes off his wife. Hearing this, a faint blush actually appeared on his face, and he calmly replied, Oh, it's nothing. Nothing? Hua Xuedong clearly didn't believe it. After venting, the old madam felt much more comfortable and said, Why ask your uncle? If you have something to say, ask me directly. Hua Xuedong quickly helped the old madam sit down. Then please tell me, who offended you? In the past, when your uncle and I were together, there was such a person around. Knowing full well that I was engaged to your uncle, she still gazed at your uncle with affectionate eyes, tearfully telling her friends about the pain of her unrequited love. So, those who knew all sympathized with her. Faced with her frequent appearances in high society venues, I got angry and had her father's official position removed. Without status, naturally, the path to entering high society was cut off. People are the most realistic. No matter how illustrious you once were, once you lose power, everyone wants to step on you. Otherwise, why is it said that adding flowers to brocade is easy, but sending charcoal in snowy weather is hard? What annoyed old Madame Hua the most was that this woman had Chapter 526, Mutual Destruction 4. Hua Xuedong smiled and said, "So you became that malicious and arrogant official girlfriend?" It was as dramatic as a novel. Exactly. Everyone who knew about it said I was vengeful and ruthless. But in reality, if her father had been an honest and clean official, who could have stripped him of his position? Wasn't it because he himself was corrupt and left evidence for others to seize? When her father was dealt with, many common people clapped and cheered. The old lady blinked and smiled. Fortunately, your uncle was firm in his convictions. When that woman came to complain, he told her he loved my fiery temperament. And that's because uncle trusts you, trusts your character and your integrity. Trust? The old lady savored the word for a moment before nodding. That's right, it's trust. If he hadn't trusted me from the beginning, he would have definitely thought I was too ruthless. She gently stroked Hua Xuedong's delicate brows and eyes. In matters of the heart, both men and women must trust each other. Only with trust can those with ulterior motives find no opportunity to exploit. Hua Xuedong, while presenting the sandalwood prayer beads to his uncle as a gift, expressed that he had learned a valuable lesson. He trusted Quan Shengnan, just as Quan Shengnan trusted him. A relationship without trust, filled only with suspicion, would inevitably fade away with the wind one day. Seeing this, old Lady Hua was very satisfied. In the future, one of them would be in Hong Kong and the other on the mainland, busy with careers and studies. It would be impossible for them to be together day and night in the short term. If they started to doubt each other, that would be no good. Both were good children, and she hoped they would have smooth sailing for a lifetime. Although Quan Shengnan was a bit young, old Lady Hua had no dissatisfaction whatsoever. In fact, she felt quite honored. She was the astute and mystical fortune-teller, possessing unfathomable abilities. Marrying Hua Xuedong was a blessing for the Hua family. The two were a match made in heaven, with no question of one being unworthy of the other. Moreover, Hua Xuedong was an adult, and the old lady would not interfere in such matters. Thinking of this, old Lady Hua suddenly frowned. Does Nana know about that Liang Wenwan? Liang Wenwan has been acting like a madwoman, causing you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't she? Hong Kong is such a small place, and the media is very diligent. How could old Lady Hua not know what Liang Wenwan had been doing? Don't worry, Aunt. Nan knows everything. Liang Wenwan won't affect us. That's good, that's good. Old Lady Hua, being of advanced age, most hoped for peace and smooth sailing ahead, without any storms affecting her family. The old gentleman waved the newspaper just delivered by the servant. Old woman, rest assured. The media has dug up all the past affairs of Liang Wenwan and Zheng Jin. How could she still have the face to confess her feelings to our autumn? Our Hua family has maintained a clean and upright reputation for generations. We must not be tainted by such a shameless woman. Let me see what the media says. Shui Zhiwei is quite clever, knowing what kind of counterattack works to his advantage. Having lived in Hong Kong for so many years, there was nothing in high society that the old lady and the old gentleman didn't know about. Liang Wenwan was usually extremely arrogant. In her words, she often criticized the noble women and socialites of high society, mocking them for only knowing how to enjoy a material life, relying entirely on men's wealth, not their own. But in reality, how did Liang Wenwan marry Zheng Jin? Liang Wenwan was indeed from a prestigious family, but one that had fled from the mainland to Hong Kong. The turmoil on the mainland back then was too great. Many people died, and many others defected. One couldn't say defection was wrong, because staying meant certain death. The Liang family, Chapter 527, Mutual Destruction 5. The Liang family was originally a prominent and very wealthy family in the mainland, but they suffered enormous losses during the turmoil. By the time they arrived in Hong Kong, the wealth they carried with them was almost gone, and they had fallen to the status of an ordinary family, struggling daily to make ends meet. Liang Wenwan was born at this time. A fallen prominent family, a fallen prominent family's daughter. Liang Wenjuan's so-called identity as a daughter of a prominent family was heavily diluted. She was a descendant of a prominent family, but not a daughter of wealth. Liang Wenjuan's life was exceptionally impoverished. Fortunately, her parents were quite knowledgeable and diligent, and they did not slacken in her upbringing. Liang Wenwan was competitive and ambitious. Her academic performance was outstanding from a young age, making her a favorite in the eyes of her teachers. As an adult, through her own efforts, she successfully entered a major conglomerate to work. This major conglomerate was the Zhengzhen Group. As soon as Liang Wenwan joined, she became Zheng Jin's secretary. Gradually, feelings developed. At that time, Zheng Jin's wife, Feng Xiaoxian, was still alive. Not long after, Zheng Jin's wife passed away from illness. A year later, Zheng Jin married Liang Wenwan as his new wife. No one knew the exact cause of Madame Zheng Jin, Feng Xiaoxuan's death. After all, before Liang Wenwan appeared, Feng Xiaoxian had been ill for many years, which prevented her from bearing Zheng Jin any children. Many people thought she died from prolonged illness, and at that time, no one knew about the relationship between Zheng Jin and Liang Wenwan. Many believed that Zheng Jin and Liang Wenwan got together after his wife's death, especially since they married a year later. In reality, Feng Xiaoxian was angered to death by Zheng Jin and Liang Wenwan. Feng Xiaoxian, in her already ill state, discovered evidence of their affair and was so enraged that she suffered a heart attack. Rescue efforts were ineffective and she died. Unfortunately, Zheng Jin and Liang Wenjuan's earlier affair was very secretive, and Zheng Jin was extremely protective of his young, beloved wife. No one discovered any clues until now. Shui Zhihui, of course, did not know either. But he was very capable. He found powerful media outlets and vigorously sensationalized Liang Wenjuan's past as Zheng Jin's secretary. Liang Wenwan had already fallen deeply in love with Zheng Jin when she was his secretary, at a time when Madame Zheng was still alive. Zheng Jin and Liang Wenwan married a year after Madame Zheng's death, essentially to deceive the public and show the outside world that theirs was not an extramarital affair. Truly the tactics of clever people. Madame Zheng had suffered from heart disease for many years, but she took meticulous care of herself and hadn't had an attack in a long time. Doctors at the time said that if things continued this way, she could live to a natural old age. Why did she suddenly have an attack, leading to ineffective rescue and death? What caused the attack? And why was the rescue not timely? It's simple. She discovered her husband's extramarital affair with a certain female secretary surnamed Liang, and was so angered she had a heart attack. Therefore, Liang Wenwan is the real culprit behind Madame Zheng's death. Liang Wenwan is nothing but a homewrecker. Vast assets and top-tier wealth cannot conceal her past filth. Since inheriting the Zhengzhen Group, Liang Wenwan has constantly criticized the socialites and noble women of high society. This is actually a case of a bully being cowardly at heart. So she uses these sharp, disgraceful, and unpleasant words to distance herself from her own gold-digging and vanity. Back then, Zheng Jin had handled the matter flawlessly, cleaning up all traces very thoroughly. Shui Zhihui went to great lengths, but only managed to uncover that Zheng Jin, while his wife Feng Xiaoxian was still alive, had once traveled to Phuket with Liang Wenwan, where they presented themselves as a couple. This was enough. This piece of information, combined with the doctor's assessment of Feng Xiaoxian's condition back then, was sufficient. Sufficient for Chapter 528, Mutual Destruction 6. Shui Zhihui never expected that all of his speculations were completely correct. If this were a false accusation, Liang Wenwan would definitely pursue legal action against him for defamation. But she did not. The fact that she did not meant these speculations were all true. The reason she did not sue was because she was more afraid than anyone of having her past exposed. Overjoyed, Shui Zhihui instructed friendly media outlets to release the news, one piece after another, keeping Liang Wenwan too busy to attend to anything else. The public in Hong Kong was thrilled. Big revelations. All of them were big revelations. The public's attention quickly shifted from Shui Zhihui's affairs to Liang Wenwan. Who would have thought that Liang Wenwan was also a vain, gold-digging mistress? And yet, she usually put on such a cold, aloof front, criticizing others. How disgusting. The public loved gossip about the upper class, and this time, they were greatly satisfied. Liang Wenwan was utterly humiliated and furious. Previously, Shui Zhihui had been surrounded and intercepted by paparazzi, looking utterly disheveled. Now, it was her turn. Just the thought of stepping outside and facing people's strange looks made Liang Wenwan feel extremely uncomfortable. In truth, Liang Wenwan prided herself on her ability, talent, and high-born status, believing she was different from others. From the beginning, what she despised were women who were all show and no substance. It was only because she was tired of living in poverty that she accepted Zheng Jin's pursuit. Nearly 10 years had passed. She thought everything had been buried. Who knew that today, Shui Zhihui would dredge it all up? Mentioning Shui Zhihui made Liang Wenwan gnash her teeth in hatred. Even at this point, Liang Wenwan still did not believe it was her fault, that she was the one who had started targeting Shui Zhihui. She only hated Shui Zhihui for being despicable and shameless, using her past to attack her in an attempt to divert public attention. Fine, then let's see who had the better tactics. Liang Wenwan continuously sent people to investigate Shui Zhihui's private life. The female students he kept, the female celebrities he kept, the female models he kept, and the mistresses he kept outside of his 3 wives and concubines all appeared in the newspapers. Enraged, Shui Zhihui also continued to investigate Liang Wenwan, frequently making her affairs public. So thrilling! The Hong Kong public watched with great relish. So this was the private life of the 2 major financial groups. Shui Zhihui's life was chaotic and debauched, while Liang Wenwan was a mistress who climbed her way up. In the end, an old friend of Zhang Jin could no longer bear to watch their mutually destructive struggle, where they inflicted 1,000 losses on the enemy at the cost of 800 to themselves, and invited both parties to a banquet to mediate. He was highly respected in Hong Kong Island. Liang Wenwan respected him greatly, and Shui Zhihui also regarded him as a senior. He explained to both of them the dangers of such a feud, warning that it would only harm themselves. After hearing his words, the 2 fell silent. They could only shake hands and make peace under the earnest and heartfelt advice of this elder. This so-called peace was only superficial. In their hearts, they both harbored deep hatred for each other. How could that dissipate in a short time? It was just that they both took the elder's words to heart, realizing that their approach was completely wrong and would only make them a laughingstock. Liang Wenwan wished she could take back everything she had done before. That way, her past would not have been uncovered by Shui Zhihui, sparing her such embarrassment. Shui Zhihui secretly resented Liang Wenwan for provoking the conflict first. He did not feel much regret because society is lenient toward men. A man being philandering is considered a romantic tale, making people envy his ability to have multiple women. For Liang Wenwan, however, it was not so favorable. Being a mistress and causing the death of Zhang Jin's first wife, these 2 stains she could never wash away. Both of them quieted down simultaneously and began devising ways to suppress further media reports and mitigate the Chapter 529, Mutual Destruction 7. Unfortunately, after this incident, the facade they tore off could never be properly restored, no matter how they tried to patch it up. It simply wouldn't look right anymore. Their image was now deeply ingrained in people's minds, and reversing it was nearly impossible. Their business also suffered significant blows, with many commercial rivals seizing the opportunity to strike. Harming the enemy by 1,000 meant damaging oneself by 800. Just as the old-timer said, they had truly inflicted mutual destruction, with neither side gaining any advantage. The assets of the 2 had shrunk by at least 15%. When Quan Shengnan received the news in Beijing, she was overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, she immediately told Wu Chunyan. When she left Nanjing, Wu Chunyan had come with her. As for the young man Zheng Chunlai, Quan Shengnan hadn't seen him in Nanjing. Upon asking Wu Chunyan, she learned that he had gone to Chang'an with the family members who came to take his remains home, but he hadn't been able to bid farewell to Quan Shengnan. Quan Shengnan had thought Wu Chunyan might request to let her children see her one last time, but surprisingly, she didn't. With her wishes fulfilled, Wu Chunyan was willing to accept transcendence. She came to Beijing to bid farewell to Li Fang and Zhang Shi. Upon hearing that Shui Zhihui and Liang Wenwan were fighting tooth and nail in Hong Kong, though they were now said to have ceased hostilities, in reality, their hatred for each other remained undiminished as they began competing for each other's market share with endless tactics. Wu Chunyan burst into hearty laughter. She laughed so freely that tears streamed down her face. Good, good. Let them keep fighting like this. Shui Zhihui is a scoundrel, and Liang Wenwan is no good either. After laughing, she solemnly thanked Quan Shengnan. Thank you, Nanan. Because of you, I was able to see the children I longed for day and night. Because of you, I learned that under the laws of heaven, karma still exists. After 7 years of companionship, parting was the most painful. Quan Shengnan asked softly, "Are you leaving now?" "Yes, I'm leaving. I've lingered in the mortal world for 30 years. This long wait feels enough. Rather than facing eventual dissipation of my soul, I'd rather accept your transcendence and be reborn." After saying this, Wu Chunyan looked at Li Fang and Zhang Shi. "Brotherly, Sister Zhan, thank you for your companionship over the years, which kept me from losing my true nature. I'll go ahead first. Perhaps once I step through the gates of the underworld, we might meet again in the netherworld." Li Fang, an ancient man, remained stoic despite his sadness, not showing a hint of emotion on his face. Zhang Shi, however, reddened around the eyes. "Sister, have a safe journey." Wu Chunyan nodded and stepped through the gates of the underworld that Quan Shengnan had opened for her. Before stepping through, she turned back, waved to them, and with a relaxed smile, vanished into the void. Zhang Shi sighed. "Now only brotherly and I remain of the original 5 ghosts. It's just a pity about young brother Chunlai. He went to Chang'an with his family, and with no one to perform transcendence for him, will his soul dissipate." Mentioning Zheng Chunlai, Quan Shengnan said earnestly, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." Li Fang and Zhang Shi both looked at Quan Shengnan with questioning eyes. Before I left Nanjing, I gave him a soul-stabilizing talisman. It can ensure they won't face the risk of soul dissipation for several years, unless an accident occurred, the likelihood of which was minuscule. That's good, that's good. The two finally felt relieved. Upon returning this time, Quan Shengnan hadn't seen Chao Hongyu. She remembered Chao Hongyu clamoring for revenge before she left Beijing. Without using her spiritual sense to scan the city, she asked the ever-curious Zhan Shi. Chao Hongyu? Why are you asking about her? I've truly never seen a woman like her. One moment she doesn't want revenge, the next she does, and now she seems to be hesitating again. Chapter 530, Mutual Destruction 8. In that case, I won't concern myself with her anymore. Even the most indecisive person couldn't be like this, right? Is she just trying to placate people? Quan Shengnan had a good temper, but she rarely felt a flicker of anger towards Chao Hongyu. If she doesn't come to find me, then I won't go looking for her. She performed the rites for those spirits to fulfill their wishes, and in doing so, she gained merit for herself. After all, spirits wandering the mortal realm, even vicious ghosts, fundamentally cannot harm the living. Zhan Shi instructed Quan Shengnan to continue embroidering that piece. Seeing Wu Chunyan disappear, she also lost her interest in staying in the mortal world and wanted to see sooner how Zhan Shi would fall into endless fear upon seeing the embroidery. After seeing that, she could peacefully move on to her reincarnation. There was nothing left in the mortal world for her to yearn for. Hearing this, Quan Shengnan immediately quickened her pace. Within a couple of days, the embroidery was completed. After carefully inspecting it, she mailed it to the address Zhan Shi had provided. Quan Shengnan wrote with her left hand and sent it anonymously. Zhan Shi smiled and said, I'll follow this letter back to Greater Shanghai. I want to see it with my own eyes. She was from Greater Shanghai. Quan Shengnan had met her in Jinling at the time, which meant she could go wherever she wished. She didn't need to follow Quan Shengnan and could return to the capital on her own. After she left, Quan Shengnan suddenly felt her surroundings become much quieter. Li Fang looked up at the painting of herself hanging in the study and sighed. After hundreds of years, I never thought I would see this painting again. The painting remains, but the person is gone. Quan Shengnan finished the homework Li Fang had assigned, then looked up with a smile. Her gaze suddenly fixed, a flicker of shock passing through her eyes. Li Fang turned and saw this, asking puzzledly, what's wrong? Master, I think I saw in your physiognomy that before you reincarnate, you will meet your daughter. What? Li Fang immediately floated in front of Quan Shengnan, urgently asking for details. It's related to me, but it's all hazy. I can only vaguely see that you have a chance to meet your daughter. When, where, and who your daughter is, I cannot deduce. Quan Shengnan slightly frowned, feeling apologetic. One cannot divine for oneself. She must play a crucial role in this matter, which is why the heavenly secrets are obscured. She couldn't even clearly see Li Qianxuan's appearance or demeanor in Li Fang's past or future. It's all right. As long as there's a chance, I can wait. Li Fang was extremely excited. He never imagined that his daughter would be reincarnated in this lifetime. After his daughter took her own life, he had not seen her spirit. According to what Quan Shengnan said, she must have reincarnated immediately at that time. If he could meet her, this was the only possible explanation. Even if she had drunk the mangpa soup, just seeing her would bring him joy, comfort, and a sense of having no regrets. Little Shitzi suddenly came toddling over and threw himself at her, hugging her legs. Sister. Quan Shengnan had been away for over 10 days this time before returning to the capital. Little Shitzi clung to her fiercely. He followed her when she bathed, ate, slept, went out, and even tried to climb into her arms when walking, like a piece of sticky rice cake that couldn't be peeled off. Quan Shengnan doted on him and couldn't help but indulge him in everything. At this time, Arthur arrived in the capital with 10 cultural relics. Because the significance of this event far exceeded the value of the relics themselves, the country held a grand donation ceremony. Chapter 531, Mutual Destruction 9. Quan Shengnan did not attend. From the beginning, she had no intention of taking credit, so naturally, she did not appear now. However, after the ceremony was Arthur's private time. Arthur came to visit the Yunlin Yuan family, carefully preparing many gifts. With his blonde hair, blue eyes, handsome and dashing appearance, and a warm, cheerful personality, he quickly won the favor of several elderly ladies. Thus, when he proposed sightseeing in the capital, he requested that Quan Shengnan accompany him throughout. Of course, along with one adorable little fellow. The little eagle had recently been taken by Xia Tingjian's maternal family, and the little tiger had been taken by Yuan Jigua and Ming Chuiying, who lived in the military compound, to stay for a few days. At home, only the little lion remained, who loved sticking to his sister. Whenever Quan Shengnan went out, he followed closely behind, and no amount of persuasion could stop him. Upon hearing that Quan Shengnan wouldn't take him out, the little lion followed her to the door as she was leaving. He stood on the threshold, one hand holding the doorframe, the other thumb in his mouth. His clear, bright eyes welled with tears, and his pitiful expression tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Somehow, he caught Arthur's eye, thus leading to the current scene. The little lion, with his chubby little legs spread apart, rode on Arthur's neck, munching on fruit in his hand, looking left and right, extremely excited, enjoying the feeling of being above everyone else. Arthur, don't indulge him too much. Arthur held the little lion's feet with both hands, smiling as he said, Annie, your brother is very cute. He spoke, of course, in Chinese, albeit a bit stiffly with a strong foreign accent. Indeed, his grandfather had adopted Xiao Minghui, and he was raised by Xiao Minghui, so he naturally learned Chinese. However, in his own country, he never spoke it. Even while eating, the little lion didn't miss a single word of praise directed at him. He shamelessly nodded, expressing deep agreement. Although Arthur couldn't see it, hearing the description from the bodyguard beside him, he burst into hearty laughter. There were quite a few foreigners appearing in the capital, but Arthur's group was the most eye-catching. A handsome foreign man, a beautiful Eastern girl, and a little boy with thick eyebrows, big eyes, fair skin, and red lips. An odd combination, very striking. Some tourists requested to take photos with Arthur, a common occurrence in the capital. Foreigners were not commonly seen, and taking photos with them was considered something to be very proud of. Especially since Arthur was exceptionally handsome, had outstanding presence, dressed with great taste, and was accompanied by several strong, robust bodyguards, clearly a high-status individual from abroad. Arthur generously fulfilled their wishes. The only flaw was that the handsome foreigner had a little Eastern boy eating fruit on his shoulders. However, it also added a touch of fun. As more and more people requested photos, Arthur began to feel unhappy. He hurriedly apologized, excused himself by saying he had matters to attend to, and with great difficulty squeezed out of the crowd, running out of the scenic spot. He looked helplessly at Quan Shengnan, who was leaning against a wall, laughing heartily. Quan Shengnan laughed, and the little lion also grinned from ear to ear. Arthur patted the little lion's chubby foot. Little lion, are you laughing at me too? The little lion, biting the last bit of fruit in his hand, vigorously nodded his little head. Quan Shengnan stood on tiptoe, wanting to wipe his hands, but she wasn't tall enough. Arthur, squat down so I can wipe the little lion's hands, lest he smears them on your head. Beautiful blonde hair wouldn't look good stained with fruit juice. As Arthur squatted down, he pointed at a man kneeling by the roadside, constantly kowtowing. Annie, what is... Chapter 532, Mutual Destruction 10. Quan Shengnan wiped the little lion's mouth and hands clean, patted Arthur's shoulder, and reminded him that he could stand up now. Then, she looked up in the direction Arthur had pointed. This area was outside the scenic spot, but there were still many tourists around. The person kneeling by the roadside was particularly conspicuous. I'm not sure. Let's go closer and take a look. After walking a few steps, Quan Shengnan realized it was a farmer weathered by wind and sun. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a bronze face marked by the hardships of life. His attire was extremely simple, a dark, patched cotton jacket with crooked stitches, as if mended by someone unskilled with a needle. His shoes were worn open at the toes. In front of him, many passing tourists had tossed a few coins and bills, roughly amounting to several dozen yuan at a glance. He remained indifferent to the money, only continuing to kowtow repeatedly. Besides the money, there was also a small blackboard in front of him. On the blackboard, a missing person notice was written in crooked handwriting. The gist of it was that his name was Lu Fugue, a villager from the mountainous area of northern Jiangsu. 5 years ago, his wife Wang Suihua and their sons Lu Mansang and Lu Mantin had left home and never returned, despite extensive searches. He then described the appearances of his wife and children, pleading for anyone with information to come forward. What shocked Quan Shengnan the most was the female ghost following him. She was a plain-looking rural woman, also around 30 years old, with dark skin but delicate features. However, her death had been gruesome. Her head had suffered a heavy blow, and her abdomen had been stabbed multiple times. Blood continuously flowed, and her intestines were pulled out, a horrifying sight. Fortunately, ordinary people couldn't see her, or she would have terrified many. The female ghost's gaze toward Lu Fugue was filled with emotion, yet tinged with anxiety and sorrow. She circled around him, weeping incessantly, Fugue, Fugue, I've always been by your side. I didn't run away with the children. Fugue, why can't you see me? Why can't you see me? I'm still waiting for you to find our children. Quan Shengnan's heart ached. This was undoubtedly another tragic human affair, and she couldn't ignore it now that she had witnessed it. Approaching Lu Fugue, Quan Shengnan asked softly, Are you looking for your wife and children? Lu Fugue looked up at her and nodded silently. I really want to help you. Where do you live? Give me an address, and when I have news, I'll come find you. Lu Fugue seemed unable to believe it. She was so beautiful and dressed so elegantly, why would she help him find his wife and children? It would already be a kindness if she didn't look down on him for kowtowing here. Quan Shengnan said, I have many friends who are police officers. They might be able to help you. Lu Fugue's eyes immediately lit up. He stared intently at Quan Shengnan and spoke slowly really. He couldn't believe such good fortune. Why would I lie to you? Look at you. What is there for me to deceive you about? Lu Fugue glanced at her attire, exquisite clothes, and sparkling jewelry. She was clearly wealthy. In contrast, he had nothing. There really was nothing about him worth deceiving. Besides, she wasn't asking him to follow her, she only wanted his address. If even one person paid attention, there might be an extra glimmer of hope to find his wife and children. Lu Fugue quickly told her his address. It wasn't a hotel or a residence, but a culvert under a nearby bridge. Quan Shengnan sighed and Chapter 533, Mutual Destruction 11. Beijing also had an office and staff for the Quan Shengnan Foundation. The next day, Quan Shengnan, along with 2 staff members, found Lu Fugue, who was still kneeling by the roadside. She had managed to leave early by taking advantage of the fact that Little Lion hadn't woken up yet. At the same time, she had notified Zhou Aizheng and brought along a police officer. When they told him they were there to help him find his wife and child, Lu Fugue could hardly believe that such a good thing could happen to him. After searching for 5 years, Lu Fugue had learned a thing or two. He carefully examined the credentials of the Foundation members and Officer Xiao Lu, and said excitedly, You're really willing to help me find my wife and child? Xiao Lu wasn't very old, but he had been working under Zhou Aizheng for a long time. He had been sent out on Zhou Aizheng's orders and was well aware of Quan Shengnan's identity, as well as the many good deeds the Quan Shengnan Foundation had done. He had always admired Quan Shengnan. His hometown had received a batch of medical equipment donated by the Quan Shengnan Foundation, which had greatly benefited the people. He replied earnestly, It's true. Comrade Lu Fugue, you don't have to worry. The Quan Shengnan Foundation has sent staff to assist you, and they will cover all the expenses for finding your wife and child. You won't have to beg anymore. The Quan Shengnan Foundation? After looking at their credentials, Lu Fugue lowered his head in thought, feeling that the name sounded familiar. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, he suddenly looked up and said, I know. The road in our village was funded by the Quan Shengnan Foundation. The hospital in our town and the clinic in our village both have medical equipment donated by the Quan Shengnan Foundation. There are also 5 children in our village who were able to go to school because the Quan Shengnan Foundation paid for their education. He looked excitedly at the 2 foundation staff members, Xiao Li and Xiao Du. Good heavens, it was actually the great benefactor of his village. Xiao Li and Xiao Du smiled gently and said, We were among the first group of people helped by the foundation. Now that we've completed our studies, we've joined the foundation to work. In fact, we're fellow villagers. We're from Jinling. Xiao Li and Xiao Du were orphans who had come from the Hongling Children's Welfare Home, a place that had once been a den of corruption. With the foundation's arrangements, they had both left Jinling. No one knew about their past, and they were able to continue their education. After completing their studies, many people left the orphanage and the foundation, but there were also quite a few who stayed and chose to join the foundation to help others. Xiao Li and Xiao Du were among those who stayed. Jinling? That's in southern Jiangsu. Hearing Xiao Li and Xiao Du say this, Lu Fugue immediately felt a sense of closeness. After that, things became easier. Lu Fugue took them to the culvert where he was temporarily staying. Inside, apart from 2 worn-out quilts and a travel bag, there was nothing else. Lu Fugue felt a bit embarrassed. After searching for a while and failing to find stools for them to sit on, he could only stack a few bricks to serve as makeshift seats. With no outsiders around, Xiao Li and Xiao Du introduced to Lu Fugue, This is the founder of our foundation, Miss Quan Shengnan. Lu Fugue was taken aback. The young lady is the founder of the foundation? The boss. Quan Shengnan sat steadily on the brick stool and smiled. The foundation was just established in my name. All the foundation's affairs are handled by the staff within the foundation. But Lu Fugue was very excited, his face flushed red, and he kept saying, There's hope now, there's hope. Tears glistened in his eyes as he choked up and said, I never imagined I would meet the great benefactor of our village, and that the great benefactor would offer to help. Chapter 534. Both sides lose 12. Lu Fugue's life was rather ordinary. He came from a farming family, had a few years of schooling, and held a junior high school diploma. Later, when he didn't get into high school, he returned home to farm. At 22, through an introduction, he married a girl from the neighboring village named Wang Cuihua. Life was very happy. Though poor, they were debt-free, well-liked, and both husband and wife were extremely hardworking, so they lived quite well. After many years of marriage, they occasionally quarreled and bickered, but they would always make up quickly. They went on to have two sons in succession. The eldest son, Monsang, would be 13 this year, and the younger son, Mantin, is 10. When they disappeared along with his wife, they were 8 and 5 years old, respectively. Lu Fugui choked up as he said, that day, Sui Hua said she was taking the two children back to her parents' home for a wedding banquet. Since it was a close relative on her side, they went a day early to help with chores like sorting vegetables and washing meat. I personally gave her the gift money and personally saw them off. Who would have thought that the very next day, they said Sui Hua and the children had disappeared? Officer Liu, taking notes, asked, disappeared? Did no one see anything unusual? Lu Fugui shook his head. That day was busy with the wedding preparations. There were many people and many tasks. No one paid any attention at all. It wasn't until the groom brought the bride back and the banquet started that they realized Sui Hua and the children weren't there. According to our local custom, the first seating is for relatives. Sui Hua, being a married daughter, counted as a relative and should have been seated at the first banquet. His breathing became a bit ragged, and it took him a while before he continued. Everyone searched at the time, but unfortunately, they weren't found. He buried his head in his hands, crying like a child. I regret it so much. If I had gone with them that day, maybe this wouldn't have happened to them. Everyone says Sui Hua ran off with the children, but I don't believe it. His wife, his sons, in a single day, he lost 3 family members. While Lu Fugui was crying, Wang Sui Hua was also weeping. She kept saying, Fugui, I didn't run off with anyone, I didn't run off. You were so good to me, and we had 2 sons. How could I run off with someone else? Who else could be as good as you? I'm dead, that's why you couldn't find me. At this moment, Lu Fugui also said, if we had been fighting terribly, my wife might have run away from home, but we never even had a cross word in those years. When we were young and didn't know better, we occasionally argued and quarreled, but we made up within days. After having children, I gave in to her in everything, and she managed the household. She had no reason to run away from home, especially since she only had the wedding gift money on her, not any other money, clothes, or luggage. Quan Shengnan asked, did you search both your village and your wife's village? Lu Fugui, showing her great respect, nodded. I searched everywhere, asked every household. They all said they didn't know. All these years I've been looking for them, but unfortunately, there hasn't been any news. Quan Shengnan nodded without speaking. Lu Fugui didn't feel particularly disappointed and continued answering Officer Lu's questions. He didn't know that Quan Shengnan was currently conversing with his wife. Wang Sui Hua, I can see you. It's because I saw you that I sought out your husband, wanting to help him. You've been following your husband. Is there something you want to tell him? You can see me? Wang Sui Hua looked at Quan Shengnan, but soon, agitation overwhelmed her surprise. She floated up to Quan Shengnan, knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Please, I beg you, please tell Fugui that I'm already dead, that I died at the hands of people from our village, and that they also sold my children. Please tell Fugui to go find the children. To find the children. By the end, Wang Sui Hua's voice was utterly heart. Chapter 535, A Human Tragedy 1. When the topic of her souled child came up, not only did her voice turn mournful, but Wang Sui Hua's entire ghost became extremely agitated, and her face contorted into a terrifying visage. Hatred, pain, anxiety, all intertwined in her eyes, which were bloodshot as if dripping blood. Quan Shengnan could feel her pain and quickly said, don't be anxious just yet. Since I am here, I will definitely help you and your husband find your child. Wang Sui Hua actually nodded. I believe you. You are the benefactor of our village. Tell me exactly what happened. How did you die? And who sold your child? Niu Jinlai. It was Niu Jinlai and his brother Niu Yinlai. When Wang Sui Hua mentioned these 2 names, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. If those 2 were before her now, she wouldn't feel satisfied even if she pounced on them and bit off chunks of their flesh. Niu Jinlai and Niu Yinlai were from Wang Sui Hua's village, a pair of twin brothers. The 2 were tall and strong, very bold. In earlier years, they said they were doing business outside and made a lot of money. The first and second 2-story buildings in the village were built by them. They could be considered the wealthiest in the village, and countless people envied them. No, even in the entire town, their family's wealth was among the top. Wang Sui Hua had always thought such people had nothing to do with her family, and they didn't interact much. Many people, once they become wealthy, look down on those poorer than them. Niu Jinlai and Niu Yinlai were exactly that kind of people. However, Niu Jinlai's wife, Mu Xiaoxue, was quite easy to get along with. Moreover, she was Wang Sui Hua's classmate. They had grown up together. That day, Wang Sui Hua took her 2 children back to her parents' home to help with miscellaneous tasks for a wedding banquet and stayed overnight there. Usually, the preparations for a wedding banquet are mostly handled the day before. The next day, a chef is hired to prepare the feast, so on that day, Wang Suihua and the other women helping out were quite free. In her free time, she took her son to watch the excitement of the wedding. While the groom went to fetch the bride, and it was still early before the banquet started, Mu Xiaoxue suddenly invited her and her 2 children to her home. Wang Suihua and Mu Xiaoxue had a very good relationship, and since they were from the same village and lived quite close, she didn't suspect anything. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped into the main hall of Niu Jinlai's house with her 2 sons following Mu Xiaoxue, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, followed by several stabs to her abdomen. She immediately lost consciousness. Wang Suihua said tearfully, "I died while unconscious. Somehow I became a ghost." Quan Shengnan felt particularly furious at Niu Jinlai and his wife, Mu Xiaoxue. "Do you know who killed you?" Since Mu Xiaoxue led her in, even if she didn't strike, she was an accomplice. "I know. I will never forget." Wang Suihua's eyes were filled with hatred. "When my soul left my body, I saw Niu Jinlai outside the door, holding a hammer. He was the one who struck my head." Quan Shengnan nodded, committing it to memory. "Then, who stabbed you?" It was likely 2 people acted, one after the other, unless the person who smashed Wang Suihua's head specifically moved in front of her to stab her. Quan Shengnan thought the former was more plausible. Sure enough, Wang Suihua replied, "It was Niu Jinlai. It turns out the 2 brothers had prepared everything at home in advance, waiting for me to enter so they could strike, one after the other." "Did Mu Xiaoxue do anything besides trick you?" "Isn't that enough?" Knowing it was a dead end ahead, yet she tricked me into going to their house. Wang Suihua had regretted countless times that she had misjudged and misplaced her trust. Chapter 536, A Human Tragedy 2. Who could have imagined that the best classmate, the best friend, a sister from the same village, could be so vicious and cruel? As she spoke, Wang Suihua began to cry. While Quan Shengnan was talking with Wang Suihua, Xiao Lu was also questioning Lu Fugue, mostly about where he had been all these years, who he had met, and how he had searched for his wife and children. Lu Fugue recounted all his experiences to Xiao Lu. As the conversation neared its end, Quan Shengnan said to Wang Suihua, "Don't cry just yet. Tell me, where are your children? You said they were sold." At the mention of her children, Wang Suihua immediately stopped crying. The hatred in her eyes surged like a tidal wave. After bitterly cursing the Niu Jinlai brothers and Mu Xiaoxue, she said, "They are so cruel. They killed me right in front of my son, then locked my son in the basement. Not to mention our village, even in the town, almost no one building houses had basements. But their family did. You didn't know their house had a basement, so naturally no one else did either. They locked your child in the basement. Your husband went to every household looking for you, which of course included the Niu family. That's why he couldn't find you or your son." Hearing this, Quan Shengnan guessed most of the truth. Wang Suihua nodded and said, "That's right. Fugue went to the Niu house several times. They killed me, imprisoned my child, and yet they told Fugue with complete composure that they hadn't seen us. Wasn't there anyone else who saw when Mu Xiaoxue invited you?" "There were, it's not that there weren't. So many people were around at the time, how could no one have seen? It's just that Mu Xiaoxue said my child and I sat at their house for a while, then an unfamiliar man came looking for me, and I left with the child following that man. That's why everyone in the village said I ran off with someone." After saying this, Wang Suihua couldn't help but curse Mu Xiaoxue a few more times. She harmed her and then slandered her. Truly vicious. Watching her husband recount to Xiao Lu the hardships of searching for his wife and child along the way, a trace of tenderness flashed in Wang Suihua's eyes. She looked at Quan Shengnan and pleaded, "Miss Quan, please, you must help me, help my husband, find our child. After I died, I lingered around Niu Jinlai's house until my husband came searching. Only then could I stay by his side. By following Fugue, I was able to leave the village. But I couldn't follow my children, I don't know where they were sold." Quan Shengnan's eyes were full of pity as she said, "Don't worry. First, tell me, how were your sons sold?" "Someone came by car to take them away." "Yes, 2 people came in a small truck. They handed 10,000 yuan right there to the Niu Jinlai brothers and Mu Xiaoxue, then tied my sons up tightly, gagged them, and stuffed them into the vehicle." She would never forget the sight of the Niu Jinlai couple and Niu Jinlai counting the banknotes. Beaming with joy, their faces lit up. Of the 10,000 yuan, Niu Jinlai and Niu Jinlai each took 4,000, while Mu Xiaoxue got 2,000. That's how the 10,000 yuan was divided. My eldest son, Monsang, was older after all. He was very mischievous since childhood and loved figuring out all sorts of strange things. That night, he pried open the basement door and escaped with Manton. They escaped? Why didn't they call for help? In a village, the Niu family had many neighbors. If they had shouted loudly, they would definitely have been heard. There were no... Chapter 537, A Human Tragedy 3. Niu Jinlai and his family were clearly experienced. Their courtyard was very large. When they built the house, they bought a large plot of land in front, behind, and on both sides. Moreover, they kept several large wolfhounds at home. The walls of the Niu family compound were very high. Faced with such tall and thick walls, the two children were completely helpless. Apart from the main gate and the back gate, the only way out was to climb a ladder and scale the wall. But how would the Niu family, engaged in such activities, keep a ladder at home? Moreover, the top of the wall was embedded with shards of broken glass. Sharp, jagged, glinting. So, just as the two children had escaped the basement and were trying to flee, they were discovered by the large wolfhounds. The barking of the dogs woke Niu Jinlai and Mu Xiaoxue. Niu Jinlai and Mu Xiaoxue were very alert. As soon as they heard the dogs, they immediately came out with flashlights. After they came out, they caught the two children again and beat them severely. They beat them especially brutally, particularly Montang. He was bruised and swollen, and, because he was protecting Manton, he received even more beatings. Those heartless creatures, Niu Jinlai and Mu Xiaoxue, actually used whips to lash the children, striking with extreme cruelty. Wang Suihua still felt a lingering fear. Her son being beaten, she felt his pain as if it were her own. Even though 5 years had passed, this pain still felt present in Wang Suihua's heart and body. Quan Shengnan frowned slightly. She hadn't expected that Wang Suihua's death and Lu Fugui's search for his wife and son would involve something so significant. Even without using her heavenly eye, relying only on her intuition, she knew the development of this matter would certainly not be simple. So, you also don't know where your children were sold? Yes, I don't know, which makes me even more worried. For the past 5 years, Fugui has returned home twice a year, hoping that one day the children and I would have returned on our own. When I followed him back to the village, I went to the Niu family to attack those villains. Unfortunately, I couldn't touch their bodies. This was natural. There is a separation between yin and yang. Humans cannot harm ghosts, and ghosts cannot harm humans. Quan Shengnan asked, while at the Niu house, didn't you discover anything else? For instance, whether they had done this kind of thing again, whether they usually discussed it, or if they might have let slip the whereabouts of your children. No, nothing at all. They never mentioned a single word. If they had been willing to drop even a hint, she could have learned her son's whereabouts. Their silence was proof of their caution. Judging by their skilled methods, this definitely wasn't the first time they'd done this, Wang Suihua stated firmly. Not the first time, and not the last time. That meant they were human traffickers. The process of selling the brothers to others involved not a single word, just people arriving, the door opening, inspecting the goods, handing over money, then loading them into a vehicle and leaving. It was as smooth as flowing clouds and water. Hearing Wang Suihua's speculation, a trace of gravity appeared in Quan Shengnan's eyes. If they were human traffickers, that would explain where their money came from. Doing business could indeed be very profitable. Those with acumen had long become billionaires. But this pair of brothers claimed to be doing business outside, yet Wang Suihua and the others had never seen their business. Wang Suihua told Quan Shengnan this. Human traffickers. The voice within Quan Shengnan's consciousness was icy to the bone. Among the people she detested the most were human traffickers. Countless families had been torn apart and destroyed because of human traffickers. This matter, she had to handle personally. She couldn't let a single human trafficker escape the net of justice. The new semester started on the 16th day of the first lunar month? Forget it. She would continue to ask for leave. Compared to this matter, her studies were insignificant. Besides, her focus wasn't on her studies anyway. Wang Suihua, tell me where your remains are. I'll have someone. Chapter 538, A Human Tragedy 4. Quan Shengnan felt that she must first reveal the truth about Wang Suihua's death. Only then could she have a pretext to arrest the Niu Jinlai brothers and Mu Xiaoxue, and subsequently track down the other human traffickers to recover the sold children. Upon hearing Quan Shengnan's plan, Wang Suihua was overjoyed. My remains are buried under the pigsty outside their backyard. Their family raises several big, fat pigs there every year. Quan Shengnan immediately stood up and instructed Xiao Li and Xiao Du, Brother Li, Brother Du, first arrange accommodation for Brother Lu here, then book flight tickets. We are heading to Brother Lu's hometown immediately. Xiao Lu, Xiao Li, and Xiao Du are all startled. Miss, so urgently? Lu Fugui, however, was both shocked and delighted, unable to believe they intended to go to his hometown right after hearing his story. Their going to his hometown must be to investigate matters concerning his wife and son. Lu Fugui was profoundly grateful, bowing repeatedly. Quan Shengnan said solemnly, they say saving a person is like putting out a fire, finding someone is the same. Finding them a day earlier means Brother Lu reunites with his son a day sooner. We cannot delay. Xiao Li nodded, feeling he hadn't followed the wrong person. This was Quan Shengnan. She had always sincerely helped others, never seeking anything in return. He thought for a moment and said, "Our foundation also has a branch in northern Jiangsu. After booking the tickets, I'll notify the people there to pick us up at the airport. Then we can go directly to Brother Lu's hometown without wasting time on the way." Lu Fugui's home was in a mountain village, quite a distance from the airport, so it was best to arrange a car for transportation. Quan Shengnan was very satisfied with Xiao Li's arrangements. She turned to Xiao Lu. "Brother Xiao Lu, please accompany us on this trip. I'll inform your bureau chief Zhou. We might need assistance from the police in northern Jiangsu for some matters." Being addressed as brother by her, Xiao Lu quickly said he didn't deserve such courtesy, but his eyes were full of smiles. She came from a noble background, yet she always showed such respect to others. Who wouldn't feel comfortable being treated this way by her? Xiao Lu said, "It's only right. If no one from the foundation comes to pick us up, I was planning to contact the local police to arrange a police car. This matter seems very unusual to me. According to what Brother Fugui said, there have been cases of missing children in several neighboring villages. This should be taken seriously. All of them." Quan Shengnan turned to look at Lu Fugui. Although Lu Fugui was somewhat nervous and awkward, he quickly collected himself and nodded. "I'm not lying to you all. Please don't think our village is small. Actually, our village was originally divided into over a dozen production brigades, each with over 100 households. I haven't even met everyone in the whole village, so a few missing children don't stand out at all." His voice gradually grew lower. "I investigated carefully. When the children disappeared, they were either 3 or 4 years old or 5 or 6. The oldest was only 7 or 8. They all vanished without a trace." Quan Shengnan's expression darkened. "When the children disappeared, didn't you report it to the police?" "Report it?" Lu Fugui smiled bitterly. "The village committee is practically useless. Besides collecting public grain or other state-required fees, we rarely see them. When we told them our children were missing, they did take us to file a report. But the police station is far away. They filed the case, but when they couldn't find anything quickly, they just told us to go home and wait for news. We waited and waited, but no news ever came. As time passed, no one even mentioned the originally filed cases anymore. Because of this, Lu Fugui came to know a group of villagers who, like him, were desperately searching for their missing children. However, his situation was even harder than theirs because he... Chapter 539, A Human Tragedy 5. Don't think that just because only a few children went missing out of our 1,000 or so households, the proportion is small. But when I went out and got to know people from other villages, I discovered that just the ones I know of number no less than 10. Xiao Lu, Xiao Li, and Xiao Du were greatly shocked. They immediately felt that this matter was no longer an ordinary missing persons case. Human traffickers. The three of them thought of this simultaneously. Especially Xiao Du. He himself was a trafficked child. Later, the Jinling Public Security Bureau caught several traffickers, and he was among them. They simply couldn't find his hometown or parents, so they sent him to the welfare home. Xiao Du couldn't find his hometown or his parents and hated human traffickers the most. If it weren't for the traffickers, he could be enjoying family happiness with his parents now, without having to endure the humiliation at the Hongling Children's Welfare Home. He immediately said, "Miss, I think it's very likely the work of human traffickers. Otherwise, it's impossible for so many children to go missing." Quan Shengnan nodded. "I suspect the same." The 4 people before her exclaimed in surprise, "You suspect that too?" "MHM." Quan Shengnan had no intention of elaborating and asked Lu Fugui, "Although the proportion of missing children is small, the entire township has at least a dozen or so villages, right? Added together, the number of children is not small at all. Why hasn't the police station noticed? Their police station, at the lowest level, should be in the township or county. If these villages reported cases, it should be to the same police station." The bitter smile on Lu Fugui's face deepened. With Xiao Lu present, he didn't know where to begin. Seeing him like this, Quan Shengnan, who was well aware of certain bureaucratic practices, immediately understood. Xiao Lu naturally couldn't be unaware and couldn't help feeling somewhat ashamed and indignant. Lu Fugui quickly changed the subject. "Miss Quan, should we start the investigation from our village? Back when I reported the case, the police station sent people, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Their inability to find anything doesn't mean those of us who are diligent can't find clues. If one is diligent, how could it become an unsolved case? Wen Suihua and her son disappeared starting from Niu Jinlai's house. The obvious subjects of the investigation should be the Niu Jinlai family. They killed someone in their own home. Could they have left not a single trace? Ultimately, it still comes down to a lack of diligence. Holding a position without doing the work, despicable, despicable. A whole township, over a dozen villages, about 10 missing children, clearly the work of human traffickers, and yet no one conducted a thorough investigation." Quan Shengnan couldn't help but think of 10 or 20 years later, when human traffickers were still very common. Even if caught, they would only be sentenced to a few years, never facing capital punishment, leading to traffickers becoming increasingly rampant. After arranging for Lu Fugue to stay temporarily in the dormitory for the Foundation staff, Quan Shengnan personally saw to it before feeling reassured enough to return home. As soon as she entered the house, she heard Little Lion's deafening cries. Oh no! Little Lion woke up and didn't see her. He must be upset. Quan Shengnan quickened her pace and saw Little Lion crying so hard he could barely catch his breath. He was crying with such intensity, his mouth wide open, that Quan Shengnan could almost see his bright red tonsils. Upon seeing Quan Shengnan, Arthur rushed over and shoved the crying Little Lion, who was on his shoulder, into her arms. My goodness, it's like thunder, like cannon fire. Nothing could soothe him. He had even played the clown in front of Little Lion, but still couldn't calm him down. The entire household had rallied, but the more they tried to soothe him, the harder he cried, fussing and demanding his sister. As soon as he was in his sister's arms, Little Lion gradually stopped crying. His teary eyes were full of accusation, and between hiccups, Chapter 540, A Human Tragedy 6. Be good, Little Lion. It's sister's fault. It's sister's fault. Quan Shengnan held her brother with one arm and gently patted his back with the other. Little Lion was easy to soothe. After Quan Shengnan whispered a few soft words to him, he pressed his chubby face against hers. Arthur was utterly amazed. Why is he a little lion in front of me, but turns into a little lamb when he's with you? Goodness, you have no idea how hard he is to comfort. Because I'm his sister and you're not. Quan Shengnan replied with a laugh and carried Little Lion into the house. Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen, along with her daughter, all smiled and said, as soon as we couldn't hear Little Lion crying anymore, we knew you were back. Immediately after, Zhao Yuzhen began to worry. Nan, Little Lion can't be without you. What are we going to do later? You still have to go to school. I asked, and the school nearest to our home starts on the 16th day of the first lunar month. By then, Quan Shengnan would need to complete her transfer procedures. Moreover, this wasn't the school attended by the Lin brothers and Quan Anan, but an ordinary middle school. The former was mostly populated by children of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. Mentioning this matter, Quan Shengnan said seriously, after transferring, I'll still have to trouble Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom to help me ask for leave. Is there something else that requires your attention? Everyone asked in unison. Clearly, this wasn't the first or second time they had encountered such a situation. It had been the same in Jinling. This matter is very important. Quan Shengnan sighed and then recounted the story of Lu Fugue searching for his wife and son. Arthur, thinking of her ability to find contracts for him, interjected, Annie, do you have to go to that place to have a way of finding their whereabouts? You could say so, Quan Shengnan replied. Then I support you going to help. Finding someone, compared to schoolwork, is more important. Of course, I think with your abilities, you don't need to follow the conventional path of schooling. You should go to our country to earn a degree and come back. Having known Quan Shengnan for so long, he not only understood her capabilities, but had also seen the textbooks in her study, which already covered university-level knowledge, complete with Quan Shengnan's own solutions. Therefore, he believed following the conventional path was a waste of her time. Her time was extremely precious. With the time saved, she could do many meaningful things. After Arthur came to the capital, he heard people talk about Quan Shengnan's past deeds. He was deeply impressed. He greatly admired her. These were things only someone with a benevolent heart could do. Annie, named after the mother of the Virgin Mary, a kind girl who loved helping others, she truly lived up to her name. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly. We'll talk about that later. She still hoped to experience campus life once more, not for any other reason, but because of her good friends. She didn't want to miss out on her good friends from her past life. This was also why, after returning to the capital, she chose the school closest to home instead of the one her brother and cousin attended. Because most of her friends were studying at this middle school. The most important thing now was to find and Lu Manton so that Wang Suihua could rest in peace, Lu Fugue could be reunited with his son, and the murderer and traffickers could be punished. Xiao Li and Xiaodu informed her that they had booked a flight for tomorrow evening, arriving at night. There was only one day left before departure. Quan Shengnan sorted through the antiques she had brought from the United States. After returning to China, she first went to Jinling and then back to the capital. Soon after, Arthur arrived, and she hadn't found the time to organize things, having only Chapter 541, A Human Tragedy 7. This time, she specifically picked out the night luminescent pearl that Arthur had given her. Along with the pearl were some artifacts she had found at the antique market, including a bronze dagger. She only selected a portion that held more significance, leaving the rest in her own storage room. Because she was passionate about collecting antiques, the storage room at home was perfectly constructed, suitable for displaying various antiquities. Moreover, Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen, having little else to do, had actually learned from Ouyang Qing how to maintain antiques. Over the years, they had taken care of them personally, without spending money to hire others for antique maintenance. This, of course, involved the retired Ouyang Qing, who treated it as a form of exercise. After delivering these items to the Lin family, Quan Shengnan earnestly said to old Master Lin, "This night-luminescent pearl is one of the 9 pearls from Empress Dowager Cixi's phoenix crown. Keeping it serves no purpose for me, so I leave its fate to your discretion. As for the bronze dagger, I feel it suits you perfectly and is a gift for you. I have already removed the rust from it." Old Master Lin was taken aback for a moment before he exclaimed in admiration, "Excellent. Truly worthy of being a descendant of China." He understood that Quan Shengnan had brought these items to him with the intention that they be handed over to the state through his hands. Just as she had helped Arthur, yet it was Arthur who publicly donated 10 cultural relics to the country, never once mentioning her contribution. Qualities such as magnanimity, indifference to fame, patriotism, and a benevolent heart, she possessed them all. Old Mrs. Lin, feeding Little Lion some snacks, said unhurriedly, "Don't just praise Nan, you need to take some practical action. These items were all bought with Nanan's own money. Shouldn't the state offer some reward? You lack Nanan's awareness. Does Nanan need the few thousand yuan the state might reward? Adding flowers to brocade, such rewards are unnecessary. Not accepting them would actually enhance her reputation even more." After saying this, old Master Lin drew the bronze dagger and immediately gasped in astonishment. Though the gasp was sharp, it was far less chilling than the coldness emanating from the dagger. As soon as the dagger left its sheath, a flash of blue light shot out, accompanied by an icy, sinister chill. Old Master Lin plucked a fallen hair from his wife's shoulder, placed it on the blade of the dagger, and blew gently. The hair silently split into 2. Hair-splitting sharpness. Does it also cut through iron like mud? Old Master Lin called for his guard, Xiao Qian, to bring over a piece of scrap iron. With a light stroke of the dagger, the iron immediately broke apart. Silently and seamlessly, the break was smooth. What a treasure, what a treasure! Old Master Lin praised incessantly. While he didn't pay much mind to the night-luminescent pearl, he was extremely fond of the dagger. Old Mrs. Lin's eyes widened in surprise, and Xiao Qian also gasped several times. Quan Shengnan smiled and said, "Grandpa, this treasure is yours now. The moment I saw this dagger, I thought of you. It complements you perfectly, only you and this dagger can be said to be a perfect match." Old Master Lin beamed with joy. Not long after, however, old Master Lin showed a pained expression. "It should still be handed over to the state. This craftsmanship holds significant research value and belongs to cultural relics." Quan Shengnan was speechless. The old man had loved his country all his life, placing it above all else in his heart. Old Mrs. Lin pursed her lips, wiping Little Lion's mouth after he finished eating, and said, "Little Lion, your grandpa deserves this, right?" Little Lion blinked his big eyes, utterly clueless. "Cunning little rascal." Old Mrs. Lin tapped his forehead with her finger before pulling him into her arms. She called him cunning because he clearly distinguished between praise and criticism, and what was beneficial or harmful to him. If he was praised, he would immediately nod in agreement. When gossip about others was mentioned, except for talk about Quan Shengnan, he would put on this foolish expression regarding anyone else. Old Master Lin instructed Xiao Qian to carefully store these cultural relics and said solemnly, "Nan, why didn't you go through your parents or your uncles?" Chapter 542, Human Tragedy 9. Everyone in the Zhou family knew about Quan Shengnan's extraordinary ability of divination. Zhou Aihua took this matter very seriously and personally intervened, bypassing the county and town police stations altogether. Only then did Lu Fugue and Wang Zuihua realize the vast extent of Quan Shengnan's connections. Their hearts swelled with excitement, and they kept murmuring that there was hope now. They arrived in the evening and met the next day. Zhou Aihua said to Quan Shengnan, "Nan, feel free to give your instructions boldly. I've already had all the case files transferred from the lower levels, and I'm now in charge of them." Due to Su Ling's connection, and the fact that the Zhou, Qin, and Lin families were all acquainted, Quan Shengnan was very familiar with the Zhou family. She looked at Zhou Aihua with a half-smile. "Director Zhou, if you had taken over these child disappearance cases earlier, perhaps we wouldn't need to make this trip." "Nan, you're calling me Director Zhou? That's too formal," Zhou Aihua said with annoyance. "This is official business now, of course I can't use personal titles anymore," Quan Shengnan said seriously. In truth, after she and Hua Xuedong confirmed their relationship, she became very mindful of these things. Zhou Aihua was, after all, Hua Xuedong's grandnephew. If she called him uncle, wouldn't that put her several generations below Hua Xuedong? However, these generational relationships were just too messy. Quan Shengnan sighed inwardly. Zhou Aihua didn't know this reason. He thought Quan Shengnan intended to handle matters strictly by the book. Immediately adopting the manner appropriate for official settings, he said gravely, Nan, what do you plan to do? Quan Shengnan said softly, we'll start investigating from the disappearance of Wang Suihua and her son. That should lead us to other traffickers. First, order your officers to be ready at all times. Once we have a lead, arrest them immediately to prevent the traffickers from getting wind of it and escaping justice. Zhou Aihua frowned. Won't that alert the enemy? No. Quan Shengnan was certain. Why? Zhou Aihua asked, puzzled. Quan Shengnan said, I've divined it. The child disappearances in this town are actually all the work of one family. As long as we capture this family and keep them under strict surveillance, we don't have to worry about the outside world getting the news. This is a mountain village, after all. Even though a road has been built, the connection to the outside world still isn't that smooth or fast. The work of one family? Everyone present who heard this, Xiao Li, Xiao Du, Xiao Lu, and Lu Fugue, was stunned. Lu Fugue looked at Xiao Lu in confusion. Brother, I don't understand. What does she mean? Xiao Li explained. Our young lady has a skill that very few people outside know about, divine calculation. There's nothing in this world she doesn't know. After they joined the foundation, they learned this secret because of their loyalty. As for someone like Zhou Aihua, who, like Quan Shengnan, came from a prominent family, almost everyone in that circle knew about it. Under Lu Fugue's stunned gaze, Xiao Lu smiled at him. Old brother, this is your good fortune, meeting the young lady. With her taking action, she will definitely find your child for you. Lu Fugue turned and stared blankly at Quan Shengnan. Miss Quan, is it true? Can you divine it? Quan Shengnan gave a slight nod. Then where are my wife and child? Can you tell me first before catching the traffickers? I've searched for them for a full 5 years. I can't wait another moment. Tears of excitement streamed from Lu Fugue's eyes. Seeing him like this, Quan Shengnan found it hard to speak. A chill ran through Lu Fugue's heart. His voice trembled as he asked, Miss Quan, have something happened to my wife and child? Quan Shengnan sighed. Your 2 children's lives are not in danger. As for other matters, Chapter 543, Human Tragedy 10. The 2 children's lives are not in danger? Does that mean his wife's life is in danger? Lu Fugue wanted to ask, but didn't dare. He was afraid the answer he might get would be more than he could bear. Fugue. Wang Suihua covered her mouth, weeping uncontrollably. She couldn't bear it, couldn't bear to leave her husband, couldn't bear to leave her children. What had they done wrong? Their happy family of 5 had been torn apart. Niu Jinlai, Niu Yinlai, and Mu Xiaoxue. It was all because of these ruthless villains that this situation had come about. Heavens, heavens. They all say the heavens have eyes, that good people are rewarded and evil people are punished. But why is reality the exact opposite? The most innocent people suffer such great misfortune, while those who deserve to be hacked to pieces live in buildings, drive cars, are surrounded by followers, and are the wealthiest in the whole town. By the end, Wang Suihua, through her tears, couldn't help but curse loudly. Quan Shengnan remained silent in response. Good and evil will eventually be repaid? She was the one who least believed that saying. She had seen too many injustices, heard too many stories of good being repaid with evil and evil with good. Even though she upheld the wishes of the deceased and sought justice for them, how much could she, just one person, really accomplish? Out of thousands of cases, she could only handle 1 or 2. The reason she devoted her entire life to doing these things was precisely because she didn't want people to become disillusioned with the very concept of justice. They rested in the city for 1 night. When they left, the sky was just beginning to lighten. It was the first month of the lunar year, and the cold lingered. By the time they reached Lu Fugue's village, cooking smoke was already rising. Seeing their convoy of several cars, many villagers looked over. When they spotted Lu Fugue, they were immediately astonished. Fugue, what's all this about? Having not seen him for over half a year, Lu Fugue hadn't changed, and they recognized him at a glance. Wow, cars, and police officers. Many people, afraid of trouble, had already closed their doors. Those remaining were the curious ones, unable to resist watching. Lu Fugue snapped out of his worry for his wife and children and said calmly, This is Director Zhou from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Municipal Bureau has taken on the case of my wife and children's disappearance and has come to investigate. Before leaving the city, they had agreed on a unified explanation. Zhou Aihua gave a slight nod to the villagers gathered around them. The director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau? That was a very high-ranking official. Many people grew excited. With such a high official involved, surely they could help Lu Fugue find his children, right? Poor man, it had been 5 years in the blink of an eye. In his search for his wife and children, his land had nearly gone to waste. Fortunately, he had a good older brother who usually helped manage his crops and occasionally gave him some travel money. Hearing that Lu Fugue had brought the director of the Public Security Bureau, Lu Fugue's older brother, Lu Ronghua, immediately came out from his home. Fugue, what's going on? Big brother, this is Director Zhou. He's here to investigate the disappearance of Cui Hua and the others. Lu Fugui held great respect for his older brother and sister-in-law. Lu Ronghua hurriedly greeted Zhou Aihua. Thank you for your hard work, thank you. Zhou Aihua smiled slightly. It's our duty. No hardship involved. He clapped his hands and said clearly, today we are here to investigate the disappearance 5 years ago of Wang Cuihua and her sons Lu Monseng and Lu Mantin. Please try to recall the circumstances at that time. You might be able to provide useful clues. Helping comrade Lu Fugui find his wife and children will be the result of everyone working together. It will be a meritorious deed for all. Hearing this, everyone started talking at once. Look at this official, how approachable he is. Chapter 544, Human Tragedy 11. Seeing the situation, Zhou Aihua instructed Xiao Lu and 2 other officers to take notes. Everyone's account was consistent. Wang Cuihua and the 2 children had gone to her parents' home for a wedding banquet and then disappeared. Zhou Aihua immediately decided to head to the village of Wang Cuihua's parents. Wang Cuihua's parents' home wasn't far from Lu Fugui's house. In the past, the mountain road was rugged and difficult to travel, taking more time, but now that a cement road had been built, it only took about 10 minutes by car. Just as he had done at Lu Fugui's house, Zhou Aihua addressed the crowd in the same manner. Someone from Wang Cuihua's parents' family immediately came forward to be questioned. Could they not be worried about their missing daughter and grandchildren? Moreover, they were deeply moved by Lu Fugui's profound affection and dedication. 5 years. During these 5 years, it wasn't that no one had advised Lu Fugui to give up, nor that no one had urged him to remarry. But Lu Fugui had refused, single-mindedly searching for his missing wife and children. Lu Fugui had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and double eyelids, handsome features that were considered top-notch in the village. There were quite a few young girls and widows who fancied him. Having weathered these years of hardship, he looked considerably older than his actual age. The recorded accounts pointed to the Niu family as the last place Wang Cuihua and her children were seen. Upon hearing that people from the Public Security Bureau had come to investigate, Mu Xiaoxue, the wife of Niu Jinlai, fearing that the matter would be exposed, had long been standing in the crowd watching. When she heard everyone saying this, she immediately flared up. What does this have to do with our family? Clearly, a man came to call for Wang Cuihua, and she left with the children. Lu Fugui turned sharply to look at her and said sternly, "Don't you dare insult Cuihua. My Cuihua and I have a very good relationship. She's been married to me for 10 years and has always been proper and above reproach." Mu Xiaoxue curled her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then said resentfully, "I saw it with my own eyes." How is that insulting her? Wang Cuihua lunged forward, grabbed her hair, and began tearing at her. "Mu Xiaoxue, you bitch, you slut, you harmed me, and now you insult me like this." No matter how Wang Cuihua punched and kicked her, Mu Xiaoxue showed no reaction at all. Quan Shengnan walked up to Mu Xiaoxue, curled the corner of her mouth slightly, her gaze distant and profound. "Mu Xiaoxue? That's your name, right? People say you were Wang Cuihua's classmate and close friend. So what if I was? You and Wang Cuihua were very close? Like sisters?" Mu Xiaoxue lifted her chin proudly and said, "Of course. She trusted me the most. I was her best friend." Best friend? It was because I trusted you too much that I had no guard against you and ended up in this state, implicating my 2 poor children. Knowing it would have no effect on Mu Xiaoxue, Wang Cuihua still couldn't resist slapping her. But Quan Shengnan said, "Since she was your best friend, why is she following you around, constantly punching and kicking you?" Mu Xiaoxue's face changed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" After saying this, she couldn't help but glance around herself, suddenly feeling a chill. Those who heard were also stunned. Quan Shengnan smiled slightly. She knew no one would believe her, hence her words. Leaving the now silent Mu Xiaoxue aside, Quan Shengnan said to Zhou Aihua, "Chief Zhou, let's go take a look inside the Niu house. We might find some clues." As everyone knows, 5 years ago, the last place Wang Cuihua and Lu Mantin were seen was the Niu family. Alright. Zhou Aihua took the lead, calling for Mu Xiaoxue to open the door. The Niu house, Chapter 545, Human Tragedy 12. Mu Xiaoxue muttered, "Why go to my house? What does it have to do with my family? It's not like it hasn't been investigated before, and now you're coming to investigate again." Despite her grumbling, she was intimidated by Zhou Aihua's imposing presence and obediently opened the door. Even if there had been some clues 5 years ago, after all these years, they would have long since vanished without a trace. Wang Cuihua pointed the way for Quan Shengnan, who then stood at the spot where she had been killed. Seeing her standing there motionless, Mu Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat, and a sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. Quan Shengnan glanced back at her and then said to Zhou Aihua, "Chief Zhou, since you want to investigate, surely there must be other people in this household, right? Call them all here and question everyone. What do you think?" "That's only proper." Zhou Aihua immediately ordered Xiao Lu and others to find the brothers Niu Jinlai and Niu Yinlai. Why mention only Niu Jinlai and Niu Yinlai from the Niu family? It was because the Niu family consisted solely of the two brothers, Niu Jinlai and Niu Yinlai. Niu Jinlai had married Mu Xiaoxue, while Niu Yinlai was a libertine who often slept with widows and young women in the town and village, yet he had not a single child of his own. Perhaps it was truly because he had done too many wicked deeds. Niu Jinlai and Niu Yinlai had originally been playing mahjong at the village party secretary's house. Upon hearing about this, they rushed over immediately and were promptly summoned. The village party secretary came along as well. A bureau chief had come from the city, how could he not make an appearance? Though he was just a lowly village party secretary, he was still a minor official. He respectfully offered a cigarette to Zhou Aihua, who frowned and refused it coldly, saying, "Now that everyone is here, answer my question. Back then, what happened to Wang Suihua and Lu Mantin in your house?" Quan Shengnan silently praised his skill. Truly an expert who often handled cases, he had laid a trap with just one sentence. Niu Yinlai nearly blurted out a response, but quickly caught himself and played dumb, saying, "Wang Suihua? What does she have to do with our family? Didn't she leave with a man?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fugue wished he could rush forward and slap him twice. "Is that so? But everyone knows that Wang Suihua and her son disappeared from your house. You claim they left with a man, so do you have any witnesses? Who can prove there was such a man?" Zhou Aihua understood Quan Shengnan well. Since she had said to Mu Xiaoxue that a ghost was haunting her, it must be related to the Niu family. Otherwise, why would Quan Shengnan choose to start the investigation here instead of going to another household? Mu Xiaoxue shouted, "I am the witness. We saw it with our own eyes. How could it be false?" Zhou Aihua glanced at her and said calmly, "You are family members. Being present together and testifying together does not completely prove your innocence unless someone else saw that there was indeed such a man." Many people had gathered outside the gate, and they all found this reasoning sound. However, someone said, "That day, we were holding a celebration here. To be honest, with people coming and going, there were many we didn't recognize." Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxue immediately looked triumphant. Following Wang Suihua's guidance, Quan Shengnan slowly walked along the route where Wang Suihua had been victimized and dragged to the back for burial. She finally stopped at the back door, turned her head, and said, "Open this door." Mu Xiaoxue was startled and said, "The pigsty is out back. What's there to see?" Niu Jinlai glared fiercely at his wife, fearing that her actions would only arouse more suspicion. He quickly stepped forward with an ingratiating smile and said, "She just thinks the pigsty is filthy and is afraid it will offend everyone." After the door was opened, Quan Shengnan walked to the entrance of the pigsty. The pigsty was built with red tiles and bricks, with an iron gate standing upright. Inside were 7 or 8 large, fat pigs. No one else could see anything amiss, and were about to advise her to leave when she said to Zhou Aihua, "Chief Zhou, I think there's something off about this pigsty." Chapter 546, Utterly Tragic One. Without another word, Zhou Aihua immediately instructed Officer Xiao Lu and the other police officers to borrow shovels and other digging tools from Wang Suihua's family. Wang Suihua's 2 elder brothers and their wives quickly said, "We'll go get them." And while they were at it, they would borrow a few more shovels. The people from the police bureau, such high-ranking officials, had decided to dig up the Niu family's pigpen. There must be something underneath. They held a blind trust in Zhou Aihua and the others. 5 years. Finally, someone was willing to step forward and investigate the disappearance of Suihua and her child. This was hard one, truly hard one. They had almost given up hope. The expressions of Niu Jinlai, his brother, and Mu Xiaoxue finally changed, but they quickly masked it. The latter blocked the iron gate of the pigpen, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Digging up our family's pigpen for no reason at all." She waved her arms indignantly, saying, "Fellow villagers, has such a thing ever happened under heaven? A young girl opens her mouth and immediately they want to dig up our pigpen? What if it scares our pigs? This young girl isn't a police officer, is she?" Outside the back door of the Niu house, villagers had long since gathered. Her words were sharp, aiming to stir up the crowd's discontent. Lu Fugue suddenly stepped forward and said to everyone, "Miss Quan definitely didn't speak up without reason. I believe in Miss Quan. It's you who brought these people here, of course you believe her." Niu Jinlai interjected, "Fellow villagers, don't believe him. He's gone mad searching for his wife and child. He brings people back and immediately targets our family, for no reason, without any basis. What kind of behavior is that? Is he deliberately bringing people to frame our family so we'll have to pay compensation?" 5 years ago, the local police station already sent people to investigate and cleared it up. It has nothing to do with our family. Hearing him say this, some people indeed grew doubtful and began whispering among themselves. Lu Fugue was furious, his eyes wide with anger. "Who wants your money? It's a fact that my wife and child were last seen at your house. Miss Quan and Chief Zhou coming to investigate follows proper procedure. You can insult me, but you cannot insult Miss Quan. He turned to face the crowd, pointing at Quan Shengnan, who had been standing there calmly all along. Do you know who Miss Quan is? Who is she? Right, Fugue, who is she? Such a pretty young lady. Her appearance and bearing were extraordinary, her clothing and grooming exquisite. While Niu Jinlai's words had sown some doubt among them, they couldn't hide their fondness and curiosity towards Quan Shengnan. Beautiful people always easily win others' favor. Lu Fugue said, the Quan Shengnan Foundation that built our roads, donated medical equipment to us, and funds the education of poor children in several nearby villages. That foundation was founded single-handedly by Miss Quan. His voice was loud, his speech slow, each word clear and distinct, falling into everyone's ears. The Quan Shengnan Foundation? The foundation founded single-handedly by the young girl before them? The foundation that has benefited them so greatly? Everyone was stunned, then immediately voiced their questions. Lu Fugue nodded solemnly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chief Zhou. Chief Zhou is the head of our city's public security bureau. He can verify Miss Quan's identity. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously looked at Zhou Aihua. They saw Zhou Aihua nod. That's right. Miss Quan is the founder of the Quan Shengnan Foundation. In the 7 years since the foundation was established, its charitable work has already spent several hundred million yuan. Before he could finish the last sentence, the crowd grew excited, buzzing with chatter. They had received great benefits from the Quan Shengnan Foundation. The roads were built, greatly facilitating their travel. Minor illnesses and pains could now be diagnosed at the local clinic, saving them from spending. Chapter 547, Utterly Tragic 2. Men found it difficult to approach and speak up, but the women had no such reservations. Their eyes gleamed with sharp curiosity. Miss Quan, is that Miss Quan who helped build our road? Miss Quan, you've truly done so many good deeds for us. That's right, Miss Quan. Are you here to help Fugue find his wife and child? Lu Fugue had been searching for his wife and child for 5 or 6 years. Apart from the local police station asking a few questions 2 days after Cui Hua and her son went missing, there had been no further news. Nothing like today, where the police bureau chief himself brought people to investigate. They had originally been very curious about when Lu Fugue had gained such significant influence, but now they understood it must be due to this young lady's efforts. These women were plainly dressed and spoke bluntly, yet Quan Shengnan smiled and nodded, her expression and eyes holding no trace of disdain for them. I happened to meet Brother Lu in the capital while he was searching for his wife and son. His dedication was deeply moving, and I was touched. I wanted to help him find his wife and child, so I came here to start the investigation from the beginning. I ask for your assistance. Her words were gentle, her demeanor composed, and most commendable was her approachability. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and said, of course, of course. The expressions of Niu Jinlai, his brother, and Mu Xiaoxue turned extremely ugly. Mu Xiaoxue shouted loudly, what do you mean? You're helping Lu Fugue find someone and our family is causing trouble? On what grounds? Quan Shengnan suddenly turned her gaze back, her eyes cold and stern, her voice like ice. On the grounds of my word, Quan Shengnan's word. After saying this, she added with a faint, ambiguous smile, if you have a clear conscience, why are you all so afraid? Afraid? Everyone was startled and immediately looked at Niu Jinlai and his wife, and Niu Yinlai. Sure enough, they saw a trace of nervousness on Mu Xiaoxue's face. The Niu Jinlai and Niu Yinlai brothers, however, appeared exceptionally calm, showing no signs of fear. It became clear. The reason Mu Xiaoxue spoke so loudly was to cover up her guilty conscience. No one was foolish. By now, what wasn't clear? The moment Quan Shengnan and Chief Zhou arrived, they targeted the Niu family. This was clearly not without reason. Who's afraid? What nonsense are you talking? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mu Xiaoxue grew somewhat nervous. She glanced at her husband and brother-in-law a few times and gradually calmed down. If you're not afraid, then let the facts prove it. Quan Shengnan gave them a cool glance and signaled to Zhou Aihua with her eyes. Zhou Aihua understood. He discreetly gestured to the accompanying officers. They slowly dispersed, positioning themselves in places that could prevent Niu Jinlai, his brother, and Mu Xiaoxue from escaping. Even if they tried to run, these officers could immediately apprehend them. Miss Quan, you are a good person. We believe what you say, a woman suddenly declared loudly. Once she spoke, others chimed in one after another, vying to express their resolve. That's right, that's right. We might not believe others, but we believe you. You are so capable, so wealthy, there's no reason for you to target the Niu family. All the Niu family's assets combined aren't enough to buy the things you donated to our villages and towns. Dig up the Niu family's pig pen. Let us all see what clues are there. I suspected something back when Cui Hua was last seen at their house. It's a pity no one believed me then. Others, hearing this and seeing the situation, joined in. My family has shovels too. I'll help. In a short while, about 20 young and middle-aged men arrived carrying shovels. As the New Year holidays weren't over yet, most male laborers who worked away from home were still in the village. They opened the pigpen's iron gate, herded the pigs into a corner, and, disregarding the accumulated pig manure inside, began Chapter 548, Utterly Tragic 3. Quan Shengnan stood outside the pigsty wall, which was over a meter high, and pointed to a specific spot. Dig here and be gentle. Don't damage Wang Suihua's bones. This sentence rolled around her tongue 2 or 3 times, but Quan Shengnan couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Lu Fugue tightened his grip on the shovel in his hand, his eyes filled with sorrow. By now he had guessed part of the truth. His son's life was not in danger, but his wife was she. Lu Ronghua, who had followed them over, patted his shoulder, took the shovel from his hand, and went to help. How could Lu Ronghua not know what was on his brother's mind? Many hands make light work. Moments later, someone exclaimed, "Ah, bones. Human bones." In the dug-up soil on the dark, muddy ground of the pigsty, a section of stark white bone was exposed, glaringly conspicuous. The young man who first discovered the bones and spoke nearly through the shovel in his hand. His words were like a drop of water falling into a pot of hot oil. With a buzz, the entire crowd erupted. Human bones. There really are human bones. The idle onlookers turned their heads with a collective swish, all staring at Niu Jinlai and his wife, and Niu Yinlai. At this moment, the faces of the 3 turned pale. They turned to flee. At Zhou Aihua's command, Officer Xiao Lu and several other police officers swiftly subdued them, forced them to the ground, handcuffed them, and with 2 officers per person, grabbed each of their arms and brought them before Zhou Aihua. Zhou Aihua instructed all those digging to step out and ordered the professionals who had come with him to take over. They carefully unearthed the complete skeleton. Many who saw it couldn't bear to look directly. Even more people looked sympathetically at Lu Fugue, who had long been standing there dumbstruck. They had come to the Niu family looking for Cuihua and her child. They didn't know if this body was related to Cuihua. Judging by the size of the bones, it was clearly not a child. Miss Quan, this is this. Quan Shengnan looked at Lu Fugue, who was trembling as he asked her, sighed softly, and said gently, "This skeleton should be your wife, Wang Cuihua." Lu Fugue buried his head in his hands, slowly squatted down, tears falling to the ground, stirring up countless specks of dust. "Cuihua? Is that my Cuihua?" Cuihua's mother rushed near the skeleton and burst into loud sobs. Pointing at a thin silver bracelet on the skeleton's left wrist, she cried, "It's Cuihua's. It's Cuihua's." Cuihua's older brother said in disbelief, "Mother." Tears streaming down her face, Cuihua's mother kept repeating, "That silver bracelet isn't actually a bracelet. It was Cuihua's grandmother's hairpin, bent into a bracelet shape and given to Cuihua as part of her dowry." Zhou Aihua's expression turned grave. "Are you sure?" "Sure. I'm sure." The hairpin had a mark. It was a thank-you gift from a silver shop in Shanghai to Cuihua's grandmother. It was a whole set of silver jewelry, a silver floral hairpin, silver bracelets, silver rings, silver earrings, and so on. The whole set had dozens of pieces. The head of the hairpin was a peony flower. After it was bent into a bracelet, the flower was still on it. Zhou Aihua stepped closer to look and indeed saw an exquisite peony flower on the silver bracelet. Buried underground for many years, the silver bracelet had long since turned black, yet it still retained an antique elegance. Lu Fugue suddenly looked up at the Niu Jinlai brothers and Mu Xiaoxue. "What grudge did my Cuihua have with you that you had to kill her? And my children? Where are my Monsong and Manton?" After the skeleton was unearthed, Niu Jinlai and his wife and Niu Yinlai, knowing they could not escape the law, tightly pursed their lips and remained silent. "Right, Monsong and Manton. The murderers. The murderers are from the Niu family." Cuihua's mother wiped. Chapter 549, Utterly Tragic 4. My Cuihua was so good to you. Your family was so poor you had nothing to eat back then, and my Cuihua even remembered to save half a cornmeal bun for you. How could you be so heartless as to kill her? Cuihua's mother cried as she hit her. "You killed Cuihua, and then you slandered her, saying she ran off with someone else. How can you be so vicious? How tragic." Everyone felt a pang of deep sorrow in their hearts. Those with softer hearts had long since shed tears. How terrifying. There are actually murderers among us. And we didn't even know. We even envied them every day for living in a small house and driving a car. It's disgusting. I wouldn't take that money even if they gave it to me. Murderers. Poor Cuihua, so she was killed. And they had the nerve to say she ran off. The most pitiful one is Fugue. He searched for 5 years, only to find out his wife was already dead, and his 2 children are now missing. The clear-headed crowd all pointed their fingers at the Niu family. Therefore, no one stepped forward to stop Cuihua's mother's actions. She lost a daughter, and her 2 grandsons are missing. Beating Mu Xiaoxue to death wouldn't be an overreaction. Zhou Aihua sighed and advised, Auntie, take a rest. Doesn't your hand hurt from hitting her? Let us take her back to the station for investigation. The most important thing right now is to find out what happened that day and locate your grandsons. Montsing. Manton. My 2 grandsons. Suihua's mother wiped her face and stopped hitting Mu Xiaoxue. Chief Zhou, hurry up and interrogate them. Go on. Zhou Aihua nodded. At that moment, Niu Jilai suddenly shouted loudly, I don't accept this. I don't accept it. It was clearly you who deliberately buried a body in our pigsty to frame me. Why are you saying we are murderers? At this critical moment, he still dares to make a counteraccusation? Zhou Aihua felt extremely angry. He noticed that indeed some people showed looks of doubt. He sneered and said, I'm afraid you only know that Miss Quan is the founder of the foundation, a great philanthropist, but you don't know she also has another skill. What skill? Those who were skeptical about how Quan Shengnan found Wang Suihua's burial place asked without thinking. As soon as the words left their mouths, they felt somewhat embarrassed. Wasn't this implying they, like Niu Jilai, suspected Quan Shengnan? Zhou Aihua said clearly, Miss Quan is a divine fortune-teller. She knows the past and understands the future. She only needed to read Comrade Lu Fugui's facial features to deduce the whereabouts of his wife and sons. A divine fortune-teller? A divine fortune-teller who knows the past and the future? Many people showed confused expressions. A young person spoke up, isn't that feudal superstition? Quan Shengnan had remained composed and graceful all along. She smiled faintly and said, medicine, divination, astrology, and physiognomy are of the same family. Since our ancestors passed them down, they have their own uses. She casually pointed to a young woman and said, you lost your father at 3 and your mother at 7. Your paternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts all said you had a fate that brings misfortune, so they sent you back to your maternal grandparents' home to be raised under your uncle's name. When you were 15, you picked up a gold ingot in the field. This gold ingot allowed your uncle's family to prosper. To this day, they have 3 shops in town. One of them was given to you as a dowry, right? Everyone knew her uncle's family gave her a shop as a dowry. Was it because of this? Everyone looked at the woman, eager to know if it was true. The woman was stunned for a moment, then slapped her thigh. So amazing! Besides my grandpa and my uncle, no one else knew I picked up that gold ingot. Chapter 550, Utterly Tragic 5. Quan Shengnan looked at her bulging belly and continued, the child you carry in your womb is a sign of a dragon and phoenix. From now on, your family business will rise step by step. You and your husband will be deeply in love. You will have both a son and a daughter, and you will be blessed with good fortune. The woman beamed with joy upon hearing this. Dragon and phoenix twins? So, I'll have both a son and a daughter at once? I won't have to worry about the one-child policy leaving my child too lonely. Whether others believed it or not, she didn't know, but she certainly did. Why? Besides her grandparents, uncles, and father's brothers, both her maternal uncle's family and her husband's family said she had a good fate and was blessed. She was fostered at her maternal uncle's home, and their standard of living improved day by day. After marrying into her husband's family, the family business got better and better, and the household was very harmonious, never encountering any setbacks. Miss Quan, I accept your auspicious words. You're right, my uncle's family made their fortune thanks to that gold ingot of mine. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. It was actually true. So, she would definitely give birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins in the future? Some still didn't believe it. An old woman volunteered, Miss Quan, what about me? What was my past like, and what will my future be? Quan Shengnan opened her heavenly eye and said, Old lady, you are 74 this year. You have 7 sons and 2 daughters. Although 2 sons pay no attention to you and your husband, the other 5 sons and 2 daughters are exceptionally filial. The 2 of you have lived a peaceful and healthy life. The old woman nodded vigorously. That's right, that's right. Miss Quan has never met me before and is visiting our village for the first time, yet she knows I have 9 children and that 2 are unfilial. She truly has real ability. After this, everyone deeply believed Zhou Aihua's words. Others still wanted to ask Quan Shengnan about their own past and future when they were suddenly interrupted by several people who hurried over. They were travel-worn and full of anxiety. Lu Fugui took a careful look and went up to meet them. Brother Dong, Brother Lian, Brother Renqiang, why have you come? The arrivals were precisely 3 others who had also lost children, Dong Cheng, Lian Zhaoin, and Ma Renqiang. They got straight to the point. I ran into someone from your village at the market and heard that a police bureau chief came to investigate the case of your wife and child's disappearance. I came to ask if they could also come to our village to help investigate. My family's child has been missing for several years. After speaking, they looked at Zhou Aihua very cautiously. Yet, their urgent desire to find their children drove them to come here, completely fearless. Zhou Aihua nodded. Of course, that's our duty as police officers. Come back to the police station with us. There's already a lead on this matter. The three were overjoyed, and someone immediately asked, how is there already a lead so quickly? Lu Fugue wiped his red, swollen eyes, leaned closer to the three, and said in a low voice, Chief Zhou suspects Niu Jinlai and the others are human traffickers. It's very likely our children's disappearances were all they're doing. He hadn't forgotten that Quan Shengnan seemed to have said it should be the work of the same group of traffickers. Upon hearing this, the three looked angrily at Niu Jinlai and the others. Zhou Aihua glanced at Niu Jinlai, whose face had turned ashen, and waved his hand. Back to the station. Before getting in the car, Zhou Aihua ordered Xiaolu to properly secure the Niu family's fattened pigs and lock the front and back doors of the Niu house. After interrogation confirmed their identities as human traffickers, all their family wealth would be confiscated. The group left in a grand procession, leaving the crowd sighing with emotion. Suihua, my Suihua, you died with grievances unresolved. Suihua's mother was not among those returning to the police station, but she cried and shouted, stumbling as she chased after them for quite a distance, wanting to follow and get a clear answer. Zhou Aihua saw this from the car, sighed, ordered the car to stop, and brought along Suihua's mother. Chapter 551. Utterly Tragic 6. At the police station, the interrogation work began immediately. Niu Jinlai, Niu Yinlai, and Mu Xiaoxue were interrogated separately. Before they underwent interrogation, Quan Shengnan decisively cast a truth spell on each of them to prevent them from stubbornly denying the facts and hindering the police investigation. Saving people was like putting out a fire. The sooner they obtained the specific identities of the traffickers, the sooner they could rescue the sold children. The number of children bought from the Niu brothers alone was not small, let alone those bought from others. Those children, they were all innocent children. Quan Shengnan could rely on her own heavenly eye to track down the children's whereabouts, but that was ultimately not the proper procedure. It was better to proceed this way, and then she could offer some guidance to help find every child. The Niu brothers, Mu Xiaoxue, and the traffickers had sold so many people that, presumably, many of the sales locations had long been forgotten. Mu Xiaoxue, this woman who shared the same name as her own mother, was actually so vicious. They were truly worlds apart. Her mother, in both her past and present life, had accumulated virtue and performed good deeds. And this woman? She was committing evil acts. The Niu brothers and Mu Xiaoxue confessed to Wang Suihua's death without reservation. There was no attempt at deception. They wanted to lie, but somehow, the words they uttered were the truth they least wanted to tell. For some reason, they suddenly remembered what Quan Shengnan had said to Mu Xiaoxue. Wang Suihua is kicking and beating you. Could it be that Wang Suihua's ghost had been by their side all along, controlling their words and actions? They were so scared they almost wet their pants. Zhou Aihua, unaware of their thoughts, came out holding their confessions and looked at the anxiously waiting family members, his expression grave. How did it go? Did they admit it? Lu Fugue asked urgently. They admitted it. Your wife, Wang Suihua, was murdered by them in conspiracy, and the two children were sold by them. Suihua's mother couldn't help but cry again. Lu Fugue forced down his grief. Chief Zhou, did they say who they sold the children to? Where they were sold? I've already lost my wife. I don't want to fail to find my children too. At this point, Lu Fugue's tears fell like rain. Zhou Aihua patted his shoulder. They confessed. Montang and Manton were sold to a human trafficker named Old Cat in Shanghai. I've already contacted the police in Shanghai. We'll set off for Shanghai immediately. Taking advantage of the fact that the traffickers wouldn't get the news for a while, they had to round them all up in one fell swoop. Shanghai? Were Montang and Manton sold to Shanghai? Zhou Aihua nodded. Hearing this, Dong Chung and the other two couldn't help but ask, Chief Zhou, what about our children? Is there any news about our children? Zhou Aihua looked at them and sighed. You'll come with us. All the parents from nearby villages and towns who have lost children need to come with us. Those you can contact, please contact them to come here first. The children you lost were all the work of the Niu brothers and Mu Xiaoxue, and they were sold to the same group of traffickers. Appalling, utterly appalling. The same group of people, the same group of traffickers, had sold so many children, and the police had actually been completely unaware. They absolutely could not allow these incompetent police officers who neglected their duties to continue squandering the people's trust. Zhou Aihua decided that after this matter was resolved, he must report it to higher authorities and ensure severe punishment. Among the parents who had lost children, those who knew each other had exchanged contact information during their search, hoping that if they couldn't find their own child, the other might find a clue and notify them. Lu Fugue, Dong Chung, and the other two hurried off to make phone calls. For those without phones, they called their villages to have them Chapter 552, Utterly Tragic 7. By evening, 7 or 8 families who had lost their children had received the news and rushed to the police station. They were travel-worn and visibly agitated. Others who could not be contacted immediately were still searching desperately for their children in other cities. After learning the reason, they lost their composure on the spot, cursing the Niu Jinlai brothers and Mu Xiaoxue, and clamoring to go beat them up. Xiao Lu stayed behind to manage them, and finally managed to calm them down. "Quiet, everyone, please quiet down." Xiao Lu clapped his hands and spoke. Everyone immediately fell silent, looking at Xiao Lu with hopeful eyes. Xiao Lu knew what they were hoping for and didn't waste words. "Chief Zhou has already arranged transportation. After dinner, we'll set off. Everything's been arranged on the other end. You won't need to worry about food or accommodation." Hearing this, someone whispered, "Is such a good thing possible?" While waiting in the capital for their arrival, Dong Cheng and the others had already learned about Lu Fugui's opportunity. They quietly explained it to everyone, who then looked on with grateful eyes. They probably didn't have much trust in the police station, but Quan Shengnan was a different matter. A stranger, someone unrelated to them, yet possessing great compassion. She had repaired their roads, connected several villages, donated medical equipment, even established a clinic in the poorest village to help people see doctors, charging only for medicine, and built a primary school, among countless other good deeds. They had traveled to many places, and almost everywhere bore traces of the Quan Shengnan Foundation. The foundation truly cared deeply for the poor and orphans. The foundation wasn't widely famous, but it had solidly accomplished many practical deeds. Once, when they were at their wits' end, they encountered people from the foundation. Upon hearing their plight, the foundation not only provided temporary lodging, but also helped them search. Unfortunately, no leads were found. When they left, the foundation even provided travel expenses and some living costs. A middle-aged woman wept, "If only we had met Miss Quan earlier, we could have found our children sooner." Everyone felt the same. Someone asked the most pressing question, "Officer Liu, is Miss Quan coming with us?" Only with Quan Shengnan there would they feel at ease. They had just heard that Miss Quan was very capable, skilled in divination, which would help quickly capture the traffickers and find the children. Others had the same question but didn't dare ask. Seeing someone voice it, they immediately looked at Xiao Lu expectantly. Xiao Lu reassured them, "Don't worry, all of you. Miss Quan sees things through from start to finish. Since she came all the way from the capital for Lu Fugui's family, she will naturally go to Shanghai for you. She won't return to Beijing until this matter is completely resolved." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Soon, someone else said, "Chief Zhou has been very dedicated in helping us find our children. Shanghai is a big place. Will they be as dedicated as Chief Zhou? I've heard people there are especially arrogant." "Yes, yes, yes. I wandered in Shanghai looking for my child. People there all look down their noses at you." Even the police in their small local stations didn't handle cases diligently, let alone those in big Shanghai. Would the Shanghai police dislike them for being outsiders? Would they look down on them for being poor farmers? In their search for their children, they had traveled far and wide. They had long since deeply understood the fickleness of human nature and the Chapter 553, Utterly Miserable 8. Police Chief Zhou heard these words from afar and turned his head to Quan Shengnan, saying, "Nan, it seems that indeed, the inaction of our police force has greatly disappointed the people, making them dare not hold any expectations. It's good that you understand. To earn the people's trust, you must wholeheartedly serve them, not shirk responsibilities in every matter," Quan Shengnan replied solemnly. Yet, shirking responsibilities is often the norm, especially in the future. Compared to a decade or two later, the current situation is somewhat better, as most officials still hold the original intention of serving the people. A decade or two later, Quan Shengnan herself held no expectations at all. For instance, when families of missing children went to report the case, the police often told them to search on their own first. Only after they couldn't find the child and 24 hours had passed would the police agree to file the case. Even after filing, 8 out of 10 children were essentially never found, because there was no genuine effort. Moreover, with the development of transportation in the future, child traffickers would flee immediately after obtaining the children. Who would stay in the same place? Of course, if the matter became widely known or the family of the missing child was particularly influential, the authorities would immediately change their attitude and even mobilize the entire city to search. Such is the way of officialdom. As for those who quibble that this is not the case, claiming that the first 24 hours after a child goes missing is the golden time and cases are filed immediately. In reality, those who report the cases know the truth. 90% of those who report have their cases filed only after 24 hours. This is not meant as sarcasm, only helplessness. A deep sense of helplessness towards society, human nature, and officialdom. Zhou Aihua knew that what Quan Shengnan said was entirely correct, but he also understood that achieving this would be extremely difficult. Regardless, he couldn't control others, but he could at least restrain himself, right? He walked over to the crowd. Upon seeing him, Dong Chung and the others immediately fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone, don't worry about the police in Shanghai. They take this case very seriously and are already prepared. As soon as we arrive, they will take action immediately. Dong Chung, being older, excitedly, said, Chief Zhou, are you saying that if we arrive in the early morning, they will make arrests in the early morning? Good heavens, could such a good thing really happen? Zhou Aihua smiled wryly. Northern Jiangsu was under the jurisdiction of Quan Shengnan's father, Yuan Ziyuan. Upon learning from Quan Shengnan about the severity of this case, Yuan Ziyuan immediately expressed his serious attention. Shanghai is a municipality directly under the central government and not under Yuan Ziyuan's management, but officials in Shanghai greatly respect Yuan Ziyuan, and a significant portion of them are his close friends. With one phone call, even if the Shanghai police didn't have the Zhou family's connections, they would act immediately. Moreover, the director of the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Jiang Xingyun, was an old subordinate of Zhou Aihua's father. With these connections as a foundation, was there any fear of them shirking their duties? If Quan Shengnan hadn't said they would arrive in Shanghai in the early morning, they probably would have prepared overnight. However, they had already sent people to closely monitor the whereabouts of the traffickers. Based on the confessions of Niu Jinlai and his brother, they only knew who the traffickers were, not their specific locations. But Quan Shengnan knew. No one knew how she calculated/inferred it, but she accurately wrote down the traffickers' addresses, the number of people involved, and even the number of trafficked children in their hands, all clear and detailed. To boost the confidence of those present, Zhou Aihua carefully explained everything to them. Upon hearing about Quan Shengnan's identity and Chapter 554, Utterly Miserable 10. In the early morning, just before dawn. This should have been the time when people were most exhausted, but Lu Fugue didn't utter a single complaint, wanting to find his child's whereabouts as soon as possible. The bumpy journey was indeed very tiring. Before coming, Lu Fugue had persuaded his mother-in-law and brother-in-law to go back, only he had followed. Like Lu Fugue, the others were excited about meeting their children and were extremely agitated. Seeing them like this, Quan Shengnan only felt pained. What would they be like when they saw them? It was simply imaginable. She sighed and softly said to Lu Fugue and the others, you all should go wait at the police station first. This operation to arrest people relies entirely on these detectives. If you're there, it might somewhat hinder them. Lu Fugue and the others were stunned. Before they could speak, a middle-aged woman said, Miss Quan, please let us follow. We won't cause any trouble when you arrest people. I just want to see my child a little sooner. I want to know if my child is in the hands of the traffickers. I want to see the traffickers as soon as possible and ask about my child's whereabouts. As she spoke, tears fell. Having hoped for countless days and nights, searched for countless days and nights, with hope right before their eyes, none of them wanted to step back. A moment later would mean seeing their child a moment later. A moment later would mean knowing their child's whereabouts a moment later. They understood that their children might not necessarily be in the traffickers' hands. But they still held on to great hope. Suihua is already gone. I want to know what kind of traffickers bought the child. I want to know, what do those traffickers even look like? What are their hearts made of? To be so cruel and vicious. Ever since he personally saw his wife's remains and obtained the confessions of the Niu brothers, the swelling around Lu Fugue's eyes had not subsided. 5 years. A full 5 years. He searched for 5 years, only to find his wife's remains and news of his son being sold. Zhou Aihua, Meng Haoren, and Jin Yutong were deeply moved. Let them follow from a distance. After we catch the people, then let them approach. A trace of pain flashed in Quan Shengnan's eyes. I'm afraid they won't be able to bear it. Bear it? What does that mean? Is the scene very miserable? That middle-aged woman named Gung Meizi was the most meticulous. She quickly stepped forward 2 paces and tightly grasped Quan Shengnan's hand. Miss Quan, have those children encountered something very terrible? Is that why you don't want us to see with our own eyes the scene of them suffering? Please tell me. Quan Shengnan patted her hand and didn't speak. Her not speaking was tacit confirmation. Everyone present immediately reddened their eyes and insisted on following. They had already endured the heart-wrenching pain of separation for a very, very long time. Nothing could be more tragic than this. Even if it is tragic, they must see it with their own eyes, witness it personally. Lu Fugue pleaded, Miss Quan, please let us go. We are all parents. We must see the scene of our children suffering, see what kind of environment they are living in. Quan Shengnan nodded and agreed. The truth always has to be revealed. Seeing it early or hearing about it later makes little difference, except that seeing it personally is more shocking. Seeing her nod, everyone showed a hint of a smile. But, thinking of Quan Shengnan's words, this faint smile was soon replaced by anxiety and worry, and Chapter 555, Utterly Tragic 11. Quan Shengnan said to Meng Haoren, Jin Yutong, and the others, our main targets this time are the human traffickers who did business with the Nyo Jinlai brothers. Notify all teams to close the net as we arrive. Through her heavenly eye, she had attached her consciousness to the two traffickers who bought the Enlu Manton, as seen from Nyo Jinlai and his wife, and Nyo Yinlai. Then, from those two traffickers, she found other traffickers and attached her heavenly eye to them as well. These traffickers mostly operated in gangs. In this way, her heavenly eye tracked almost all the traffickers related to them. These traffickers each had their own territory and did not interfere with each other. From Quan Shengnan's investigation alone, there were 5 locations, each monitored in advance. Meng Haoren, Jin Yutong, and the others nodded solemnly. Dawn was about to break and the vehicles sped along. Soon, they arrived in the suburbs, where rows of tiled houses stood behind courtyard walls. Though spacious, they were very shabby. The vehicles carrying Lu Fugue and others, along with the foundation staff, stopped at a distance. Quan Shengnan and some police officers also stopped their cars, but they quickly and silently approached the destination. Seeing them, the police officers monitoring the area immediately came forward, their faces showing a hint of pity. Boss, those 2 traffickers went in and haven't come out. I think it's about time. Meng Haoren and Jin Yutong each notified their subordinates at other locations. After hanging up, they decisively said, move out. At the command, they and the police officers under Zhou Aihua swiftly and silently picked the lock and rushed in, clearly having undergone special training. Quan Shengnan walked in last. By the time she entered, the police officers had already handcuffed their targets, the 2 middle-aged traffickers. The 2 were plump and fair-skinned, with amiable faces, not at all resembling ruthless human traffickers. They had crew cuts, wore thick, gleaming gold chains around their necks, expensive diamond watches, and large gold rings on their hands. However, one was wearing a tight-fitting undershirt, while the other was even shirtless, both barefoot. It was clear they had been captured by the police while still asleep. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you arresting us? We're law-abiding citizens, the 2 shouted in shock. Law-abiding citizens? Humph. Quan Shengnan walked over and kicked each of them a few times. Her gaze swept past them as she inspected their bedroom. It was very simple, with only a bed, tables, chairs, and a television, and no other furnishings. At the moment, the table was covered with leftover food. Upon closer inspection, the floor under the table was littered with chicken and meat bones. On the table were opened packs of expensive cigarettes and fine liquor, and the plates still held plenty of chicken, fish, meat, and eggs. It was lavish, extremely lavish. No wonder they had such figures, they were clearly well-fed. Quan Shengnan glanced at it with disgust and told Zhou Aihua to first open the doors of the other rooms in the courtyard. Then, she pointed directly under the bed and said to Xiaolu, take out what's underneath. Xiaolu put away his drawn gun, crawled under the bed, and pulled out a black leather suitcase. When the suitcase was opened, it was full of money, all small change, 10-cent, 50-cent, 1 yuan and 2 yuan notes, with the largest denomination being 5 yuan, occasionally mixed with 1 or 2 10-yuan bills. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Quan Shengnan said coldly, this is their earnings from just today. Before anyone could react, they heard Zhou Aihua's exclamation, filled with anger. Jin Yutong ordered the police officers to drag the 2 traffickers into the courtyard. He walked toward the door where Zhou Aihua was standing, looked inside, and immediately gasped. Chapter 556, Utterly Heartbreaking 12. Seeing Jin Yutong and Zhou Aihua react identically, Meng Haoren walked over. Just like Jin Yutong and Zhou Aihua, he immediately exclaimed, using the word beast to describe these 2 utterly inhuman scoundrels is truly an insult to the word beast. What had they seen? In a large room, huddled about 7 or 8 children. The youngest were 4 or 5 years old, the oldest no more than 10 or so. Some were blind, some had missing arms, some had no legs, and some even had both legs severed at the knee. Among these 7 or 8 children, not a single one was whole and unharmed. Each bore some disability. Those disabilities were clearly man-made, not accidental. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, they woke from their sleep. Those who could see looked dazedly toward the door, fearfully wrapping themselves in tattered, filthy blankets, shrinking into corners and trembling. As soon as they reached the doorway, Zhou Aihua and the others were hit by a foul stench. The smell of blood from injuries, the stink of festering wounds, and the odor of urine. These scents mingled together, so revolting it made one want to vomit up everything eaten the night before. On the faces of these children, in their eyes, there was no innocence, no warmth, only utter numbness. Quan Shengnan stood behind them, tilting her face upward to keep the tears in her eyes from falling. This was the scene she had seen through her heavenly eye. No, what she had seen was even more tragic. She had seen the traffickers either gouge out some children's eyes, cut out their tongues, or chop off their hands and feet, twisting them into grotesque shapes. Then they would drive these children to disperse to various places with heavy foot traffic to beg. If the money begged was little, they went hungry. Only if they begged enough money would they get a full meal. That full meal consisted of the traffickers' leftovers. Sometimes they were even made to imitate dogs, crawling on the ground to gnaw on discarded bones. While the children crawled on the ground imitating dogs, those traffickers sat on chairs roaring with laughter, making them bark like dogs and throwing gnawed bones in front of them. Disobedience meant a beating. Whipped with lashes, cut with knives, even scalded with hot oil. All sorts of cruel methods were employed, one after another. Zhou Aihua clenched his fists tightly, his mouth opening several times, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. How could he explain this to the parents searching for their children? They came with hope, only to face children who had been mutilated. Let alone these parents who might be among them, even he felt. Indescribable, utterly indescribable. He didn't know what words could describe his grief and fury. It wasn't just one room with children. Another room also held 7 or 8 children, in the same wretched state as those in the first room. Every officer in the courtyard who witnessed the scene was heartbroken and silent. Gradually, their eyes reddened. Those with softer hearts were already weeping openly. Zhou Aihua suddenly turned around, walked up to the 2 traffickers, and landed several heavy punches on them. Heartless beasts. You deserve to be sliced to pieces 1,000 times over. No, even 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough to vent this hatred. Those were children, after all. They should have been living carefree lives under their parents' care, enjoying the happiness of family. Now, they had fallen into the hands of traffickers, becoming tools for their profit. Lu Fugue and the others waiting outside checked the time they had agreed upon with Zhou Aihua's team. Seeing no one had escaped, they assumed the operation had succeeded and got out of their vehicles, walking over. Stepping into the courtyard and seeing the expressions on all the officers' faces, their hearts sank. They rushed forward and— Chapter 557. Question sharp as knives 1. Heavens! What were they seeing? Even before confirming if their own children were among them, their tears had already begun to fall. They had thought that being separated from their children was the most tragic thing in the world. Now, seeing everything before their eyes, they realized that their pain was nothing compared to the abuse these children had suffered. Nothing at all. Children. They were all children. Witnessing such a tragic scene, their feet felt as if filled with lead, and they couldn't lift their legs no matter how hard they tried. They were afraid of seeing their own child among these children. If they hadn't seen their child, they could still hold on to the fantasy that their child might be living well. But now, that fantasy was shattered. Manchuang. Manchuang, my Manchuang, what happened to you? Where are your legs? What happened to your legs? Wang Suihua stared blankly for a moment before suddenly throwing herself in front of the boy whose legs were severed at the knees. She hugged him, showering him with kisses, her lips trembling as tears fell like broken strings of pearls. Quan Shengnan sniffled and looked over. The boy was very thin, emaciated to the bone, almost just skin and bones. With no quilt for warmth, he was wrapped in a pitch-black, tattered cotton-padded jacket with sleeves noticeably too short, and below it, a similarly tattered pair of cotton-padded trousers. There was nothing below his knees. Both the jacket and trousers hung loosely on his frame, looking very empty. On his sallow little face, a pair of large, bewildered eyes darted around, and there was a black mole beneath the corner of one eye. Manchuang. Manchuang. Perhaps among these children, S face vaguely showed the outline from 5 years ago, and the black mole beneath his eye served as proof. Lu Fugue opened his mouth wide, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He was the first to step forward, but in his distraught state, he didn't notice the threshold underfoot. He stumbled and fell toward the ground. People standing at the doorway reached out one after another, but they were all a step too late. Lu Fugue tripped and fell. He didn't let others help him up. His legs were too weak to stand, so he ended up crawling forward on all fours until he reached D's side. Half crouching, he pulled the boy into his arms. Manchuang, Manchuang, Dad has finally found you. Dad is here, I'm sorry, Dad came too late. Lu Fugue spoke through tears, showing none of the usual restraint of a man's tears are not shed lightly. S eyes moved slightly. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Dad. Yes, Manchuang, it's Dad. Dad came looking for you, Dad came to find you. Lu Fugue stroked his head, his face, then slowly moved his hands down, sliding to the boy's thin legs. He couldn't feel feet, only the knees. Lu Fugue couldn't help but cover his mouth, his face filled with agony. Stared fixedly at him, then suddenly burst into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Dad, why did you take so long to come? Dad, it hurts so much. Dad, it hurts so much. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Dad came too late. Dad came too late. My Monchuang, you've suffered, you've suffered. Tears and mucus streamed down Lu Fugue's face. Apart from, I'm sorry, he didn't know what else to say. Cried until he was gasping for breath. Dad, Mom. Mom had so much blood on her. Mom had so much blood. And little brother is gone. Little brother is gone. 5 years ago, he was 8 years old enough to remember. For the past 5 years, the scenes of his mother being killed and his little brother disappearing had flashed before his eyes constantly. Seeing the father and son embracing and weeping bitterly, the other children in the room, all young, were frightened and started crying. Yet they all held back, shedding only silent tears, making the Chapter 558, questions sharp as blades too. The others rushed in, carefully examining each child, hoping to find a trace of their own child in their faces. After so many years, their appearances had long since changed. Moreover, each of them was disabled, making it impossible to recognize them quickly. When the children went missing, they were only 3 or 4 years old and couldn't remember anything. Growing anxious, they turned to Quan Shengnan, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and cried, Miss Quan, you can divine the future. Please help us see which one is our child, which one. Zhou Aihua, Meng Haoren, Jin Yutong, and the others stepped back, clearing the way. Quan Shengnan walked in, her steps heavy, her expression sorrowful. She looked at Gung Maisie, who had rushed to her first, shook her head, and said, Auntie Gung, your child isn't here. The traffickers sold them to another place. Now that the traffickers have been caught, I believe the police will soon find your child for you. I will personally help divine the child's whereabouts. Please step aside and let me identify the others first. Gung Maisie had been crying the hardest. Upon hearing this, she immediately moved aside, a glimmer of hope rising in her heart, hope that her child was safe and sound, not abused like the children before her. The others glanced enviously at Gung Maisie, clearly thinking the same thing. They watched as Quan Shengnan picked up a 4 or 5-year-old boy who had lost both eyes and placed him in Dong Cheng's arms. Then, she pushed Ma Renqiang toward an 8-year-old boy whose left arm was severed at the shoulder. There were about 10 of them, and soon, 7 had found their children. Including the 7 disabled children, their exposed skin was covered in scars. They carefully examined the children, trying to find traces of how they looked before they went missing. Soon, one after another, they found birthmarks, moles, and other identifying marks on the children, and they hugged them, weeping uncontrollably. They cried, the children cried, and the sound of weeping echoed throughout. These children, having endured such abuse, had matured early. They saw the police and the 2 traffickers who had been arrested. A flicker of light appeared in their eyes, but quickly faded, especially for those who hadn't been found by their families. They watched enviously as the children who had reunited with their families slowly lowered their heads, tears falling silently. Quan Shengnan walked up to a 4 or 5-year-old boy missing an ear, crouched down, and said gently, Your name is Ruerue, right? Shall I help you find your mom and dad? This little boy's disability was the mildest, and he didn't have many other scars. He had large, bright eyes and an exceptionally delicate face. Hearing Quan Shengnan's words, his body trembled slightly. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, washed by tears, shining even brighter. He whispered, Can I really see my mom and dad? Do I really not have to beg for money anymore? Sister, I'm so hungry. I miss my mom and dad so much, but Monsengij said I can't think about them. I can't think about mom and dad, or the bad people will hit me, just like they hit Monsengij and the other brothers and sisters. Quan Shengnan's heart ached. She reached out and hugged him. Yes, you can see your mom and dad. In just a few days, I'll let you see them, okay? Really? Really? Just like Monsengij found his dad. Yes. Ruerue joyfully wrapped his arms around Quan Shengnan's neck and said happily, Chapter 559, questions sharp as blades 3. Was the first to reunite with his father and had already learned from him about their mother's remains being exhumed and the culprit being captured. Hearing Ruerue's words, he turned his head. Among us, I might not have been here the longest, but I came earlier than these children. Those who came before me are no longer here. My legs were chopped off by them when I tried to escape. Having learned from experience, I didn't want later arrivals like Ruerue to end up like me, so I secretly taught them how to avoid beatings from those people. Perhaps because he had suffered the most severe injuries, his tone was exceptionally calm. Lu Fugue couldn't help but cry again, and Wang Suihua, drifting in the void, was the same, weeping uncontrollably. Those who witnessed the scene from outside the door felt heartbroken, with some sobbing uncontrollably. Children go missing, families search desperately, only to find the children have become tools for traffickers to make money, suffering abuse. Nothing in this world is more tragic than this. Xiaodu and Xiaoli, experienced in such matters, wiped their tears and quickly contacted members of the foundation in Greater Shanghai to come and help. These children all needed psychological counseling. Before their families could be found, arrangements had to be made for them, bathing, changing clothes, and medical checkups, all requiring careful attention. This was just one group. There were several other places where traffickers were being apprehended, likely with similar scenes. 2 rooms, 17 children, and 10 still hadn't found their parents. Zhou Aihua gathered them in one room and said solemnly, "The bad people have been caught. You won't have to suffer the abuse you endured before. We will definitely help you find your families." Except for Rue, who was in Quan Shengnan's arms, the others wept with joy, hardly daring to believe it. The other police officers solemnly promised to fulfill this commitment. Suddenly spoke up, "Anyone with eyes can see that our disabilities aren't accidents, but man-made. Many people actually know this perfectly well. So why is it that the police we usually encounter while begging on the streets never bother to investigate our backgrounds? Why has no one been willing to save us from this misery?" He slapped his legs and continued, "Why did you only show up after Miss Quan met my dad and was willing to help him look for us? Why? Why?" By the end, his voice was filled with anguish. His questions were like blades, sharp and piercing. A large portion of those present felt utterly ashamed. It was true, in their daily routines, they had seen disabled people begging on the streets. With their experience in handling cases, they could often tell at a glance whether the disabilities were accidental or intentional. Why hadn't they extended a helping hand? Why hadn't they offered assistance? Zhou Aihua felt a pang of discomfort. Meng Haoren and Jin Yutong also felt their faces grow hot, unable to lift their heads. They had no way to refute as questions. They understood it was because many people didn't want to get involved. Without anyone filing a report, the police were content to pretend they didn't know. Combating trafficking and searching for missing persons wasted manpower and resources. Despite all the hard work, success was never guaranteed, and there was no profit to be gained. This was why many in the police force were reluctant to intervene. If the missing children were from officials' families or wealthy households, you'd probably have been running around non-stop, mobilizing the public to search for them, right? Wore a cold smile, tinged with the sorrow of one who has seen through the ways of the world. If it weren't Miss Quan, the daughter of a high-ranking official, helping my dad look. Chapter 560, question sharp as blades 4. Quan Shengnan nodded. "That's right. I also want to ask these questions to the police officers present." Lu Montsong was taken aback. He was only venting his own grief and sense of injustice. He never expected his savior to agree with him. Quan Shengnan's gaze was calm as she looked steadily at Zhou, Meng, Jin, and their subordinates. If you had paid attention to these pitiful disabled beggars, if you had quietly conducted in-depth investigations without alerting the traffickers, relying on the nation's police force, you could have swiftly struck at the heart of the operation. Couldn't that have returned these abused children to their parents? Couldn't that have saved more children from being bought, sold, and abused by traffickers? She gently touched Rue's mutilated ear. Without giving them time to answer, she continued, "The result is absolutely certain. It definitely could have. Even saving one child, even dismantling one criminal gang, that would be an immeasurably good deed. Even though it's an immeasurably good deed, who is willing to accumulate such merit? Some are, but they are few." Zhou Aihua smiled bitterly. "Nan. I'm not standing on some moral high ground to accuse anyone. I have no right to accuse anyone. I just want to request all police officers, in the future, when you encounter such situations, please extend your hands. Perhaps because of a single act of kindness from you, you could rescue those pitiful people from their suffering." Someone couldn't help but speak up. "These things are simply impossible to manage. You handle one case, and countless more just like it will happen. But isn't it precisely the inaction of the police that allows these criminal gangs to grow more rampant? If the police cleared out every area, if they investigated every case of disabled beggars, caught every criminal, and punished them severely, rooting out this behavior so it's no longer profitable, would the gangs still do it?" Quan Shengnan shook her head. "Maybe it can't be completely stopped, but at least a part of it could be curbed. Even if it's just a part, many innocent people would be spared the pain of abuse and mutilation." Officer Du clapped his hands. "You're right, miss. Even if we can't completely stop this, at least we can save some." He looked with pity at the innocent child before him. "I've encountered disabled beggars like this before, but I was powerless to help them. I could only give them some money to ease my conscience." He wiped his face. "I know this method is not advisable. It indulges the criminals, allowing them to more brazenly exploit these innocent people for money. But I could not give. Because I knew, even if the amount was tiny, it might at least help them beg enough to meet the quota and suffer fewer beatings from the people behind them." As he spoke, he pulled up Lu Montsong's sleeve, revealing an arm covered in scars. There were marks from whiplashes, burns from cigarette butts, cuts from knives, and punctures from needles, a horrifying sight. Montsong, some of these are from beatings when you tried to escape, and some are from when you didn't beg the amount they demanded, right? Lu Montsong nodded silently. Meng Haoren spoke up. Miss Quan, rest assured. Secretary Yuan has already instructed the police bureau to establish a specialized anti-trafficking unit, which I will be fully responsible for. From now on, I will definitely pay attention to this. Whenever I encounter disabled beggars on the streets, I will investigate thoroughly without alerting the Chapter 561, Question Sharp as Blades 5. Zhou Aihua fell silent for a moment, then a resolute expression appeared on his face. Nanan, what has happened in the last day or two has deeply shocked me, and I am also filled with shame for not having done my utmost. After handling this matter, I will report it to the bureau. However, he smiled, then said seriously, since Secretary Yuan has already issued orders regarding this in Jinling, I believe our department will certainly receive the relevant documents and will resolutely comply with Secretary Yuan's intentions. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates that they had successfully captured the traffickers, Meng Haoren praised them. As for Jin Yutong, he said indifferently, how could we let you take all the credit? This incident occurred in Greater Shanghai, so naturally, we will handle the relevant follow-up matters here. While they were stating their positions, Quan Shengnan had already secretly used her spiritual sense to mobilize spiritual energy, forming talismans that settled on each child, calming their minds and spirits. With their minds at peace, they could then receive counseling from psychologists, hoping they could soon start new lives. Gung Meizi and the parents who had not yet found their children were extremely anxious, but none dared to interrupt the conversation. It wasn't until Gung Meizi could no longer bear it that she spoke up, Miss Quan. Quan Shengnan turned to look at her and reassured her, once we return to the police station, we will first conduct the interrogations and then continue the search. We won't delay your efforts to find your children. 5 groups of traffickers, totaling 16 people, all belong to the same gang. 5 locations with disabled beggars, nearly 100 individuals. Among the beggars from other places, many were in their 20s or 30s, and even more were younger. Upon arriving at the Greater Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau, everyone from top to bottom was shocked. Upon receiving the report, Jiang Xingyun was horrified and immediately ordered all police personnel in the bureau to spring into action, interrogating the criminals and arranging for the rescued disabled beggars. For the latter, they weren't needed. Staff from the Quan Shengnan Foundation's Greater Shanghai branch arrived, bringing along psychologists and compassionate volunteers they worked with. They brought a large quantity of clothes and medicine, called for medical vehicles equipped with accompanying doctors. Borrowing space at the police station, they helped these people bathe, change clothes, conduct preliminary physical examinations, and treat wounds that had not yet healed. Everyone was extremely busy. Busy, incredibly busy. But amidst the busyness, there was no chaos. Everything was orderly. Everyone's eyes showed compassion as they gently comforted each disabled beggar. Even with tears in their eyes, no one spoke loudly, afraid of frightening those who had just been rescued. When reporters tried to interview them, Quan Shengnan unceremoniously had them driven away. What a joke. These people's spirits were already fragile. Why insist on repeatedly reopening their wounds? For the specific details, you can interview the personnel who participated in this operation. They are all very clear about it. Do not disturb the psychologists and volunteers comforting these children. However, Quan Shengnan also wanted the whole society to know about this matter and reflect on it, so she did not stop reporters from taking photos of the children. She herself was not included. She did not plan to appear in the media regarding this incident. From morning till night, they barely finished. Many were so busy they almost missed lunch, but they did not forget to provide warm meals for these disabled individuals. Quan Shengnan cleaned Rue, who clung to her and refused to leave, dressed him in clean, warm clothes, fed him some food, and, like coaxing a little lion, lulled him to sleep in her arms. Seeing Xiaodu and Xiaoli enter, she lifted. Chapter 562, Question Sharp as Blade 6. Xiaodu took a closer look. It was a thick stack of documents densely covered in writing. Names, hometowns, parents. The names were the real names of each disabled beggar. Perhaps even they themselves had forgotten their own names, but Quan Shengnan, upon seeing them, had used her heavenly eye to trace back to the past and recorded them. Hometowns were their hometowns. Parents were the names of each of their parents. Also recorded were the whereabouts of some children who had been sold through human traffickers. A thick stack, all clear and detailed. Xiaodu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Miss, you're amazing. You can deduce all this just from one meeting." Quan Shengnan sighed, "What good is deducing it? The harm has already been done. Right now, I just want to help them find their hometowns and parents, reunite their families, and arrange for their future lives." Xiaodu was taken aback. "Miss, why do you say that? Reuniting them with their families is arranging for them, isn't it? Do we need to make other arrangements? Looking at his still somewhat youthful face, Quan Shengnan shook her head and didn't speak. He was still too young. It was understandable that he wouldn't think of this point. Shaoli stared at the list and suddenly let out a gasp. His gasp was no small matter. It nearly woke Rue Rue. Rue Rue frowned, but under Quan Shengnan's gentle patting, he fell back into a deep sleep. Quan Shengnan and Xiaodu both looked at him reproachfully. What's the matter, making such a fuss? You almost scared little Rue Rue, who finally managed to fall asleep. After years of enduring abuse, he slept very restlessly. Sorry, miss, brother do, Shaoli said with an embarrassed smile. Then, he glanced at the police officers and Foundation staff who were comforting the others, pointed to the names of a disabled child's parents on the list, and whispered to Quan Shengnan and Xiaodu, Miss, brother do, haven't you noticed? Among the rescued children, one child's parents seemed to be the richest couple in Gusu. Xiaodu asked curiously, how do you know that? Shaoli continued in a low voice, after the Jinling matter was settled, I went to study in Gusu, so of course I know. At the time, this case caused a huge stir. It seemed like the entire Gusu police force was mobilized. They even offered a high reward for clues, but they never found the child. Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meizhen were the names of the richest couple in Gusu. The child's name was Yang Chuanqiu. This name was quite interesting. It was said that Zhu Mingliang's parents felt their family was wealthy and unafraid of the national family planning policy. They wanted to have a whole brood of children, could go abroad, and ideally have children all over the globe, with the children holding hands encircling the earth, hence the name Chuanqiu, meaning the whole globe. However, Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meizhen thought differently from his parents. After having this one child, they didn't have a second. Oh, he was named Yang Chuanqiu, taking his mother's surname. Zhu Mingliang loved his wife dearly. He felt that his own family had brothers and nephews, while his wife was an only child, so he gave the child her surname, Yang. 2 years ago, when the child was only 1.5 years old, a young nanny who cared for the child, her love turning to hatred, kidnapped Yang Chuanqiu. The so-called love turning to hatred was because she had fallen for Zhu Mingliang, but he paid her no attention. Unlike other wealthy businessmen, Zhu Mingliang, despite his immense wealth, remained completely devoted to his wife. That nanny had long been imprisoned, but the child's whereabouts were never discovered. Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meizhen devoted themselves to searching for their child. In those 2 years, they never considered having a second child. To find their child, they not only offered a reward of 10 million but also neglected much of their business. The couple had a very good relationship and were very righteous. Many people helped them. Chapter 563, Question Sharp as Blade 7. After listening, Xiaodu said in surprise, it seems this child named Yang Chuanqiu is one of the 2 completely unharmed children. Among this batch of rescued children, only 2 had no disabilities, and neither was in the hands of the traffickers they had captured. One was a handsome 4-year-old boy named Shuashuo, who only remembered being called Shuashuo. However, Quan Shengnan had listed his name on the roster, Zhang Shua, with Shua meaning fruitful. Zhang Shua had not been harmed because he had been in the traffickers' hands for less than 3 days. The other was Yang Chuanqiu. Yang Chuanqiu was exceptionally beautiful and adorable. He had previously been sold at a high price by the traffickers to a couple who had been married for many years without children. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, the couple suddenly discovered they were expecting a child and no longer wanted to raise Yang Chuanqiu, fearing he might compete with their biological child for the family assets in the future. They returned Yang Chuanqiu to the traffickers just yesterday, and the traffickers hadn't had time to harm him yet. The reason Shaoli was so certain was that while bathing Yang Chuanqiu, he saw the birthmark on Yang Chuanqiu's buttocks. A red, cherry blossom-shaped birthmark. This detail had been mentioned in the Suzhou case file. When the police saw this roster, especially the information about Yang Chuanqiu, some officers were absolutely overjoyed and eagerly contacted Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meizhen. The couple wept tears of joy over the phone and stated they would rush over overnight. As for the hometown parents of the other disabled beggars, some were family members, and they were also prepared to be contacted one by one, to come to the Shanghai Police Department to collect these children, or adults included. Among the disabled beggars, there were not only children but also some who had been harmed for many years, some quite old. Quan Shengnan sighed and immediately instructed Xiaodu and Shaoli to contact the various local branches of the Foundation that evening. They would notify the families the next day. If they could send someone to accompany the families to Shanghai, the Foundation would cover all food, accommodation, and travel expenses. For those unable to send an escort, the Foundation promised to wire money immediately to alleviate concerns about these costs. After 7 years of development, the Quan Shengnan Foundation was indeed quite large, but it didn't have branches in every location. Most of these children had been trafficked from mountainous areas, and their family situations were very poor. Traveling thousands of miles to Shanghai would be a significant burden for their families. If not for the severe shortage of personnel and procedural constraints, Quan Shengnan would definitely have sent people to personally escort the children home. For now, she could only settle for the next best option. Zhou Aihua quietly followed suit. For parents like Geng Meizi who hadn't found their children, including Lu Fugue and looking for Lu Manton, Zhou Aihua arranged for people to accompany them to search for their children. Each family was assigned a police officer. For cases where the parents hadn't come but the child's whereabouts were known, police officers were sent with the relevant documents to retrieve the child and personally deliver them to their homes in northern Jiangsu. Compared to, who was older and more aware at the time, Lu Manton was luckier. He had been sold at a high price by traffickers to people from the Guangdong region and was now physically intact. Lu Fugue wanted to go himself, but insisted on going along. So, the father and son were accompanied by an additional police officer to look after. As it was getting late, everything would have to wait until the next day, whether notifying the beggars' families or accompanying Lu Fugue and others in searching for the children. Meng Haoren and Jin Yutong prepared for the upcoming work. Seeing some officers at the police station discussing working overtime to welcome the arrival of Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meijin, Quan Shengnan felt very angry. She said coldly, "Shouldn't you all get some rest early and prepare?" Chapter 564, Interrogation Like a Blade 8. Seeing their puzzled looks, Quan Shengnan grew even angrier. She said sharply, "Do you think the case is over just because you caught these traffickers? How did the traffickers abduct and steal the children? How did they buy the children? Who are the suppliers? Who are the buyers? Don't tell me you're not planning to investigate thoroughly? Whether they are suppliers or buyers, they have all committed the crime of buying and selling children. Are you not going to pursue them?" Some traffickers couldn't even remember the sellers or buyers themselves, but she had listed them all on the list she provided to the police. Quan Shengnan's sharp words shamed those people thoroughly before she finally felt relieved. After all, no matter how wealthy Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meijin were, wasn't pursuing the criminals involved in child trafficking more important? Just because they were rich, did that mean they deserved an exception and a welcome from the police station? No wonder Lu Monseng had questioned the police in such a way that they were left speechless. Most of the officers who had entertained such thoughts were aware of Quan Shengnan's identity. They slunk away to help Jin Yutong with his tasks. Long before they had even started thinking, Jin Yutong had already been consciously discussing the next steps with Meng Haoren. During this time, Quan Shengnan did not stay at the accommodation arranged by the police, but instead stayed at the dormitory of the Foundation's branch. With her was Rui, who never left her side. Perhaps because Quan Shengnan had rescued him from the traffickers, been the first to reach out to him without making him feel afraid, and because Lu Monseng had instructed him to listen to Quan Shengnan, coupled with the spiritual aura around her, Rui clung to her closely. While Quan Shengnan was on the phone with her family after her shower, Rui lay quietly on her lap, listening. His obedience was heartbreaking. Quan Shengnan handed him a piece of fruit to eat as she recounted everything that had happened that day to her parents on the other end of the line. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue listened with intense anger. "Sweetheart, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll have a word with your Uncle Zheng. We must strictly investigate and deal with this heinous case. We will never show leniency to any of those traffickers who are worse than beasts. Traffickers deserve to die." Quan Shengnan said, "I looked into the law. Most of these traffickers can be sentenced to death. Ordinary traffickers might not warrant the death penalty, but for these people, only the death penalty could bring any sense of justice. They had trafficked more than one child, harmed more than one child, and had several lives on their hands. Some children had died after their limbs were cruelly severed and they couldn't survive. All of this had been confessed by the traffickers under the influence of Quan Shengnan's truth talisman. Their crimes were heinous. They deserved to die 1,000 times. According to the law, given the severity of their crimes, they could fully be sentenced to death. Those who might not receive the death penalty were likely the ones who had trafficked fewer than 3 people, had not harmed any children's lives, and had bought children to raise as their own. Yuan Ziyuan said coldly, "Don't worry. I will personally contact the authorities in Shanghai to ensure they are dealt with severely." A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Quan Shengnan's mouth. "Dad, there's no need for you to intervene. They will handle it severely here. Solving such a major criminal gang and rescuing nearly 100 disabled beggars is a tremendous achievement. Do they really need your intervention?" They were already giving interviews to reporters as soon as they returned to the police station. "Human nature," Yuan Ziyuan replied after a long silence. He comforted Quan Shengnan, "This is also good. Reporting it will allow more people in society to condemn these traffickers and make more parents, especially those with children, more vigilant." Chapter 565, Questions Like Knives 9. A major child trafficking and abuse case truly had only this one use, aside from garnering sympathy and pity from others. Past mistakes serve as lessons for the future. She hoped to prevent others from letting their children suffer the same fate. This was also the reason Quan Shengnan hadn't stopped the reporters from interviewing the police. She didn't regret preventing them from interviewing the disabled children, as she didn't want the latter to be hurt again. For some emotionally sensitive children, the sympathy some people sought for newspaper space was an insult. After hanging up the phone, Quan Shengnan still felt somewhat low as she prepared to sleep. It was at this moment that Hua Xiuedong called. After hearing the reason, he also fell silent for a long time before softly comforting her. It's just a matter of conscience. Nan, you're a person, a human being, not an omnipotent deity. You are not Guanyin with 1,000 avatars. You cannot manage all the injustices under heaven. For everyone you encounter, if you have done your best, that is enough. Quan Shengnan turned over, propping her cheek on her hand. I understand. I've always told myself that, even if I only save one person, it's a merit, worthy of my own conscience. Through this incident, I've come to understand even more the insignificance of individual capability. To get things done, many people are still needed. She thought for a moment and said, the foundation has sub-funds like the Student Aid Fund, Poverty Alleviation Fund, and Medical Fund. I also want to establish an anti-trafficking fund to help every parent who has lost a child find their whereabouts. Others might be helpless in this regard, but she was different. Upon meeting the parents of those children, she could use her heavenly eye to trace their past, attaching her consciousness to the child to discover their location. This way, more parents could find their children and more children could find their parents. Perhaps some results would not be satisfactory, just like learning about the deceased children from the traffickers today. How heartbroken would their parents be upon finding out? This heartbreak is no less than the pain of seeing a child disabled. But having a result is a good thing, isn't it? It will always help more people. Hua Xiuedong was slightly taken aback. You plan to meet every parent who has lost a child? Only then could Quan Shengnan deduce the future. Yes. Was this telepathy? She hadn't even voiced her thoughts, yet he understood. Very good. An excellent idea. Hua Xiuedong fully supported her. You previously preferred to keep your charity work low-key, doing good deeds silently. This time, you probably can't avoid publicity. We must promote it effectively, explaining that the foundation has a divine fortune-teller presiding over it. Then, with factual proof, parents who have lost children can receive the news and come to your place for help. That's exactly what I was thinking. I've always stayed behind the scenes, but I've decided to step forward now. Even stepping into the spotlight, she had no intention of letting her family background, photos, etc., appear in media reports. She only planned to spread her reputation and then wait for parents who had lost children to come. She believed that upon hearing the news, those parents would come one after another, braving all difficulties and dangers, unwilling to let go of any shred of hope. Hua Xiuedong wanted to say more, but Quan Shengnan suddenly said someone was knocking at the door. He could only bid her goodnight and hang up. Quan Shengnan wrapped herself in her coat and opened the door. The person knocking was Xiaodu. Xiaodu looked nervous. He hesitated for a long time, his eyes reddening, before stammering, Miss, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Since you can help those children find their hometowns and parents, I beg you to help me too, to divine my hometown and parents. Seeing them reunite with their families, I also... Chapter 566. Question sharp as blades 10. Quan Shengnan was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Even if you hadn't come to me, I was planning to tell you after this matter is settled. Little Du was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly. Quan Shengnan didn't let him into the bedroom. She just went back inside and fetched a slip of paper she had prepared earlier, handing it to him. This has your original name and your hometown parents. Wait until this matter is over before you go looking. Things here aren't finished yet, so you can't leave for now. Little Du clutched the paper tightly, nodding excitedly. Miss, I understand. He bowed deeply, bid her good night, and then ran off as if flying. He practically skipped and danced with excitement. Not every orphan was like her brother, unwilling to know who their parents were. Quan Aonan never mentioned it because he had been abandoned at the orphanage by his family, so he didn't want to know. And Little Du? He had been kidnapped and sold by traffickers. He wanted to know. Quan Shengnan shook her head and returned to the bedroom. Seeing Rui restlessly turning over and reaching out to feel for her presence, she quickly turned off the light and slipped under the covers. As if sensing her, Rui settled down and fell asleep. The night was already deep. There were still things to do tomorrow. Quan Shengnan soon fell asleep, too busy to have any time or inclination to practice calligraphy or painting before bed. Who would have thought that before dawn, Quan Shengnan was awakened by knocking at the door? Who's disturbing people's dreams so early in the morning? Quan Shengnan mumbled, bleary-eyed. Rui, who had woken up earlier and was lying by the pillow secretly watching her, giggled at this. Quan Shengnan patted his little head, went into the bathroom, and quickly changed her clothes. Coming out and opening the door, she saw a young man and woman she didn't recognize. The couple appeared to be around 30, dressed exquisitely with an air of refinement. The woman was clutching young Chuanqiu, whom Quan Shengnan had seen the day before. Upon seeing her, they both bowed deeply. Well, even without opening her celestial eye, she could confirm the identities of these two. Are you Miss Quan? Thank you for helping us find Xiuqiu. Oh, you must be Mr. Zhu Mingliang and Ms. Yang Meijin, right? It's quite cold outside, don't let the child catch a chill. Please come in and talk. Quan Shengnan invited them in, and several police officers following them also entered. Once seated, Yang Meijin said excitedly, Miss Quan, we truly thank you. We've been searching for Xiuqiu for a full 2 years. Quan Shengnan poured tea and smiled slightly at these words. Rather than thanking me, you should thank big brother Lu Fugue. If I hadn't met him in the capital, I wouldn't have thought to help him, and this huge case later wouldn't have come to light. The starting point of everything was Lu Fugue. Zhu Mingyang said steadily, few people are like Miss Quan, shifting credit to others. Quan Shengnan replied calmly, that's simply how it is. If big brother Lu hadn't come to the capital, he wouldn't have met me. Without meeting me, he wouldn't have found his wife and child's whereabouts, let alone the location of the traffickers. Tracing it back to the root, it was indeed because of Lu Fugue that everything that followed happened. Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meijin immediately showed looks of approval. They had rushed over overnight, their spirits still high without a trace of fatigue. Zhu Mingliang took out a checkbook, filled out a check with 8 digits, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it toward Quan Shengnan. Miss Quan, no matter what, you are the one who contributed the most. This is the reward we publicly promised. Chapter 567, Question Sharp as Knives 11. 10 million. The several police officers who had followed them gasped, utterly shocked. At the same time, they glanced at Quan Shengnan with envy. She really makes money so easily. Just like that, 10 million slipped into her pocket. She's the daughter of a provincial party committee deputy secretary. She should probably decline, right? Don't most people usually decline out of courtesy? Unexpectedly, Quan Shengnan took it with a smile and said, then I thank both of you for your generosity. Coincidentally, our foundation plans to establish an anti-human trafficking fund, so this will serve as the first contribution. Money given to her was hers to keep. Using it to accumulate virtue and do good deeds meant the money was put to proper use. Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meijin were taken aback, then simultaneously remembered that besides being the daughter of a provincial party committee deputy secretary, Quan Shengnan was also the founder of the Quan Shengnan Foundation, which had already been developing for a full 7 years. Suzhou wasn't far from Nanjing, so they had naturally heard of her reputation for a long time. Zhu Mingliang immediately took out the check he had already put in his pocket and said, hearing Miss Quan say that, I should contribute more money to support Miss Quan's plans. Quan Shengnan smiled and politely declined. This sum is from Mr. Zhu's promise 2 years ago. I accept it with a clear conscience. As for anything else, it's unnecessary. My foundation currently has sufficient funds and does not accept external donations. I believe you both have heard of this. Yang Meijin, however, said, many hands make light work. Miss Quan should accept donations from the public. While Miss Quan's foundation is indeed well-funded, wouldn't more money allow for even more good deeds? I have great trust in Miss Quan's foundation. I might not join in with other foundations, but if Miss Quan's foundation raises charitable funds, I will definitely be the first to respond. In the business world, they relied on being sharp-eared, sharp-eyed, and well-informed. They were well aware of the true purposes of some charitable foundations and the inside stories behind where the donations went. For this reason, they never attended charity banquets or donated to charitable foundations. Rather than that, it was better to follow the example of the Quan Shengnan Foundation and personally deliver donated money and goods to those in need. Quan Shengnan smiled and said, previously, I didn't plan to step into the public eye. But now, to combat human trafficking crimes, the anti-trafficking fund needs more channels for information and more publicity to help more people. This way, the foundation won't be able to maintain a low profile even if it wants to. When that time comes, we will inevitably have to organize some fundraising activities. I would be immensely grateful if you both would honor us with your presence then. When she remained behind the scenes, she couldn't accept donations because she hadn't intended to publicize the good deeds she was doing then. Now it was different. To make people trust the foundation more and believe in her abilities more, some publicity was necessary. According to the foundation's development, some previous plans would naturally be revised. Every single donation would be disclosed transparently, the amounts and where they went, without any concealment. The foundation wouldn't gain a bad reputation for embezzling donations or raise suspicions. Donors could also gain the charitable recognition they deserved. It was a win-win situation. Yang Meijin said without hesitation, "As long as Miss Quan sends an invitation, my husband and I will definitely attend." Lu Fugue and the others were about to depart, and they went to the police station to see them off. Upon hearing Quan Shengnan's instructions to Xiao Li and Xiao Du, Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meijin immediately stated that the foundation needn't provide this money. They would cover everything, including Lu Fugue and the others' food, accommodation, and travel expenses. This time, Quan Shengnan did not decline. Every bit the foundation could save was good. Besides, Zhu Mingliang and Yang Meijin truly weren't short of money. The local police officers nearly cried. Did this mean they had messed up again? What made them even more tearful, however, were the excuses made by those currently arrested for buying children in their own defense. Chapter 568, Interrogation Sharp as a Blade 12. The interview from the previous day had become widely known early in the morning. A major case. Over a dozen heinous human traffickers, nearly 100 harmed children and adults. The traffickers adorned with jewels, the disabled beggars covered in scars. Their photos were printed side by side in the newspaper, creating a stark contrast that filled countless people with righteous indignation. They cursed the traffickers and demanded severe punishment. The municipal government immediately formulated corresponding countermeasures, reacting with incredible speed. Those within Greater Shanghai who had bought children from the traffickers were arrested early in the morning. The couple who had bought young Chuanqiu turned out to be fairly well off, with assets amounting to tens of millions. No wonder, as soon as they had a child of their own, without even knowing its gender, they began to worry that young Chuanqiu would compete with their biological child for the family fortune. The woman, her belly not yet visibly swollen, argued vehemently, "Why are you arresting us? On what grounds? We treated that child as well as anyone possibly could. He ate well, dressed well. If not for us, he would have ended up like those beggars, missing an arm or a leg, or blind, or without a tongue. You should be thanking us, not arresting and accusing us." As soon as Yang Meijin entered the police station, she heard this speech. She desperately wanted to rush over and slap the woman, especially since Qiuqiu, in her arms, was calling that couple mommy and daddy. There was no helping it. Qiuqiu was only 1.5 when he went missing, but had lived with that couple for 2 years. A 3.5-year-old child already remembers some things, and having been separated from the couple for only a few days, he naturally hadn't forgotten. Zhu Mingliang urged her to quickly take the child and leave. Considering the seriousness of the situation, she hurried out, coaxing Qiuqiu all the while. It took a great deal of effort to finally calm him down. Zhu Mingliang stood before the couple and said coldly, "According to our country's laws, buying and selling children is a crime. Even if you treated Qiuqiu well, it cannot cover up your crime." Quan Shengnan, holding Ruerue, approached and added, "Exactly." Her gaze was icy, and so was her voice. If there were no people like you trying to buy children, human traffickers would have no profit to gain. How could they continuously traffic children? It is precisely people like you who enable the rampant of traffickers, allowing it to persist for decades without end. Who are you? Spouting nonsense here. The woman, seemingly aware that others wouldn't dare harm her, deliberately stuck out her belly, acting with impunity. Quan Shengnan's eyes briefly swept over her belly. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to understand that you have committed a crime and must accept punishment. That is enough. We don't have children, of course we need to buy a child to raise." "Why is that a crime?" "Because you engaged in buying and selling." Quan Shengnan retorted sharply. "You don't have children and want one. Why couldn't you adopt from a children's welfare home? There are many parentless children in welfare homes. If you had adopted through proper procedures, how would that be a crime? Instead, you chose not to take the proper path but resorted to underhanded methods. Now that it's time to be punished, you claim you've done nothing wrong. How can such a good thing exist?" These were words she wanted to say to all those without ability to have children who always think about buying children. If those without ability to have children adopt orphans from welfare homes, they get children, and the orphans in welfare homes find homes. Isn't that a win-win situation? Several reporters who had been waiting early at the police station nodded secretly, planning to highlight these words in their publications. Of course, they had been reminded early on not to include Quan Shengnan's name or photo. These words, like the questions posed by the ********* to the police, once published, attracted widespread attention in society. Some police officers did not want the reporters to publish this, but they couldn't withstand the pressure from people like Zhou Aihua and Meng Haoren, who were not under the jurisdiction of the Greater Shanghai Police, along with Jin Yutong. During interviews, they had spoken out in heavy tones. They wanted to use the ************************ questions to inspire a sense of responsibility. Chapter 569, Homeless One. The far-reaching impact of other matters was something Quan Shengnan couldn't grasp for the moment. However, after the reports, many parents and family members in the greater Shanghai area were secretly alerted and began paying more attention to their children's safety. Without the reports from television stations and newspapers, how many ordinary people would truly understand the rampant and vicious nature of human traffickers? Yet, there are still many common folk who don't regularly follow the news, especially those in backward or remote rural areas. It was 1995, and televisions were not as widespread as they would be in later years. Many households didn't have the habit of subscribing to newspapers either. Among the abducted children, those from rural backgrounds constituted the majority. Quan Shengnan suggested that the police periodically send personnel to villages with poor communication infrastructure to conduct awareness campaigns. These campaigns would publicize the dangers of human traffickers and remind every household to keep a close watch on their children. Many children were abducted precisely because their parents were careless. Never underestimate a moment of carelessness. It often leads to major tragedies. Forget it. Matters like these were better entrusted to the foundation staff for peace of mind. After seeing off Lu Fuguei and the others, Quan Shengnan transferred Zhu Mingliang's 10 million into the foundation's account. She instructed Xue Xiaojun, the current chief administrator of the foundation, to handle it, with the primary goal of establishing an anti-trafficking fund. Except for the first 2 or 3 years, the foundation had been managed by Xue Xiaojun for the rest of the time. The foundation's funds were now overseen by Bai Ruoxuan, while its affairs were managed by Xue Xiaojun. Both were professionals. The former had his mother's life saved by Quan Shengnan, and the latter, who was desperate when his wife and child were critically ill, was also rescued by her. Both were extremely loyal to Quan Shengnan. Upon receiving the instructions, Xue Xiaojun immediately began planning, laying a solid foundation for the Quan Shengnan Foundation's anti-trafficking efforts. With a large number of traffickers apprehended in Greater Shanghai, staff from the Foundation's Shanghai branch stepped forward to care for the rescued disabled individuals. Xue Xiaojun, based in Nanjing, had already received detailed reports. The Foundation lacked neither funds nor compassion. Many people responded enthusiastically. Xiaodu volunteered, requesting to lead the anti-trafficking fund project at the Foundation's Beijing branch. He hated traffickers more than anyone. Quan Shengnan smiled and said, "Anti-trafficking work requires a significant investment of time and energy. Since you volunteered, Brother Du, I naturally welcome it." Both Xiaodu and Xiaoli were deeply loyal and righteous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined the foundation immediately after graduating from university, traveling extensively to help others in need. Quan Shengnan had long lost count of how many people her foundation had helped, saved, or secured a future for. She only knew that the merit accumulating on her was increasing daily. However, she had encountered ungrateful individuals, and there were quite a few of them. That's why Quan Shengnan valued those with grateful hearts even more. Xiaodu said, "Once this matter is settled and I find my own parents and family, I will devote myself entirely to anti-trafficking work. I hope that children who were trafficked like me, and children who were abused like Rui, can be reunited with their families." Hearing Xiaodu mention his name, Rui, who was engrossed in eating his sponge cake, lifted his little face covered in crumbs. "Brother Du." Rui blinked his big, confused eyes. Why was he being called? Quan Shengnan affectionately flicked his forehead. "We're not talking to you. Be good and finish your cake." Rui let out an "oh" and lowered his head, focusing intently on conquering the last piece of sponge cake. Quan Shengnan smiled slightly and turned back to Xiaodu. "Have all the families of those disabled individuals been notified?" "They have been." Mentioning this, Xiaodu frowned slightly. Chapter 570, Homeless 2. Seeing this, Quan Shengnan already had some understanding. Is it that some people are unwilling to come pick up their children? Xiaodu nodded, his expression grave. He said sadly, "Miss, did you already anticipate this? I thought once the traffickers were brought down and the matter was over, you could return to the capital. Yet you said you wouldn't leave until they were properly settled." Only now did he understand that every word Quan Shengnan spoke had its purpose. Early in the morning, Xiaodu, Xiaoli, and others had helped the police notify the families of these victims one by one. The results were far beyond their expectations. Many parents and family members were excited upon hearing their child's whereabouts and immediately said they would rush over. However, after the initial excitement, a portion of the families calmly inquired about the child's condition. Upon hearing that the child was disabled, some unable to walk, some unable to see, their tone immediately changed. From enthusiastic to indifferent. From excited to calm. Among those Xiaodu contacted, there were such cases. They began to complain over the phone, talking about their family's poverty and the hardships of life. Finally, they said they couldn't afford the expense and pressure of raising a disabled person, so they would leave it to the state to handle. They wouldn't come, to avoid a more heartbreaking reunion, and so on. Among the victims, aside from a few with minor disabilities, the others had very severe disabilities and indeed required care. Xiaodu was extremely shocked and quickly said the police would help them obtain disability certificates and that the state would cover part of the responsibility. However, this did not soften their hearts. They immediately retorted sarcastically, "The state? It's not like we don't have disabled people here. How much food and money does the state give each month? It's not even enough to eat. Who has the time and energy to take care of them? Since the state will take responsibility, then let it be responsible for their entire lives. Don't disturb our already difficult lives." Some of them had had other children after their child went missing. Their feelings for the original child naturally weren't as strong as for the later-born ones. They feared that bringing this disabled child home would burden the family and that the later-born children would eventually have to take care of them. Others, after receiving the notification and hearing that a wealthy businessman would fully cover their food, lodging, and travel expenses, said they would set out as soon as the money arrived. The money was wired that same day, but they never came. Zhu Mingliang, who was responsible for the wire transfers, received this news, shook his head, and sighed, human nature. Even worse, some, upon hearing that the traffickers had used these victims to beg for money, actually pressed Xiaodu for details on how much money could be begged per day. Hearing the barely concealed delight in their tone, Xiaodu sensed something was wrong and hung up without providing details. Despicable. Despicable. He thought the traffickers were already heinous, but he never imagined there were parents and family members who showed no concern for their child. Instead, upon hearing of the child's plight, they thought about how to use their already disabled child to beg for money. Their cruelty was no less than that of the traffickers. Quan Shengnan said with a bitter smile, "As Mr. Zhu said, human nature is hard to predict. Our foundation often goes to the countryside to aid the poor. You've seen with your own eyes the extent of poverty and backwardness in many places. For people like this, life is already hard enough. How could they take on such a heavy burden?" Some traffickers prefer to abduct women and children from such areas, partly because girls there are easily tempted by the outside world's allure, and partly because their families lack the means to search for them. Because of this, they disregard. Chapter 571, Homeless 3. Xiaodu felt heartbroken and helpless. Should he first inquire whether his own parents and relatives were willing to see him before deciding whether or not to acknowledge them? Quan Shengnan sighed and said, "We are not them. We cannot change their minds. We can only do our best in this matter to ensure the future livelihood of these victims." Xiaodu asked urgently, "What should we do?" Many children are hoping to find their families and go home, just like Montong and Qiuqiu did. At the mention of the word home, Xiaodu couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. Going home. Their wish was so humble. They just wanted to return to their own homes, to reunite with their families, to receive their families' care like Montong and Qiuqiu, to no longer drift from place to place or suffer hardships. Yet, even such a small wish, heaven would not grant it. No, it wasn't heaven that refused to grant it, but human hearts. Human selfishness. Thinking of the eager, waiting eyes of those victims, Xiaodu couldn't bear to tell them, "Stop waiting. Stop waiting, it's hopeless." Their families, upon learning of their disabilities, had decided to abandon them. When the time comes, the people at the foundation will have to work harder. They must keep a close watch on the parents and families who take the children away, lest they excitedly take the children now but cannot endure the pressures of life later and change their approach. Sometimes, cruelty towards children isn't just about physical abuse, it can also be emotional violence. Emotional coldness hurts the heart the most. The fear is that some parents might take the victims back, but gradually wear away their care for them in daily life. A significant number of the victims are severely disabled, unable to work or perform tasks. They need their family's care for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Even a filial son grows weary by a long sick parent's bedside. If even children struggle with filial piety, how much more so others? Perhaps at first, the families will be attentive, but as time passes and pressures mount, they may grow increasingly impatient. The result of impatience is only one: disgust, indifference, and frequent scolding or beating. Such things are very likely to happen. That is why Quan Shengnan had this consideration. Faced with such treatment, it might be better to place these victims, along with those whose families do not come for them, in the disability welfare homes run by the foundation. At least there, everyone is like them, and they won't have to endure the strange looks of others. Of course, for those children who will be well cared for by their parents and families, having family companionship is indeed much better for them than living in a welfare home. That is the proper destination they deserve. Quan Shengnan's concern was for those children who would not receive kind treatment from their families in the future. It wasn't that she was judging others by her own standards, but rather that it was necessary to guard against all possibilities. After all, the ways of the world are unpredictable. It would be best if it didn't happen, but if it did, they could discover it in time and make arrangements accordingly. After listening, Xiaodu was silent for a moment and then said, "Miss is very foresight. If I notify the victims' families to come now, given their current indifference, I dare not believe how they will treat these children in the future. It's possible that some will regret taking the victims back very soon. This is indeed something that needs attention. We must see things through from beginning to end. We cannot abandon them halfway." Their purpose was to help people, not simply to find their families and consider the matter closed. Rue, who had been dazed listening while eating his sponge cake, suddenly said pitifully, "Sister, does that mean Rue's mom?" Chapter 572, Homeless 4. Upon hearing this, Quan Shengnan and Xiaodu suddenly turned to look at him. Large teardrops rolled out of Rue's eyes. Rue understands what sister and brother are saying. He wiped his eyes, pouted his lips in grievance, and choked out, but Rue can see, can walk around, can dress and feed himself. It's just that Rue has one less ear than others. Rue won't be a child who needs mommy and daddy to take care of him. Rue wants to go home. Quan Shengnan used a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. Rue is so good, so smart. How could Rue's mommy and daddy not want him? It's just that Rue's home is far away, so Rue's mommy and daddy will arrive a little later. Your brother Xiaodu has already contacted your mommy and daddy. Your daddy is outside looking for you, and your mommy got the call and said she's coming right away. Rue's eyes lit up. They want Rue? They will come, right? Of course. If they didn't want you, why would your daddy be outside looking for you? Your daddy has been looking for you for a long time, and your mommy has been waiting at home for news, just in case you came home and couldn't find your family. Rue's mommy and daddy really want Rue? Seeing Xiaodu nod, Rue's tone was still very uncertain. Of course. Rue, remember to sleep well. Tomorrow, Rue's mommy and daddy will arrive tomorrow. Hearing this, Rue happily threw himself into her arms. The next day, Rue's parents arrived one after the other. Rue's home was closer to Greater Shanghai, so his mother arrived first, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Rue's father had been searching desperately for his son outside and hadn't even returned home for the new year. As he was farther away, he didn't arrive in Greater Shanghai until after 7 o'clock. Once they met up, they couldn't wait to come. Fortunately, someone from the foundation accompanied Rue's mother. Otherwise, they would have surely gotten lost. Upon seeing their son who had been missing for a year, the young parents wept with joy. Rue's mother, Xia Lin, hugged her son, kissing him repeatedly, and knelt down to kowtow to Quan Shengnan, who quickly reached out to stop her. Thank you so much, Miss Quan. We've been looking for Rue for so long. Without you, we truly don't know when we would have found him. Rue wasn't lost due to their carelessness, nor was he stolen because they had made enemies. A year ago, she was holding Rue while going to the market. Walking on the street, someone snatched him right in front of her. It was a two-person operation. One person drove a car without license plates, and the other got out to snatch the child. After snatching the child, they shoved him into the car, got in themselves, and sped away. Snatching a child in broad daylight brazenly. Xia Lin cried, shouted, begged, and chased. Many people around helped her, but cars with 4 wheels were rare in their town. Even chasing on a tractor, they couldn't catch up. They chased for a long time, until they ran out of fuel and water, but they never caught up, not even knowing where the target was. Just like that, Rue was gone. Rue was missing. Rue's father, Cheng Hui, opened his arms and held his wife and son in an embrace, his eyes rimmed an unbelievable red. Reunited with his parents, Rue was so happy he felt like he could fly. He jumped up and down on the ground, his little face flushed with excitement, cheering, "Sister, sister." Rue's mommy and daddy came to find Rue. Rue can go home. A few days later, the families of some of the other victims arrived one after another, each expressing immense gratitude to Quan Shengnan. However, those who didn't. Chapter 573, Homeless 5. Those victims had experienced the most tragic things in the world and were no longer naive, ignorant children. Every day, they looked into the distance, silently watching other parents come to take their children away. Each time they saw this, the light in their eyes dimmed a little more. Bit by bit, drop by drop, until it was completely extinguished, devoid of any luster. The notification had been sent days ago. No matter how far the journey, they should have arrived by now, right? No, there was no sign of anyone. Xiaodu felt terrible but dared not tell them that their families would not come. Even if their families were forced to come and take them home, their future would be very worrying. They might still end up in the hands of traffickers, begging on the streets. Quan Shengnan had coordinated with the police to temporarily arrange for them to stay at a welfare home under the foundation. Some police officers, unaware of the victims' family situations, objected. According to standard procedure, their families should be forced to come and take them away. Every parent has the obligation to raise their children. When they heard Xiaodu's angry explanation of the reasons, they immediately fell silent. They had worked so hard to rescue these victims. How could they let them escape the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's mouth? The result of their silence was agreeing to Quan Shengnan's approach. When arranging for them to move in, Xiaodu even lied, telling them that their families hadn't been contacted yet, that their families didn't know, and that it wasn't that their families didn't want them. Unexpectedly, a young boy who had lost both arms at the shoulders and was blind in both eyes suddenly said, "It's because they don't want us anymore, right?" Xiaodu was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Quan Shengnan was comforting a 7 or 8-year-old girl named Qianqian who had lost a leg and an arm. Hearing this, she turned around. "Xiaoduo, why do you say that?" She didn't agree with Xiaodu lying, even if it was a white lie. Some things they should know. They were children, but not simple children. Deception would only make them feel deeply hurt. The young boy named Xian Xiaoduo said, "Everyone says, sister, that you have divine foresight. What the police can't find out, you can divine. And you are the daughter of a high official. Since you are helping us so diligently, how could you not be able to contact them? They haven't come. There's only one reason. They think we are a burden. Taking us back wouldn't mean we could support them in their old age. Instead, they would have to take care of us." Most of the children whose parents hadn't come to pick them up were severely disabled and unable to care for themselves. Some had no arms, some were blind, some were paralyzed from the waist down. In other words, none of them had the ability to be self-reliant. Like, who had lost both legs, but could still see and use his hands to dress and eat. They weren't like that. They simply couldn't take care of themselves at all. They were all useless. Qian Xiaoduo's expression was very calm, so calm it was almost cold. Qianqian burst into tears with a wail. "Brother Xiaoduo, don't my mommy and daddy want me anymore? I'm very good. I still have one hand. I can dress and eat by myself. I can walk on crutches by myself. I won't make them take care of me. Brother Xiaoduo, Sister Shengnan, I want to go home. I want to find my mommy and daddy, like Brother Monsang and little Brother Xiaoduzi did." Quan Shengnan's heart ached, and tears almost welled up in her eyes. But she could control herself after all. She forced the tears back. How could she tell her that her parents had given birth to a younger brother, so they didn't want her anymore, not wanting her to become a burden on the family, a burden on her brother's future? She gently stroked Qianqian's head. "I believe Qianqian is very good. Qianqian is very sensible. Qianqian can take care of herself. Sister says I'm very good, says I'm very sensible, but why haven't my mommy and daddy come? Other mommies and daddies have come. Why haven't my mommy and daddy come?" Chapter 574, Homeless 6. Qianqian cried until she was out of breath, her sallow, thin little face flushed bright red. The Foundation members and kind-hearted people who had arranged their accommodation all turned aside to wipe their tears, sharing in the sorrow yet feeling utterly helpless. Xian Xiaoduo's gaze softened a little. Sitting in his wheelchair, his sightless eyes turned towards where Qianqian was. "Stop crying, Qianqian. We don't have the right to cry." Qianqian hiccuped and immediately stopped crying. The crying ceased, but the hiccups continued. "Brother Xiaoduo. Qianqian, from now on, Brother Xiaoduo will always be with you. They don't want us, and we don't want them either." Xian Xiaoduo's expression was exceptionally calm. "Qianqian, you said you like painting the most, right? Let's ask Sister Shengnan to let you learn painting. In the future, you'll become a great painter, make everyone envy you, and make them regret not acknowledging you." "Well said." Quan Shengnan looked at Qian Xiaoduo with approval. This teenager had lost his eyes and his arms, yet his mind was intelligent, extraordinary, and he possessed great pride. That's right. Being abandoned by parents and family, and then wallowing in self-pity, would never change their situation. Only by constantly enriching themselves and making those people regret it was the greatest revenge. "Qianqian, do you like painting? How about sister gives you a painting?" Seeing her nod, Quan Shengnan immediately asked someone to bring the painting tools she always carried with her. A meticulous brush painting, she kept it simple. A one-armed, one-legged girl came to life on the paper. She sat on the grass sketching, a flower bed before her, her face serene. The girl's features bore a faint resemblance to Qianqian's. A light gradually shone in Qianqian's eyes. She stretched out her only hand and gently touched the painting. "Sister, can Qianqian learn to paint in the future? To paint as well as sister?" "You will." Quan Shengnan nodded earnestly. "You'll live together with the other brothers, sisters, and younger siblings. Sister will arrange for people to teach you relevant knowledge, teaching you whatever you can learn, so no one feels bored. Qianqian, let's start with the simplest learning first, then we'll hire a professional art teacher to teach you painting. How does that sound?" A brilliant smile appeared on Qianqian's face, and she nodded heavily. "Okay." She turned her head to look at Qian Xiaoduo. Brother Xiaoduo, Sister Shengnan agreed. She'll hire a teacher to teach me painting. I can learn to paint the most beautiful pictures, and become a painter. On the condition that Qian behaves. Qian Xiaoduo said. I will be very good, very good, very good. One of the most outstanding disabled artistic painters of the future took her first brave step into her artistic life here. The other children showed expressions of envy and longing. Quan Shengnan saw this. She walked up to a 10-year-old boy whose eyes had been gouged out and tongue cut off. Xinhua, your name is Wang Xinhua, right? I know you can hear. After we get you all settled, Sister will hire a professional teacher for the blind to teach you to read and write. We'll be even better than others. Others learn by looking with their eyes. We'll learn by touching with our hands. Okay. Wang Xinhua was overjoyed, but unfortunately, he could not see nor speak. He stretched out his thin, claw-like hands, groping wildly towards where Quan Shengnan was. Quan Shengnan reached out and gently held them. Don't worry. Everyone will have a chance. It's just that the opportunities will differ based on each person's situation. After hearing her words, the others finally stopped feeling lost and afraid. What they feared most was not living under someone else's roof, but being unable to do anything, being incapable of doing anything well, and Chapter 575, Homeless 7. Among these children, Quan Shengnan most admired Qian Xiaoduo. He was blind and had no arms, but he was meticulous, sharp-minded, and possessed a commanding presence, capable of managing the others. Quan Shengnan had arrangements for everyone else and could not possibly leave him out. After assessing him, Quan Shengnan felt he was suited to be a strategist and advisor. Moreover, his mental arithmetic skills were exceptional. She wanted to find someone to teach him in this area, at least to make him feel he still had a purpose. Qian Xiaoduo agreed readily, without any hesitation. Corresponding arrangements were made for each victim. Quan Shengnan personally made promises in front of them and, after settling them in, invited every promised teacher to the welfare home. These teachers were not professional educators, but were skilled in specific trades. Furthermore, most of them were compassionate individuals who, upon hearing about the victim's plight, volunteered their services without pay. The Quan Shengnan Disabled Welfare Home in Shanghai attracted public attention. The foundation did not accept monetary donations, but every welfare home under its name did not refuse donated items from kind-hearted people. Many generously contributed, purchasing appropriate items for the victims. In addition to clothing and footwear, each victim received gifts from the outside world. Qian received many paints, art supplies, a wheelchair, and someone promised to provide her with a beautiful prosthetic limb in the future. Wang Xinhua received many braille textbooks and supplies. Qian Xiaoduo received items like a radio. Although no parents or family came to take them home, they now had enough to eat and wear, were cared for, and could learn what they wished, ensuring they would not be useless. Everyone was very happy, feeling as if they were in heaven. Qian Xiaoduo had initially been very worried, fearing the welfare home caregivers would gradually lose patience with them. Later, seeing that the caregivers remained exactly as they were at the beginning, always speaking softly and showing them respect in their words, without any trace of disdain or annoying pity, he finally felt at ease. After learning some things from people who came to visit them at the welfare home, he was convinced Quan Shengnan was not someone seeking fame. Intelligent people are often suspicious. Qian Xiaoduo was intelligent and, likewise, very suspicious. He heard about everything Quan Shengnan had done because, during this period, besides arranging for them, the Quan Shengnan Foundation had quickly established an anti-human trafficking fund project in Jinling. To help more people, the foundation publicized Quan Shengnan's past deeds. A thick stack of papers couldn't fully list all the good deeds she had done. Apart from her identity and appearance still being kept private, her name and her abilities were now widely known. During this operation, many people learned of Quan Shengnan's remarkable foresight and planning. With many mouths, even if they didn't speak, word would spread. Previously, only those in certain circles in Beijing knew. Now, practically everyone in Shanghai, high and low, was aware. Xue Xiaojuan's goal was to spread Quan Shengnan's reputation among the common people, so that everyone in the land would know of her abilities and thus feel assured to seek her help, especially parents who had lost children. Simultaneously, the Quan Shengnan Foundation officially announced a press conference, scheduled for 3 days later. At the same time, the charges against that group of human traffickers were finally determined. However, even sentencing these heinous traffickers to death, confiscating their assets, and depriving them of political rights for life could not quell public anger. The harm had already been done, what use was severely punishing them? Apart from serving as a warning to others, it could not restore those poor children to health or their original. Chapter 576, Homeless 8. News came from the north of Jiangsu that Niu Jinlai and his wife, along with Niu Yinlai, met the same fate as those human traffickers. Murder first, than selling people. Moreover, they didn't just sell 2 or 3 children, but dozens, even tens of them. After the families of those children returned, they immediately smashed the Nyo family's home inside and out. In addition, all the higher-ups of those traffickers were also captured. Some were not even within the jurisdiction of the Shanghai police, but the case was so heinous and had such a significant impact that orders came from above. Police forces from various regions actively cooperated and diligently arrested the higher-ups of the traffickers. With the list recorded by Quan Shengnan in hand, none of those criminals escaped. Among these higher-ups, those who had sold more than 3 children were either sentenced to life imprisonment or given the death penalty. A large number of individuals involved in buying Yang Chuanqiu, Lu Mantin, and others were all sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment, with varying lengths. Only the woman who bought Yang Chuanqiu received a 2-year suspended sentence due to her pregnancy. Quan Shengnan sneered at this. That woman was physically weak and prone to difficulty in pregnancy. This fetus simply couldn't be saved. When they first met, the fetus had already died in her womb. It shows that people really do face retribution. Unfortunately, the retribution didn't fall on the 2 adults, but on the fetus. Quan Shengnan had said before that it was precisely these child buyers who enabled the audacity of the traffickers, and they should have been severely punished without leniency. Yes, they hadn't harmed anyone, hadn't killed anyone. They just bought children and even took good care of some, treating them as if they were their own, with great affection. But wasn't it their demand that gave rise to the human trafficking industry in the first place? Actually, according to Quan Shengnan's thinking, even the death penalty wouldn't be excessive. Make an example of someone to warn others. Only by making an example can future people take it as a warning. It's just that the national law is like this. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why the buying and selling of people cannot be curbed. Once discovered, sentenced, and sent to prison, they're out again in a few years. If they behave well in prison or have connections, they might even get a sentence reduction. After getting out, they go right back to what they were doing. It's not unheard of for them to resume their old trade. As soon as I heard about this case, I knew it must be you who had arrived, and sure enough. After watching the TV report on the final disposition of these traffickers, Quan Shengnan saw Zhang Shi floating in from outside, a look of admiration on her face. Quan Shengnan was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered that Zhang Shi had come to Shanghai with that embroidery. She stood up and, as usual, performed an ancient salute, saying, "Master Zhang, have you fulfilled your wish?" Zhang Shi curled her lip, looking dissatisfied. How could it be that easy? When I first mailed the item, it was during some holiday. The package just sat there, completely unattended. It was delayed for a few days, and then it ran into some trouble on the way. Plus, since it was sent anonymously, it hasn't been in Shanghai for long and hasn't even entered that wretch's home yet. Quan Shengnan patted her forehead and couldn't help but laugh. So you came to find me first? Zhang Shi nodded excitedly. Now everyone outside is talking about you. I feel particularly proud to be associated with you. Quan Shengnan smiled without a trace of arrogance. These past few days, she had been overwhelmed, extremely busy. First, comforting the homeless victims. Second, planning the anti-trafficking fund project. Third, preparing for the upcoming press conference and charity gala. She hadn't paid any attention to outside matters and had no idea. Chapter 577, Homeless 9. 2 of the 3 tasks were already completed. Now, only the press conference and the charity gala remained, requiring her to rush back to Jinling and make an appearance. The press conference came first, followed by the charity gala. It was predictable that her name had already become widely known. During Quan Shengnan's time in Jinling, she had bid farewell to Yang Chuanqiu, Zhang Shua, Ruerui, Dong Cheng, and others, as well as to Geng Meizi and others who had come to express their gratitude after finding their children. However, Lu Fugue and the brothers Lu Monsang and Lu Mantin stayed behind. Lu Monsang wanted to spend more time with the brothers and sisters who remained in the welfare home. They had been together for many years and shared deep bonds. Lu Fugue stayed to help with whatever tasks he could manage. As for Lu Mantin, naturally, he stayed with his father and brother. When Lu Fugue and Lu Monsang found him, and Lu Monsang described the scene of their mother's murder, he immediately burst into loud sobs. "Brother, you are my brother, you are my brother." It turned out he had forgotten everything else, but he alone remembered the scene of his mother's murder and his brother protecting him, often waking from his sleep in terror. Seeing Lu Monsang's condition, his heart ached, and he chose to stay at the welfare home with them. When Quan Shengnan came to Shanghai, she had many people with her. Now, aside from Lu Fugue and his sons, and work members of the foundation like Xiaodu and Xiaoli, almost everyone else had returned to where they came from. Wang Suihua, seeing that her husband and sons were finally reunited, came specifically to thank Quan Shengnan. Coincidentally, she arrived just as Zhang Shi was telling Quan Shengnan about how people outside were praising, grateful for, and astonished by her. Upon seeing Zhang Shi, Wang Suihua immediately widened her eyes in surprise. A ghost? There was actually a beautiful and dignified middle-aged female ghost conversing with Quan Shengnan, seemingly very familiar with her. After receiving offerings from Quan Shengnan, Zhang Shi had specifically changed into modern attire, but she still couldn't conceal her composed and classical demeanor. Learning Wang Suihua's identity, Zhang Shi glanced at her a few times and said with interest, "Nan and helped you get revenge and find your son. Have you come to thank her and accept her deliverance?" Wang Suihua was stunned. What deliverance? When Quan Shengnan helped her, she hadn't mentioned that she would only help if Wang Suihua agreed to accept her deliverance. In fact, Quan Shengnan felt that deliverance was a last resort and shouldn't be used as a condition to require others to agree to it before deciding to help them. Oh? Nanan didn't mention it? As a ghost wandering in the human world, if you don't accept Nanan's deliverance, you will eventually scatter and vanish. Zhang Shi raised an eyebrow and said. Wang Suihua looked urgently at Quan Shengnan and received her detailed explanation. After listening, Wang Suihua felt settled in her heart and said, "Since Miss Quan can gain merit by delivering me, then please deliver me." "I am willing." Quan Shengnan hesitated for a moment. "Can you bear to leave your husband and children?" Many of the ghosts she had encountered couldn't bear to leave the human world. Wang Suihua smiled. "I have no regrets now. Fugui found Montseng and Manton, and they will live well. I believe Miss Quan will look after them to some extent. Most importantly, Lu Fugui was only in his 30s now. She didn't want Lu Fugui to be lonely for the rest of his life. She couldn't be so selfish as to hope Lu Fugui would have only her as his wife forever, yet she also didn't want to see him marry someone else. Better not to see. Not seeing means not knowing. She had been thinking before about how to pretend not to see or hear, but now it was settled. She would accept deliverance and enter the cycle of reincarnation. She would have a new life, and Fugui would have a new marriage. And she would only remember Lu Fugui's affection for her. Chapter 578, Homeless 10. Quan Shengnan did not refuse. After guiding Wang Suihua's spirit onward, Zhang Shi sighed. She said, "Seeing these spirits leave one by one, I now feel there's really no point in staying in the mortal world anymore. I only wish to see that wretched woman's reaction when she sees the embroidery, and then I'll return to bid farewell to Brotherly." Quan Shengnan nodded and said, "Mortals have their path, spirits have theirs. Returning is the true destination." Zhang Shi looked at the luggage she had prepared. "Are you returning to Jinling now?" "Yes, all the matters that needed resolving have been settled. I'll return to Jinling to finish the press conference and charity gala, then go back to Beijing. If not for the importance of this matter, I would have started school today." Yesterday was the Lantern Festival, which she spent at the welfare home. Zhang Shi pondered for a moment. "I estimate the embroidery should have reached that wretched woman by now. I'll go keep watch. If I can see her within a day or half a day, I'll return with you. If it takes a few days, you go ahead first. When I return, we can go back to Beijing together." Quan Shengnan agreed with a smile. Zhang Shi immediately drifted away. Quan Shengnan then went to the welfare home, wanting to see the victims once more before leaving. As soon as she entered, she heard Monsong talking to Qian Xiaoduo while they lay on rotten chairs sunbathing. "See, wasn't I right before? After rescuing us, how many of those officers could really take care of us for a lifetime? Make plans for us? If no family came to get us, they'd eventually send us to a welfare home, and those homes definitely wouldn't be as good as this one." The caregivers here were gentle and attentive, the volunteers were enthusiastic, and every detail of their arrangements was meticulously handled. They were not useless. No one here treated them as useless. Those who could attend school went to school, those who couldn't walk learned a trade. Everyone had their own things to keep them busy. So busy that they had no time for self-pity. "Monsong, you were right. Your rebuke of those people back then really felt satisfying." The more Qian Xiaoduo learned about the Quan Shengnan Foundation, and the more knowledge he gained, the more smiles appeared on his face. He was grateful for the arrangements Quan Shengnan had made for him. They were things he enjoyed learning. Before, they had been homeless. Now, they had a home. This home was their big family. They relied on themselves to sustain it, without depending on those who had abandoned them. "Thank goodness we met Sister Quan. Sister Quan always anticipates everything and arranges everything for us. I have no legs and cannot walk, but I really love handicrafts, especially carving. Sister Shengnan praised my talent, gave me a set of carving tools, and said she has many pieces of jade and would waiting for me to carve for her once I've mastered the skill." Monseng felt that his future life was full of hope, no longer bleak and dark. Quan Shengnan did not disturb their conversation and quietly walked away. Qian Xiaoduo seemed to sense something. Having lost his sight, his hearing was very sharp. "Monsong, was that Sister Quan who came?" Monsong turned his head and only saw her retreating figure. He told Qian Xiaoduo, who said, I heard Sister Quan's foundation is holding a press conference in Jinling, and also some charity gala to raise funds to help more people. Sister Quan probably came today to see us before leaving. Quan Shengnan heard this from afar and sighed inwardly. If Qian Xiaoduo still had his eyes and both arms intact, what an outstanding young man he would be. He would surely be peerless in grace and talent. Quan Shengnan did not want to disturb anyone. She intended to come quietly and leave gently, but things don't always go as one wishes. Sharp-eyed Ling Qianqian spotted her, and then it became lively. While it was Chapter 579, Homeless 11. When Zhanshi went to find Quan Shengnan, the embroidery had not yet been delivered to little Zhanshi. Now, having just arrived at the Han family, she saw little Zhanshi unwrapping a parcel that looked all too familiar to her. It turned out that in this short span of time, little Zhanshi had already retrieved the parcel. More than half a century had passed, nearly a full cycle of 60 years. Little Zhanshi had suffered hardships and endured misery, her hair now completely white, her back bent like a bow. As she unwrapped the parcel, she muttered, Who sent this? It probably isn't Han Cheng. Han Cheng has returned to Greater Shanghai. No return address, and it's so light, what precious thing could it possibly contain? Currently living with little Zhanshi were her grandson Han Su and his wife and children. Apart from Han Cheng, little Zhanshi's own children were no longer alive. Fortunately, they had left behind children and grandchildren, unlike Zhanshi's other children, who likely hadn't managed to preserve any descendants. It was perfectly normal. The clever little Zhanshi had, of course, focused on protecting her own children, not those who knew about her past. The reason Han Cheng had survived was probably because he had always believed little Zhanshi was his birth mother. Watching her sister's son being so filial to her filled little Zhanshi with an indescribable sense of pleasure. Hearing little Zhanshi's complaint, Han Su, who had just returned from work, laughed and said, Mom, if someone sent you something, it must be someone who knows you. Maybe you know them too, they just forgot to write their name and address. Recently, a major case involving child trafficking, child abuse, and forcing children into begging had erupted in Greater Shanghai, keeping the government very busy. Busy protecting the reputation of officials. Busy appeasing the public. Busy solemnly declaring to the outside world that they would never tolerate any human trafficker. As a government worker, Han Su was naturally very busy and had no time to dwell on a parcel. Little Zhanshi glanced up at him and finished opening the package. It was an embroidery. Little Zhanshi came from a family of embroiderers. She hadn't applied herself in her youth, and now, knowing regret was useless, she had nevertheless grown fond of embroidery. It must have been sent by someone who knew her. Only those very close to her knew about her fondness for embroidery. With a face full of smiles, she unfolded the neatly folded embroidery. But the moment she saw the pattern on it, little Zhanshi's wrinkled face instantly turned deathly pale. Her hand trembled, and she threw the embroidery to the ground. Han Su exclaimed in surprise, Mom, what's wrong? He looked and looked. It was just an ordinary piece of embroidery, nothing dangerous at all. He walked over and picked it up. Shaking it open gently, a faint landscape scene came into view, the embroidery technique exquisitely refined. Heavens! This is goo embroidery. Extremely valuable goo embroidery. Throw it away. Little Zhanshi shouted sharply, her face still pale, then muttered to herself, She's appeared. She's appeared. It must be her, it must be her. Han Su frowned. Mom, what are you talking about? Who has appeared? Who is she? Before little Zhanshi's eyes, an image of Zhanshi's face seemed to appear, wearing a faint, ambiguous smile. She herself had grown old, while Zhanshi remained in middle age, with fair skin and handsome features. Don't come near. Don't come near me. Terrified, little Zhanshi fell from her chair to the floor, waving her hands frantically. If you want to find someone, go find your son. Don't come looking for me. Zhanshi traced her finger along her lips, a look of confusion on her face. What was going on now? She hadn't planned to appear, and she wasn't appearing now. Without Quan Shengnan, she couldn't manifest. So, that wretch was hallucinating? That was indeed the case. If you have Chapter 580, Homeless 12. What did little Zhanshi fear most in her life? It was the ghost of Zhanshi coming to demand her life. She was now over 80 years old and had always been in robust health. With no trace of Zhanshi appearing for so many years, she had gradually set her mind at ease. She believed she would live to a natural old age without encountering anything related to Zhanshi. She was the true winner in life. She had surpassed Zhanshi, and everything that belonged to Zhanshi was now hers. Unexpectedly, today, she received the painting that Zhanshi had once embroidered in her place. That painting should have been destroyed in the war, so why did it appear? The exact same landscape scene, the exact same embroidery technique. All were from Zhanshi's own hand. Eldest sister, so many years have passed, I'm old now. Don't come for me, don't come for me. Don't blame me, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your husband. It was him. He was the one who abandoned you, not me, not me. He fell for me first. I didn't deliberately ruin your marriage. And it was also him. It was him who told Han Cheng to recognize me as his mother, and forbade anyone from telling Han Cheng the truth. Little Zhanshe spoke recklessly, and many secrets buried for years poured out. Mother, what are you saying? You said, I'm not your son? Then who am I? Who is my mother? While little Zhanshe was rambling, Han Cheng happened to come to visit his elderly mother and heard everything clearly. The things in his hands fell to the ground, apples, oranges, and other fruits scattering everywhere. Due to his granddaughter's death, filled with guilt, he had retired early and returned to settle in Greater Shanghai with his wife and grandson, living not far from little Zhanshe. Usually, he would visit little Zhanshe whenever he had time. Originally, he intended to provide for his elderly mother, but she was unwilling to live with him, preferring to live with her grandson. Helpless, he agreed. He never imagined that today, carrying gifts, he would hear such shocking words. Han Cheng's appearance did not resemble Zhanshe's, except for his eyes, which were strikingly similar. His shocked expression was exactly like Zhanshe's when she discovered her husband's affair with her younger sister. Little Zhanshe grabbed something nearby and threw it in Han Cheng's direction. Eldest sister, don't blame me. Who told you to call me a vile woman? I just wanted your son to revere me like a deity. Eldest sister? Son? There was a huge age gap between his parents, at least 20 years. Han Cheng had suspected it before, but later his older brothers and sisters said their mother was their father's second wife, which dispelled his doubts. He thought his brothers and sisters, who were 10 or 20 years older, were all from his father's previous wife, and they never denied it. Now he discovered the truth was completely different from what he knew. Is the eldest sister you mentioned my mother? Is this eldest sister referring to father's former wife, or are you saying my mother is your biological elder sister? Han Cheng asked. Don't ask me, don't ask me. Eldest sister, don't come for me. Little Zhanshe, ignoring her son's astonished gaze, snatched the embroidery from his hands and threw it out the window. Mother, what's wrong with you? She's back. She's back. It's her, it really is her. Only she would know the pattern and technique of that embroidery. Little Zhanshe, still terrified, hurried to close the doors and windows, attempting to shut out the approaching person or ghost. Unfortunately, she used too much force and stepped on an apple that had rolled near her foot. With a thud, she fell flat on her back. Stars flashed before her eyes, and little Zhanshe immediately fainted. Frightened, Han Su and Han Cheng quickly took her to the hospital. After the doctor's examination, they were informed that due to the fall and the shock, the elderly woman had suffered a stroke. Her mouth was crooked, her eyes askew, and half of her body was paralyzed. Chapter 581, Mother and Son Meet One. Madame Jean was dumbfounded. She had asked Quan Shengnan to embroider this landscape painting and send it to little Madame Jean, intending to watch her live the rest of her life in fear and dread with her own eyes. She had never harbored any delusions of causing little Madame Jean any tangible consequences. Nearly 60 years had passed. Little Madame Jean had lived well, lived freely. She herself had never dared to truly believe that good would be rewarded and evil punished. Who would have thought, who would have ever thought? Who would have thought little Madame Jean would be so frightened she became paralyzed? Well, saying she was frightened isn't entirely accurate. It was fright combined with a fall. Madame Jean looked at her youngest son. She looked at this son whom she had personally watched grow up, then marry and have children, and finally retire early. She had never thought of letting him know his true origins, of placing him in a dilemma. Birth mother, adoptive mother, which carries more weight? It's hard to distinguish. More people tend to believe the debt of birth is less than the debt of upbringing. Madame Jean felt her life was a joke. Her husband had an affair with her own sister, her children favored their stepmother. They had sailed away like one family, yet abandoned her, the one who should have accompanied them most. Although Han Cheng was only 2 years old at the time and unaware of everything, she was even more afraid that if Han Cheng learned the truth, he would still choose little Madame Jean. Therefore, she chose not to use Quan Shengnan's mouth to tell Han Cheng about his origins. The ways of the world are unpredictable. So coincidentally, after little Madame Jean received the embroidery, she herself blurted out the truth, which Han Cheng happened to hear. Shocked, he dropped the fruit he was holding, which rolled all over the floor and became the direct cause of little Madame Jean's paralysis. Could this be considered retribution? Madame Jean wondered. Upon hearing the doctor's announcement, Han Su's expression turned extremely grim. He stared at Han Cheng, who wore a look of guilt and bewilderment, for quite a while. Seeming to think of something, he let out a long sigh and said, "Uncle, you don't need to blame yourself. Grandma ending up like this was not your intention." Yes, it was indeed Han Cheng's fruit that rolled on the floor, which little Madame Jean didn't notice and stepped on, causing her to fall. However, the root cause of everything was little Madame Jean herself. If she hadn't panicked, if she had watched where she was going, this tragedy would never have happened at all. Han Su had known since childhood that Han Chung was not his grandmother's biological son, so he had never invested any genuine affection in Han Chung. Yet, Han Chung was very lucky and capable. He actually rose to the position of Deputy Secretary of the Jinling Municipal Party Committee, equivalent to the mayor's position, a high office Han Su could never hope to reach in his lifetime. Even though Han Chung had retired, and his son and daughter-in-law were in prison serving sentences, his network of connections still remained. Han Su wanted to use Han Chang's connections to advance his own career. No matter what, he could not afford to harbor resentment towards him. The facts were already established. Blaming him further would be useless. It was better to let him feel guilty and sincerely help plan for Han Su's future prospects. Could someone who rose to Deputy Municipal Party Committee Secretary be simple in terms of scheming and methods? The reason he couldn't advance further wasn't due to lack of ability, but because he had shielded his son and daughter-in-law's past actions, felt ashamed before his granddaughter, and consequently retired early. Seeing Han Su like this, Han Chung suddenly snapped back to reality. He said indifferently, regardless, your grandmother fell because she stepped on an apple one dropped. All medical expenses, as well as future nursing and living expenses, should rightly be my responsibility. As for the career advancement Han Su wanted? Sorry, but someone who can seek profit from their grandmother's injury must have a cold and callous nature. How could one help such a cold-hearted person achieve success and prosperity? Wouldn't the common people suffer then? Han Chung had retired, but his heart for the people hadn't diminished in the slightest. Chapter 582, Mother and Son Meet Too. His fault, he would bear. But he would not help Han Su achieve his goal just because of his own guilt. A mistake, once made, is enough. Ever since he learned the truth about his granddaughter's death, he had been reminding himself of this. He thought the death of his granddaughter and the imprisonment of his son and daughter-in-law were the greatest sorrows of his life. Little did he expect that in his later years, there would be an even more devastating truth. The woman he believed to be his birth mother was actually not his biological mother. He was already halfway into the coffin when he learned his true origins from the mouth of his old mother. If she hadn't received that strange piece of embroidery, would she have never intended to tell him in her lifetime? And whether the old mother had done anything wrong to his birth mother could almost be guessed from the words she revealed. Looking at little Jean on the bed, with her mouth askew, eyes slanted, face full of pain and embarrassment, and the pale yellow water stains slowly flowing down from the bed, Han Chung suddenly lost the desire to pursue the matter further. When he called the nurse in, he did not miss the flash of embarrassment in Han Su's eyes. Was he disliking little Jean now? Truly cold-hearted. She had just had a stroke, and the doctor said recovery was not impossible, yet he was already disliking her. If little Jean were to remain bedridden for life, would he then ignore her completely? Little Jean had loved him like a precious treasure. Before, Han Chung thought that as the eldest son of little Jean, he should lead by example. There was no need to envy his younger siblings for receiving their old mother's favoritism, nor to feel that the old mother doted more on his nephew, especially since the latter had lost his parents. Now, he finally understood that the reason for everything was that he was not little Jean's biological son. When the nurse came in to handle the situation, Han Chung and Han Su walked out. Han Chung spoke first. This matter is due to my fault. Once the doctor says your grandmother can be discharged, I will take her to my place. He could easily afford to hire another nanny. Although he was not like the descendants of his younger siblings, Han Su and others, who divided all of the Han family's assets, his elder brothers and sisters had secretly given him their respective savings before they passed away, which amounted to a considerable sum. He had found it strange before, why were the elder brothers and sisters born from his father's ex-wife so good to him? Now he knew, they were his full siblings, sharing the same father and mother. Han Su agreed without hesitation. I'm sorry, uncle. I have to work every day and really can't spare the time to accompany Grandma. Although we have a nanny at home, a nanny is no match for the care and companionship of family. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and Auntie, Han Su said, afraid others would think poorly of him. He hurriedly defended himself. He wasn't unfilial. He just didn't have the time to be filial. I understand, Han Chung replied with a faint smile. The arrangements for after little Jean's discharge were thus settled. After the nurse finished and came out, Han Chung went back in and told little Jean about his and Han Su's decision. Little Jean had just regained consciousness not long ago. The crookedness of her mouth affected her speech, making her words unclear. She made a couple of hoarse sounds, but neither Han Chung nor Han Su understood what she said. The latter then squatted by the window and said softly, Grandma, I'm busy with work. After you move to Uncle's house, Tianqing and I will bring Xiaobao to visit you often. Xiang Tianqing was Han Su's wife. Xiaobao was Han Su's son. Little Jean continued to make horse sounds, wanting to say she disagreed, but Han Su glanced at his watch and said he still had work to finish, then bid farewell and left. Only Han Cheng remained before her. Han Cheng stood by the bed, looking down at little Jean. You're afraid that now that I know the truth, I'll mistreat you in your daily life, aren't you? It's a pity Han Su doesn't consider this at all. He simply sees you as a Chapter 583, Mother and Son Meet 3. Madame Xiaozhan suddenly opened her eyes wide, angrily spitting out indistinct words, drooling without even realizing it. Han Cheng took a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her mouth, sighing, You're really overthinking things. You're already in your 80s and have raised me for so many years. How could I possibly do anything to you? The debt of birth and the debt of upbringing held equal weight in his heart. Why? Why measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person? When he first learned the truth, he was indeed shocked and furious, feeling deceived. But after this incident, and upon reflecting on the years of nurturing affection, Han Cheng felt nothing but a sigh in his heart. Don't worry, I will hire a caregiver to take good care of you, Han Cheng said. How could Madame Xiaozhan dare to believe him? Whenever she thought of that eerie embroidery of Jean, she felt terrified and didn't want to see Han Cheng at all. Looking into Han Cheng's eyes, she would think of her own sister. And thinking of her sister filled her with immense fear. To make matters worse, her most beloved eldest grandson, the one she had doted on to the core, planning to leave him all her best hidden treasures, had actually been the first to abandon her, leaving her with Han Cheng before walking away. Could there really be retribution in this world? Madame Xiaozhan felt like crying, but had no tears left. Then she heard Han Cheng say softly, I won't do anything to you. Right now, I just want to know what exactly happened in the past, and what kind of person my birth mother was. I want to know whether you called her eldest sister, because my mother was my father's former wife, or because my mother was your own sister. Since you've ended up like this, I can't find out from you, but wasn't there still Quan Shengnan, who could know the past and the future? Quan Shengnan was in Jinling, he could go find her. After the major human trafficking case broke out, he and his wife had taken their grandson to the welfare home to visit the poor children. Han Kazhou, nearly 10 years old and already quite sensible, had even specially brought his own toys to give to them. At the welfare home, Han Cheng naturally met Quan Shengnan. He paid a visit to her home, and as an elder, Quan Shengnan received him immediately. Before Han Cheng arrived, Jean had already returned and told Quan Shengnan everything. Finally, she laughed heartily. Retribution. Retribution. This is the best retribution for that vile woman. Paralyzed in bed, her most beloved grandson avoiding her like the plague, forced to face Han Cheng who knows the truth at every moment. This taste must be unbearable. Quan Shengnan shook her head. She hadn't expected Madame Xiaozhan to end up like this. As for the embroidery that had provoked Madame Xiaozhan so much, if Quan Shengnan said she felt guilty, it would be too hypocritical. Jean was her embroidery master. Who was Madame Xiaozhan to her? They had no contact or relationship whatsoever. Moreover, while Madame Xiaozhan and the others were not the direct murderers in Jean death, they were indirectly responsible. If they hadn't abandoned Jean and left her behind, how could she have died? As for Han Cheng's visit, Quan Shengnan was quite surprised. You said you want to know about your birth mother? Quan Shengnan asked. Han Cheng had indeed made wrong decisions, but that didn't mean he wasn't a good person or a good official. She still held great respect for him. Han Cheng sighed and placed the embroidery on the tea table. He had picked it up and hidden it in his clothes when he saw it downstairs while sending Madame Xiaozhan to the hospital. Looking seriously at Quan Shengnan, Han Cheng nodded and said, Yes, I want to know. I want to know who my birth mother was. I don't want to die. Chapter 584, Mother and Son Meet 4. Jean was slightly taken aback and murmured to herself, He actually wants to know who I am? Does this mean he is different from those few wretched ones? The ones who cast aside their birth mother like worn-out shoes and showed respect and affection only to their stepmother. Quan Shengnan said slowly, You inquire about your birth mother, but where does that leave your adoptive mother? Both my birth mother and my adoptive mother are mothers. In my heart, neither is more important than the other. My birth mother gave me the grace of life, and my adoptive mother gave me the affection of upbringing. Grace and affection are difficult to measure. Han Cheng sighed softly. I know my adoptive mother must have done something wrong to my birth mother. I have the right to ask, but not the right to blame. Others may, but I cannot. He knew that after learning the truth, his decision not to pursue the matter would become the second sin of his life. But he had no other choice. To pursue his adoptive mother's wrongs and forget her nurturing affection would be a great wrong. Not to pursue them and fail to honor his birth mother's grace of life would also be a great wrong. A dilemma, truly a dilemma. Quan Shengnan nodded and said, The fact that you feel both choices are wrong shows that you yourself are not wrong. That you find it a dilemma shows, in my opinion, that you are a person of sentiment and righteousness. If you were to sever ties with little Jean over past events after learning about them, others would only say you are in the wrong. If you do not pursue the matter, others will surely say you're acknowledging a thief as your mother. Acknowledging a thief as my mother? Han Cheng repeated the phrase and asked urgently, Nan Nan, have you divined what happened more than half a century ago? Quan Shengnan held nothing back. She told Han Cheng in detail about little Jean Shi's affair with her brother-in-law, how she gained the support of Jean Shi's own children, how she abandoned Jean Shi alone when fleeing Greater Shanghai, and how Jean Shi ultimately died when Greater Shanghai fell. Han Cheng listened silently, his eyes reddening, tears welling up. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his eyes, then asked, so, everyone is responsible for my birth mother's tragedy? Exactly. Han Cheng said, I finally understand why my elder brothers and sisters confessed on their deathbeds. Was it out of guilt toward their birth mother? In their youth, carried away by passion, they could not distinguish right from wrong, filled with fervor for new knowledge and new love. Only after experiencing the vicissitudes of life and marriage did they realize what a grave mistake they had made back then. But it was too late. It was already too late. No matter how much they regretted or blamed themselves, they could not undo the harm they had caused their birth mother that day. A human life, a living human life. Regarding this, Quan Shengnan did not speak. Jean Shi snorted lightly, a cold smile on her face. What use is regret? Regret? There is no medicine for regret in this world. If even one of them had had me, their own mother, in their heart back then, if they had spoken a single word for me, perhaps I wouldn't have been abandoned. But no, there was none. They watched coldly as I was left behind. When the ship set sail, they stood on the deck, laughing and enjoying the scenery with that adulterous couple. As she spoke, Jean Shi felt her face grow wet. Reaching up to touch it, she found it was covered in tears. How ridiculous. So many years had passed, so why did her heart still ache when she spoke of it? Did her heart still ache? Had it not grown numb yet? So ghosts could cry too. Han Cheng gently stroked the embroidery and asked, Nan Nan, do you think ghosts truly exist in this world? Are there really ghosts, or are there people who are reincarnated without drinking Ming Po soup? From what I've heard my adoptive mother say, it seems only she and my birth mother knew about this embroidery. If it weren't related to my birth mother, how could this embroidery have appeared? What do you think? Quan Shengnan replied, Chapter 585, Mother and Son Reunite 5. Han Cheng smiled bitterly. If ghosts exist, why has she never appeared in my dreams? If she was reincarnated without drinking the Mingfa soup, why hasn't she come to find me? I also want to fulfill my filial duties. As for what my father and adoptive mother did in the past, as a junior, I cannot comment, but surely I can follow my own heart. Jean Shi trembled slightly, a layer of moisture slowly appearing in her eyes. The tears she had just managed to dry seemed on the verge of flowing again. So it seemed, she could still have a filial son? Even if he was just saying it, it at least meant her life hadn't been a complete failure. Quan Shengnan understood Jean Shi's thoughts and feelings very well. She knew from the beginning that Jean Shi couldn't hide her love for Han Cheng by not acknowledging him. She didn't want to put Han Cheng in the difficult position of choosing between his birth mother and his adoptive mother. It wasn't that she didn't want to acknowledge him, but that she didn't dare. She was afraid of causing her youngest son pain and afraid of being deeply disappointed once again. Master Jean, if you wish, I can let you appear and speak a few words with senior brother. Quan Shengnan communicated telepathically. She was Jean Shi's disciple, making Han Cheng her senior brother. She hadn't thought of him as such before because she didn't know how Han Cheng treated his birth mother. Now that she knew, she naturally accepted him as her senior brother. Appear? Have a mother-son conversation? It sounded too wonderful. So wonderful that she was afraid to touch it, fearing that after the beauty, it would only bring Han Cheng more pain. She now knew that Han Cheng was a child who valued love and righteousness and was upright. Once he learned that she had become a vengeful ghost and had been following him all along, he would definitely feel terribly sorry for her, knowing she had been watching him call Madame Xiaozhan mother all this time. Given Han Cheng's personality, this was highly likely. Jean Shi shook her head. Quan Shengnan did not insist. She felt that Jean Shi should appear and acknowledge Han Cheng, but she would not force Jean Shi's decision. She had no right to make decisions for anyone else. Not receiving a response from Quan Shengnan, Han Cheng's smile grew even more bitter. Pressing the embroidery against his face, Han Cheng said, I only hope that after I die, I can see her and apologize to her. You haven't done anything wrong, there's no need for that. Jean Shi's nose stung. I remember when the Han family fled Greater Shanghai, he cried and threw a tantrum, wanting his mother. He wouldn't let anyone else hold him. The Han family was cruel, not a single person softened their heart. I stood on the dock, faintly able to see him toddling unsteadily on the deck, looking everywhere for his mother, almost falling off the ship. A 2-year-old child cannot be separated from his mother. Yet, some people were so cruel, insisting on separating mother and son, and moreover, they felt completely justified in doing so. They believed the man surnamed Han no longer loved her, that she shouldn't intrude on his love, shouldn't leave with him, lest she tarnish that earth-shattering love. Master Jean, appear and see senior brother. You said that after returning to the capital, you would accept deliverance and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Don't leave regrets for yourself and don't let senior brother live his whole life feeling guilty towards you. Knowing that his adoptive mother harmed his birth mother, yet having to care for her in her old age out of gratitude for her upbringing, the one he would feel most sorry towards in his heart would be his birth mother. Zhang Shi's face showed hesitation. Quan Shengnan chuckled softly. You often said Ms. Chao was indecisive. Why are you not being decisive today? First ask him if he is willing to see me. If he isn't, why should I appear and invite humiliation? Zhang Shi wavered. Her greatest failure wasn't her husband's change of heart, but her children's lack of filial piety. If this was her greatest failure, Chapter 586, Mother and Son Meet 6. After saying this, Zhang suddenly shook her head. No. What's wrong? Quan Shengnan was surprised. She had finally decided to see Han Cheng, so why was she changing her mind now? Zhang said seriously, although you are young, you understand people's hearts very well. Someone like Han Cheng, who has been navigating the official world for decades, is exceptionally intelligent and sharp. If I appear, he will definitely connect it to the matter of little Xinxin. Back then, the incident with little Xinxin happened not long after you appeared in Jinling. He will surely link the two events. Little Xinxin had appeared in person right in front of him. She couldn't let Han Cheng hold a grudge against Quan Shengnan because of her own affairs. The human heart is the hardest thing to predict. No matter what Hansen did, he was still Han Cheng's son. The voice Quan Shengnan condensed with her divine sense was filled with laughter and emotion. Master, you don't need to worry like this. Since I decided to let the world know about ghosts, I've long been prepared for them to mention it to others. Besides, even if senior brother resents me, he's already retired. Given my current status and family background, what can he do to me? No, absolutely not. I remember you mentioned that you can divine matters for others, but not for yourself. When it concerns your own safety, we cannot be careless. Zhang said resolutely, let's just forget it. There's no need to meet. Meeting would only bring heartache. Quan Shengnan said, have you forgotten? The reason Hansen was convicted wasn't because little Xinxin appeared and he turned himself in, it was because he was implicated in the Hongling Children's Welfare Home case. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, that's right. Zhang smiled sheepishly. Quan Shengnan looked at Han Cheng, whose face was filled with sorrow, and casually set up a barrier in the room to prevent outsiders from peeking. Do you really want to see your birth mother? Quan Shengnan asked Han Cheng seriously. Han Cheng looked up stunned. Nan, what do you mean by that? Do you know something? Do you know about my mother's ghost? Or do you know her identity after reincarnation? Right, Quan Shengnan could divine the past and future. Could she also divine past and present lives? He looked at Quan Shengnan eagerly, waiting for her answer. Quan Shengnan indeed could, but she wouldn't admit it. She just smiled and said, let me tell you, I have another ability. I can see ghosts. I wonder if you believe me. See ghosts? Han Cheng was clearly surprised. Nan, what do you mean? The meaning is simple. Actually, your birth mother, Madame Jean, has always been by your side. Of course, she hadn't been there all the time. She had gone to the capital with her and later ran off to Shanghai. Han Cheng abruptly stood up. His gaze swept through the empty air, but he saw nothing. He turned to Quan Shengnan urgently. Nan, is my birth mother really here? How can I see her? How can I talk to her? For over 50 years, I've been in the dark, not even knowing who my own mother was or what she looked like. Quan Shengnan made a gesture and murmured an incantation. Jean, who had long since resumed her Republican-era attire, slowly appeared in the room. Elegant and dignified, her grace undiminished. Tears glistened in her eyes as she looked carefully at Han Cheng, afraid that seeing her might frighten him. Unexpectedly, Han Cheng showed no fear at all. He reached out toward Jean, but his hand passed right through her. Mother, are you really my birth mother? Yes, I am your birth mother. You're willing to acknowledge me? You believe everything about me? Han Cheng immediately knelt down and kowtowed several times in John's direction. Lifting his face, he said, you are my birth mother. You carried me for 10 months and nourished me with your flesh and blood. Chapter 587, Mother and Son Reunite 7. Madame Jean was extremely agitated, so agitated that she suddenly broke down into heart-wrenching sobs. Crying, she said, so my life hasn't been a complete failure after all. At least there is one son willing to acknowledge me, at least one son who understands right from wrong. Her greatest pain was her children, their inability to distinguish right from wrong. Han Cheng choked with emotion, his voice thick with feeling. Mother, it's not your fault. Everyone else is at fault, including me, but you are not. You are the greatest victim. You're the most innocent person. You shouldn't be accused of interfering in their love. I've waited too long for these words. Nearly 60 years, and I finally received the justice that belongs to me. Tears streaming down her face, Madame Jean finally voiced the greatest wish that had kept her lingering in the mortal world. Justice. What she sought was justice in this matter. Justice from the Han family, from her children. Mother. Hearing this, Han Chung felt as if his heart were being sliced by a knife. Seeing Madame Jean suddenly vanish, Han Chung grew extremely anxious. Fortunately, she reappeared quickly. In my entire life, I never did a single thing that went against my conscience. I was filial to my parents and in-laws above, and I cherished my siblings and children below. Yet, in this matter where I was most innocent, I ended up abandoned by all, my kin turned against me. I am not resigned to it, I am not resigned. Everyone says it's my fault, but is it really? In this world, sometimes there truly is no justice to speak of. Black becomes white, and white becomes black. Every word was clear, each syllable wept with blood. You are not wrong, you are not wrong. They are the ones at fault, they're the ones who twisted black and white. Although Nan and the others all say the fault in this matter isn't mine, and they all condemn that despicable couple on my behalf, still, I am not resigned. I am not resigned that only outsiders uphold justice for me. Them. Despite his grief, Han Chung keenly sensed something unusual. Madame Jean smiled faintly. They are wandering spirits like me. The only living person who can see me is Nan. Without their company all these years, drifting alone, I would have gone mad long ago. She looked at Han Chung, enunciating each word clearly, among them is little Xin. She stayed with me for 5 years. You've seen little Xin? So, her appearance back then wasn't our hallucination. Han Chung looked at Quan Shengnan. Nan, you've seen little Xin too? Quan Shengnan nodded. Little Xin had only one wish, the foreign doll her parents promised to buy her. Once she got the doll and her wish was fulfilled, she went to be reincarnated. Tears streamed down Han Chang's aged face. I failed her. He didn't suspect anything else. After all, little Xin's appearance was indeed for the doll. Little Xin has already been reincarnated. Don't blame yourself anymore. Raise Kuzhou well, don't let him learn his parents' bad habits. I must go now. You must live well. Hearing Madame Jean's words, Han Chung became greatly alarmed. Mother, where are you going? Are you going to be reincarnated too? Yes, my wish is fulfilled. It's time for me to be reincarnated. If I hadn't met Nan, my soul would have scattered years ago. Once a soul scatters, there truly is no reincarnation. Han Chung immediately expressed his gratitude to Quan Shengnan. Quan Shengnan smiled gently. I studied embroidery with our master for 7 years. This is what I should do. Master. After hearing about Quan Shengnan's apprenticeship, Han Chung said, so, without even realizing it, as I approach 60, I've gained a 14 or 15-year-old junior sister. Chapter 588, Mother and Son Reunion 8. The reunion of mother and son was profoundly moving. After the visitation time ended, Han Chung remained unsettled for a long time. He decided that he would take good care of little Zhanshi, ensuring she lived a long, long life. Upon hearing his decision, Zhanshi happily expressed her agreement. Seeing Han Chung appear before her every day, waiting in vain for the filial piety of her own grandson, living in fear every day, a long, long life lived this way was the greatest revenge against little Zhanshi. After floating to the hospital to check on little Zhanshi's condition one more time, Zhanshi returned to Jinling with Quan Shengnan. Han Chung was very reluctant to see her go, but he understood that he couldn't leave little Zhanshi's side while she was seriously ill in the hospital. Moreover, it wasn't appropriate for him to appear at the charity gala to seek empty fame. All he could do was kowtow heavily to Zhanshi several more times. After Zhanshi set off on her journey, she felt a sense of relief. In the past, no matter how heartily she laughed or spoke, a faint trace of melancholy remained in her eyes, impossible to conceal. Now, that melancholy had completely vanished. Quan Shengnan left very quietly, without letting anyone see her off. On the way, however, she encountered quite a few reporters from Greater Shanghai. The press conference for the Quan Shengnan Foundation had attracted considerable attention from the outside world. It stemmed from this shocking child trafficking case, from the seemingly miraculous foresight of the Quan Shengnan Foundation's founder, and from reports claiming she was not even 15 years old. Child trafficking. Miraculous foresight. Extreme youth. Each one was a selling point. Media in Greater Shanghai were very dissatisfied with Quan Shengnan holding the press conference and charity gala in Jinling. After all, this child trafficking case happened in Greater Shanghai, their territory. However, upon hearing the Foundation's explanation that the Quan Shengnan Foundation's headquarters was established in Jinling, and the anti-trafficking fund project was also based there, making it necessary to hold the events in Jinling, they had no choice. Reluctantly, major media outlets rushed to Jinling. There was no helping it. Public interest in Greater Shanghai regarding this matter hadn't waned. Upon learning the foundation was holding a press conference, they were already excited. Fortunately, the Quan Shengnan Foundation had sent invitations to all major media outlets in Greater Shanghai, who unhesitatingly confirmed their full attendance. The fact that they hadn't reported on Quan Shengnan's family background didn't mean they hadn't investigated it. The daughter of a provincial party committee deputy secretary. They were perfectly clear about the family backgrounds of provincial party committee deputy secretary Yuan Ziyuan and his wife, Lin Xiaoxue. Quan Shengnan was a true daughter of a prestigious family, a genuine high-ranking official's daughter. Her 15th birthday was still over 10 days away. At the age of 7, she had founded the foundation using divination fees, relying not on her parents' status, but on her own abilities. Developed to this day, the projects donated to by the Quan Shengnan Foundation were spread across every corner of the country. For a time, media from both Jingling and Greater Shanghai were extremely focused on this matter, making all sorts of preparations well in advance, just waiting for the press conference and charity gala to commence. The charity gala allowed media entry, and they had all received invitations. Somehow, the invitation list for the charity gala was leaked. Everyone who saw the list was instantly shocked. While there were no political luminaries, clearly to avoid any impropriety, as charity galas are primarily for raising funds and mainly invite business elites, what did they see on the list? First and foremost was He Deming, chairman of Hong Kong's Tianxia Group. Immediately following was Hua Xuedong, chairman of Hong Kong's Hua Group. Arthur, the head of the Smith family who had just donated 10 cultural relics, was actually on it too. They also saw financial elite by Ruoxuan, as well as business tycoons with personal wealth exceeding hundreds of millions, such as Chu Tianxiong, Bai Yun, Ji Hui, Su Ling, Su Ran, and Chapter 589, Mother and Son Meet 9. Oh my goodness. What an incredibly extensive network of connections is this? At that time, how spectacular would the scene be? And how enormous would the amount of funds raised be? And that's not even counting those from political circles. If they were included, it would be even more astonishing. Given her family background, she could easily invite everyone in the entire circle. Unimaginable. Completely unimaginable. What is most surprising is that they all replied, indicating they would arrive on time. Not a single absence. No one declined. This shows that no matter how urgent the matters they had at hand, they all made time to attend the first charity gala held by the Quan Shengnan Foundation, without any hesitation whatsoever. Once they accepted the invitations, local media began reporting on it. The Quan Shengnan Foundation? A foundation rarely covered in the media but quite well known in society. Many media outlets began digging into the past of the Quan Shengnan Foundation. Apart from Quan Shengnan herself, who remained quite mysterious, nothing else was deliberately concealed, and it was quickly uncovered. This was a strategy discussed by Quan Shengnan and Xue Xiaojun. They didn't need to actively promote it. Simply revealing the guest list would spark curiosity among many. Out of curiosity, people would try their best to uncover the past themselves. Another most attractive aspect was Quan Shengnan's unfathomable divination skills. Although many claimed not to believe in such things, the wealthiest individuals were often the most inclined to believe. Who wouldn't want to know about future calamities and seek ways to resolve them? Everyone wanted to befriend such a master fortune teller. Many business elites who had no prior connection with Quan Sheng and contacted Xue Xiaojun, requesting an invitation. The purpose of holding the charity gala was simple: to raise funds. And these people were the wealthiest. Xue Xiaojun naturally did not refuse. He sent invitations to all who expressed a desire to attend. Although the Quan Shengnan Foundation was relatively unknown, its first charity gala caused an unprecedented sensation, becoming almost universally known. It even caused a stir in Hong Kong. How could it not arouse curiosity when the top 2 super wealthy individuals in Hong Kong were attending? Many local media outlets immediately contacted Xue Xiaojun. The Quan Shengnan Foundation was a charitable organization, and its contact information was easy to find, leading them to Xue Xiaojun. Even though Quan Shengnan had never set foot in Hong Kong, her reputation had already spread there. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen smiled slightly and entered Hua Xuedong's study carrying several exquisite bags. "Sir, the clothes you ordered for Miss Shengnan have arrived." Hua Xuedong gestured for him to place the bags on the desk in his study. After Secretary Chen left, Hua Xuedong personally opened the bags, took out the boxes inside, and inspected each one. He knew Quan Shengnan's preferences, so the clothing he sent naturally catered to her tastes. There were 2 sets in total. One to wear during the press conference and another for the charity gala. Both outfits were handcrafted by veteran Hong Kong artisans the day after Hua Xuedong returned to Hong Kong. The fabric came from Madame Hua's personal collection, still vibrant and new. He arrived in Jinling City a day early to deliver them to Quan Shengnan. Quan Shengnan tried them on at home and liked them very much. Lin Xiaoxue had actually already prepared appropriate attire for her, but Quan Shengnan felt that what Hu Xuedong had sent was more suitable. Fresh, elegant, and gracefully charming. A flash of admiration crossed Hu Xuedong's eyes. Since it's a charity-related event, there's no need for excessive jewelry. Keep these for matching with your clothes in the future. He took out several brocade boxes. Chapter 590, Mother and Son Meet 10. I already have so much jewelry, I could wear a different piece every day and never finish wearing them all. There's no need to give me more. Quan Shengnan said. Hu Xuedong opened one of the brocade boxes and said with a smile, the clothes you gave my uncle and aunt, they really liked them. They wore them out the very next day to show off. I heard from the family bodyguards that someone offered 200,000 Hong Kong dollars that day to buy my uncle's clothes, saying the dragon embroidery on it was exceptionally fine. Of course, my uncle refused. This is their return gift for you. Do you like it? A return gift from the elders? They really shouldn't be so polite. Quan Shengnan leaned closer to Hu Xuedong to take a look. Since Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue were both at work and not home, Quan Shengnan dared to be so uninhibited. If her parents were home, she wouldn't dare show even a hint of intimacy. Hu Xuedong caught the faint scent from her hair as he took the jewelry from the box and slipped it onto her wrist. A pair of mutton-fat jade bracelets with a design of 2 dragons contending for a pearl. They were crystal clear, pure white, with a warm, lustrous glow, flawless. Their whiteness was like congealed fat, their luster like oil. They were actually the same color as Quan Shengnan's skin. At first glance, it seemed as if she wasn't wearing anything. Quan Shengnan said, the clothes I gave the elders aren't worth even a fraction of one of these bracelets. Their return gift is too generous. Looking closely, the carving of the 2 dragons contending for the pearl wasn't particularly fine. It was in the style of the Han Dynasty. They were likely jade bracelets passed down from the Han Dynasty. Even if they weren't used by royalty, they were at least owned by generals or ministers. In ancient times, only emperors, generals, and ministers had the privilege of wearing top-grade white jade, and the finest among white jade was mutton-fat jade. The king of hard jade is jadeite, while the king of soft jade is mutton-fat jade. It's only right. Hu Xuedong reached out and brushed aside the hair that had fallen onto her cheek. His smile remained as ever, his elegance restrained. Although he still hadn't dreamed the complete dream, he had found a temple that had appeared in his dreams. At the temple, he met the most venerable monk, who rarely saw outsiders. Only if one had a connection would he agree to meet. When the monk first saw him, he told him that his romantic ties from a past life were not yet concluded and that they would continue in this life. He should just let things take their natural course. The monk also said that if fate allowed, he would like to meet the person from his dreams. Romantic ties from a past life? Continuing in this life? Hu Xuedong had roughly guessed a bit of the truth. In another, completely different life, he must have met Quan Shengnan, but for some unknown reason, they didn't end up together. That's why the dreams appeared to warn him. To warn him not to miss her in this life. Miss her? He wouldn't let himself miss her. Absolutely not. Quan Shengnan noticed his focused gaze and couldn't help but blush. She chided, Mr. Hua, what are you looking at? Naturally, I'm looking at Mr. Hua's girlfriend. Is there anyone else worth my attention? I'm taken now, I can't just look at others casually. It would make my girlfriend unhappy. Besides, most importantly, no one else is as pleasing to the eye as my own girlfriend. Hu Xuedong said seriously, tucking a strand of her beautiful hair behind her ear. Sweet talk. It was really too corny. In their 7 years together in her past life, she never knew Hu Xuedong had this side to him. Quan Shengnan shot him a glare and went back to her bedroom to change out of her evening gown. While changing, Quan Shengnan played with the bracelets and decided that after returning to Beijing, she would have the 5 blessings arrive, jadeite uncut. Although the 5 blessings arrive wasn't very large in volume, upon careful consideration, it could yield several bracelets, not to mention pendants. Then, she could give 1 bracelet each to old Mrs. Hua, her grandmother, and her maternal grandmother, and 1 pendant each to old Mr. Hua, her grandfather, and her maternal grandfather. P.S. There are still 2 chapters. I wasn't satisfied after several revisions and deleted what I wrote late last night. I will definitely make up the Chapter 591, Mother and Son Meet 11. By the time Quan Shengnan came out of the room, the jade bracelet was still on her wrist. She saw Hu Xuedong take out a blue crystal plum blossom hairpin from the jewelry box. A pale blue, simple, yet exquisitely elegant. Quan Shengnan glanced at it. Is this to match the outfit for the evening event? Other jewelry could be omitted, but the hairpin was necessary. She had thick, jet black hair, and leaving it loose in public would be quite improper. Hu Xuedong nodded, holding it up against her hair. There were 2 outfits, 1 pale purple and 1 pale blue. Quan Shengnan's eyes sparkled slightly as she smiled. Was the one matching the press conference outfit an amethyst hairpin? Very likely. Compared to diamonds, gemstones, jadeite, and gold, crystal was much more affordable and wouldn't appear too ostentatious when worn. Although crystal was relatively cheaper, it was elegant and delicate, deeply favored by young girls. After placing the hairpin back in the jewelry box, Xuedong gently pinched her little nose. How could you wear jewelry of the same style and material on the same day? It would make outsiders laugh. Quan Shengnan swatted his hand away, her gaze sweeping over the jewelry boxes. Earth pupils, activate. See through. Finally, she accurately picked up a jewelry box and opened it. Is it this one? An exquisitely carved wooden hairpin lay quietly inside the jewelry box, with a cluster of narcissus flowers blooming delicately at its head. Deep purple like lacquer, with an extraordinary fragrance. Sandalwood. It was sandalwood. And it was quite old, with the carved parts worn smooth, giving it a simple and elegant appearance. Uncle received your prayer beads and liked them very much, so Annie found this hairpin to give to you. Sandalwood is very beneficial for the body. You'll understand its benefits after prolonged contact. Most people can't easily recognize sandalwood or understand its benefits. In the eyes of those who know, wearing it might seem a bit affected. The finest sandalwood could be as valuable as gold. Quan Shengnan smiled. Xuedong chuckled. At our status and position, we represent not just ourselves. It's only natural to dress well, and we rely on ourselves, not others. The details of our attire must be meticulously considered. If our clothing and accessories were no different from ordinary people's, without attention to detail, in others' eyes, that would truly be affected and damage our image. That's true. It has always been this way since ancient times. The higher one's status and position, the more attention must be paid to attire. If ordinary people mix and match their spring and autumn clothes, no one says anything. But if someone from high society wears autumn clothes as spring attire, not to mention wearing autumn clothes as spring attire, even appearing in public in out-of-season formal wear would invite ridicule, making them want to cover their face and flee, too embarrassed to show themselves. Quan Shengnan had seen the families of high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen at various occasions. The latter were fine, they had money themselves. But the high-ranking officials? Many of their wives and daughters changed into new outfits almost every year, with a single piece of clothing costing thousands. This was based on current development. In a few years, it might be tens of thousands per piece. Relying on salary? Impossible. Don't be ridiculous. If not on salary, where does the money come from? Aside from those with exceptionally thick family fortunes, the rest is easy to imagine. As soon as I saw the car at the door, I knew Audong was here. Lin Xiaoxue's voice was as hearty as ever as she walked in briskly. The clothes had already been taken into Quan Shengnan's bedroom, so she only saw the jewelry boxes of various sizes. Audong, what? Chapter 592, Mother and Son Reunion 12. Glancing at Quan Shengnan, who immediately sat up straight upon hearing Lin Xiaoxue's voice, Xuedong's expression remained perfectly natural. My aunt really likes the clothes Nanan makes, so she asked me to bring a few things for her. In front of his future mother-in-law. Of course, he couldn't say that aside from the jade bracelet and the red sandalwood hairpin, all the other items were gifts from him, her boyfriend, to Quan Shengnan. If he explained that, he would absolutely be shown the door. Quan Shengnan muttered a few words to herself, putting on a serious face. Who is it just now saying all those mushy things? So corny. He really is an old fox, after all. A faint trace of amusement flickered in Xuedong's eyes, filled with indulgence. Lin Xiaoxue always felt something was a bit off, but she couldn't quite figure out what it was. She could only hide her thoughts, smile, and say, "You're so busy with important matters, you could have just sent someone to deliver them. Why did you come all the way yourself? Nanan's charity gala must have interrupted your work." Not at all. Receiving Nanan's invitation is a great honor. Xuedong praised the charity gala highly. Moreover, both the press conference and the charity gala are being hosted at a hotel under our group. I came to see Nanan to discuss the details, to avoid any mishaps due to the busy schedule. That wouldn't be good. The hotel under the Hua group. Xuedong always stayed here whenever he was in town. This press conference and charity gala were both being hosted free of charge by this hotel. Even disregarding the relationship between Xuedong and Quan Shengnan, even if they had no connection, given that it involved charity work, while charging a fee would be reasonable, word getting out in the industry would invite ridicule. Holding such an event at a Hua Group hotel was itself greatly beneficial to the hotel. Thanks to the two high-profile events, the press conference and the charity gala, the number of business elites and major media personnel staying at the Hua Group hotel was countless. After it concluded, the hotel's reputation in the industry was bound to reach new heights. Xuedong was a very shrewd businessman. After Quan Shengnan proposed holding the press conference and charity gala, he immediately suggested that the hotel in Jinling host them free of charge. Although the press conference and the charity gala were scheduled one after the other, they were actually held on the same day. The press conference was at 9 a.m. and the charity gala at 7 p.m. Worried about being surrounded and intercepted when entering the hotel on the day, Quan Shengnan told Lin Xiaoxue and then, taking her personal belongings, checked into the Hua Group Hotel with Hua Xuedong. Don't misunderstand, they were not staying in the same room. Hua Xuedong had a dedicated suite in the hotel, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, plus a study, bathroom, etc., offering strong privacy. Quan Shengnan occupied one of the bedrooms. With no one else around, they were close and affectionate, completely without restraint. But if one heard their conversation, they would smile knowingly, as it was entirely about the next day's events. In the evening, some items Quan Shengnan needed were delivered from the capital. She examined them carefully, while Hua Xuedong had a sudden thought, raised an eyebrow and praised, "Annie, you're becoming more and more resourceful." It turned out these items were all part of Quan Shengnan's collection. Yes, antiques. Antiques with considerable market value, but not classified as cultural relics. Quan Shengnan had decided that after raising the funds, she would gift them for free to the top 10 donors who contributed the highest amounts. This would make them feel that although they had spent money, they had also gained something. Besides reputation, there were tangible benefits. This way, those who donated large sums would feel more comfortable, feeling that their... Chapter 593, A Sudden Turn of Events 1. No, it should be said that this was a thank you gift sent out in Quan Shengnan's personal name. Actually, these antiques were nothing to those who made donations. Wealthy people didn't lack for 1 or 2 antiques. Quan Shengnan's plan was to give them as small final gifts to every donor at the end of the gala. The top 10 donors would receive theirs from her personally, with the gift boxes containing these antiques. The others would be arranged and presented by the foundation staff, 1 for each person. Their value naturally couldn't be compared to the antiques. As the boyfriend of the antique owner, can I get a sneak peek at what thank you gift I might receive? After hearing Quan Shengnan's plan, Hua Xuedong suddenly revealed a gentle and handsome smile. He leaned in closer to Quan Shengnan to look at the antiques she had taken out and arranged on the coffee table. 10 antiques. Although they weren't cultural relics, each one was very valuable. Quan Shengnan tilted her head and smiled, her playful side surfacing. I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. Only the top 10 donors by amount can receive the antiques I'm giving. Others won't, though everyone will receive an exquisite small gift upon leaving. Mr. Hua, how much are you planning to donate to our foundation? Is 1 million enough? If 1 million isn't enough, is 10 million enough? I've prepared 10 million. Quan Shengnan made a show of counting on her fingers, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Oh my, Mr. Hua, congratulations. You've donated a huge sum of 10 million, which would rank you first on the donation list. So, one of these 10 antiques has your name on it. I can generously let you choose, then wrap it up and deliver it to you when the time comes. Hua Xuedong placed his hand on her waist and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and said, Nan, I think the significance of you giving these antiques isn't that great. Quan Shengnan looked at him, puzzled. That's right, the significance isn't great, Hua Xuedong said seriously. Those small gifts you've prepared are probably quite ordinary things. Their value differs too much from the antiques the top 10 will receive. If word gets out, it might not sound good. Quan Shengnan felt a bit at a loss. Then what should I do? She asked humbly for advice. I think it would be better to give each of the top 10 a protective talisman or peace charm you made personally. These charms don't need to be made from particularly expensive materials. Ordinary ones will do, Hua Xuedong suggested. Protective talismans and peace charms? How had she not thought of that? She was truly sitting on a treasure mountain without realizing it. The top 10 will genuinely benefit from these charms. Those who don't understand will simply think their value is similar to the other small gifts and won't feel unbalanced. After all, you've said before that charity shouldn't be measured by the amount of money. Hua Xuedong raised his hand, revealing the agarwood prayer bead bracelet he had worn without removing for 7 or 8 years. Worn for a long time, the beads had become even more smooth and lustrous, exuding a unique fragrance. When I was in the car accident, the driver was seriously injured, but I escaped unscathed. Everyone thought it was a tremendous miracle. Quite a few people know you gave me this prayer bead bracelet. They all say it must have been the power of this bracelet that protected my safety. So, many people have asked me about the power of this bracelet. Even today, some still inquire. The smile on Quan Shengnan's face grew wider and wider. The wealthier people are, the more they fear accidents. They might not know about other things, but the protective charm on you truly demonstrated its power. Exactly. I think this is a great opportunity, a great chance to promote your... Chapter 594, A Sudden Turn of Events 2. Hua Xuedong felt that it would be best to give protective talismans. When he encountered danger, he could almost feel a barrier forming around him, deflecting all threats coming his way. The effects of the health and peace talisman were too potent, it was better not to reveal them for now. Just as Quan Shengnan had said, she was willing to give them to good people, but she didn't want to give them to bad people. If bad people lived long lives, it meant good people would suffer. Yet, if these people couldn't obtain the health and peace talisman, they would inevitably harbor resentment, causing unnecessary trouble. Protective talismans were different. Although protective talismans could ensure the bearer's safety for a time, they couldn't cure the bearer's illnesses. Moreover, ordinary protective talismans only worked once or twice. The protective talismans on Qi Hui and her son were like this, and Hu Xuedong, with his well-informed sources, knew about this. Having genuinely experienced the benefits of the protective talisman, wouldn't those people come back to beg Quan Shengnan to resolve their calamities? They would never regret the large sum of money they donated at the charity gala. Compared to money, safety was far more important. From then on, even without the foundation actively raising funds, they would continuously bring money to her doorstep. After listening, Quan Shengnan's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Hu Xuedong, filled with admiration. Giving each of the top 10 donors an antique as a token of gratitude, Quan Shengnan thought she had considered everything very thoroughly. But compared to Hu Xuedong's idea, hers immediately seemed insignificant. No wonder you can effortlessly manage the entire Hu group and handle everything with ease, while I haven't even taken the first step in my own career, Quan Shengnan sighed, speaking frankly. Really, comparing people could be infuriating. Seeing her pouting little expression, Hu Xuedong smiled. His smile was harmless, but it immediately earned him a few fierce glares from his little girlfriend. You're still young. When you reach my age, you'll definitely be more capable than I am. When it came to age, the curve of Hu Xuedong's lips dropped slightly. Quan Shengnan noticed it almost immediately. She leaned in playfully, reaching out to scratch his chin. Don't worry, I don't think you're old, really. At the end, she nodded emphatically, adding weight to her words. Even though she wore the skin of a young girl, with her past and present lives combined, she wasn't young anymore. Yet, despite all these years of experience, she was still far from matching Hu Xuedong in handling such matters. It only proved one thing. She lacked the natural talent. Aside from her accomplishments in arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she was quite ordinary in other areas. So, she truly admired Hu Xuedong. Hu Xuedong caught her mischievous little hand, lowered his head, and pressed his forehead against hers. His breath was warm as he smiled and said, even if you did mind, it wouldn't matter. You're already marked with all of Hu Xuedong's labels. Why don't you say you're marked with all of Quan Shengnan's labels? Quan Shengnan bumped her forehead against his, expressing her dissatisfaction. We're both marked with each other's labels, Hu Xuedong replied, very accommodating. You are mine, and I am yours. Nothing can change that. He wouldn't allow it either. Quan Shengnan smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling with intelligence, breathtakingly beautiful. She nudged Hu Xuedong. Didn't you say we should switch to giving protective talismans? Tell your bodyguard to go to my house and find my mom. There's a rosewood box in my bedside drawer. Ask him to bring it over. Hu Xuedong instructed the bodyguard waiting in the outer living room, and one of them immediately left. Quan Shengnan's face instantly flushed bright red. When he said those cheesy things, it seemed he never avoided the Chapter 595, A Sudden Turn of Events 3. Hu Xuedong remained composed. After giving his instructions, he turned to look at Quan Shengnan. Do you have ready-made protective talismans? Or should I have the bodyguards fetch the materials needed to make them? Quan Shengnan's almond-shaped eyes widened as she glared at him, glared again, and then glared some more. Hu Xuedong took her hand and led her to sit together on the sofa, smiling. They won't laugh at you, really. You think I'm afraid they'll laugh at me? Quan Shengnan muttered. She was just embarrassed, that's all. Who goes around saying sweet nothings in front of bodyguards? It really damages his image, you know. If the protective talismans aren't ready, how long would it take you to make them? Hu Xuedong deftly changed the subject. Sure enough, Quan Shengnan shifted her focus from the previous matter to answer his question. You know, aside from people I'm very close to, whom I gift protective and health/peace talismans, very few outsiders know about this. Those who knew I gave you the prayer beads were all in Beijing at the time, and they rarely know about you safely overcoming that calamity. While Hong Kong knows you escaped a disaster, very few are aware of my prayer beads. She paused, then said, so I don't usually make many protective talismans. The ones I give people are mostly made on the spot. What I had the bodyguard fetch is agarwood material, which is quite suitable for making protective talismans. Making a simple peace talisman is easy and doesn't take much time. As for the complex ones, those require a lot of effort and time. A talisman isn't just about carving the runes, it also requires infusing it with the spiritual power she cultivates to activate it into a proper talisman. Hua Xuedong's prayer beads consisted of 18 beads, each carved with protective talisman patterns, forming a protective array, one of the most power-consuming types of protective talismans, almost on par with the healing talisman on Yuan Jitu's body. When the bodyguard brought the box, Hua Xuedong opened it to find individual prayer beads and small blocks of wood, all polished very smooth. Most had holes drilled through them, ready to be strung on a cord at any time. All of it was top-grade agarwood. Hua Xuedong praised, just this agarwood alone is worth its weight in gold. An ounce of agarwood, an ounce of gold. This agarwood comes from the same source as your prayer beads, a very large piece of agarwood I've had for many years. I usually haven't been willing to use it much. Quan Shengnan took out a carving knife, picked up a piece of agarwood, and began carving immediately. After infusing it with spiritual power, her hands moved extremely fast. Hua Xuedong only saw a blur of motion, and then a protective talisman was finished. The patterns were profound and mysterious, faintly containing a logic others couldn't comprehend. Hua Xuedong smiled inwardly. If others could understand it, it wouldn't be her unique skill. Quan Shengnan quickly finished carving 10 protective talismans. She carefully inspected each one. Every talisman's runes were infused with spiritual power, just like the ones given to Qi Hui and her son, capable of offering protection only 3 times. Based on her calculations, 8 of the top 10 were people she was very close to, and the other 2 were indeed good people who accumulated virtue and performed good deeds. For good people, she wouldn't give protective talismans that only worked once. She knew how to be flexible. Setting the 10 protective talismans aside, Quan Shengnan continued carving peace talismans. Hua Xuedong noticed her speed had slowed considerably this time. While carving, her rosy cheeks seemed slightly flushed, and fine beads of sweat dotted the tip of her nose, as if she was exerting great effort. She finally managed to finish carving 1 protective talisman. Hua Xuedong took a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, frowning. Why is this so strenuous? This one is different from the previous ones. Those could Chapter 596, A Sudden Turn of Events 4. The unspoken implication was crystal clear. This type of protective talisman was definitely superior to the previous ones. Quan Shengnan carved 6 of these peace talismans in one go and placed them in Hua Xuedong's hand. Give these to the 6 bodyguards around you. Only when the bodyguards were safe could they better protect Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong was hers, so of course he needed to be safe and sound. After speaking, Quan Shengnan yawned, feeling uncomfortable from the sticky sweat on her body. She picked up her clothes and headed into the bathroom. Every bedroom had its own bathroom, which was very convenient. The 6 bodyguards who had always been dutiful were deeply moved upon hearing this. They had followed Hua Xuedong for many years. Although they might retire in a few years, they all knew how formidable Quan Shengnan was. Very few people outside knew, but they were well aware. Hua Xuedong's Buddhist prayer beads, the health and peace talismans for old Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua. Their power was extraordinary. They had witnessed with their own eyes how Hua Xuedong survived that major car accident unscathed. They had always envied Hua Xuedong for having such a string of prayer beads for protection. Their profession always carried danger. Who wouldn't want a life-saving charm? They never expected to each receive a protective talisman today. These talismans might not match the power of Hua Xuedong's string of prayer beads, but judging from Quan Shengnan's meaning, they were clearly several times more potent than the talismans she had intended to give to the top 10 donors. Hua Xuedong gazed intently at the talismans in his hand. After a long while, he called the bodyguards over. Nanan said, 1 for each of you. Wear them close to your body. They will reduce some danger. The bodyguards thanked him one after another, their faces beaming with joy. They already held Quan Shengnan in high regard because of Hua Xuedong, and from then on, they became even more dedicated. Hua Xuedong tidied up the items Quan Shengnan had placed in the living room for her. He put the antiques back into their original boxes and separated the carving knives, the agarwood materials, and the talismans. Hua Xuedong called the hotel and had them send over some exquisite small gift boxes. Placing 1 talisman in each small box and tying a beautiful bow made them perfect. Quan Shengnan emerged wearing a winter homeware cotton outfit with red flowers on a white background, using a towel to dry her slightly damp hair. The cotton outfit wasn't thick, but it wasn't thin either. Yet on her, it couldn't conceal her slender and graceful figure. Her movements remained very light and agile. Seeing Hua Xuedong tidying the things on the table, Quan Shengnan blinked and said playfully, Mr. Hua, you're so virtuous. Hua Xuedong had already sorted and tidied everything. Hearing her, he turned around, pinched her cute little nose, and pretended to be fierce. Can those 2 words be used to describe me? No. Quan Shengnan laughed, dodging. Seeing she couldn't escape, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It's 9:30. I need to go rest. Good night. With that, she turned and headed back to the bedroom. Wait. Hua Xuedong caught her smooth wrist, sat down with her on the sofa, and asked a bodyguard to bring a hairdryer. Dry your hair completely before going to sleep, otherwise you'll have a headache tomorrow. Quan Shengnan sat obediently. Hua Xuedong's movements were very gentle. His fingers combed through her hair as he slowly dried it with the hairdryer. The air was warm, and his hands were warm too. Quan Shengnan had expended a lot of spiritual energy today. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she was getting drowsy. All done, Hua Xuedong announced. Quan Shengnan roused slightly, but was still a bit fuzzy. She planted a kiss on his cheek. Good night. Before Hua Xuedong could react, she agilely Chapter 597, A Sudden Turn of Events 5. Hua Xuedong gently touched his cheek and smiled faintly. A radiant charm blossomed between his brows and eyes. The 6 bodyguards acted as if they hadn't seen it, but they exchanged glances in private. As long as Miss Quan was present, Mr. Hua's mood was always excellent. Although Mr. Hua was usually gentle, an air of aloofness emanated from his very core. It was different when he was with Quan Shengnan. His joy was almost infectious to everyone around. Early the next morning, the entrance of the Hua Hotel was already crowded with numerous media reporters. They came from Greater Shanghai, from Hong Kong, and from the local Jinling area. Each one was full of energy, eager to snag the headline. The press conference wasn't scheduled to start until 9 o'clock, and it was only a little past 7 now. Yet, about 70% of the reporters had already arrived. Some particularly eager ones had even begun live on-site reports, using the banners hung at the Hua Hotel and its geographical location as talking points, which attracted quite a few passers-by. Most importantly, they wanted to be the first to interview Quan Shengnan when she arrived, to get first-hand information. Since the press conference was being held at the hotel, Quan Shengnan would have to come from home, right? The car she arrived in and the clothes she wore were all potential selling points. They were making their calculations here, completely unaware that Quan Shengnan had stayed at the hotel the previous night. In contrast to them, some more composed reporters, holding their invitations, entered the resplendent Hua Hotel and headed to the already prepared conference hall, rather than waiting outside. Due to the child trafficker case, this press conference had garnered significant attention. Various media outlets had prepared their questions in advance to avoid getting flustered and forgetting what to ask during the event. At this very moment, Quan Shengnan and Hua Xuedong had just finished breakfast. Hua Xuedong didn't need to appear at the daytime press conference and wasn't in a hurry to handle official business. Seeing Quan Shengnan calmly take out brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone to practice calligraphy, he couldn't help but smile. He stepped forward, picked up a wolf hair brush and a stack of rice paper from her brush stand, and began practicing calligraphy just like her. As he wrote, he said, "Aren't you going down first to take a look? Aren't you worried about getting stage fright later?" Quan Shengnan wielded her brush, completing the characters in one fluid motion. After finishing, she looked up and said, "This press conference is quite simple. It's just about announcing the future directions of a few foundations and answering some questions from reporters. There's nothing else to worry about." She had handled herself with ease at gatherings within the high-walled compounds. Why would she fear this small press conference? She had sat face-to-face and spoken with the top 3 senior leaders, for goodness sake. Checking her work, she felt that 2 of her calligraphy pieces weren't quite up to par, so she practiced a few more sheets before stopping. By the time she finished, Hua Xuedong had also put the final stroke on his last piece. "Your handwriting is excellent, even more forceful than mine," she said, leaning over to look at what Hua Xuedong had written and comparing it with her own, though her face showed no surprise. She had witnessed it in her previous life. Hua Xuedong not only possessed astonishing business acumen, but also had excellent artistic cultivation, particularly excelling in calligraphy, painting, and Go. Back then, Quan Shengnan couldn't surpass him in any of those areas. In this life, with Li Fang's careful guidance, Quan Shengnan felt her achievements in calligraphy and painting were not shallow, not inferior to Hua Xuedong's, and perhaps even slightly better. As for Go, however, she wasn't as confident. Those skilled in Go must have a mind full of strategies and be adept at calculation. On this point, she admitted that even with 2 lifetimes combined, she couldn't match Hua Xuedong. "Someday, let's have a match and go," Quan Shengnan said with great enthusiasm. Hua Xuedong agreed with a smile, though he felt. Chapter 598, A Sudden Turn of Events 6. How did Quan Shengnan know he was proficient in Go? Apart from his uncle and aunt, even his parents and elder brother were unaware, let alone outsiders. In the 7 or 8 years he had known Quan Shengnan, he had never revealed his skill in Go. Go is a game of strategy and subtlety. To prevent others from seeing through his tactics and understanding him too well, he had never shown his hand in this regard. He had originally planned to let her know when they played Go together in the coming days, but it seemed that was unnecessary now. She knew. She was actually well aware of his proficiency in Go. Hua Xueding's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was convinced that he and Quan Shengnan were inevitably entangled in some way. Whether it was from a past life or something else, he did not know. He glanced at Quan Shengnan, who seemed oblivious, and reminded her, "It's almost time. Aren't you going to change? Time already?" Quan Shengnan looked up at the clock and saw it was indeed past 8. With a startled cry, she had no time to tidy up the stationery on the table. She instructed Hua Xuedong to clean up for her and hurried back to her bedroom to change. The journalists waiting in the press conference hall saw Xue Xiaojun and Bai Ruoxuan walk out. Their spirits lifted, and their eyes turned toward the entrance. They had waited for Quan Shengnan at the hotel entrance for a long time, only to learn upon asking that she had arrived at the hotel early. Xue Xiaojun managed the main affairs of the foundation, while Bai Ruoxuan handled its financial investments. Their appearance at the press conference had already led to many questions from the surrounding journalists. They had answered quite a few, but had not responded to any inquiries about Quan Shengnan. Now that they were leaving, they were likely going to fetch Quan Shengnan, right? The founder of the Quan Shengnan Foundation, the mysterious and elusive fortune teller, the greatest contributor to the major human trafficking case in Shanghai. Soon, they saw Xue Xiaodun and Bai Ruoxuan escorting a young woman inside. The young woman wore a light purple qipao with a standing collar, diagonal front closure, and golden frog buttons. The soft purple hue was elegant and mysterious, adorned with exquisitely embroidered narcissus flowers, giving it a fresh, unique, noble, and enchanting appeal. Although half of the first lunar month had passed, the weather was still quite cold. Thus, she wore a white brocade coat with a distinct Chinese style over it. The subtle patterns on the coat were faintly visible, adding to its grandeur. She walked in with a smile, nodding politely to everyone, and slowly made her way to the podium. As they watched her back, which seemed to glide as if walking on clouds, those below naturally noticed a simple yet elegant wooden hairpin in her hair. Though adorned with narcissus blossoms, it lent the wearer an air of steadiness. A sharp-eyed Hong Kong journalist whispered to the person beside him, "Look, that hairpin." "What about the hairpin?" the person beside him asked, glancing over but failing to see anything remarkable. The sharp-eyed one whispered excitedly, "I've seen that hairpin before. It belongs to Mrs. Hua. Once, when Mrs. Hua attended a charity ball, she wore this hairpin. I heard it's made of small-leaf red sandalwood." "Mrs. Hua?" The person beside him perked up. "You mean the wife of the elder Mr. Hua of the Hua Group?" Among Hong Kong's elite, there were several Mrs. Huas, but the most famous was always the matriarch of the Hua Group. She possessed everything that women all over the world envied. Born into a prestigious family, living a life of luxury, blessed with a happy love and marriage, and even without bearing children, she still enjoyed the unwavering devotion of the elder Mr. Hua. "Yes, exactly, Mrs. Hua of the Hua Group. It seems this Miss Quan has a very good relationship with the Hua family." Not only did the younger Mr. Hua personally attend the charity gala, but she's also wearing Miss... Chapter 599, A Sudden Turn of Events 7. Gossip. This is definitely big gossip. What is her relationship with the Hua family? Why did she receive Madame Hua's hairpin? Why did Hua Xuedong come in person? Excited reporters couldn't help but add this to their list of must-ask questions for the day. He had a hunch that if he kept digging, it would definitely lead to a major headline that would shock Hong Kong. Soon, the time arrived. Xue Xiaodun and Bai Ruoxuan sat on either side of Quan Shengnan, like civil and military officials protecting their queen. The podium was already set up with microphones, flowers, as well as fruit platters and teacups. It was very formal, with meticulous attention to detail. Xue Xiaojun cleared his throat into the microphone and said clearly, "First, on behalf of the Quan Shengnan Foundation, I would like to thank all the guests for honoring us with your presence today." He glanced at the eager reporters below and smiled. "Next, let me introduce the person beside me. She is the founder of our foundation, the pillar and backbone of our organization. She played a significant role in the recently solved major case involving child trafficking, child abuse, and forcing children into begging for profit, Miss Quan Shengnan." As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause erupted. Regarding this matter, they were well aware of how much effort Quan Shengnan had contributed. Quan Shengnan raised her fair wrist, and the applause immediately ceased. Seeing this, Xue Xiaojun inwardly praised her. Truly their backbone, a single gesture was enough to command the entire room. Her small action was enough to demonstrate her presence. Without a word, those below instinctively complied. Quan Shengnan spoke straightforwardly. "As the founder of the foundation, I am holding this press conference today primarily to announce adjustments to the foundation's future plans based on recent developments." There are 3 announcements in total. The audience held their breath as she slowly continued. First, the anti-trafficking fund project established by the foundation several days ago will officially begin accepting requests for assistance from all parties starting today. Our foundation will take appropriate measures based on the circumstances of those seeking help, provide assistance, and accompany them to me. I will then divine the whereabouts of each child and help them search until the child is found. Divination. She mentioned divination so quickly. Camera flashes lit up below, and questions poured out like a storm, fierce and relentless. Miss Quan, is your divination technique feudal superstition? Miss Quan, can you guarantee that your divinations are infallible? Miss Quan, was the foundation truly established using fees earned from your divination, rather than support from your parents or family? Miss Quan, I heard you are not yet 15 years old. Are you solely focused on the foundation, or are you continuing your education? If you are still in school, most schools have already started their terms. Why aren't you attending classes? Miss Quan, what is the current amount of funds in the foundation? Miss Quan, the Quan Shengnan Foundation has been operating smoothly for 7 years since its establishment, with no one daring to target it. Is this due to your family background? Countless questions bombarded the stage like explosives. Even though Xue Xiaodun and Bai Ruoxuan were adults, they felt overwhelmed. They glanced sideways at Quan Shengnan and saw that, despite being in the eye of the storm, she remained calm and composed, a faint smile on her lips, completely unaffected. Both of them inwardly praised her at the same time. Such poise, such steadiness, it was rare even in women. Chapter 600. A Sudden Turn of Events 8. Quan Shengnan raised her hand again, and the voices below gradually quieted down into silence. They suddenly realized they had been so focused on asking questions that they hadn't given Quan Shengnan any time to answer. With a smile, Quan Shengnan first answered the first question. The art of divination originates from the Book of Changes and belongs to metaphysics. It is one of the disciplines of medicine, divination, astrology, and physiognomy, standing alongside them. Our ancestors passed it down for a reason. It neither deludes people nor induces blind faith, so how can it be labeled feudal superstition? Without giving the first journalist who asked the question time to follow up, Quan Shengnan began answering the second and subsequent questions. Regarding my divination skills, for all the cases I have handled so far, none have been inaccurate. Therefore, everyone can trust in my abilities. I am still a student, and the school term begins on the 16th day of the first lunar month. However, I believe that compared to my studies, helping brother Lu Fugue find his wife and children, rescuing those children from suffering, and securing their future are more important. Hence, going forward, I will prioritize the foundation's work, with my studies taking a secondary role. The funds used to establish the foundation indeed came from the fees I earned by divining fortunes for people. Each and every transaction is clearly recorded, with bills available for verification. Among them are contributions from Mr. Hu Xuedong, chairman of the Hu Group, and Ms. Bai Yun, chairwoman of the Bai Enterprise. There are also fees from Ms. Qi Hui, among others. She paused briefly before continuing. In addition to divination fees, subsequent funds will include money I earn from my own investments, as well as profits generated by Mr. Bai Ruoxuan from managing the foundation's existing capital. Bai Ruoxuan nodded beside her, indicating she was correct. Quan Shengnan glanced at the materials handed to her by Xue Xiaojun and said, "Our foundation currently has funds totaling 473,480,000 yuan and some change. We will forever adhere to the foundation's founding principles, using all funds for the people. Of course, this also includes salaries for the foundation staff. We cannot have everyone working hard for the foundation without receiving a salary, forcing them to live on nothing but air." Her last sentence amused everyone present. Someone asked, "So, Miss Quan, does that mean you don't care about your studies?" Quan Shengnan countered, "Then tell me, which is more important, helping more people or my studies?" The question left the journalist speechless. Quan Shengnan smiled faintly, not pressing the point aggressively, and simply said, "To be honest, for young men and women of my age, studies are very important. They are the foundation for establishing oneself in society in the future. So, everyone, please don't follow my example. The reason I am delaying my studies is that I believe helping others is more important. I can always make up for my studies later, but saving people cannot wait." Upon hearing these words, someone started clapping, and the applause grew from a few to many, gradually filling the entire hall. "Miss Quan, you are absolutely right. You may have delayed your studies for a few days, but in the case of the Great Shanghai Incident, you saved many innocent children and many families torn apart." "That's right. By establishing this foundation, you have helped countless people. Even though you are young and still studying, with no major achievements yet, you have a greater awareness and a deeper understanding of the meaning of charity than many highly educated individuals. What does it matter if some people have advanced degrees? What does it matter if they hold high social status? Can they achieve even 1/10,000th of what Miss Quan has done?" Suddenly, someone brought up the earlier question again. "Miss Quan, I've heard you are the daughter of the Deputy Secretary of the Jiangsu Provincial Party Committee. Is that true?" Is it because of your family background that the foundation has remained peaceful, with no one daring to cause trouble?